for N9's career moving forward, you think? I know it's all speculation.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be his legacy as a player in Crossfire. There is always going to be that one trophy that he couldn't get, and that is EWC. And obviously, you know, his counterpart, his main rival in CFPL, ZY, I mean, he's already gotten his. And I feel like at N9, if you want to solidify the GOAT status over all of the players in CFPL, you're going to have to get this trophy.
Have to. You've got to fight hard for it. You know, too often, you know, even on this in the Allianz Vault, Lucy, we've been hearing that story consistently. There's a lot of champions that have stepped onto that stage. This trophy hits different. There's only been 3 EWCs. This is your number 3. You don't get many chances to claim glory.
Yeah, and it's the one that N9 doesn't have, right? So it's kind of the big battle. It's the biggest trophy in terms of the prize pool as well, right? There's so much glory that goes into this. There's not a lot of big international, you know, moments within Crossfire. It's this and Crossfire Stars, right? So you really want to, especially after coming second last year, right? Like, I think anything less than getting through to at least top 4 is a disappointment for Baisha.
Yeah, absolutely the case. For King Zero, though, exciting stuff. Playing as well as they are. You got the story with Ice, plus Tong is out there. You know, Tong's an interesting talking point. He was actually soloed out yesterday by the team they were playing. They said, look, we don't really have to worry about Ice necessarily. We just need to shut down Tong. But you know what Tong did? He shut down the enemy team. He's not messing around.
Yeah, and I feel like Tong is not wasting any opportunity about being in this team, right? Tong has been on TWE before this one, and obviously that team wasn't as stellar as KZ. So I feel like he's really, you know, grasping the moment and say, hey, this could be one of the few times that I could be on a trophy-winning team. I'm going to go all out.
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, they don't need to rely on one player, right? Like, we've had so much conversation about N9, you know, on the side of Baisha, but there's so many points on KZ where, like, it's just the consistency across the entire roster, because you got Tong, but then that kind of rifle core, like the amount of times that we saw Ice and Nanu just kind of combining in these entries, like, it just felt like where one wasn't able to come through the multi, the other one would. Like, they were so quick on the trade and just such a mechanical looking team in those executes. That's
right. Baisha, obviously, coach just behind him, a very talented member of the Crossfire community in general. How does he get Baisha up to the point where they can win map number 2? Because at this point, it's not about thriving, it's about survival.
Yeah, obviously, like Zima, one of the most consistent coaches that we have seen on the side of Baisha. He's been through multiple eras already, right, on this team. So it is very impressive what he can kind of muster, especially with those rosters where, you know, Baisha was really looking too good, but there were also some moments that they still, you know, got some very good upsets at the same time. So I feel like he's a very huge factor here.
Who would you say is probably one of the most dominant coaches in Crossfire history? I mean, Tanks gets a lot of attention because of the, you know, the rising up of the Stallions. You know, you also have Vitality with their talented coach too, who's a legend in his own right. Obviously, we just mentioned Baisha. Who do you think is in the GOAT category when it comes to coaches?
That's making me think, actually, that might have to dig deep into this one. There is some legends though back in CFPL who's kind of gotten into coaching. I think 18 was also coaching at one point. I think Best as well. And yeah, I would say that even on the other coaches from the other team, like TF and all that.
Well, I'll let you think about it. Give me an answer a little bit later, because I'm glad I actually hit you with one that forced you to dig deep. Well, speaking of digging deep, it's Baisha. They're currently down 1-0 in the series, one map away from going to the lower bracket. Will it happen? Will King Zero shut the door on Baisha? Let's find out with B-Dog and Elfish Guy.
Archon, look, you said Baisha top 4. That would be the expectation. Let's see if they can get through this best of 3 first, guys. They're already one map down here on Ankara. They need to make ends meet.
Yeah, going to be another slow start out from Baisha, though, to kick things off here. They just try to set themselves up outside of A. You can already immediately see King Zero with that 3-2 split. They are prepared for some kind of setup over towards the A side of the map early on in the piece from Baisha, but that may sort of dissipate as the round continues onward. Not a whole lot of information gathering happening here either for King Zero, so they're kind of in the dark about what Baisha's setup is looking like.
Yeah, they've got to be worried about middle, but also coming back into this veto really quickly before we get any gunfights. I think what's interesting is that you've got KZ starting both on the defensive halves in this veto. You've got Baisha that wanted to start BL here on Ankara. For Black Widow, GR was always the choice here for KZ. Maybe that's part of the game plan. Massive nade onto 577, but then comes the commitment. No kill yet. YF just needs to get out of dodge.
There's that early information, though, and you can see it's immediately brought the rotation across from King Zero, not to mention the fact that 577 with the bomb has been taken down on his own. This is a bit of a mess already for Baisha. I mean, you cannot tell me that the guy with the bomb should be working solo into Hotel. Cohesion off for Baisha in this opening round of the Blacklist side, and King Zero have put themselves in a good spot as a result. I mean, it's a deep push in from YF as well, so I just don't see how you're going to win this round if you're Baisha. They do manage to win that 1v1. 9 up against Ice.
Oh, time in. Onto 9U, maybe. I don't think they know that he's here, but 9U will reset the situation. And now you know that the bomb was over towards Hotel, but N9, he's starting to do it. Has found 3 kills already, would need the full house if he's able to make this work. C4 will at least be committed onto the site. He's got the sniper too, hoping for a chance, but 9U and YF are grouped.
If he lets them get too close, this round's going to be over. First shot missed, and that will be the opportunity gone for N9. King Zero do close the round out. It might have been a little bit closer than it perhaps ought to have been. I think that was a very shaky looking display from Baisha to open things up on their attack here on Ankara. So hoping that was maybe just a one round of nerves, and that's not what we're going to see for the rest of this half. Otherwise, yeah, we might be seeing King Zero 2-0 this.
Well, we can't have rounds of nerves. You already had a map full of nerves. You already had your map pick being dropped.
Yeah.
And now you've immediately checked out round 1 by leaving that bomb in Hotel. Like that is a big error. And this is ridiculous out of 9U. It's actually YF to get the kill, but he's the one that pushes the smoke outside of this A bomb site. They're going to have no idea that he's pushed this aggressively. YF can then take the contact and then bait the rifle in more.
Yep, 100%. I mean, it's a nice forward hold here for King Zero. They just play off of each other, but they do probably need a third player over there. XN is starting to work his way across. Some of the delay util here from King Zero being invested.
He hasn't peeked yet. Like this smoke being put down. Shorty just baits 9U even more. They're just going to go through it.
It's all on YF here, just to get the info. It should be a free kill for 9U, but YDSS somehow gets him, and YF fell on the site as well. So despite a good setup, King Zero have lost control of that A site. Rotate now starting to come through. I mean, there's a lot of territory here for King Zero. They're well prepared immediately for this retake. They've got all the time in the world to work with. They do need to find themselves some entries, and all that util is headed in the direction of Ice for the moment. So it's going to be the 2 players working their way out through vents together that are going to have to try and make it happen. XN set up with a flash nicely by Tong. So we're into a 3-on-3. Big crossfire there for Shout and for YDSS. And now it's on to just Ice, who's coming through from the top side. It's a very tough clutch for him. There's not a lot of time left at all. And Shout just playing this head glitch angle. There's really nothing to be done for Ice. Yes, he gets the kill, but he does not have the time. And so Baisha will claim round number 2. King Zero will be a little disappointed. They had a very good setup to deal with that, and they were not able to capitalize.
Yeah, I tell you what, Baisha, they actually make the right read, I think, without knowing about it. I think they just wanted to catch KZ off guard by pushing through that smoke over towards the bomb site, and inadvertently they completely ruin that entire setup. That crossfire set up for success, punished by a Baisha push on towards that A bomb site. And to be honest, that's nice. That to me, that is a nice sign. The fact that Baisha are willing to take risks in terms of pushing, trying to catch their opponent off guard. They've not been unsettled by some of the mistakes that they've been making themselves. They're still trying to play their brand of Crossfire, and that's effective. You need to maintain your identity, especially on the stage.
Well, Solon said he wins the race again for Baisha. Not over-investing in the early stages of this round, but once again, setting themselves up towards A. And assuming if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This time, King Zero have 2 players on the site, but 9U immediately deleted, and XN picked up on the entry as well. This A defense is starting to look like a bit of a liability for King Zero. So we'll have to keep an eye on that in the upcoming rounds to see what the change-up is going to end up being. Ice here absolutely has to clean out YDSS with the help of Tong. That's the first piece. There's still so much more to find here for King Zero if they're to try to put together this retake in the 3-on-5.
It's a bit panicky as well from Baisha. They double smoke the same choke point. Flashbangs through, trying to enable this vent scaling now for KZ, but they got to go. They got to move quicker, and this crossfire feels really difficult to break here. Ice needs to be that player to grab the kill, and he is able to do it. But Zhao with the pistol is now making things even more tricky. Is there enough time to do this? It's going to be so close for KZ. It's running out. Can he cut the wires? Not quite. Baisha just about hold on.
That was crazy, though, from King Zero that they're able to get all 5 kills there as they work their way back into that site. It is all thanks to Xiao that Baisha actually wins that round. If he doesn't double down, that is round over, and King Zero will take it. But in the end, Baisha have the advantage, and let's keep an eye on what the setup does look like. 3 players towards A this time immediately for King Zero, so reinforcing that side that has been weakened a couple of times.
That's going to open up opportunities on the other side of the map, though. Like, not necessarily B, I'm talking more about middle, because the spare man is going to have to come from mid. And that also means on Ankara that your rotates are a little bit further away. I like this out of Baisha, the initial early staging, you're still putting pressure over towards A, you're anchoring these players in, but the reroute is potentially towards B, especially with the C4 just still remaining over at BL territory.
It's a good read from Baisha. This BL side is actually well conditioned so far. King Zero having to pull that 3rd player towards A, like you say, has left mid open, and that's what Baisha are looking to exploit in this round. It might just end up being a B split. So the more weakly defended side of the map is the one that's going to be under pressure now. A bit of a tickle there for Leah and 577. King Zero aware maybe that Baisha is heading in that direction, but not committing to the B hold.
It's actually a really nice nade being thrown in by XN, because he's just saying to Baisha, by the way, we know that you're here. And as a consequence, Baisha are now jumping towards A again.
Ice is, he's on his way back over to GR spawn, so timing could be off here for King Zero, but this time at least they're able to hold on for one opening kill. XN getting run down, ends up being another 1-for-1. Ice is still here trying to hold on to the site. This is looking a little bit less tenable for Baisha so far as that wrap does start to come through. Ice needs to be wary of the player on his left. Now the smoke has bloomed, though, and it's back to a bona fide retake again for King Zero, but this time at least they're not down on numbers.
Oh, they're all going together. We've seen this out of King Zero yesterday. They're all grouping. They're all coming in from this one choke point. It's going to be difficult, though. They've got 2 snipers here, both potentially rerouting themselves.
Ice needs to hit that entry, then, in that case, if he's going to be the first man in. Does manage to do so with the help of YF. Leah's position down under the stairs is a good one. There's just so many options for these guys in the post plant.
No time.
And indeed, you're right, no time. This A site continues to be a massive problem for King Zero. So what do you do? I mean, do you try to play a little bit more aggressive here on the defense as King Zero? I don't think it's really their tendency, as we saw, obviously, on Black Widow. But it just sort of feels like they are giving Baisha a little bit too many options in some of these rounds. So I think I would like to maybe see a bit more of an aggressive hold outside of A, or a fight force in middle from King Zero. Because the way they're playing right now, default and standard, they're not holding their sights.
It's more mid-round re-aggressions for me. I think it's going to be too telegraphed for KZ if they start working either an aggressive push out of A or maybe lurking a player towards B. I'd like to see them grouping and taking space a lot more directly, especially when it hits like the 120, 110 mark. Instead, we're going to get this double push through vent towards A. And again, Baisha really cognizant of it, already dropping nades, already trying to push these players back. But the longer that KZ leave it, maybe the less caught off guard Baisha will be. But Zhao, his only responsibility is to hold this vent angle.
Well, patience is going to be a real virtue in this matchup, that's for sure. Baisha are not going anywhere and they're not doing anything quickly. Get a single smoke over towards mid. More of a progression smoke than anything else there for Baisha, just threatening the fact that maybe they could go through the window over towards A. And it's keeping 3 players locked on the A side at the moment.
Yeah, this is confusing to me because the setup's now changed for KZ when it comes to the weaponry. They've gone for double sniper, but they're not flexing the extra rifle to rotate off. Finally, they're doing that, but YF, I think he's been pinned back a little bit. They want to reset. Baisha back in towards A. This is where they keep finding their success. And thankfully for KZ, they've got 3 players here.
I mean, it might not make a difference. They had 3 players more or less over there last time and they weren't able to hold on. XN, he's really worried about this mid push, as you can imagine. A lot of Utah's been tossed in that direction, but he has to stay here on A, and YF...
This is
He's
aggressive.
going to go hunting for some information. He does spot out 577. The game might be up here. Baisha, they're just going to have to commit, and they've gone straight into that stacked site. And this time, finally, King Zero are going to be able to get it right. YDSS shot in the back of the head there by 9U. King Zero will claim their second. A lot of mind games happening here on Ankara right now.
I actually really like that push, and it does look a little bit scatterbrain from King Zero and the way that YF is pushing, but he's actually baited them straight into a crossfire, especially with the time. And you feel like you need to push forward to trade out the sniper, and you go straight into the rifle. So that was really nicely timed out of KZ.
Might be a bit of a change up here from Baisha as they're going to progress quicker even. Through towards the B side. They've gone straight through Beacon. It seems like King Zero have the early read on that, and they're starting to pull Ice back across, but he might not be here in time to help on out. Tong down early. YF just dancing around the boxes. He needs to get a shot in here and unable to land a connection. Bought some time there, courtesy of Ice, but unable to hold on, and this site now has been lost. The one thing to consider, though, is XN has got this crazy flank, which is dealt with by 577. XN unable to do enough, nor Ice. 9U now in a 1v4, and there's just too much to ask. Baisha with a change of pace, catch King Zero off guard. King Zero, you know, after such a great start on map 1, are faltering here on Ankara.
Yeah, this is interesting. There's actually a few things here for King Zero in this round. Number one is that this is the first time that Baisha have actually pressured Tong. Tong got caught really off guard by the timing because he wasn't prepared for how quick they were scaling up B. Secondly, yes, you got that really quick flank. Nice shot, by the way, from YF. But you had that really quick flank. You also had the bomb, but it said you're trying to fight and get these kills. You didn't need to do that if you're King Zero.
Well, this time, let's see how they play it out. This is the first sort of round where we've really seen a kill early on in the piece. A lot of these have just been 5-on-5s. Baisha choosing the right side to hit, but in this case, a 5-on-4, a player deficit that makes the job substantially more difficult to find easy, clean entries.
They're really committed to this double sniper setup. And in actual fact, you've got both snipers, YF and Tong, on the same bomb site. That this could be brilliant, or this could be an absolute disaster, because we already saw it on Black Widow, where Baisha had both of their snipers over towards the A-bomb site. They got overwhelmed with a couple of missed shots.
Baisha deciding maybe that A site is the option of choice once again. Had a lot of success over here, but a 3v2 on the entry is a far cry from a 5v3. Xiao has managed to creep his way up nice and close, but missing an opening shot. 9U capitalizing and punishing with that opportunity. Leaves just Xiao and YDSS, who's still on rotate. Xiao picked off on the timing, trying to activate alone. YDSS has now been spotted as well. 9U, he can't finish it alone, but he's done enough, you would think. King Zero will allow him to escape for now, but eventually spotted by YF. And a recovery round in for King Zero, but I kind of feel like we're just, you know, in a bit of a holding pattern here. This feels like we're just going back and forth, and things are going to have to break, things are going to have to explode at some point. Maybe in the second half.
I'll tell you what, though, 9U in this round, I think, has been fantastic, because what you've got there is the immediate reposition. He just stayed alive, and that meant that the timing for King Zero could have all of those defenders be in there. In time, you weren't really allowing that 1v1, and instead you got Baisha scaling, and they're the ones dropping the ball. Where time keeps running low, that's where the pressure is being applied. But Baisha are only doing that to themselves. You're right, there has to be a switch up. And it's fun how they've only ran one really aggressive, explosive execute that went really well. And now they've just reverted back into playing safe. Haven't seen this crossfire work. We've seen it already being employed, but we've not seen it work yet. I don't think Baisha are going to be prepared for XN.
Maybe they'll just completely disregard him if they head their way over towards this B side of the map. Ice coming into play here. Smoke fading, 577 on the way forward. Deleted, and that is Ice for 3. Well, that's how you win a round. He's going to get himself the 4th as well. Why not? Crossfire at its finest from Ice. 9. He gets himself 1, but the reality is this round is already well and truly gone. YF just looking to buy a bit of time here for his teammates to rotate across. Playing Ring Around the Rosie and eventually finishing him off as well. That is a bit more like it for King Zero. Nice with a bit of individual brilliance, gets them up to 4-4, and they could actually still walk away with the lead in the half.
Yeah, they could. It actually, for King Zero, it's been very much individual plays. I mean, look at this from Ice. It's not even a crossfire, it's just a tripwire that Baisha just walk into. And it's no wonder that Baisha's game plan has been, let's go A, let's completely ignore both Tong and Ice. Over on Ankara, you can't avoid Tong forever. He's now rerouted. He wants to stay vigilant towards A, but N9 will get the opening kill.
They'll get the opening 2 kills, apparently, as 9U tries to go charging on in as well to trade it down. That'll be a mistake in the end, and short of YF pulling off a miracle round here, I don't see much coming from it for King Zero. He's getting the info now that he needs to set himself up on that line. He does have the TRG, which can find a pick or 2 on the entry, but...
As Ice got a time in here, N9's completely ignored him, and he's trying to clear things out. Ice is right behind them.
He does.
How many can he find? Oh, it's only 1.
Only 1, but that might be enough because the rest of the shenanigans happening on the site, the bomb's been dropped.
N9's nowhere near. Like, this is really tricky, and now he's been overwhelmed as well. It's up to YDSS. Maybe Ice has done everything, and you're right. The bomb is dropped, and it's not planted. This now gets really tricky. Tong considers all the angles, and King Zero just pull a round out of the hat.
Yeah, N9, he's shaking his head after that. He knows he's made the mistake. He's gone too slow. He wasn't there to join Baisha when they were crunching in onto the site, and that is the missed opportunity for Baisha. 5-4 the lead here. King Zero working hard for this victory. There's no doubt about that. They are really being forced to put some effort in on this map. But they have the advantage, they have the lead, and now they can start to set their sights on a win here against Baisha in a 2-0 capacity.
That's a crazy timing that's been hit as well, because you felt like N9 had complete overwatch of the entire site.
It's been a bit of a strange run between these two teams. King Zero did beat Baisha on Ankara and Black Widow in the final week of CFPL in the group stage. So the precedent is there that they might be able to do that again. Double sniper set up for Baisha though.
The other thing I'm concerned about is that for King Zero on Black Widow, and I know they're different maps, but on BL, that they looked really shaky and out of sorts. So I don't know whether 5 is going to be enough. We'll have to see. They are going to swing the issue in towards middle, get this forward line, and they're not punished. And in fact, they're just going to take the space.
Well, Leah in a bit of an untenable position, but he's getting some help, of course, by YDSS. And oh dear, that has not looked good at all for King Zero. You might be exactly right. Fantastic start to the second half for Baisha. There's not really much more to say about that round, just a good bit of shooting from Baisha, and the call from King Zero I don't necessarily hate, but you need to be getting that entry onto Leah, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need to kill Leah. And because you don't, that gives all the room for YDSS. It's interesting how Baisha are going to set themselves up here on GR. It looks like they've got 3 players over towards A, and actually a really aggressive stance. Out of 5-7-7. King Zero take their time. They've got good staging outside A, but also middle. This big fight's going to come in, and Tong was so good at getting these close quarter kills with the sniper. Let's see if he can do it again. Not quite, but at least he's alive.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be lucky to be alive there, because there's 2 players waiting in the vent for you, and neither of them able to finish you off. A site somewhat reinforced there by Leah, but it doesn't seem like Baisha are too concerned. They're not expecting the commitment towards A.
They've got a really good understanding of this, because as King Zero rotated over towards middle, that's where grenades just rained in. And they're still got a group here. King Zero, like, I'm glad that everyone is going together. It feels like B is the final destination, as they're going to go and split. Tong had another opportunity to get a kill. Instead, it's Ice that finds the first blood onto YDSS.
Still a lot of time in this round, though, with 1:15 on the clock. King Zero don't necessarily need to commit to anything just yet.
I want them to, because it feels like in this series they go in and then they don't, and then they want to reroute and go to a different site. Please commit to a bomb site, and they will. Straight in towards B. Ice again being difficult, but Leah, he's now getting kills himself. It has to be Ice. It feels like it always should be Ice, but N9 and 577 will overwhelm and come in. King Zero, I think that time they did take too long.
Yeah, I agree. You started to see the pre-rotate coming across from Baisha, and even despite a couple of good kills on the way in there from Ice, Leah with a nice hold as well. You have to give him some credit. Holding on to that round for Baisha, and Baisha's scoreline slowly but surely starting to creep up here. A 6-5 the lead now. And I tend to agree that they are looking a little bit more comfortable in this half at this moment than King Zero. Might be time soon for an attack timeout to come through.
What a flash. That flashed all of them bar one. On the side of King Zero, they've been rained down with bullets. They've been naded out of this round as well. It just feels so intrusive from Baisha, and King Zero just can't get comfy. This is your map pick, remember. It just doesn't feel good whatsoever. Massive nade onto Leah. That's a nice little consequence, but N9 is now trying to push onto YF.
I'm not sure that he's going to go too much further. It's a pretty commonly held angle here that N9 is on.
Scared for Tong.
Me too. He's shotgun sniping once again. N9 round the corner, gets both. The missed shot from Tong is where the mistake is made. That might just be the round. We'll see if King Zero can find a way to somehow salvage it. As they do decide to work their way back over towards A, they will need pretty much perfect entries in onto this A side if they're to try to do that, and it's always going to be tough. In fact, impossible, it would seem. Baisha just found their resurgence in the second half. The GR side, you see that timeout coming through in this upcoming pause here for King Zero, and I think a very necessary timeout here for them.
Yep.
They're looking in all sorts on the attack. So if they don't figure that out right now in this quick timeout, we're going to be going to a third map, no doubt about it.
It just looks limp. Like that's the only way to really describe the offense right now for King Zero. It feels like they're just walking into angles, just almost not considering the possibilities. Also, like limited utility when we are going and taking space, just in the map in general, rather than just bomb sites. It feels very laissez-faire out of King Zero. They're just stumbling into angles, and Baisha are just getting all these rounds very easily.
Yeah, 100%. It's shoes on the other foot now, that's for sure. King Zero were doing it easily, and I mean, this is often what you see, I think, in Crossfire. You know, you see that first map go so comfortably one way, and you think, brilliant, this team's, they're frying today, and they're on for a good thing, and they've taken Baisha's map away from them, perfect opportunity, and then Ankara rolls around, and it's a completely different story, and that's, I think, you know, to Baisha's credit, obviously, whatever they've done in the break between map 1 and map 2 has worked out. They've been able to find themselves again and re-solidify things. It's not over just yet. 7-5 is not exactly an impossible scoreline to come back from King Zero, but like I said with my eye test, I guess the general sentiment, the vibe at the moment is that Baisha are looking a little bit more comfortable here in the second half. So King Zero have to try something a little bit different. See if they can maybe unsettle Baisha. Let's find out. We're heading to round number 13 here.
How does this fare for Eagle Eye 2.0 as well, right? Because if BL continues to be an issue, is that going to be a detriment for King Zero on that decider?
I mean, it very well could be, for sure. It's going to be another one of those maps where you'll see a lot of double snipers, and that's something that Baisha are liking to lean into, maybe as much as King Zero, if not even a little more. So I think there's definitely a world where Eagle Eye can go the way of Baisha for sure. We have an experienced team on that map as well. Nades getting sent over the top for King Zero, but no substantial damage to note.
This is quite nice, actually, because this feels like a fake, but it isn't a fake. Because as a consequence, you've not got anyone rotating over from Baisha. If King Zero go now, then it's perfect. That's the issue. They need to go now, and they've not been doing that. You will miss your timing if you don't seize this opportunity.
They're setting up the smokes and the flashes. YF is going to throw a couple over the top. Here we go. Let's have a look. see how it pans out. 9 is able to get himself the opening pick, and a couple do come back, so that's good enough for King Zero. They've smoked off GR. Should be able to get that plan down and play out the 3-on-3, but this now becomes really a must-win round, and Baisha decide they're going to go out in front of any potential plan here. Xiao and YDSS claiming one apiece, and Tong was watching the flank when that happened, and that's exactly what Baisha were gambling on.
That's a C4 down as well. Like, they didn't plant in amongst all of that. That's a ridiculous spam coming through from YDSS, and as you say, it throws Tong in a really uncomfortable position, because not only has he got to find out where this C4 is, he's got to maybe plant, and by that point, they're trying to take the site, but Tong has the element of surprise. First kill belongs to him. 25 seconds, YDSS tries to close the gap, and it's Tong that goes to the sniper. It's a missed shot. And it's YDSS that not only closes the gap for Baisha by denying the bomb plant, but he's the one that claims the round for Baisha as they take another step forward across this dangerous path of Ankara.
I don't know what was happening for him there. Did he maybe lose where the bomb was? I thought it was pretty obvious that it was up the top.
It had to be up the top, because otherwise how's that player died?
Yeah, he was looking all over the place trying to find the bomb. I think he was trying to find the bomb, but either way.
Gun, maybe?
Maybe, but there was a gun underneath the stairs. So, regardless, it'll be an 8th round for Baisha.
This is quick.
Yeah, it is quicker. Still going to find themselves outside of A, so it might not eventuate into anything actually here. King Zero's move through middle.
Is this the first definition of insanity now?
Yeah, like trying the same thing again.
Over and over again.
Maybe.
At least the trades were good. They need to be even cleaner, straight through the smoke this time. But I tell you what, 577 and then 9 have done a brilliant job. And 577 is just staying alive. And now everyone can come forward. The cavalry arrives for Baisha, and 577 is still here. Laya able to get a frag back on that sniper. 2v3, player disadvantages, but maybe only for a moment. YF thrown into this really tricky clutch, has to get the C4 once more, but can't get by YDSS. 9-5 for Baisha.
Well, I think we're at that point now where we can all kind of agree that this comeback is not happening for King Zero in the second half. They have looked flat on the attack, as they did obviously on Black Widow as well, and they got I guess helped out by such a strong GR side on Black Widow, but didn't quite have that here on Ankara, and it seems like Baisha are well and truly poised to push this one through to a map 3. King Zero may be ruining that opportunity in an hour's time if they do end up dropping this series as a result. This should have been the perfect setup for them going into their map pick of Ankara, but it has changed up on their heads. Now YDSS tasked with a hold. They have completely neglected to clear Hotel, and they have walked into a massive crossfire. King Zero have just gifted Baisha the victory on Ankara. It is over 10-5. And that opportunity that we talked about for King Zero to close this out 2-0, well, that has slipped by the wayside.
Not a single round, I want to say, in that second half as well for King Zero. Baisha looked like a team possessed in that Ankara. But for King Zero, a lot of work to do, a lot of stumbling blocks, especially on the offense, and that ultimately has led to the downfall in their series, not only just in rounds being dropped, but now in maps.
Yeah, 100%. I think King Zero are going to be pretty disappointed with that, but that doesn't necessarily matter. There's still a third map to get to, so we'll have to see how that plays out when we do get to Eagle Eye.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Oh, we got a series on our hands. Baisha comes back on Ankara. 10-5, tying up the series. Tying up the series 1-1, which means it comes down to Eagle Eye. Now, King Zero had all the confidence in the world after map number 1. They were feeling great, and in fact, they were looking great off the start. But then Baisha said enough is enough. They snapped back to take the win 10-5. What's Eagle Eye gonna look like? None of us know until we see it, but it's gonna be coming at you fast. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Sneaky Frog and Lucy. Lucy, Baisha did it. They have come back. They have forced a game number 3.
Yeah, that's more the Baisha we expected to see. I think if there was a 2-0 here, it would have been very disappointing to get that from them out the gate. And I think we've seen a lot more of what we've expected, what we've seen throughout the entire season. Completely locked out. I loved watching their BL side, with how confident their site takes looked. It was just completely dismantling their opponents. And then, I mean, the second half was just complete lockout. It felt like there was nothing that they could do on that BL side when it came to KZ.
Yeah, I knew they were in trouble when I was listening to the casters, and they're saying, yeah, it's just not going to happen. This is over with. The comeback isn't in the bag. You were losing your mind several times throughout that game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm really surprised that ICE is making the HK417 work, considering, the other teams or the other players are also kind of struggling with it. But at the same time, I did kind of see that coming, or rather kind of saw this coming from a mile away, considering Ankara is a lot more space to take for the side of KZ, which allows more opportunity for the side of Baisha to kind of move around the map. And, the person that I mentioned that had to step up to the plate, he did. I mean, YDSS performed really well in the map of Ankara, but at the same time, I feel like N9 started hearing what we were saying in the broadcast desk, and it seems like he kind of took it personally, and he just started frying everybody.
Yeah, those two were absolutely undeniable, right? Just like they could do nothing wrong. I think one of my favorite rounds in that entire map was over towards the A side. It was when the side had been taken. It was a 3-on-3, and Baisha, they're on the retake. They didn't even allow the bomb to go down, right? They just flashed through the smokes. They're getting aggressive ahead of it. So disruptive, and it just felt like KZ didn't get a chance to play their Blacklist side.
Yeah, and this kind of feels like it's kind of telling on the side of KZ, right? If they don't get early momentum, they're gonna start to crash and burn here, and it kind of took the effort of ICE and maybe some flanks here from XN, but some of the other players disappeared. Like I wanted to see more from Tong, especially, and more from 9U in this map, but it kind of seems like the Baisha pressure is too much, and it seems like they were just a bit cold during the first map.
Yeah, and I think, the Tong conversation's a big one because the snipers were quite prevalent from the side of Baisha, right? Like they were getting a lot of impact this round. That we just see there. Tong, I mean, that's a trade that he should be getting every day. The reback, that was a trade that he was getting on the map 1, just was a little bit absent here. And I think just in general, it really felt like this Blacklist side was just stalled out. They could never really feel the comfort to go for what they wanted. We saw, these multiple A side hits where they just couldn't really successfully get in, but they just kept trying it. Just like they weren't able to find any solutions to get going.
Got a challenge. Who was the guy to step up if N9 is not performing well? Well, in this case, N9 did 16 total kills, but you also mentioned YDSS, the guy that needs to carry the torch rather. He does exactly that with 16 himself. Just a dominant performance overall. You look at the other side, XM with only 8s. Either way, man, when the scoreline is 10-5, you don't expect the scoreline to be that high for Baisha. But man, for the other side of King Zero. Great game though. And now you mentioned at least the momentum. When it's not going King Zero's way, they've got to pull them up from the bootstraps. Now they go into game 3. And I asked you before, heading into map 2, if it does favored King Zero. Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, I still do feel that Eagle Eyes definitely could be easily taken here by King Zero, considering that we're going from a large map back to another small map once again. And it's going to be a whole lot more face-up fights for the side of Baisha Gaming, like similar to what we saw in map number 1. So if Baisha is not ready to go for the medium to close range fights at the start of the round, then, they might drown in this one. But, I feel like they can kind of take it now. I mean, N9's warmed up, YDSS is hitting his shot, Xiao just needs a bit more. And if we can see Baisha in full form, well, this could be scary.
We see them now in their dugout. This is a live view as they head back to the stage. Looks like they were chilling. Had a lot of food in there, man. Those guys have been eating good, and they're about to eat even better if they can win this game number 3. Because, Lucy, what's at stake? To remind the viewers, right? Whoever wins this moves forward.
Yeah, straight through the playoffs, right? Obviously, first game here for Baisha too. They started off cold. That was a conversation we had coming into this, that KZ looked really good in their opening series, completely dominated. They come into this one, rip off the gate with a fantastic map 1. But now we're starting to see a bit more what we expected from this series. Baisha have warmed up into things. They're in their comfort zone. All the individuals online. I think we're getting the game that we deserved.
Yeah, I feel like Eagle Eye is definitely going to be a good test for both of these teams, right? Considering that, just like what I said, Eagle Eye is going to be very prevalent, especially when it comes to this meta, since, not everyone likes New Mexico at the very moment. Eagle Eye is kind of the closest thing to a map that is as small, but is more operable. So, yeah, both of these teams going to be tried and tested for it.
For sure, this is a big matchup indeed. Originally, King Zero, we were thinking maybe 2-0. I was thinking that anyways, but Baisha fight back in a big way. And now the momentum is arguably now on Baisha's side, despite Sneaky thinking King Zero is going to close it out in this game number 3. But the reality is, when N9 and YDSS start playing well, it's tough to shut them down.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they were just undeniable in that map too. And we look at how Eagle Eye 2.0 has played out this year for the two teams mentioned, right? It's been a bit of a coin flip, but they've always been quite dominant maps, to be honest. Like 10-5 was the most recent result. That was Baisha winning that outright. And yeah, it really does now worry me. Just given the momentum, it really feels like Baisha aren't slowing down. And these blacklist sides have been lackluster across both maps when it comes to KZ.
Sneaky, what's the game plan for King Zero? You clearly favor them map number 3. Who are they leaning on? Is it Ice once again? Will it be Tong? Who do we got?
I feel like it's going to come down to the snipers, because the snipers is very important, especially for openings here on Eagle Eye, whether we talk about top A, whether we talk about hotel, and the man who was just on our screen, Xiao Xiao, he has to step up to the plate, because if the snipers go really cold early, especially when it comes to defense, it's literally just a green light for the BL to just enter the site.
Well, that sounds like Tong and YF to me. They were running dual snipers map 1. Maybe they bring it back.
Yeah, honestly, YF was actually playing really, really well on that map 1. Felt like he was back into his primary sniping kind of form, right? Looked really good between the two of them, the way they were playing off each other. It was really difficult to break through. Don't think the dual snipers were as successful for Baisha, but they weren't really relying on it because they had the riflers playing so well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first game 3 of the day for the first series. It's Baisha Gaming going against King Zero Esports. Who wants to move forward? Will it be Baisha? Will it be King Zero? Let's find out with B-Dog and Elfish Guy.
All on the line here at Eagle Eye 2.0. One of these teams qualifies through immediately. They just need to hit 10. And it is that double sniper setup, or maybe it's just the rifles of Ice finding the kills and spinning round onto YDSS. That's a crazy shot.
Yeah, the pace just immediately picking up here from King Zero. Where was this on the last couple of maps? It's completely caught Baisha off guard. They've got themselves a 5v3, although it's a tentative 5-on-3, I have to say, with 9U and Ice a sliver away from death. So maybe Baisha can still find a way to put this round together. Ice is sticking around. He gets the better of 577 as well. He's a menace to start off round 1 here on Eagle Eye.
Hilariously, it actually might be a case of where King Zero have put so much prep into Baisha coming into this game, they might have been putting almost too much emphasis on the maps that aren't theirs. They actually might have left Ankara slip to work more on Black Widow and Eagle Eye 2.0. Like, that genuinely might be the case. These players are low. Like, I really don't want to rule Zhao out of this, because maybe he can make things happen. If he could swap to rifles, but able to scoop that one up immediately, try and isolate one of these kills with the bomb being down, but 9U will lock it in and somehow stays alive on a sliver.
Yeah, well, that's what you want to see. King Zero getting that one done nice and quickly. Maybe the confidence is flowing here on Eagle Eye to start things off. Xiao, no real chance in the end in that solo retake attempt. Don't imagine we're going to see rounds that quickly all the time from King Zero, and it does slow down initially here as well for round number 2. So pretty standard setups from King Zero. You've got 9U just sort of posted over it all day long, having a bit of a look there. XN set up in case there's a push down mid, and Baisha taking that space at B-Long and Hotel as well. It's a very, very standard start to this round from both of these teams. Often what you'll sometimes see as well is, you know, a bit more of aggression through middle for the defensive side. Not the case this time around. They're going to actually start dumping some util over towards A. It feels as though maybe Baisha worried about that A hit. It's not yet come for King Zero, but that's a lot of the counter utility out of the pockets of Baisha now. And maybe that's what King Zero were waiting for, because now they're picking up that pace.
Yeah, double layering. They're right straight in towards this A bomb site. Liar's got to make ends meet and can't do it, but the swing from XN is just brilliant. Tong's providing supporting coverage, and King Zero straight into this bomb site. N9, for as good as he is, can't even find a kill. I love that. You're right. They get the counter utility out, and then they go in again. This has been probably the most inspiring rounds I've seen on the BL side from King Zero all series. We've only had 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, they have looked very shaky on the BL side. I think it is fair to say they only had to get 3 on Black Widow, and then they got, I think, none on Ankara, actually.
True.
I'm pretty sure it was a 5-4 half for them on GR. So they've had 2 maps. They've had now 5 rounds, actually, on the BL side. Trade is there for XN. So that's all good. Meanwhile, Nine, I mean, he's, I guess this is Nine in a nutshell. He likes to make these unorthodox plays. He's just pushed through his own smoke at the bottom of B long. He's going to try and catch a timing into middle. He's going to need to move quickly, though, because King Zero are already picking the pace up over towards A and XN. He's used to that kind of trickery. He's played against Nine a bunch of times. Meanwhile, he is missing his shots again over towards A, and that is going to bring this round into disrepute for Baisha. They don't even really need to contest him. They could just take that bomb over to B, but they're going to try to fight him, and they eventually do find that trade.
Look at the timeout being called immediately.
3-0 start. I mean, if you don't call the timeout here and these rounds continue this quickly, like, we could blink and be at a sort of 5-0, 6-0 deficit at that point. So I kind of get it. Like, I understand what you're saying, that it is very early, but these rounds are also progressing pretty quickly. So you want to slow that momentum down a little bit and just give Baisha a chance to kind of think and reset here, it would seem.
Yeah, I don't actually mind it the more that I think about it now, because what the coach could be saying is just to chill out a little bit and settle. And that's not only when it comes to positioning, and obviously you've got the N9 push in this round, but it's also about holding on to your utility. Because we've already seen in the second round that they were really jumpy. It does feel like Baisha were really quick to react to things when they're just playing into the hands of King Zero, especially in that previous round. So, yeah, do you know what? Fair enough. I like the fact that they've called this timeout here. The fact that the timeouts are very extended in Crossfire as well just means that you've got a bunch of time just to reset the situation. You almost can go again. You can play like it is 0-0 and maybe then just build into this Eagle Eye. But the fact that the BL sides have not looked good at a King Zero and they start off 3-0, that is dangerous. That is very dangerous for Baisha.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw that momentum, obviously, on Black Widow as well. When King Zero got rolling, it was very difficult for Baisha really to do anything to try and force their way back into that map.
I don't like seeing this so early on.
Xiao was a little bit tired, maybe. I mean, it's not exactly early. It's actually midday here in Paris. But as far as that time zone is concerned, for these guys having come from all the way over in Asia, and I'm the same. My time zone right now is probably about 7:30 p.m. You know, it takes a bit of getting used to. So that could be affecting them potentially. If you're not having a great sleep, if you're getting a bit of jet lag, it's just part of the thing that, actually, to be honest, Baisha and King Zero don't often have to deal with, because when it comes to Crossfire, we're not typically playing in Europe. This is the first tournament in Europe in years. You know, never in North America either. So as far as time zone shifts are concerned, it's typically the other teams that are having to deal with it rather than these teams coming through from CFPL. Maybe not something that they're super familiar with and used to. King Zero handling it better at the moment, it would seem, at least on Eagle Eye. Set up towards middle, grenade out. Just a little bit chip damage onto Ice. Reserved kind of hold this time for Baisha back towards their A site, but that might work out because that's exactly where King Zero are going to be headed. Try and find those entries. Ice has a little bit of room to work with here. He bides his time nicely, and he might get the backstab in onto Leah. As a result, he had no idea that Ice was coming. And so King Zero have busted their way into this A site, but maybe not cleanly enough. YDSS on the hunt.
This is nice for YDSS, just trying to get the frag onto XN. Tong now knows that he's got time to pick up this C4 and plant. So at least he can do that and put this into a 1v1, but it's going to be very difficult. Tong needs to hit his shot instantly, otherwise he's a dead man walking. And all of this nice positioning from King Zero would have all been in vain, but of course Tong hits the shot, gets a nice angle on YDSS. And King Zero will keep on pushing the needle further into qualifying through out of the groups here at EWC.
That's crazy from YDSS though, isn't it? Like, he doesn't even, I don't feel like he doesn't even try to make it difficult there for Tong. He's like, okay, I'm here, and I'm just going to run at the A site, and you're going to be, and I'm going to be exactly where you expect me to be. He doesn't go for a flank through middle. He doesn't even just slow things down a little bit to sort of throw an element of doubt in the mind. He just full sent it and hoped that Tong was going to watch somewhere else, but not the case. And so 4-0 lead on the board here for King Zero. Baisha have already used their tack timeout. This is pretty dire straits for them.
I think that in the last round as well, that was another instance of N9 getting time-in and Ice being allowed to have the opportunity. Saw it on Black Widow, now see it here on Eagle Eye 2.0, 577. Feeling a little bit of stress, but that's okay. There are teammates to back him up over towards the left-hand side of the map. And for KZ, it's another slow stage in as they just try to get rid of N9 over at B.
Zero, not really up to much at the moment. XN kind of having a little bit of a look around that smoke. 9 peeks for info. And he does spot a few of those KZ players out, but again, how much can you really infer from that? You're not expecting King Zero to play too quickly. If you see 3 players there with a minute or over a minute left on the clock.
Nayu's just up. This is now gets really interesting because you've actually left a deep space there. XN will just go. And instead, that's the push in towards middle. Is there a trade? Yes, there is out of YF. But getting this bomb back's going to be tricky, especially only 40 seconds left. And with Zhao then finding the kill on towards Tong, this gets trickier and trickier here for KZ.
They've got to try and clear out middle, and there's a lot of spots to hide here. N9 ducking his head back down, but YDSS found, and N9, when he's alone, that spot becomes much more untenable. Now, all of a sudden, with 20 seconds left, if King Zero make the right call, they can win this round, but they might go right into Leah, who could double down. He's tucked in the corner there, eventually finished off by YF, but he needs to find a way to get a plan, and he's not going to be able to do it in time. If he pushes right into Xiao, Baisha will claim that. King Zero just completely overlooking the possibility that there could have been a push there into mid, and transitioning the bomb alone. That's a mishap.
That's a nice round out of Baisha to recognize actually that with the extremity pushes that mid's going to be a lot more open for business. YF has now got to be careful with N9 throwing nades through the window, but this is a lot faster out of King Zero, and we've seen this only in round 1. We haven't seen the scaling yet out of King Zero. Finally, we get to see it. The spam on the smoke, not connecting anything, but it gives a lot of intent over, and it gives a lot of info to Baisha. Does BL side now reset and looking towards middle? They don't want to get undone by this push again, but it didn't happen at 1 minute 50. It happened at 30 seconds.
I don't think it's going to happen at 1 minute 40 or 1 minute 30 or 1 minute 20 or 1 minute 10. The way things are going right now for King Zero, they're really enjoying waiting down that timer. You can just see from the positions that they're playing, they're really not invested in anything just yet. They are so reserved. And maybe it's a case of once bitten, twice shy, right? They've seen Baisha in the late mid round kind of make that push into middle, essentially win the round off the back of it. And now King Zero are thinking, okay, well, they could do that again. So we better hold for that. Now it'll be a mid push, so whether it's a mid to B or a mid to A, probably a mid to A at this rate.
Big kill.
Well, that is a good shot in onto YDSS, like you say, and in fact, they just decide that they're going to group their way up and potentially bully their way down A long for the attempted entry.
Oh, I don't mind it. YF has also seen players, not only Liar, but also 577 just in the sight, but 577's holding on. Needs to get that trade. YF will, and then Ice out of nowhere gets rid of N9. So it all falls to Zhao in the 1 versus 3. Feel like you've got no hope in this round if you're the sniper here for Baisha.
Oh, he's hoping for a little bit of a mistake there, and Tong gives it right to him. There's a lot of angles that can actually see onto the A site from across the other side of the map, and Xiao, well, he's so experienced, he knows all of them. That's the first pick that he needs. 1v3 on offer, typical Xiao fashion. I don't think he's quite seen YF there. Not even a pixel showing, and there is the swing. That will be the end of Xiao. So 5-1, a little bit of a mishap in that last round for Baisha, or rather for King Zero, but Baisha are not able to actually capitalize on it and put anything really together. This is still progressing pretty nicely for King Zero at the moment.
Scary how good this kid is for King Zero as well. Ice instantaneous onto the opposing sniper for Baisha. There we go. It is quick, but it is the sniper finding purchase first. 577 overwhelmed. And 9 needs to get a multi, but can't do it. And yet again, King Zero overwhelm. They always seem to have this player advantage. They've got full coverage of the site. The bomb can make its way. Red carpet rolled out as YDSS goes on the quick flank.
Xiao's on the line again, trying to see if he can find a pick on that top site, but hasn't been given anything. Bombs still just getting tossed around right now by King Zero. They're not getting that quick plant down, that's for sure. And oh, YF, that is a little bit scary. Eventually gets Xiao off of his post and able to get the plant down. And meanwhile, YDSS has been cleared out by Ice. So again, it comes down to Xiao in a 1v3, and this one doesn't even get as close as the last. 6-1. King Zero are styling on Baisha at the moment.
I really like in the variety of the aggression, because it's actually the same destination every time, but the manner in which they do it when it comes to scaling just up that A corridor has just been relentless from KZ. And yeah, sure, Zhao's been having opportunities to get these like really deep crosses, but that's only when the damage has already been done. I think King Zero have done an immaculate job at keeping this AWPer at arm's reach. And now you've got the secondary sniper on A locking things down, but this condition's already been created here. If you're King Zero, you do not need to go back in towards A for the rest of the half if you don't want to. And you got a feeling your spidey sense will be going off at some point that N9 will start pushing B, because again, he's not really been involved in this deciding match.
No. Yeah, he is the kind of guy, you know, in his heyday that would always seem to find the timings, but has been few and far between today as well for him. Xiao keeping watch on middle. He's going to be flashed off that line, and here comes the rest of King Zero to little success. N9 this time is there, ready and waiting for them, gets an easy 3. And with that, you'd think it will be the second for Baisha at a very necessary time. Tong dealt with XN alone. It wasn't quite the rampage towards the finish line for King Zero, maybe in this half that they wanted it to be, but they could still find themselves a 7-2.
That you spoke about N9, and then he does find that time in to actually be in towards middle when that hit comes in, because the flashbang was brilliant to get the sniper off the angle, but N9 not affected by it because it comes around the corner a second later. He was 2-7, now his scoreline looks a lot more respectable.
7 deaths, 6 kills, 4, 5, 7, 7. Same for 9, although he's going to go up to 8 as he starts this round off with a deficit. That is a poor spot to be in. Push coming through, XN catching 5-7-7, so he will join N9 at 6-8. And unfortunately, it's not what you want. It's not what we want from Baisha.
This is a nice pivot. You've just got entries on both sides of the map. You've been leaning A lot more than B in this first half, so it makes sense just to cut out the middleman. Go back in towards this B bomb site. And sure, you've got a sniper that's holding the angle here for GR, but 9U is just taking all of this direct space. And he's got a player with him in case things get a little bit crazy. You can afford to do this. You can just push because you've got the numbers advantage.
Oh, well. 9U. Oh, and Ice falling at the hands of Leah. Eventually does get traded back on down. The number's still going to prevail, but there was a moment of hope there for Baisha.
That second shot was ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, IDSS, let's see what he can put together. He's just going to have to send it straight into this side. They do line up, but can't spray them both down. 7-2, and the last time we saw a 7-2 half favoring King Zero, it was a 10-4 win there on Black Widow. So that's got to be weighing on the back of the mind here of Baisha.
And that was all on defense. King Zero done their best work on defense all series long. They've now given themselves a ridiculous buffer of rounds. And if Baisha weren't sweating before, it's certainly going to be a really tricky task if they're up for it. And we know that they can be up for it. Look at Zhao just trying to fight because Tong's pushed. And there we go. Maybe it is a little bit too aggressive for King Zero as they've been shut down and cut to shreds in round 10. It's a statement of intent here for Baisha. We will not go down easy.
Yeah, I've always felt that Baisha have been a very strong team and a stronger team when they're playing that proactive, faster style. I feel like that's where they play their best game. It seems like that element of their game has been sort of put on the back burner, I think, a little bit more in the last sort of 12, 18 months in general compared to the peak period of Baisha. But every now and then you get a flash of it, a glimpse at a round like that. And that's where it looks so impressive. YF just going to take the opportunity here to use this as maybe a free tack timeout. Chill out on the other side of the map while that C4 ticks away, and King Zero can have a chat about what went wrong maybe in that round, they had players set up where they needed them, but Baisha able to overwhelm the majority of those duels.
I can't believe I'd ever see a save in this game.
Yeah. Well, it's not so much to save necessarily, is it? But just an opportunity to chat.
Early days in this half, though, for King Zero, so not too much you can read into. I don't expect you're going to get every round being that quick from Baisha. So probably still want to opt for something a little more standard if you're King Zero here, rather than starting to make adaptations off just one round.
You got to remember that they've been so good at being patient, and that's the round they switch it. YF drops a smoke at an appropriate time. So a line in the sand drawn, at least towards this B-bomb site. I'm surprised that he's so close to that smoke, but it's just to drop the nade. That's brilliant onto N9. He loses half his HP instantly.
Xiao watching for any potential aggression here from King Zero, and he gets it from Ice, but doesn't even manage to fire a shot off. So this might be where the cookie starts to crumble for Baisha. They lose a couple of players early on in the piece, and this attempt in towards B, well, it's going to be against a full King Zero lineup as that rotate is coming through. YF tucked in the corner, also falling, and Tong can't double down as well. I mean, King Zero, they just stood and tried to deliver, but they didn't deliver anything. Baisha bust their way in. Now it's on Ice, and he's also going to fall. What a fumble from King Zero.
They had it. They had the opening kill on the sniper, on the lurk. They had everyone in that site, and yeah, somehow they managed to find a way to make those fights one-on-ones. Yeah. Like I don't know how they aren't peeking together. There was no trading whatsoever. That is a disaster. That is a nightmare of a round that King Zero wants to forget. And Baisha think, well, this is so good, we're going to run it right back.
Yeah, it might be doable now in the minds of Baisha as they've put together a couple of rounds to start this half. 7-4 feels a far cry from 7-2. Another 1 or 2 rounds here, and Baisha are really already getting within striking distance of King Zero's scoreline. So I don't think we can count our chickens before they hatch. So it's looking like a great start for King Zero.
This is nice out of King Zero, actually taking a push in towards A, taking this deep space. It looks like it's been held for, though, by Zhao.
Yeah, if they go any further, you wouldn't really expect them to push any more.
You don't need to, though. You're right. Like, you can just rotate players away now, so you can reinforce this B bomb site because you've got this deep lurking element of XN. Mid might be the concern later, but for now, it looks like Baisha's walking into the trap. Ice nearly gets caught off guard, has to drop his utility and back out.
That's all that Baisha was looking for. They're not here to commit to this B site just yet.
A ton of grenades that have just been dropped as a consequence as well for King Zero. You got the flashbang, you had the HE, and you had the smoke.
Got a minute and a half still on the clock there for Baisha when they initially draw out that util from King Zero. Now letting it tick down a little bit longer. They start to dump a little bit over the top of B and see if they can, again, pull out some of that counter util. It is going to be a double pump here from Baisha. There's really not a whole lot left for King Zero. XN is the one with the sizable amount of util, but he's on the rotate, so it's going to come down to the gunplay here for King Zero. They need to make it work when the hit comes. Baisha now on their way in through that smoke. It's a 1 for 2 and eventually starting to get pulled back in. Nice flash does slow down the progression of Baisha, and with that C4 dropped on the site, they will have to commit their way forward into King Zero's hold. Oh. Xiao for the 1-on-3, can't get it done again, as Tong will finish it. Gets it up to 8 for King Zero.
I'll tell you what a really timely rotation as well for King Zero. That player that they had just lurking in the depths of A the entire time actually comes over as that second flight of utility is in motion. It was XN that then has this really tight little crossfire by the cable car and just gives King Zero enough squeeze of the juice in round 12 to make it that 8-4. And now deep nades are going to push King Zero back even more. They're trying to trade the utility. Tong's on a crazy angle as 9U gets up close with N9. And the flashbang, whilst it does affect him, it doesn't affect his lead.
Yeah, Tong as well. Should be good for 1, but doesn't manage to land the shot, and so he gets overwhelmed. Now 9U and XN have to work in tandem. The reload is awkward. I mean, so much damage done to Leah and 577, but no confirmation on the kill. YF's now going to get himself up into tower and see if he can cause a ruckus on that potential plan, which he does. Leah down. And Ice as well chiming in. We're back to a 2-on-2. 577 obviously still tagged up. Advantage King Zero, one might argue, but time now favoring Baisha as the King Zero duo link back up at the bottom of long, start to work their way towards the site.
And you know they always do this. You know they always group up and link together, and that's why 577 has pushed the issue in towards middle. This is such a supreme flank, and he's going to be able to get rid of YF. Leaves it all onto the Star Rifler, the Prodigy, here at EWC, but he can't get the kill whatsoever. YDSS locks it in. Really good initiative there by Baisha to understand the tendencies of King Zero and to punish them as they try and retake the site.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think you can be too critical about that 2-on-2 for King Zero. I think where that round actually does fall apart is the initial defense. Tong not able to land a shot. Okay, that's fine, but even with that crossfire that was established for King Zero, you'd think that they should be able to find themselves a little bit more than they did. Put it a little bit too far out of the realms of possibility in what was ultimately a 4v2 for King Zero there. So just need to be a little bit cleaner with the shots on the hold, and that would have been 9 on the board and series point now pressuring Baisha, but not to be. So instead, we're going to get that tactical pause through here from King Zero. Maybe starting to feel a little bit of the pressure and taking the opportunity to have their own reset at an 8-5 scoreline where things are still not looking too bad. I mean, this is still King Zero's series to lose, but Baisha are definitely circling like sharks in the water.
And they are knocking on the door, right? It's not like they've not been competitive in these rounds. Like, again, that was a 4-on-2 that then evolves into a 2v2 at one stage for King Zero. It's not like they're just rolling over and allowing Baisha to get these rounds back without consequence. Like, there is a challenge in every single one of these. These are mentally taxing rounds for Baisha. Your back is still well and truly up against the wall. I just say, Elfish, definitely King Zero's map and series to lose at this point. But if there's one team that's got all the experience, the one team that has done it time in, time out, especially on an international stage, that team is Baisha.
Yeah, 100%. Again, you look at the super experienced players in this lineup of N9 and Xiao, 577. They have won on the global stage many a time. This one becoming a little bit more of a difficult story for them. EWC has never necessarily been kind for them, although there has only been one EWC crossfire, which was last year, so give them the benefit of the doubt. It's not as if they've had a huge number of opportunities.
Deep progression smoke being dropped here by King Zero, but Baisha are already ahead of it. That gets you a little bit nervy for YF, but at least he's taking like a much more passive angle. King Zero reverting back to what works well for them, which is just playing on the sites directly, playing off of forward sight. They're relying a lot on their control. And these fake smokes out towards A aren't going to do anything. Like, they understand what's going on here, surely.
Yep.
If I'm King Zero, though, I'd be rotating an extra player to B.
At the moment, they're more than happy to rely on YF's prowess, which may be misplaced. 3 players creeping their way up. His timing's critical on this peak. He gets 2! Oh, he gets a collat! Oh! Okay. Well, that's one way to win a round. It's just over before it begins.
Just hits the collateral. Tongs then on the deep angle, watching towards mid, and the split falls foul. And in fact, it's going to be the double snipers, one that the desk alluded to for Eagle Eye 2.0, potentially having the most significant impact in this game. As it's collateral impact for YF. And maybe one of the final nails in the coffin for this qualification series for Baisha. It looks like they're going to have to do it the hard way here at EWC. As King Zero now have 5 chances to try and close this. To try and put themselves in towards the playoffs here in Paris.
That's a very tough ask here for Baisha. King Zero teetering on the precipice of being the first team through to those playoffs, indeed.
Look at the switch up as well for YF. It's now even more aggressive in towards B. You think it's so emboldened because you got that collateral kill. They won't go here again, he says, and he's bang on the money. Yep. 3 players are now over towards A, and that's exactly where Baisha are.
Yeah, flashes going out as well from King Zero, trying to slow things down. Baisha inevitably going to have to make their move. They're tossing their util forward, smoke in for the mid-connector. Here it is. Baisha need to make their entries work out. 577 has one, but it's not quite enough just yet. Still rampaging his way onto the side and eventually falling all on the shoulders now of Xiao in the 1v3 to try to save the game for Baisha. And so far, he's had a couple of attempts at these 1-on-3s, and he has not won any of them. YF from behind will put him down, and it will be King Zero to take the first spot in the playoffs of EWC Crossfire 2026.
What a journey for King Zero as well, and it feels like they've made one here. Again, a big novel in this best of three, because you start off strong. In the middle, it's incredibly weak, and your BL side was lacking. Yet here on Eagle Eye 2.0, it felt like they worked through all of the changes, they came out stronger, and Baisha now sent scrambling. Their first official game here at EWC ends in a loss to domestic competition, and they are now one series away potentially from being eliminated. They were runners-up last year.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, it may be a little bit more reminiscent potentially for Baisha of their run at CFS 2025 rather than EWC 2025, where they actually got grouped, and that would have been a little bit awkward. But either way, that's enough from us. We have to hand it down to the stage for an interview with King Zero.
Okay, and just like that, King Zero is able to get it done. First and foremost, Baisha defeated you in CFPL just a couple of weeks ago in grand finals. Now you got revenge. How does it feel to get revenge on such a big stage?
在这个月的时候，当时在 CFPL 的总决赛里面，白沙是曾经击败过你们，然后现在你们相当于一个复仇赛，然后成功的击败了他们。那现在感觉怎么样呢？
感觉很开心吧，在 CFPL 决赛里清算我们一次了，这次轮到我们清算了。
I mean, it feels absolutely amazing. Yes, we did lose to them back in the CFPL finals, but we absolutely whooped their asses here today.
Okay, talk your talk. And now you're officially qualified for the playoffs here at the Esports World Cup. How excited are you and your teammates?
你们现在是成功晋级到了后面的淘汰赛了。那你们现在队内的氛围怎么样？你们感觉怎么样呢？
队内氛围挺好的，然后我们每个人感觉快乐游戏嘛。
Everyone is really happy about it. The atmosphere in their team is really good. I'll say that right now we're just enjoying the game.
Okay, and just last thing, that came down to the end. You ended up having to clutch out. How did you guys clutch it out after it was 1-1?
刚才打的这场呢，你们就白沙当时也是1-1追平了你们，然后包括最后一场也算是打得比较焦灼一点，比较黏一点。那当时你们是怎么相当于是成功的胜出的呢？
我们就比较干脆的嘛，然后做好赛前的针对嘛。
Well, we did do a lot of preparation, pre-game preparation in regards to some of Baisha's strategies, and I'll say that just in terms of the game itself, we were just simply more decisive when it came to executing those strategies.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and of course that preparation clearly has paid off as King Zero officially have punched their ticket into the playoffs.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
King Zero might have stumbled in map 2, but they picked themselves up in map 3 to move forward to the playoffs. Our first team to punch their ticket to do so. King Zero, undeniable. We talked about Ice and how good he is. Ice in his veins, especially towards the ends. And Sneaky, that interview. He's talking trash already. He's already getting his screen time. We compare him to N9. Ice already making a name for himself.
Yeah, for sure. And he's starting to, I mean, I already love the player Ice because, you know, I love myself some really good rookies, especially riflers. But man, if he's also capable of talking trash and backing it up, he might be up there with one of my favorites now. And Ice, I mean, he deserves it. He deserves to talk all that, talk all that smack because he played that good. I mean, he's one of the few players right now who can actually use the HK417 the way it's intended to be used. Headshots, taps, and everything. It's just impressive.
And debut international series or day as well. It's been brilliant to watch from him. I also like in the interview he kind of talked about the decisiveness in that map 3, and we really got to see it there, right? Especially on that Blacklist side after their woes on it throughout the series so far. That final map, they looked so calm, composed, knew exactly what they wanted to do, and you could really see that contrast with Baisha, especially on the Blacklist. There's that moment when they were trying to execute into B, and like they were stalled out. They walked into a 5-man stack. It really did feel like they outplayed them.
Yeah, a lot of questions, at least in my mind personally. King Zero, how would they snap back going into game 3? Sneaky, you believed in them the entire time. Let's go to round 3, however, and watch a critical moment where King Zero is able to take a 3-0 lead. What do we witness?
Yeah, I mean, this is the capabilities of KZ, right? You know, despite having not so stellar of a start to the round, they're also capable. They're not just a one-gear team. You know, they can also kind of peel it back at the same time. And N9 obviously recognizing that they have to play a bit more risky in this one. But XN reading the read in the process, getting the flank going, and it just fell apart for Baisha. Everybody just started pushing forward because they're just losing players one by one, and the numbers really didn't go their way. And it seems like the pressure is just a bit too much. And look at that, they're not even pushing forward. They're forcing Baisha to play their game.
Yeah, I think there was multiple cases of this, right, on this GSI where I feel like Baisha was so uncomfortable. I think the only 2 rounds that kind of came through for them was one where they got super disruptive in towards middle. They were kind of pushing under the watchtower. They had multiple players pushing through and trying to cut off the rotations. And then the other round, I think, was just required a multi-kill. I think it was a quad kill coming through from N9. Like, those are the only 2 big moments that really feel like they were in control in that first half at all.
We don't have a replay, I don't think of it, but I at least want to give Baisha some flowers. Xiao hitting that nasty snipe earlier or later on in the game, I shall say. We lost our minds when he did so.
Oh yeah, for sure, and it just goes to show that Xiao is still definitely a dangerous man, despite losing in this series. You know, I feel like Baisha, if they get a bit more warmed up, they're going to be the scariest team in the lower bracket, in my opinion.
No, absolutely. I mean, you can kind of write this one off, right? First stage game, they'll have a chance to bounce back, and I think the bracket probably the hardest game they'll have until they get to playoffs, if they get to playoffs.
That's right.
But I think, we talked about the snipers. The best sniper in the server isn't even a primary sniper. It was YF. He was brilliant, hitting every single shot on map 1. And that third map, I think he was the top player in the server.
Yeah, going into what brought them up to round 9 wins, at least, for King Zero. It was YF and Tong, and they had this double snipe moment that was disgusting. I think YF hits like 3 shots, right? And then it was finished off by his teammate of Tong, 3-4 dead instantly on Baisha's side.
Yeah, it's brilliant to watch, right? Considering, Tong has taken over that primary sniping role. We really praised him coming into this series too, particularly because of how he was performing yesterday. He had that statement performance on sub base. But it just shows just how much they can rely on the still sniper setup. Like, it's not a weakness for them. It's a real strength.
Yeah, and it is nice to have on your team, especially that YF can switch from like elite sniping mode to elite rifling mode. You can kind of have a lot of variety, especially when it comes to strategy and especially when it comes to defenses, right? I mean, Tong is already a good sniper in itself, and even if you kill him, there's still the YF option. He can just drop his gun and still be just as good.
That's fair. Tactical pauses, they're critical, Lucy, when it comes to, regaining composure, getting your feet back underneath you. Often, I think every single game that we had, both tactical pauses were used for each side, right? More so, I think, for Baisha, especially in that game number 3, very early, after just round 3, Baisha said enough. We got to call a tactical pause. We got to try to get anything going.
Yeah, and it didn't really give them that, right? Like they were looking for that moment to reset the momentum, and the rounds they came just came really scrappily. It was really spread apart. They weren't able to get any sort of consistency going, and you kind of expect a little bit more out of them, especially utilizing that resource.
Yeah, for sure. For Baisha, though, a big loss. This was their first match at EWC, and they unfortunately fall flat. King Zero played so incredibly well. You could argue, though, Baisha, Ankara, come on, they look incredible there. King Zero need to work on it for sure, but King Zero, the absolute best team. Again, a rematch here for King Zero. They get revenge. They just played so very well. We talk Ice, we talk Tong, we talk YF, but as a team as a whole, what do they do that's special that Baisha just could not battle against?
It seems like the faster pace of the game in general, right? I feel like I've said this in the last C Masters that I feel like Slow Crossfire could be dead at this point, but then Rock did win their CFBL, so I kind of had a bit of doubts in my head, but now I kind of see them, you know, kind of struggling at the start of the series, and now we see Baisha, who's more on the delay kind of strategy instead of the KZ being a lot more proactive, being a lot more assertive when it comes to map control, right? So I feel like this is definitely KZ being a lot more ahead on the curve in terms of the meta, at least.
Well, Baisha might have lost. They dropped down to the lower bracket, but they're not out just yet. Their key will not be crushed today, but tomorrow it might if they don't win their second series. It's much needed for sure, but they find themselves, just like in this moment, one series away from moving forward into playoffs. So if you're a Baisha fan, still support them. They've got a lot of chances to still make it forward. Now, YDSS is a phenomenal player. The one that picks up the slack when N9 is dropping the ball. And Salvatore, a chance to catch up with YDSS after their loss.
In a shocking turn of events, Baisha Gaming bowed out against King Zero 2-1, and we have here YDSS to talk about the game and what happened because of the game. So, YDSS, can you tell us what happened in Eagle Eye? How did KZ get the better of you?
YDS 能不能跟我们大概也说一下刚才那一把，包括是尤其是鹰眼那张图上面到底发生了些什么？就是为什么当时你们失利了呢？
鹰眼就是咱们在 A 区的防守没有做到很好，然后 A 区对手的进攻铺开道具之后，咱们的防守有点吃力，然后守不住。
I'd say the main issue, especially with Eagle Eye, was our A-side defense. I think that we weren't able to execute it properly, especially in the face of some of their utility usage. The moment they threw out all the utility, we found it very hard to defend A-side, and they're just able to very successfully attack it over and over again.
Yeah, we do hope for the following game that Baisha Gaming will do a better job in their next series. So, was there any particular player in King Zero that you had a hard time dealing with, especially with map number 1 and map number 3?
那也希望你们后面能做出相对的相应的调整，然后后面也打得更好。然后当时 KZ 尤其是图1、图3的时候，有没有哪位选手你们当时是对你们来说特别棘手的呢？
因为对面5位都是 CFPL 赛区非常优秀的选手嘛，然后打他们每一位选手，咱们都会要谨慎和小心。然后 YF 在这场发挥非常好吧。
Well, all of them are CFPL Grand Finalists, and they are all very, very individually skilled players in their own right. So we have to be extremely careful against every single one of them. But if I had to pick one, I'll say that it's YF. He's definitely performed very, very well this game.
Well, YF's TRG was just phenomenal in game number 3, so I couldn't blame my friend YDSS for that. So now your celebration will be halted as you were not able to qualify for playoffs just yet, but hopefully your next series will be the one to take it home for CFBL. So the question is now for YDSS, what is your plan now moving forward for the team?
那虽然你们现在还未能晋级到后面的淘汰赛，但是你们还有一次机会。那你们现在战队能不能跟我说一下你们现在的准备工作会是怎么样的呢？
接下来就需要在这极短的时间里积极备战下一场比赛。
Well, we don't really have a lot of time, so in this very short time frame, we will be doing our best to prepare for our next opponents and the strategies that's needed.
Yeah, wonderful insights here for YDSS. Thank you so much for your time. We say nice try to Baisha Gaming, and I do hope you guys will now be in favor for your next series. We'll be sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, getting the news, right, from YDSS there for the interview. We appreciate it. Nice to hear from YDSS. Not making a lot of excuses, Lucy. You know, they realized their A side just wasn't working out for them whenever it came down to Eagle Eye final map number 3. And they realized there's a lot of work still needed. Baisha, they don't want to leave just yet. Again, they realized they just missed out last year. They don't want to miss out again.
Yeah, I don't think they will just yet, but it's going to be a wake-up call, right? Especially, you know, given this opponent you have a lot of comfort again. It's a team you beat very recently on LAN, and yeah, just to come through and not be able to show up the way they expect is going to be quite disappointing. And you could really tell that the King Zero have done their homework. You know, we heard that in their interview, right? That there's definitely been a lot of prep work coming into this, knowing that they were going up such a familiar opponent.
Yeah, there's something about this tournament and first seeds losing for some reason, and I feel like it's a lot of these second seeds kind of stepping up to the plate as well. But at the same time, you kind of have to see, how Baisha went in that third map, right? It kind of just felt like they were disconnected the entire time, and you know, the usual, you know, I wouldn't say highlighty kind of play from the side of Baisha, but the usual teamwork that we'd like to see from them didn't really click, because just once again, the pressure is just mounting from the side of KZ before they can even set up anything. There's like an XN flank, Ice is somewhere, you know, YF has gotten a pick. The pressure was too much.
Yeah, and the Allianz Vault, brother, welcome in. First and foremost, number 1 seeds have been falling left and right, all right? This has been a reoccurring theme here in the Allianz Vault at EWC 2026. Just the way it goes, it's the highest level of competition. And speaking of which, another competition about to be underway later on this year. It's called CFS 2026. Let's take a look at the venue. CFS 2026 is going to be a wild ride. It's going to be so fun over in Wuhan. But for all of you out there, if you're enjoying EWC, it would not be possible without our founding partners.
Nhá. Ok. Anh mở đây. Ok. Uau!
Ó, tá bonito, hein?
Ok, isso parece bagulho de batata, né? Tá bonito. Parece sobremesa. É isso, cara, parece salgado. Crocância aqui, ó. Ué, chegou. Siêu ngon. Ok. Ngon cực. Gọi con cá vào mấy người. Doce? Bom. Doce?
Bom, pô. Vai comer outro, deixa pra gente, mano.
É bom.
Bom.
muito bom, mano. Vizinho bom.
ايه هي بقى؟
ما اعرفش. كريم بروليه مثلا. حلوه؟ حلوه.
Nó dồn mít rồi nha. Xong nó làm, nó không biết cái gì nó làm xong rồi chết đó nha. Sao dứt được vậy?
Ngon. Tao bảo ngon là ngon.
Nó phát chứ. Không, ngon thật.
That's good. So sweet. É uma torta então, né? É como se fosse,
Nossa, é tipo sorvete, mano.
Que isso, gente? Que isso, galera? Que isso, galera? Você pode também, pai.
É um negócio de milho que é assim, pô. Pamonha? Lembra um pouco, né?
Nossa, muito bom, pô. O meu vai também.
Isso aqui eu nunca comi no Brasil não, velho.
Nota 10. Nota 10.
Parece que não é um pouquinho, né?
I give it 7 out of 10. It's good. I like this one.
Ngon thật mà ngon. Anh không đùa, ngon thật.
Tôi gặp thấy cái bánh này hợp với tôi. Rất là ngon. Đúng.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you. gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
AGAL, one of Crossfire's most consistent and formidable teams. They established their reputation with their discipline, experience, and ironclad mentality. They started their winning streak at EWC last year, where they dominated the competition and lifted the first ever EWC trophy for Crossfire.
当时赢下 EWC 的冠军特别的开心，因为我们刚打完联赛，当时输得特别惨，然后大家调整回来了 ，EWC 刚好证明了自己。
This cemented their title as being the best Crossfire team in the world, and they were just getting started. Following their triumph, they proceeded to win both the Crossfire Stars 2025 World Championship.
And finally, AG will do it, and they get the job done. The champions of Crossfire Stars 2025, all gamers.
And CFPL Season 27.
14年的岁月中，
当时我们连拿这么多冠军的主要原因，我觉得是大家首先特别的自信，然后状态也特别的好，所以一直打就越来越顺，所以说就越打越好了。大家我觉得。
Those victories weren't simply championship titles; those were the foundations of building an infallible era. They were the team to beat. They were the target to hunt, and they were the prime example that even gods can bleed. And bleed they did.
身份也暴露出来，头顶的方向，艾森拿下了第6的人头，我们可以恭喜 KZ。
AGAL's performance took a huge dip in the most recent season of CFPL, finishing 3rd place in the group stage and ending their run in playoffs early at the hands of King Zero Esports and Q9
没有
Club.
做到，我们可以恭喜清酒。
这部 PS8，我们当时的心态变化就是因为一直在输，当时大家状态也不好，所以就越打越没自信。我觉得这次比赛我们肯定比联赛准备的东西会更多一些吧，然后争取这次赢回来。
But this might very well be the beginning of a comeback story. AGAL has shown that they can be undefeated and they can do it again here at EWC 2026.
Arguably what could be our match of the day is before us, AGAL versus Vitality. And as AGAL walks in to take the stage, you can see determination on their face.
Yeah, this is a team that is hungry to continue proving themselves, and rightfully so, defending champions. Not only that, the CFS champions as well from 2025. I'm excited to see them take the stage.
That's right, and Vitality, who are Western team, the first to beat a Chinese team since 2018, come in with a smile on their face. In fact, he can't even hide it. He tries to, Lucy, but he realizes this is a big moment, and they're willing to capture it.
I mean, how could they not be hyped, right? After the run they've already had, the upset on day one. It's a team that we're all excited about. I mean, Kyle, you pegged them as potentially taking out AGAL here. Like, we didn't get too caught up in the hype, but we're also starting to believe.
That's right. Kadia title defenders AGAL versus the dream run of Vitality. Does it get any better than that? I gotta say, man, this matchup means quite a bit, not only for the Western region, but for Vitality fans as a whole. They're on home ground, and this is their moment to shine for sure. But it is going to be a tall task, right? AGAL is not EP.
No, they're a much tougher opponent, I think, here in Vitality. As strong as they looked yesterday, this is going to be an even harder hurdle to overcome. And I was actually looking at the history books a bit before this one. AG in the last 3 years has actually only lost 1 best-of-3 series to a non-Chinese team. So this is a big one for them to potentially take down if Vitality can find the way.
Yeah, Vitality, a phenomenal team, and they were hyped up yesterday after taking down Evolution Power Gaming, a team that had bested them just last year, but they stayed together through thick and thin, and it ended up paying off, taking and now just 1 series away from moving forward. And when it comes to Vitality, again, they have so much potential here, and they have so much momentum and steam, but they would be remiss if they didn't understand the challenge that is in front of them.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think coming into this, even though, you know, they had such a great series yesterday, I don't think maybe they were probably not necessarily expecting it to go to the way it did. And I think coming into this, they know that they're the heavy underdog. I don't think they're going to be too upset if they lose, but I think they definitely still want to show some good face. And we saw some really great consistency out of their pieces yesterday too.
Yes, we definitely did. From Slayer himself, a spicy interview with Salvatore, and he's ready to give yet another one.
Another CFPL giant is in the way of the Egyptian Hive Team Vitality up against AGAL, and I'm joined here by Slayer. Glad to have you here, my friend. You guys have sent Evolution Power in the lower bracket, and now the team is feeling confident up against AG, but this is AGAL, the #1 team. So How confident are you and your teammates that you will be able to take down AGAL?
So first of all, obviously, when we won yesterday, that boosted our confidence, and we like speaking from for the next match. I believe AG is like very good team, and they are like title defender already. It's gonna be a very hard match to play against them, but we will try our best.
Well, hopefully we do see the best of Team Vitality later on, and you will be facing up against DO. Without a doubt, the best sniper player currently in this tournament. Can a team like Vitality take him down, and how do you plan on doing so?
I mean, I will just let Snare do his job.
Well, it is going to be indeed an amazing match between Snare and DOO. So I'll leave it to you, Slayer. Do you have anything to say to your opponents or to the Egyptian fans of Crossfire? Leave it all on the floor right now.
I will just say that every match we'll give it our best. That's it.
All right, good luck to Team Vitality and to the rest of your teammates. Guys, it is going to be an amazing series. One team will advance to the playoffs. It's Vitality versus AG. I'm sending it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interview. Nice to hear from Slayer, determined to take down AJL.
Yeah, definitely. Slayer having a lights-out performance on map 3, but even he knows, he called it out there, Snare, he is the weapon that has to show up today.
That's right. For AGAL, though, they are coming in as the Qiddiya title defenders. They want to go back-to-back. The question is, can they? Last year, ZQ had a tremendous talking point behind him. This year, let's see what he can do. Salvatore had a chance to sit down with them before the matchup.
It's the battle of the number ones, but who is truly the number one team here at EWC? We have the Esports World Cup defending champions, AGL, up against Team Vitality. And for some insights, we have here the captain of AGL, ZQ. Thank you for blessing us with your presence. You saw Vitality take down Evolution Power. What does this mean for AGL and your upcoming match, knowing that a team from CFWL can take down CFPL?
ZQ 昨天我们看到了Vitality 战队击败了那个 EP 战队嘛，然后这也就代表一个西方的联赛的一个战队其实也是有实力把中国战队给打下的。那对你们 AGL 而言，这代表什么呢？你们会有什么样的反应呢？
我们也看到了别的赛区战队成长速度特别快，但是我觉得我们还是可以击败他们。
Well, we have indeed seen the tremendous growth in the other regions, and we are witness to just how quickly they've been growing, but we're still confident in our ability to beat them.
I'm feeling the confidence right now here from the captain himself. You are one win away from reaching playoffs, CQ. Who is the team you are looking most forward to face and why?
那你们现在离淘汰赛还差最后一场，那如果你们进淘汰赛的话，你们最希望面对的战队会是谁呢？
我觉得进了淘汰赛，每个对手的实力都特别强，不管面对谁，我们都会全力以赴。
Well, every single team in the playoffs are going to be very strong teams around the world, so it doesn't matter who we're up against. We're just going to make sure that we give it our all.
Well, whoever you are, AG is gunning out for you. And speaking of gunning, a lot of teams are actually wanting to take your spot as the EWC champion. Do you have anything to say that ZQ, knowing that you guys are defending your title?
确实，其他战队呢也都是把目标放在你们身上，因为你们是卫冕冠军嘛。那你对这一点有什么看法呢？或者有什么一句话想跟所有这些战队说的吗？
没有什么想说的。
I don't have much to say. I'll just take them as they come.
Oh, well, we'll be seeing about that as Vitality will be facing up against the defending champions, AGAL. Thank you so much for your time. ZQ will be sending it back to the analyst desk.
Nice to hear from team captain ZQ, feeling determined, and he said, we'll just take it as it comes.
Yeah, putting a bit of respect on Vitality as well, who, they demanded that in the interview yesterday, right? Snake said, put respect on our name, and, well, there you go, you get a little bit.
That's it, AJL, the heavy fan favorite, but not on the desk necessarily, as Kyle believes in Vitality. Let's take a look at our veto process. What maps are we going to be getting between these two excellent teams, Vitality and AJL? First band coming in is going to be new compound. AJL says, get that out of here. We don't want it. Vitality, though, says Ankara. That's not our map either. Kyle, what do we get for map 1?
Yeah, Black Widow coming out from All Gamers is a really, really good pick for them. It's one of their strongest maps overall. Not only that, AG getting the best of the bands, I think, as well. Compound, we saw yesterday, their best map against EP and historically last year as well, how they were able to take Team Liquid out of this event. So looking at the sub-base pick from Vitality, though, this is one of their strongest maps still allowed to be in the mix.
Yeah, I think the struggle here, right, for Vitality is you have to let through one of Ankara or Black Widow, right? That's always going to be a difficulty. But they did have a lot of flexes to where they could have taken this because Compound, sub-base, port, all really good Vitality maps. So the fact they get the sub-base here and the port decider, I think they're relatively happy with the veto.
Been watching the western side of things, Kyle, for a long time. What do you think about Vitality chances now that you've seen all 3 maps?
I was really hoping they would have a chance to play this one out on New Compound. It's historically their strongest anchor map, but AG has clearly done their homework in the veto, so this is not going to be an easy one, but I still think Vitality can pull it off.
Well, it's never easy to get into the playoffs, and it's not even easy to get into the championship conversation, but it's Vitality with a miracle run going against AGAL, the Kadia title defenders. It's time to get this epic matchup started. Let's head to the stage with Hollywood Rob TV and Damascus.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime as we have 2 Titans about to face off, and of course, on one side, the title defenders.
Title defender themselves, AGAL, but against them is a team full of confidence after running the upset yesterday. Vitality looking to equal their rank from last year, and they've got a huge client, but you know what it is, Rob? If you want to be the champion, you got to beat the champion.
If you want to beat a man, you got to beat the man. But of course, as you said, Vitality did take down Evolution Power, and in that interview after with Salvatore, they let it be known that they were feeling extremely confident. I'm not going to repeat exactly what they said, but they were talking some trash. And to me, that is an amazing sign to where your mindset is at going into this match.
Confidence is key, especially when you have to take on the Titans. So this time for our second qualifier match of the day, it is AGAL versus Vitality.
Hey, look, I respect what everyone is saying, and I know that Team Vitality have got some respect on their name now. However, you're going up against AGAL. That is no easy feat, and I think they might get a little bit humbled here in the qualification game.
I mean, it's possible, definitely, but I do have to say, I think, you know, this Vitality lineup, when they are playing at their peak, when they are at their best, they could definitely challenge a team like AG. So let's just see what things look like when we actually do get into the server for, you know, a few rounds at least before we make our opinion noted too hard. I want to see something from Vitality, but historically speaking, you would be right. They haven't had a great record against the CFPL teams. I don't think they've ever actually played against AG either. They've never made it deep enough into a competition to do so. They've typically been dropped by some lesser teams, but a good start there from Slayer. Gets the better of ZY. You see the double sniper setup on the attack here from Vitality, which is a little bit unorthodox, but it's worked so far.
Yeah, it works out brilliantly. Now Do just has to consistently watch for this potential peak. Snake nearly gives him that chance. So it's going to be utility drop forward. Do has a chance to maybe get that trade. Doesn't happen, but that gives info. Okay, the second sniper's over here. Slayer can then maybe set up on a deeper angle. More concerned what's going on over at Long as well. Snare's been tagged and brought down. And this is very patient out of Vitality, and this is more what you come to expect out of West teams.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, in particular, Vitality, although they do like to throw in a change of pace here and there. It looks like Snake's just been tagged by Do. Maybe a wallbang, maybe a leg shot. Snare dropping here as well. AG starting to bring the numbers back a little bit, and you just see these individual fights all over the map. They're favoring AG across the board. Vitality may find today a little more difficult than they did yesterday.
You can have all the staging in the world, you can have all the map control in the world that you want, but ultimately when you're going in one by one, it just looks like AGAL are just overwhelming them. Nice shot at the end for Do. And 1-2-2-2 does brilliantly to hold his nerve and his spray in that close quarters angle. Very clean, and unfortunately for Vitality in that one, it was just a case of being too individualistic.
Yeah, I think one of the big talking points here again today for Vitality is going to have to be what can Snare do. He's got that TRG in hand. You do sort of typically see Slayer sliding through with the secondary sniper as well, but big, important player is Snare, I think, for this Vitality team as they try to pick the pace up over towards the box room a little early on in the piece. There's aggression out in mid as well from 1-2-2-2. That's where Snare's gone down. Horus dropping as well now. AG are kind of doing this on cruise control. Vitality really not challenging them, and this is a conversation that we had even just you and I before we went live, and you were saying, I don't know if today's going to be the day for Vitality. And I said, you know, they're a pretty good team when they're on. And he said, well, that was their day yesterday. They were on yesterday, but can they back it up? Can they do it twice in a row? And so far the answer is no.
It always scares me when people say, oh, well, on their day, they can be great. If you want to be one of the best teams in the world, not just in Crossfire, but just in general, you have to be consistent. And consistency breeds consistency, which then breeds results. And then you can start having these conversations. And sure, look, we're only 2 rounds into the best of 3, for goodness sake. Like, there's every which way that Vitality can rebuild into this, but currently what I've seen so far is good little bait and switches from AGAL. Also, individually, they're looking a lot stronger than Vitality out the gate.
Yep.
And you know that that floor is going to be maintained. It's just whether the ceiling can then be expanded more. But the fact that they have got that floor just speaks to the level of AGAL. And Vitality have got to pull out all the stops here, and then potentially even more to have a chance at making it through the first time to the playoffs.
Yeah, and another thing to sort of touch on there was obviously the ease in which AGAL went through their match yesterday against Q9, and Q9 are not exactly pushovers in any sense of the word. Evolution Power obviously dropping to Vitality. That's a pretty significant scalp, I have to say. Evolution Power, with at least the core of this roster, was a world champion a couple of years ago back in CFS, and they've always sort of been in and around the top level of the competition. You know, EWC last year, they made top 4, only dropping to AGAL, actually, the eventual winner, so they could have potentially made it all the way to the grand final had they been on the other side of the bracket too. So that is a good scalp for Vitality to be taking, but it's always sort of one thing to look at a team like Evolution Power and say, okay, we can beat them, but AG, I always hold AG and Baisha in a bit of a higher regard than the rest of the legacy, I guess, that they built themselves at these international events. For a little while, it really was just Baisha versus AG, and you know, whichever team won that match basically was going to win the tournament. It felt like that for a good sort of 2 or 3 year period. But now maybe that's starting to change up a little bit. Vitality, though, as of yet, haven't had the opportunity to really go up against AGAL in the more recent history. So be quite intriguing to see how they do end up going today, and it will be a good litmus test for whether or not they can really be considered a strong contender for this tournament.
And I suppose, look, this year as well, you've got domestic success coming through from Vitality, and AGAL have not been the best domestically. To be fair, Slayer will find the opener. Snare has a chance, but at least there's a trade out of Slayer. So player advantage still maintained here by Vitality as they just up the pressure through middle. And are able to make it a 4-on-3. AJL, look at the pivot. Every single player resets and is now in closer proximity to each other. That's a crazy shot out of Zai.
Well, being able to bring it back to a 3-on-3 is pretty significant, actually. ZY will drop, though, at the hands of Slayer as he tries to cross back onto that side. It's surprising still that Vitality want to go in this direction. There's more players over towards A. And you just see that raw firepower on display from Jue. Slayer now with the job of retrieving that C4 from the bottom of Long, and I mean, he's got time to do it with, but he's got to go up against 2 legends in the name of Jue and ZQ, so that's going to be a tough ask. Smoke there might obscure his vision as he tries to walk his way forward, and so AG will claim 3. That round was looking better for Vitality, but then the individuals just stepping up for AG, pull it back.
Yeah, then Jue happened, unfortunately. That's a crazy second shot over towards Long. Can't even call it a spray transfer, it was just instantaneous deletion. Look at this. I mean, what can you do about that? Not a whole lot. That's why he is a legend. And he wanted a little bit more, instead of going to set up ZY on the secondary sniper. The good news for Vitality is that it feels like every round has been somewhat competitive. Like, they are knocking on the door. In that one, they just get undone by Jue, who's now living on a prayer in round 4. But prior to that, it's been all right. It's been fine. They keep getting the opening kills, is what I will say. They're finding a lot of openings, and they're just going up A.
Yeah, they're going to full send it by the looks of things, but they're just not being able to find the entries cleanly enough just yet. 2 eventually will be brought down. CY here in the window. Pretty routine shot onto Horus. Snake is trying to hold on to short for the moment, and Vitality still sort of struggling to get this bomb in onto the site for a plant. They're very concerned about this potential peek there from ZQ. That's given ZY a little bit of room to work up behind the boxes. There's a staircase close for him to play with here as well, and he might actually still be able to catch another one. Vitality are very indecisive right now, and they're just giving too much room to AG to start to pull these kills back. Good trade through there from Slayer.
That was nice. They just grouped together to actually get a double swing, and that means the bomb can be put forward. Now chucked over towards Snare, but dealt with immediately. 2 versus 2, trying to isolate these kills. ZQ knows that Totsin's over at long, but where's this last player in Slayer? Traded by 1-2-2-2, and AJL cannot put a foot wrong.
Yeah, this is a really, really big problem now for Vitality. They're getting themselves in good positions pretty consistently, right? They're finding 3-on-4s, they're finding some semblance of control on these sites, but they're not really actually putting any real significant pressure on AG. They're not getting the plant down early enough. They're not putting this into a position that it feels like they're going to win these rounds. I mean, they're good spots, but they're not converting on them. They're not executing on them, and that's where I'm going to really start to get a little bit worried that if Vitality lose another round or 2 here, this game is going to slip away. AG are going to get too much momentum, and Vitality are just not going to have the answer. And you see these days every now and then from Vitality. I mean, 0-4 for Snare. He was absolutely frying yesterday. Horus had a great start to the series. He's 1-4 now. Snake is 0-4. Totsen's 1-4. They're not fragging. They're not on the board, and that's a really bad sign for Vitality 4 rounds, 5 rounds into the game.
And look at the adjustment for AJL into this one as well. They're taking all of the space outside B. They're now looking to crunch over towards middle. They're really restricting what Vitality can do. And that was the same conversation piece in the previous round. Sure, they scaled up towards the bomb site on A, did Vitality, but it was just so much pressure being applied here by GR. I mean, the fact that they just have 2 players there, and then they push the flank, they isolate those fights, they make every single one so unfair. That's how good AGAL are. In comes the swing out of Snake, and to be fair, he's given good space. Now set up, you'd assume for success, but they don't actually peek around the corner. They don't go into the sniper, they back out.
Yeah, just trying to sort of toy with the rotations here of AG, but this is a very disciplined squad. You can see that push has come out from ZQ at the box room, cleared out basically the entirety of the B side of the map. So 1-2-2-2, he's going to set up at the mid doors, and he's going to be reinforced here by ZQ. You would not typically have a couple of players here. If Vitality work their way through, they should be losing a player or 2, and 1-2-2-2 will punish Snake
Good job.
for that mishap. Gets back out okay as well, and Snare very nearly gives up his life as well. AG are just outthinking and outgunning Vitality right now.
Yeah, this is really nice, and that Zhui steps in as well from a different angle. 1-2-2-2 will eventually fall, but he's done enough, and you've then baited ZQ in. ZY, Zhui will then find kills as well, and it's just getting really difficult. Vitality called the timeout before the round's even over, but then it gets locked in by AG. 5-0, and a 5-star performance on Black Widow so far.
Yeah, this is a very, very poor start from Vitality. I think, you know, you probably could have even seen that attack timeout called in the previous round before this round actually started. They're just not looking like they're in the server at the moment. It's not the same Vitality that we saw yesterday, and this has been, frankly, a bit of a recurring theme for them throughout their tenure as an international lineup. They were 3VL, and then they were Rock, and then they were Vitality, and they haven't really made any significant roster changes in that 2-year period. But when we first saw them kind of burst onto the scene, that was the CFS Summer Championships back in 2024, if I remember correctly. You know, they managed to make top 4 at that event, then they went over to the finals, and we thought, okay, brilliant, this is a team that, you know, maybe can contest, and they made top 8 there, and we thought, okay, they're really on the rise. And then it's kind of just sort of stagnated at that point where they've been a contender, but they've never really been able to step up any further than that. And you know, I don't know if you watched that power ranking video that we did, you know, on the media day, and I sort of, you know, I said I don't think this is a team that's necessarily going to be a super strong contender. I put them in B. They're not a bad team, and on their day they can really contest some of these top dogs, but the problem is that they really do only have like 1 or 2 of those good games in them for any given tournament, and sometimes that's not enough. You're going to need to have 4 or 5 really good games in a row against really good teams if you want to win something like EWC. And so already we've seen one great game from them yesterday against Evolution Power, but where are they today against AG? That's not good enough, unfortunately, for Vitality. They need to get that consistency going.
Look, it's always going to be a tough task against AGAL, but that to me sounds like almost like a sports psychologist issue.
Yeah,
thing.
maybe.
It does feel like a mentality that is plaguing Vitality, even if they know it or not. I mean, ZY gets another opening, and this time the opening kills aren't even going in favor of Vitality. Or what can you do against the up-down setup? Like, this is so tricky to maintain, and now you've got players for Vitality pushing, feeling like they need to make the difference. They need to be the guy that has the play to wrestle the round back, and that's only going to just trickle over and just pour into more failure and just difficulty for Vitality. This is getting tricky now.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to start to get in your own head as well, because this is looking easier and easier for AG as we go on. ZY just chilling for the moment, tucked underneath the windows, hoping for that swing to come through in his direction. He will get it in the end. Horus and Snake are putting this round together. Somehow a 2v5 potentially on offer, but they will have to get through Do. He's cleaned up one with the grenade. Now into that 1v1. 100 HP for Do. Snake on a mere 23, but it'll be enough. Do completely caught off guard. A 2 HP clutch and a miracle round for Vitality to get them back in this game. That should not have gone their way in any stretch of the imagination, but they needed a round somewhere, and I guess you'll take it.
Yeah, hilariously, that looked like the most comfortable round for AGAL, and then Vitality pull it out of nowhere. Hopefully that is the confidence that gets you going. Hopefully that is the unwinnable round that gives you all of the belief, all of the confidence that you can rebuild back, that you can keep going here against one of the world's very best. Vitality now take deeper space in towards B a lot earlier than anticipated, a lot earlier than we've seen in this first half. That was a step in the right direction, but that was also an AGAL flub. And the thing is, Vitality now need to craft rounds of their own making rather than preying on the mistakes of AGAL. Because there won't be many.
No, that's certainly right. That is one. That might be the one fumble you get from AG all map. It's going to be a straight B hit here. The grenade's going over to Unbreakable. No connection, obviously, on that one. ZQ going to try to get out in front and see if he can set up a crossfire with 1-2-2-2, who's already done quite well. That EBR doing a bit of extra damage on the way through. Now the rotate in from Shui, and that site is on lock from AG. They make amends for the last round. They continue on their merry way. There is no entry allowed to this series for Vitality right now.
It's a really small micro, but I'm enjoying what we're getting out of AG. The player, I can't even remember who it was, that was so close to those boxes. As soon as he takes first contact, he goes wide. What does that do? It drags all of the Vitality crosshairs to that left-hand side, and then Shui can just rotate over. You've got so many players there. Another opening pick for Vitality, and I'm scared that it just doesn't even matter.
Well, he's going to prompt a bit of a push out here from 1-2-2-2. Looks like Vitality are respecting that smoke for the moment, and so he is going to be allowed to work up into middle. There's nothing spotted there. See what he can do this time around. Caught with a nade in hand, the timing awkward. Horus and Totson claim some entries, and this is starting to look a little bit more like it for Vitality. The dominoes starting to fall for AG one by one in this round. It's just Do and ZQ. And Do at the back of sight there in the window. I mean, there's not a chance in any world that he's going to get this round done. So Vitality will get themselves at least a second. And frankly, if they can get the third round of the half here, you know what, that might be workable. It's been a terror kind of half for them, but if they can get to at least 3, that is a, I wouldn't say stable platform to work from, but it is a platform.
It's something.
Yeah.
It's something compared to what they would have had, or quite frankly, might not have had.
Yes.
That was nicer, more inspiring out of Vitality. And now they're looking to change shape, but Do with the pistol, it is able to get the opening frag. Then you've got Shui stepping in just really close to this smoke. I don't think Vitality are going to really be aware of his presence. He's able just to skirt out a dodge. And now Do is being set up for success. It's these long-range angles. That's where he finds the most impact. Still alive, still maintaining control of this bomb site. But the shots aren't quite coming in, but ZY's will. The sniper doing the work, and sure, a couple of kills in the end is all consolation. It's 7 for AG at the half.
Yeah, 7-2, a dominant display from them. I mean, again, Black Widow, a map that, you know, is very comfortable for AG. It's been around forever, so has AG. They've played it a number of times, and obviously it's a map that Baisha likes to go into as well. So, you know, in that historical matchup, we see them really tested. Vitality not having any success at the moment on it, and immediately the second half starts with an opener for AG. Trade out there on long. There's still one more player. They're aware of Snare's position as well. So that pressure is not going to alleviate for Vitality. They lose one more. It's just like the second half has only just started and you're playing a 2v3, 2v4, and unfortunately nothing really coming together here for them. Snare finished off that round. Blistering pace from AG. They want to keep that momentum and they want to grind Vitality into dust.
And that's really nice, to be honest with you, because the moment you start accelerating, especially on a map like Black Widow, where you've got opportunities to take fights incredibly early, what you're going to experience here for Vitality is you're going to feel like you're never in the game. And that is exactly what AG want coming into this, especially when they pick into a Black Widow, a map that is so prolific with their region. You want to give Vitality no chance.
Well, a bit of a slower approach this time from AG, but they recognize that they are in full control of this map at the moment. Snare, 2-9 scoreline after having such a series yesterday. It's that hot and cold aspect of Vitality that they cannot afford in some of these bigger matches. And, you know, they don't have the excuse of being the inexperienced team now. Like I said, they've been on the international stage for a couple of years. Got the experience under your belt. They haven't made roster changes. They brought Stray in as a coach. It should be getting better, not worse. AG are making it look easy at the moment. Shui finding that opener onto Horus. The response is not there for Vitality either as the B site crumbles, and Snare wrapping around the back might be the last-ditch attempt to maybe win this round. He does win a crucial kill onto Do, but ZQ in the meanwhile has done the exact same thing onto Slayer with that wrap around. And now Snare finished off, not expecting 1-2-2-2, boosted up in the box room, 9-2. Anticlimactic kind of a map. This was a series that we were all looking forward to, but AG, frankly, are making it boring.
It's one of those in which the desk quite rightly hyped up Vitality. We come into this with all of the expectations, and AG just poured cold water over all of it and have almost just said to everyone, well, do you not remember who we are? This is great. This is much better out of Vitality, and we can't even color. We can't because immediately rounds are just over in a blink of an eye. Do left completely to his own devices. And this will be a third for Vitality. You assume. Nice shot. That's actually just insane. Do, and he's been able to get a second. Don't let him do this, Vitality.
Well, his name is Do, not Don't, so you can imagine what he is actually capable of, and we have seen it in the past on big stages like this one. A little bit of a scary moment there for Totson as well. Cannot be affording Do these isolated duels. I mean, he's still relatively healthy. If he finds the opportunity, he's going to take you out in a split second as well. And, you know, maybe this goes back to a 1v2 post plan, and at that point, Do can put this 1v5 together.
He's got 80 seconds as well. Like, he can just take his time. Doesn't need to worry about the burden of the clock just yet. I like the fact that we've got Totson and Snake now grouped together. Like that's nice to me, the fact that we are just playing off each other a little bit more. But Do seemingly is finding the right answer. Just really trying to grab a frag.
He's hoping for some ill discipline from Vitality, which he hasn't really been given, although he's making the right move to isolate Totson. There's another shot. No. 45 seconds on the clock here, and this starts to become extremely doable, for lack of a better word. Making the right call even to go back into mid. This actually, if he slips his way into A and gets this plan, I'm calling Do to win the 1v5.
He's got the time in. He's through. In towards the mid doors already. Just collect his corner.
He hasn't been seen, I don't think, there.
No, he's got no idea. They've got no clue. But in fact, he's going to go in towards B. And now this is really scary. Snake's got to be aware of this. 15 seconds left. He can plant, but can he get out?
Oh, he's going to plant open. That is bold. Oh, that might be a mistake, and it is in the end. If he would have gone A, what could have been?
But to be fair to him, 1v5, he's in spawn. He still wants to get a bomb plant and kill 3 of them. I know money's not a factor in this, but they're still impressive, the amount of damage he gets done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good effort for sure. And a different decision. We might have seen one of the clutches that we would remember on a stage like this one. I have seen Do put together some really special rounds in the past, but Not this one, at the very least, for Vitality. They hang on for them. Third round. And again, I'm not sure how much that's going to really help them as we, again, see AG trying to set themselves up for another offensive towards that box room.
They're here a lot faster as well than in previous. Nice nade. Actually just sails past 1-2-2-2. So middle will be the statement of intent, at least for the moment, for AG. They will be able to get all this space relatively uncontested. For Vitality, it's more what's next, because the moment you sit back, the moment you allow AG the space, that's been your undoing.
Horus, he doesn't want to sit back. He wants to get in that fight, but gets his timing wrong, caught with a grenade in hand, and he'll be finished off. But luckily, the trades are in, and once again, Vitality looking okay for now. Slayer starting to wake up a little bit. That TRG in hand on this defensive side. ZQ can't put anything together, and 1-2-2-2 is very low and finished off. So Vitality get themselves a fourth. AG will have to wait for their victory for yet another round.
The machine is slowly working here for Vitality. All of the defensive cogs are now in motion. You've got very good multi-kills coming out of every single player. Everyone chipping in, everyone making sure that AG is wrestled back to the mat. 9-4, Jouet, who I've been probably the most impressed with here at EWC. Now takes deep barracks.
A bit more of a reserved approach from AG. Very, very passive, hoping to maybe get some of that aggression out from Vitality, but has not come through just yet in this round, although they are starting to work their way out of the box room now, and Totson's able to find himself in an advanced position, which will allow Vitality to rotate off the B site. They know they've got a lot of control over there, and they've got an advanced warning system too. AG might just go straight up the guts here, mid and short. Go for an A split. Horus again looking to forward hold.
Good flash. Really nice to get Horus out of there, but you're right, look, Snare, Slayer both here too, but so too is 1-2-2-2. He's been able to get the opener. Snare now overwhelmed, and it's a complete collapse on this A-bomb site. AG surely have done it now.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. Great layering of the flashes. Those site defenders could just do nothing but duck in behind their cover. And AG swarming over the top of them. Now just Snake and Totson, who are stuck behind a smoke for the moment, but eventually will start to push their way forward. ZQ, he survives, and so too will Jouet, but it's at the cost of Snake and Totson, and that, of course, is the map for AG. It was pretty one-sided. It was going in that direction for a while, so no surprises that AG take map one.
Yeah, it's nice as well that they actually revert back to something a little bit more systematic in that last round. They go, okay, we respect you enough. You've got consecutive rounds in a row. We'll pull out all of the fancy execute. Because initially, they were playing quite disrespectful. They were running at them. They were just shooting them. Vitality commanded a little bit of respect. They got it. But then you're getting into the intricate details. And it's those finer details that widen the margin between AG and Vitality. That was Black Widow done and dusted. Up next is Subbase, and that's going to be a good map for Vitality, but it potentially could still be their downfall. AG looking dominant in the qualification process to playoffs.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Well, there it is, AGAL off to a tremendous start, up 1-0 over Vitality, who's trying to make this miracle run, but miracles are only good so far. Right now, it's all skill for AGAL as they look phenomenal. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Kyle and Lucy. Kyle, You backed up Vitality big time, right, in this series, but we knew the 3 maps might be a little bit rough, but it was very rough in game number 1, 10-4, and AJL for quite a few of those rounds that Vitality was able to win was just running straight at them.
Yeah, honestly, just a very, very strong map from AG, but I kind of expected it on Black Widow. It is AG's pick. It's their best of the 3 in this pool as well, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily the worst sign for Vitality, especially when you look at those final couple of rounds where they started to claw back and get their feet wet. To me, that's an indication they still have that fight left in them.
To be honest, I was surprised that Black Widow was even let through the veto. I thought it might have been banned out and would have had to have been an Ankara pick or something like this. But yeah, I mean, we got to see in that second half a bit of that warming up from the GR side with the snipers. Slayer in particular looked really good with that secondary sniper. But my concern was the Blacklist side, because as everything we're seeing from Vitality, very momentum-based team and very Blacklist-sided team across all the series they've played so far. So for them to come in so cold does put a little bit of concern in my mind.
Well, even the energy levels was very different from when they played EP. You could tell it was quite personal going against EP. They wanted to beat them given the history. Against AGAL, there was a couple of, battle cries in the very start, Kyle, but throughout that game, very, very quiet.
Yeah, much quieter game than I would have expected, especially from Snare. I mean, he only had 2 kills in the entirety of the first half, and this is someone who really ignited their match yesterday against EP. So if they have something left in the tank, it's got to be from Snare. He's got to step up and really show what he did yesterday against EP to bring this one back.
Yeah, and he was Mr. Consistent yesterday too, right? Like, it wasn't like he had just like one massive map. He was across every single map they played in that set yesterday. He was towards the top of the board, if not at the top. Like, his consistency was what got them over the line there.
Yeah, Snare, a wonderful competitor. We also heard from Slayer, too. Even in that interview, he didn't seem as energetic as he was in the first interview yesterday after beating EP. I don't know what's going on, maybe a late night, but they're going to have to wake up right now to take down AGAL, who came in with just as much energy as they had yesterday during their first matchup. They're looking incredible. They beat Q9. That was a tough team to take down, but AGL was successful in doing so, doing it 2-0, knocking Q9 down. They now have to fight for their tournament life. But for AGL, they are the title defenders, and they're making it look incredibly good. Coming into this next map, it's not going to be easy. It's sub-base, but for Vitality, though, maybe the CQC fights might go their way.
I feel like this is a much better map for them. It's their second best, I would say, overall. Obviously, Compound being number 1. That got taken away from AG, who did a really great job in the veto process, just kind of reading their opponent here. I do agree with what Lucy was implying with Black Widow being left on the table. Kind of a mistake, because I actually think back to the season in CFWL, they lost to the lowest placing team in the league on Black Widow. So I don't think it's a good indicator of the strength they have in the server today. So I feel like going into sub-base, they should have a much better time.
Yeah, day 1, the comms were flowing. The energy was at an all-time high, and we had a chance to listen into some of the teams via Sadia Radio Comms.
A 大还有，漂亮，漂亮，老大，لو هانكس لو 40 HP رجع
Always fun to hear the player comms. Sometimes it's chaos. For AGAL, it's all Jayo as they continue to dominate their opponents like they're doing against Vitality. But the job's not done yet. They need to win one more map. Vitality, they're looking to fight back. We saw Stallions in that Sadia radio comms, and man, it's tough to say. Stallions actually, Lucy, they took the loss against Team Liquid. Team Liquid secure their spot in the playoffs. For Stallions, their tournament life now at risk.
Yeah, I'm glad you waited till Sneaky was off the desk to bring this up. I think he would have broke down in tears. But yeah, a bit of a shocking result and one of many upsets that we've had here. But how exciting is that for the Brazilian scene, right? Like, what a fantastic run. And now Stallions, I mean, that was the group of death, right? You know, they're now down the lower bracket. That is so scary if you drop down there.
Definitely so. You know, Team Liquid is an interesting talking point for the club championship race. They only had 2 games so far where they were eligible to get club championship points. One of them, they got 200 from last week, and then another, they were able to secure 1,000. So right now, they jumped from like basically dead last all the way up into 11th place. And Team Liquid here in Crossfire is looking to get them even more. For just 3 games, Team Liquid in the club championship race could very well be easily top 10, who knows, even higher. When you start talking numbers, Kyle, like in the club championship race, going from like 11th place maybe to 6th or 7th is hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars difference.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, Falcons is at risk of going out as well. So these other clubs have huge opportunities when it comes to Crossfire to really capitalize and move up those standings.
All right, speaking of moving up, Vitality is looking to move up in this series, but they've got to come back in a big way. Lucy, what did we take note of from Vitality in Game 1 where they can improve on heading into Game 2?
Obviously, it's going to be this Blacklist side, right? They only got 2 rounds in that entire half, and that's going to need to be improved here. This is definitely a map that they're going to have a much better showing on, right? Subbase, we already spoke about it. It's their comfort territory. It's one of their go-to picks. And it's one that I do think AGL, they're not playing it a great deal, and it's one that can be punished upon.
Yeah, they're really going to have to elevate what they can do going into this one. I'm sure Stray is giving them a lot of motivation going into this map, and I think this is one of their better ones, so I'm confident they have the chance to pull it back, but they have to hit that mental reset button now.
And they need to get the energy going and flowing like it was against EP yesterday. Boys, get pumped up. Vitality, can you come back in the series, or will AGAL shut you down as they both stand across from each other and get ready to throw down? The question is, who will be moving forward? Will we get a map number 3? Well, let's cut the suspense. Let's head into map 2 on Subbase. It's AGAL versus Vitality.
Yeah, should be a really fun one here on Subbase because you've got Vitality on one of their better maps. They're just hoping that they can overwhelm the odds against the AGAL, and for AGAL, they're just hoping for a little bit of a brawl. If they can drag Vitality down into the mud with them, then this game plan's going to go out the window.
This is crazy, by the way, from Duda. He's been allowed to walk all the way down into the A side. He misses the shots, though, onto Horus, so doesn't actually get anything out of that position. That could have been a disaster of a start for Vitality. It would have been the momentum from Black Widow straight into Subbase here. I do hit 1 or 2 of those shots.
It's wild because look, he was the one that took that proactive space. I like this out of Horus, but whilst this is all going on, they've got machine rooms. So now both extremities are being squeezed by AG.
Yep, yeah, very happy to just take that space straight off the bat. See if they can dictate this game early. I mean, AG are a very, very comfortable team on this map of Subbase. They'll have a lot of material to look at. Subbase a frequent pick for Vitality back in the West League. Just a question of whether or not they've changed anything up. I'm sure that they have. Coming into EWC, they will have been working hard. So AG, around to start things off here would be lovely if they could take that momentum from map 1 to map 2. But Vitality doing their best to try and keep them at bay for now. Util still getting tossed back and forth. You've got a lot of smokes up here for Vitality. Once those fade, it'll be time to go for AG. And there's the opening pick from 1-2-2-2.
He knows about Slayer as well. So you're just taking space in the site. ZQ has also found Horus, and that's over at A. So again, pressure being applied at both extremities. AG not having a final commitment just yet, but I love the push out of Snake. He now claims a lot of kills as well. Zhui able to deal with his teammates though on the back lines. They know about Snake, but do they know about Snare? ZY and 1-2-2-2 trying to get the job done. They're trying to isolate the fight on towards Snare. They've now put this back into their favorable advantage. You know that Snake's on the flank and on the way.
Well, this is where Snake needs to step up. He's been a little bit slow in this tournament and typically is considered to be quite a strong fragging IGL back in the West League. An opportunity to pull off a big clutch right here, but not going to check the line. And so he will fall. AG will maintain their advantages. Going deeper into map number 2 now. It's already a good start for AG. Momentum is certainly with them.
Felt like he was almost too confident of where those players were going to be. He just did a little pirouette in towards the site and then completely overlooks the one angle that he needs to clear. Good response in the round, though, for Vitality. You can clearly see that they are a lot more comfortable here, especially on GR. The fact that Horus has now taken that advanced push and Snake then goes for the lurk afterwards. Like, that's nice. That looks a lot more comfortable compared to what we got on Black Widow. But it's all well and good being comfortable. It's just about whether you can back up and get these round wins on the board. Horus taking a advanced angle, tucked in the corner, but it does mean he's one and done.
He can sort of pivot a little bit with some assistance from the window position if there is any to come through. That'll be potentially from Snare, who's locking down Wood at the moment. Didn't actually get that opening pick onto Zhui, so a bit of a different ball game this time for AEG, having to play with the numbers deficit. They do eventually opt to make their hit, which it very much looks like will be towards B, but they have left the C4 back in spawn, so gonna have to send someone back for that. ZQ not interested at the moment. Indications are that AEG are going to take this round slow. If they wanted to go now, they would have someone go and retrieve the C4, but work their way through to locker room while ZY opts to pick that bomb back up, but there's a recontest from Vitality that's worked out nicely.
That's a good reaction from Totsin because they put down their own smoke. Vitality to block off Machine Room. 1-2-2-2, just try to walk through it and be a menace. So that didn't quite pan out in AG's favor. Now Utility being deployed in towards middle. You got a player working his way through the vent. ZY hoping for a chance or maybe a drop down on any of these players. Has to pick his timing perfectly. Decides to silently scale. Now the rest of their AG are gonna congregate and try and make their way through. Flashbang forward, Snake overwhelmed, traded at least. That keeps the numbers maintained and very good for Vitality. You just need to plant, you just need to make sure that this sniper can't do anything. That's exactly what's going on. Now for ZQ, this becomes really tricky. Snare will lock it in. And Vitality immediately respond, which is exactly what the Doctor ordered.
Yeah, it's a good recovering round from Vitality. Obviously, still a bit back and forth here on sub-base. You'll be wanting to see AG probably pick up an advantage at the end of this half if they're to sort of go on to actually close this map out. It is not too shabby to try to get rounds on that BL side. Not doing it easily at the moment, though. Vitality actually take that machine room control, pop a grenade back out to force AG even further away, but opting not to try to hold on to it. It's just to set Snare up for that peek in through mid. Catches 1-2-2-2, so I like that. There's starting to become a little bit of calculated aggression from Vitality on this GR side.
But they're really looking to just set up Snare in a big way and always get these opening kills from him. He's been varied in the peaks and he's found success in both avenues. So you don't mind that at all if you're Vitality. That just means that the staging of your round is going correctly. The blueprint that you've been working on and switched up from the online stage now to international is running at a high. Horus, though, will peak and get a lot of info. He just needs to live, and thankfully he will.
That grenade almost catching up with him, but yeah, he's very, very low for the cost of that information. That's okay, though. Like you said, as long as he's alive, he can just anchor this A site on his own. He can be an alarm bot. Or Vitality if they need to rotate their way back over towards A, but for now, AG seem to be interested elsewhere. Gonna look to re-clear Machine Room. Presumably hit that B bomb site to finish this round off.
To be fair to them, when they've worked through Machine Room, they've been very good at getting the picks on the way forward.
It's good space here as well for ZQ to be grabbing. If he's able to open things up, or even just cut off the rotate, that's going to be big, and he will indeed cut off that rotate and then go one better. ZQ gets the double into Jail, and Shui finding his entries on the site as well. AG just busts down the door on B, and it's down to Horus on no HP to try and save the day. It will not happen. Vitality will be disappointed with that round.
I'm really impressed, and I've seen this, I think, a lot with the higher level teams at this event. The timing of when the crunch comes in. So you've got the Machine Room contact play being taken on this B bomb site, and that's the moment the ZQ decides to activate. And that is brilliant. He's able to get that double, then all the attention is turned. That's when the Machine Room players keep progressing on towards that B bomb site, and it's just ridiculously difficult to try and manage and maintain if you're Vitality. That is expertly done on the BL side, and ZQ keeps on going. Horus dropped early over at A.
ZQ need to be a little bit aware of Snare's position, but given that Snare is quite low and he's the sniper, you won't expect him to hold on to that. He'll just back it up and play a little bit of a safer line. Smokes are still up though, so wood control there for Vitality for the moment. Got progression smokes out from AG over towards locker room, and that is where we're now starting to see Totson dump his util, dropping his own smoke and his nade to see if he can just push AG away. Still got a minute and a half left in this round, though, and Vitality down a player, burning through their util pretty early on in the piece. It's not going to be a good feeling. AG are setting this one up nicely as well.
This is nice out of Slayer and Snake. Oh, I say that. They've now disengaged the setup and now going for something a little bit different. And I think with the positioning both on the right-hand side, that makes you eager to hold. And there you go. Punishing. Snake and Slayer able to get the frag. Flashbang forward, Shui will dodge. But that's going to allow the scaling for AG up B. At least there's rotates here for Vitality. They're here quite quick.
Shui, again, going to be a little bit of a linchpin here as he's that sort of X factor. The entry can go well, but you need to cut the rotates off as well. And Totson down early, doesn't buy a whole lot of time for said rotates to come across. Shui still looking to activate here as he starts to work his way in through from middle and see if he can get a little bit of annoyance to those players working in through from jail. It's a good attempt at the hold here from Vitality, but once again, the door is being broken down by AG, and they don't even really interest themselves in a plant. They want to take Snare, and of course they will. 3-1.
That feels like a confidence thing as well for AG, because they could literally just plant the bomb if they wanted to. They can take that 1v2, and instead they just hound him down.
They know he's low, they know he's been tagged up, they know exactly where he is. There's not really anywhere that you can play safely in jail either. He can go behind the box, but you know, there's only so much you can really do from there. So it's a good choice from AG. This time though, they do lose CY early on in the piece. Horus looking to anchor on that A site. You've got CQ meanwhile lurking his way in through the vent. So the attempt here from AG will very much be towards the A side, and it looks like they want to go quickly as well. That might get slowed down now. The fact that ZQ has dropped gives them a little bit less control. Even though they do get the entry onto Horus, it's not quite going to be enough to get through this round. You'd think Du's going to need to step up. He catches a tag onto Snare. Great investment coming through, actually, from both sides. The fight there from Snake, and Vitality have two.
Good angle adoption as well by Snare, not only getting that opening kill, but on the B bomb site, holding the line in which AG were always looking to drop that smoke. They wanted to just shoulder peek out, drop the smoke to give them space to cross over towards the site, so that those little angles that you can hold across the border can be maintained and blocked off. But Snare has been very impressive here for Vitality when it comes to the opening fight. This is quicker through mid in towards Machine Room. And this is going to be unexpected. Do will find Snake, but not Snare. The sniper's still alive.
Yeah, it's a bold push, though, from Snake, and to be going down like that this early on in the round is a big advantage for AG. They'll feel a lot more comfortable working around the map. 1-2-2-2, already going a long way to clearing out these sort of deeper corners in locker. And again, it's that same progression smoke that's going to be thrown out. Very similar approach to a lot of these rounds for AG. They throw the smoke, they wait out the util from Vitality, and then they make their hit. So probably going to be another 20-30 seconds here before we really see Vitality getting tested. AG just going to continue to trade util. It's a good position, good forward hold here for Totson, though. He's going to pull Horus across as well to pop that smoke through. And AG have nothing to do right now but wait.
He's been cleared here before, at least on the close box angle. So AG acutely aware that Totson could be lying in wait. And in fact, they're not even interested in Machine Room. They just wanted all the eyes for Vitality over towards this B bomb site as they make their move elsewhere. I'm looking at Snare. He's just playing in front of his smoke, and he's got all the info. Mouse and motor, he understands that these players are now rotating over, but in fact, AG, they can still pivot. They can still go back through mid into Machine Room to B.
Yeah, back and forth. They're really toying with these rotates. CY still holding on to that C4, though. You have to imagine that the commitment's going to be towards the B site. They're really doing their best to try to fake A. That's not going to work when Totson is overrun in lockers, but he misses his shots. So can't even go 1-for-1, and that's going to slow everything down here for Vitality because AG are prepared for that rotate. And unfortunately for Vitality, that will be another one that goes by the wayside. It was always going to be tough in the 4-on-5 deficit. But now a 4-2 in terms of the overall scoreline. It's going to be enough to prompt out a tack timeout here from Vitality. Similar kind of circumstances as to what we saw on Black Widow. Maybe not as extreme, right? It's not a 4-0 deficit, but it is AG that are getting on top early in the map, and this one maybe a little bit more complicated for Vitality because it is their map pick, right? You can't be looking at this and going, oh, well, you know, we got sub-base next. We can come back in the second map. That's not an option anymore. You're down a map. This is kind of do or die if you want to make it through to the playoffs today.
This is a really good timeout by the coach of Vitality, because what you're doing in this moment is you're saying to your team, we actually knew what was going on there. We had a really concrete understanding of what was happening. All that's happened is that the player over towards Machine Room has just whiffed. Like that is the reality of the situation. When it comes to the game plan, when it comes to the overall macro and the decision making you are having on GR, it's correct. You know what is happening. It's just about you stopping it and dealing with it. So you're taking a minute here just to reset, just to pause and to not get in your own heads, because you understand what is happening. And yes, dealing with it is a completely different matter. With that being said, they can. Especially because Snare is finding so many opening kills. It's falling advantage round after round after round to Vitality. The fact they're not making amends of this, that is the most concerning thing. And the fact that that kill isn't locked in is disgraceful, really. That should have been his kill all day long.
Well, we're back into yet another round. Vitality as a lineup are going to have to do it alone without the assistance of Stray going forward in any attack timeout, because they've used their one.
This is a crazy push, no? Like, this is really aggressive to kick-start things. I guess AG will then just slide in towards Machine. And with the bomb still being all the way deep in their spawn, they're not committing to anything yet. But it felt very quick out the gate.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you do have to fight for that Machine Room control early on in the piece sometimes, but the sooner you get there, the better. And they can, again, start to work lockers. Same smoke coming through from AG. It's really not much of a tell for Vitality at this point, because sometimes they've worked their way forward behind that smoke. Other times they haven't. You're not really sure what the appropriate response would be as Vitality to seeing those early smokes.
I wouldn't mind them having control a little bit of the vent, if you're Vitality, just to kind of alleviate some pressure off of middle. You've got Slayer that is always just in the pivot, it feels like, between the B bomb site and mid. Snare and Snake, where they've not been able to find the opening pick. They're looking for Shui. And there's that progression. Do will find Tots in, and again the B bomb site is starting to crumble.
Push goes through into middle as well. Snare, he's got a lot of work to do to try to cut off these two players down in mid, but the problem is that there's action happening elsewhere as well, and AG are kind of just winning their duels all over the place. The only defender now on this B side is going to be Snake, and he's immediately taken down to a sliver of his HP. He does well to get the better of Do. But, I mean, how can you expect him to get any more done? This is very much going to come down to Snare having to get involved, and he just can't get there in time. So another clean round for AG, and this half is also really starting to get out of control.
I'll be honest, that's my favorite round of Crossfire I've seen from AG in this series, and it was really systematic. As you're saying, that they keep dropping this conditioning smoke over towards Machine Room to try and get space beyond it. They get that, then they're patient. They get the pick out of Do. They wait for the mistake. They wait for the overextension, not only over at B, but also over at A. There's so many mistakes that are then being punished by AG. They're your championship team for a reason. Defending champs here at EWC, and now it's a much more advanced setup for Vitality. They're doing everything in their arsenal, every trick in the book to try and shut down this onslaught of aggression.
Oh, Tots and Slayer with a nice high-low setup. Gonna be smoked off though. Again, the exact same smoke from AG. They're not really bringing too many new tricks. Just doing well with what they've got in that bag, and 1-2-2-2 this time. Overstays his welcome. So we do see an opening kill in the favor of Vitality. Maybe a chance at a third here.
Wallbang's not being effective by Do. So he'll leave. They will try and re-clear with Jouet over towards this A bomb site. Snare is now getting a little bit inquisitive, and that's going to be detrimental. ZY able to get the frag, and now AG, they're just escalating the situation. ZQ on the lurking towards Vent 2. This is tricky, and this is brilliant out of ZQ. Meanwhile, Dre will also win out the fight on Horus. ZQ can't be stopped.
Yeah, you've just got these experienced players on the side of AG, perennial LAN winners, champions of the game. ZQ, ZY in particular, some of the most experienced heads at this event, and that's just another brilliant round from ZQ. So Totson just gonna have to go packing back over towards the BL spawn, and again, Vitality wanting to use this as a bit of a timeout. They need to get that third round in this half. If they don't, I don't see much of a chance of them coming back in the second. Yes, it is their map. Yes, it is a little BL-sided. Yes, they should be good. But unfortunately, they're just being a little bit outclassed on the stage today against AG, and obviously that game against Evolution Power yesterday gave us some hope, but you know, it's not the same Vitality that we're getting to see, and AG is a different kettle of fish in comparison to Evolution Power as well.
Yeah, they're a team domestically, sure, not recently, but have been crushing the competition. Internationally, that they've been on a huge run. We've hyped them up for a reason when it comes to club championship points as well here at EWC. A lot is riding on this for AGAL too, because if they brilliantly here at Crossfire, then it's going to be tricky, I think, for other teams to catch up. But I'm looking at Falcons notably; they're in that lower bracket.
I mean, Falcons, didn't have a great start to this tournament, so I don't have high hopes for them, but we'll see how things end up playing out here as Slayer trying to defend that site, does well for the double. He's still alive. He's got himself a third. There might still be a chance for Vitality here as they do claim a third, and they will be able to get a little bit of momentum at the back end of this half. A little bit of a cheer coming out from them. I'm not sure that self-belief is there at the moment, but they can start the second half and find maybe one or two of those rounds. Get a bit of momentum rolling, then you're going to start to hear some noise on the Vitality side of the stage, but it does come down to how this second half starts. If it starts poorly, it's game over for Vitality.
It's something. At least it's something to work with if you're Vitality. Desperately crying out for a round, and finally they will get one as well, and this is aggressive. Really aggressive in towards A. Zhui and ZQ here. And they're really paranoid about the vent, and with good reason. Nice angle from ZQ. Zhui finds one before he's dropped as well, so player advantage maintained as Vitality keep crunching A.
Yeah, positional advantage here as well for AG as they know that they've still got control of the site. The question is, are they prepared for the second player in vent? It is such a patient hold here from Snake, but he might have waited too long. He will be able to shore up some of that rotation over towards the B site. Maybe they can swing together and get into B and get a plant down, play out the 2v4. But you have to wonder if Snake might have waited a little bit too long there in vent. He could have picked up a kill or two for sure. Either way, has to get aggressive in this post plant, I'd say. As soon as that plant goes down, you need to be trying to look for some aggressive fights, one-on-ones. Don't allow AG to set up the way they want to, because if you do that, they're going to put that retake together. They're such a strong, cohesive team. Throw a fox among the hen house here.
You almost need to look for a pick, but that's really difficult, especially when they're together. Doing ZQ one duo, 1-2-2-2, and ZY another. But that is a sharp shot, and the spray in the smoke, you felt like it was good enough. And maybe it still can be. 1v2 for Slayer. ZQ then pokes his head around the corner. Needs to start getting on this defuse as well. Do understands exactly where Slayer is. ZQ starts making the move around, and Do will hit the shot on the pistol. It's close, but it's not quite for Vitality.
Yeah, it was a good effort from Vitality, but that is 7-3. AG are getting close to finishing this series off. Slayer's been probably the pick of the bunch today for Vitality. I thought he might actually get that one done just to keep the hope alive. But unfortunately, that is slipping away from Vitality now. Still, they'll test themselves again here in round 11. It's a fast attempt from Horus to just go into wood, but he's gone alone. That smoke's not bloomed quite enough, and Zhui just plucks him out of the sky. Now they've set up the crossfire, and man, what are you really going to do? They're getting in, but they're losing so much HP, and eventually some trades do come back on through, but Totson is low, C4 is lost. I'd still call that a minor advantage for AG, particularly if Do goes on this journey. He is going to clear it out pretty quickly. ZY waiting for that push over towards B. I think this is AG's round.
Should be. He's got to clear this corner. ZY, oh, caught off guard, but just back in time. The pivot is unbelievable. And I guess it is an AG round because individual brilliance yet again bails them out of danger.
Yeah, and this is exactly the danger of going up against this CFPL teams. They are, I mean, undoubtedly the most well-drilled and the most practiced and the most experienced, especially in big moments. And then you add on top of that all of the advantages that AG get with having players like ZQ and ZY on their team as well, because those guys have a number of CFS belts under their titles and, you know, summer championships and EWCs and CFPLs. You know, they've been there, they've done that. They're not going to crumble under that pressure. And ZY, nice 2K from him. Mistake made by Vitality, miss a couple of shots, and that's that. 8-3 now. AG, once again, in real command of this match.
Spoke about the floor as well coming into this for AG. Look at how consistent it is. Sure, 1-2-2-2 dropped off a little bit, but it isn't top heavy. It feels a little bit top heavy for Vitality. Snare with his openers, but Horus only on 1 kill. That has to change. That really needs to be managed and maintained. Nades in towards Machine Room. Snare pushed back as Vitality look to go forward towards Wood.
Not going anywhere too quickly. A side is pretty open. We've just got Jouet watching that from up in the window. He's eventually going to start to think about pivoting his way down, which may not be a bad choice because it does look like Vitality are poised for a bit more of an A hit than a B hit at this point. Really battling over middle right here, and ZQ's waiting for that. He gets a lot of damage done. ZY on the cleanup duty, can't get enough. This actually could well fall apart for AG. Jouet comes back in though to start to stabilize it. They lock down middle, they lock down that rotation path, but it will allow Vitality into the A site for a plant. He's got an 8 though. He's thinking about using that maybe onto Snake. That's not going to go deep enough. So retake here required for AG, and the 3-on-2 now.
Yeah, timing looked good on the lurk there for the sniper, and yeah, it's all being cleaned up here by Vitality. Not a single player lost in that after plant, and that is the start on BL you absolutely needed if you're Vitality. But it feels very reminiscent of that first half where it's a step in the right direction. We start thinking, okay, maybe this can be rounds brought back in, and then AGAL just come in with a slew of them. And remember, AGAL only need 2 more rounds in this map to close.
Yeah, definitely can't be counting your chickens before they hatch there. Vitality, 1 round is not going to be enough to get us excited. Put together another 2 or 3 in a row, and then I'm going to start to believe that this is doable. But for now, it still feels very much like this is AG every day of the week.
I was just ready for something to happen there. I was ready for AG to start pushing or Vitality getting aggressive in towards the middle of the map. Doesn't happen. Instead, it's a lot more of a systematic control. This is nice over towards Jail for Horus. Snare also peeking in, really hoping for an opportunity, but nothing is coming his way. Still, over 1.5 minutes left on the clock. The C4's not really being committed anywhere. They can still pivot if they want to, and they did in the previous round when they went A.
This time you got a bit of a different hold on that A side though. Jouet is actually deep committed in onto the side, anchoring. So that is something that Vitality haven't really had to deal with just yet. That said, it is the B side that is looking a little bit more interesting right now for Vitality, and AG are kind of reading into that. They've got 3 players more or less ready to defend the site, and a very, very fast rotate available for ZQ and Jouet as they start to work their way forward. Vitality have not found the entries they need. It is just Snare. His position noted. He did get a kill earlier on in the piece, so easy chase for Do. And AG are up to 9. They are looking to make this short work against Vitality.
Got to say, that's actually a little bit of a shame for Vitality, because it actually felt like they had the right timing to go forward on that hit. But it's just, again, individual brilliance. You'll see it here. Du's not even aiming at Snare, and yeah, it's still a confirmed kill. This time, Du's aiming at Slayer. He's able to get the confirmed kill. This one's all said and done. AGAL with style, surely booking their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, Vitality just throwing caution to the wind there. They try a full send in onto Wood, and it is pretty much over here. Snake, he is going to try and be a smoke criminal. Actually finds himself a couple, but there was always going to be one more, and it's finished off by ZQ. AG 2-0 today over Vitality, and they remind everyone why they are held in such high regard as they claim that second spot through to the playoffs to join their counterparts King Zero, who picked one up earlier on in the piece. And well, Vitality, they looked good yesterday, but back to the drawing board as they get knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely, but the thing is, for Vitality is what you've got to look at as well. It is the fact that, look, they still did have moments of brilliance in that game. They still had flashes in the pan of them being a success story. And maybe, just maybe, the lower bracket is where they're going to find their form, where their pressure reaches the absolute maximum. That's where they can turn on the screws, because they've already done it here at EWC. And sure, you're going against the current champions. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Vitality to move forward in this series, as we always expected it to be. But for AGAL, it again is dominance, and for a team that is defending the title here at EWC, it's really nice to see they've been able to make it straight through to the playoffs without having dropped to the map.
Yeah, 100%, and I think you actually have to look down at the lower bracket here as well for Vitality and think that might still be a potentially pretty scary run for them. You've got teams like Stallions down there already, Q9, Evolution Power as well, so there's a lot of big names down there in that lower bracket. But hey, that's enough from us. We've got to hear from the stage. Damascus is ready to have a chat.
Absolutely, congratulations to AGAL. It's time to talk to our winners, as they're of course qualified to the playoffs that will kick off tomorrow. Guys, listen, you guys didn't have the greatest season after being the title defender at EWC, and now you come from back-to-back great matches. How good is it for your confidence as a team to do a back-to-back title?
首先恭喜 AGL 成功晋级到了后面的淘汰赛。然后你们虽然这个赛季可能之前比赛可能成绩没有那么的理想，但是现在你们目前还是非常顺利的连续拿下2场。那对你们战队的信心来讲的话，有什么样的影响呢？
一直赢的话，肯定对信心有帮助嘛。因为之前我们联赛成绩不是特别好，然后裸装的话就找到了自己曾经的感觉。
Indeed, like you said, we haven't had a very good season, but just constantly winning consecutive wins definitely is a huge boost to our confidence, and we just hope that this will allow us to this will boost our morale and we can take it all the way much further into the tournament.
Absolutely, and of course last year we had the Gun Finals against Baisha Gaming, who had a difficult start, of the day today. So who do you expect to see in playoffs? Which team do you want to see and face in these playoffs now that the second place might not meet you in the end?
去年你们总决赛已经对战了白沙战队，并且也成功的夺冠了。相信你们的信心肯定还是有的。然后现在你们进入淘汰赛之后，你们希望在淘汰赛当中能面对哪支战队呢？
希望面对国外战队吧，因为不想这么早跟国内的队伍提前交手，因为中国队都先进4强吧，我想的是。
Well, I definitely hope to match up against some of the international teams. I kind of don't want to play against some of our Chinese brethren yet. Hopefully, more Chinese teams can get into the top 4.
Of course, well, listen, AGL, they are the title defenders, and they qualified to tomorrow's playoffs. They get some time to rest, and they're back for more matches. Congratulations again to AGL. Let's go back to the desk to review the match.
And AGAL officially punched their ticket into the playoffs, one step closer to being back-to-back champions. Still a lot of work needed, especially if you're talking Vitality, who now drop down. Their next opponent's either going to be GK or Execration, depending on how that series ends up unfolding. So far, 3 teams have made it through. Team Liquid, now AGAL, and then King Zero, who we saw earlier, take down Baisha. For Vitality, we needed more life. They lose the series overall 20-8, but they put up a good fight, but they're going to have to come back even stronger in their next one.
Yeah, just a really tough one today for Vitality. Even looking at the last map there, we saw Slayer still looking strong. Snare was able to step up. But for me in this series, kind of the missing link was Horus throughout.
Yeah, especially on that final map, right? I think this point was like 1 for 10, and his aggression has been such a key point in getting them a lot of opening success earlier. At least they had Snare kind of providing some of that here, but you were missing, I think, a real key rifler in that, and it really felt like they were playing maybe 3 players at top form, and they really you need 100% if you're going up against AGAL.
You definitely do. I think AGL came in to prove a point. You know, it's the same thing yesterday when we watched them play against Q9. We were questioning, is AGL truly in form? They had a bit of a rough offseason, or excuse me, season CFPL. We've talked about that through and through. They get eliminated overall, but they come back even stronger here. They made a point against Q9, and they said, everybody's talking about Vitality. You're saying Vitality can beat us? Come on, we're here to prove a point, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, 100%. I think AG played their game perfectly in this set. Most notably, though, I feel like Vitality on the other side played a little bit scared against them. I feel like you need that Stallion-style aggression to take down AG. The more time you give them to work with, the stronger they seem to be in these matchups.
Yeah, you got to be disruptive if you want any chance against a team like AGAL. And we talked about them maybe being at 80% yesterday. This is much closer to 100%, and you can just see how difficult that is to contend with. I don't know why we ever doubted them. Maybe we just got a bit caught up in the Vitality hype.
We like the storylines and we love the underdogs. And in this case, Vitality, despite how talented they are, they were an underdog in this series. Let's take a look at our group, though, as it's shaken out. We've currently moved 2 teams forward. We are going to be eliminating some, though, coming up next. Our first elimination match is just in front of us, and it's going to be a lot of fun and some heartbreak for others. For Team Liquid AJL, they move forward. TL taking down Stallions. Big news there. They go all the way to game 3, but TL get the job done. So Stallions now await their opponent, and it's going to be China all around. Will it be Evolution Power Gaming or Q9? But for Team Vitality, as I said, either GK Esports or Execration.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Group A's lower bracket really looks like a group of death at this point. I mean, you've got Stallions, 2 of the best teams from CFPL. I would not want to be in that position if I'm Stallions right now.
Yeah, Q9, Evolution Power, and then Stallions. Only one of them can get through. Like, they have 3 of the 4 teams on day 1 that you would have said, okay, yeah, we're expecting to go through the playoffs. Only one. Vitality, they're counting their lucky stars. They won that opening game and avoiding that bracket when they lost today.
Yeah, Stallions, even last year, it was always a big talking point, despite how talented they were. Anytime another region goes against a team from China, it's a big deal. And it is a big accomplishment when you take them down, let alone a championship, just beating them. In this case, in the lower bracket for Stallions, not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality getting that win is going to be huge for them moving forward. Now they still have that chance to fight out of the lower bracket, but for Stallions, I'm starting to worry for them. They look shaky today against Team Liquid. Now they have to take down either team that comes through there, and both of those CFPL teams look hungry to prove something after their first losses.
Yeah, it's where Coach Tanks has to really dig deep and bring the boys back up. He does a great job with doing so. I'm sure Stallions are going to be just fine to be able to recover today. I'm sure they're disappointed with the loss, but you know what? These things happen, and what makes you a champion is how you get back up. For Stallions, they're looking to do exactly that. Alongside that of Vitality, who I really do, I gotta say, I have a lot of excitement for them, Lucy. You know, I was excited to see them beat EP yesterday just because of the story there. I don't think Vitality is done just yet. This might be a stumble. Their next series, we'll talk about it when it comes up. But irregardless, though, for Vitality, still a very, very dangerous roster.
Yeah, and a great run for them so far, right? They don't take any credit away from what they've achieved against Evolution Power. I think they had some good moments here against AGAL. It's just an entire another tier of competition. It's maybe a bit of a humbling moment, but again, the pressure maybe was a little bit off them here because they gotten past that first hurdle. And I think I would be very surprised if they don't bounce back in that lower bracket. I still have them going through the playoffs.
Absolutely. I think they're a strong contender for sure in that regard. Horus, you brought him up. What about Totson? Totson was a guy that was slaying out yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like both of the rifling core for Vitality kind of let them down today, but it's no surprise when you have ZQ and ZY on the other side of it just having stellar performances. But that's the true difference between these teams, because if you look at the hybrid of Slayer, the core sniper of Snare, they actually did quite well in this matchup.
Yeah, you talked about ZQ. I was so impressed by what he was doing on sub-base, right? I feel like he was orchestrating everything around what his lurk timings were, and they were just getting caught off guard constantly. It was like he was just on an entire another mental level, and he had them playing his tune.
Yeah, now you can see why AGL wanted to bring it back, right? When Crossfire was announced last year, comes out of retirement, retired for like 8 to 10 months. Usually retirements in esports isn't very long. That's what I've learned across, my 14-year career. They say they retire, they come back. Either way, ZQ, so much value there. The experience is invaluable. Absolutely incredible competitor. For Vitality, they do take a loss to the best team arguably in our tournament and the favorite to go back-to-back. But Totson should be in high spirits. Salvatore had a chance to catch up with them.
Hard-fought battle for the Highvears team. Vitality just couldn't get the job done up against AGL, as we now finally have some teams in the playoffs. Now joined here by Totson for some insights on that tough loss against AGL. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. So was there anything particular against AG that was really hard to deal with that gave you guys a hard time fighting up against all gamers?
Yeah, I mean, we played bad today. We didn't shoot well. In this game, if you shoot well, you win. And they played good against us, and they are the title defender already, so they are a good opponent, and it was a tough match.
Well, if that is the case here for all gamers, so it kind of looked really good for you guys yesterday against Evolution Power. So was there any significant difference between facing EP up against all gamers?
Yeah, I mean, we know how EP playing. It was easy to read their game plan. But EG is always changing, so that's why they are the title defender. That's why they are in the top. And yeah, that's it.
All gamers mean business when it comes to absolutely playing really good Crossfire. So nice try here for Totson. So asking you lastly is, what can we expect from Vitality moving forward?
We will guarantee playoffs, and we hope we take top 4, top 2, maybe top 1.
Yeah,
it's so.
Yeah, a lot of analysts as well as your supporters really do bank on you guys getting top 4 or ultimately become EWC champions. Nice try for Totson here. Hopefully you guys bounce back on your upcoming series. We'll send it back to the guys, their reflections. How's it going out there?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Man, hard interview. Salvatore, you did a great job. By the way, I'm doing great, but Totson, you could tell, in low spirits indeed. I mean, going into this matchup, Vitality just had a lower energy compared to what they had yesterday against EP. I don't know what was happening. Either way, they still went up there and they did their absolute best. We give them credit where credit is due. There was an interesting point from Totson. He did mention AGL was consistently changing up the way that they play. What does he mean by that? What do you notice whenever you watch him?
I think AG just plays a slow game intentionally so they can try and adapt in the mid-round. A lot of other teams we've seen, like Stallions, like Baisha, they almost play too hard, too fast at certain moments, but AG just plays so slow, they can get a good read on what their opponent's doing, and then they almost use that against them.
And that's what it takes to be the best, right? You need to be able to continue to innovate, otherwise teams will be able to study you, they'll be able to punish you. And that's what we've seen from some of these series so far. I mean, you talked about Evolution Power, right? They knew how to read their game and knew how to respond to them. ZQ, he's like a blank page, you just don't know what he's going to do next.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, again, you mentioned it, right? To be a champion, you got to be versatile. You got to be willing to slow things down, speed things up. AG can do a little bit of both. They actually did try to speed things up in the very beginning in game number 1. Remember, they were just flying at Vitality, but Vitality started to punish them. What does AG do? They slow it right back down.
Yeah, it's really all about the adaptations here, and that's where I think Vitality fell very, very short in this matchup. You look at AG constantly looking for that lurk, constantly making those big flanking plays, and we didn't really see any of those attempted from Vitality throughout this best of three.
Well, for AJL, they punched their ticket into the playoffs. The job's not done just yet, but at least they get a day off tomorrow. That's going to be valuable, not only to rest and recuperate. The time zone difference, come on, it gets everybody, but they can also study who they're going to be playing against. For Vitality, they go again tomorrow, hopefully protecting their Key. Coming up next is a great matchup, but our first elimination match, but Key is guaranteed to be crushed. It's Evolution Power Gaming versus Q9.
大家好，我是 EP 的 ZAY。
大家好，我是 EP 的教练 Nice。
大家好，我是 EP18。就画一个咱们的 logo。
你先来打好地基。
我想想啊，我既然要画对标的话，我得给那个龙留点空间。画龙。哎呦我去，画太大了。
你给老八留点空间。
一这里穿过来，这是那个龙尾巴，这属于是
双层的，底下那个对，
你可以在里。哎呦我操，李哥，帅。那到第二位选手。
我现在该怎么办？我给你弄这边吧。
不能动那边，别动那边，哥。
等会儿，
你就把 AY 画过来，你再走一遍。
好，就是走一遍呗。你这块底下这块完美了吗？你觉得？
区间你随便玩。
OK， 那我就再画这儿吧。
哎呀，这画成不娜娜了。然后不用描粗，可以给有点羽毛刮出来那啊，哎，不对
啊，羽毛啊，
不用画了，够了。
我到点没？本来我上来是想画龙点睛的，但是吧，因为我这个自己的画画能力呢，我是画蛇添足了。接下来有请，我们最重要的一棒啊，你这3分钟可得好好用啊。
有点急呀，
简单几笔，现在轮廓已经什么都出来了。你看我给你留那一个龙头是能用上的，
好像有点不太对呀。那我就凭自己感觉吧。这是啥玩意儿呢？这好像是虾呢。
龙，
蛟龙。我看见龙了，
我也看见了。
行了
，OK，
这个就是我们 EP 战队的一个 logo， 然后这是我们即将比赛的5名选手，然后主要就是希望他们在这次 EWC 加油，打出自己应有的水平。
It's time for our first elimination match of the day. Only one team can continue their run in EWC 2026 when it comes to Crossfire. Will it be Q9? Will it be EP? Well, as Q9 walks into the venue, they have history. They have beat EP before in the CFPL Season 28 run. 3-1 knocking them out. However, it's as close as ever. Q9 number 3 when it comes to their regional battle. But on the opposite side, EP number 4. As they walk in, it's a windy day, but hopefully their shots are able to be straight. On the other side, though, for EP as they walk in, face of determination, but they took a heavy loss yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality really did expose them in that prior series, and I feel like Sway really did a good job of kind of reaching the weak points here on the side of Evolution Power, especially with the really bad performance here from two of the main riflers like YH and Zay. Zay especially, I was surprised that he was performing really bad because he's usually one of the more consistent riflers on the team.
Yeah, and you can compare that to the loss that Q9 had against AGL. I think it's a little bit more forgivable, and in fact, I think they played a better game on that New Mexico ride. It was just that the individuals were bailing bailing out AGAL in a lot of those moments. So yeah, I think that their loss was maybe a little less brutal, although it could have so easily been a 2-0 for Evolution Power, right? Golden round was all the difference.
You know, you think about Q9, they've accomplished a lot. They've done very well regionally, but I'm curious what they're going to be able to do here on the EWC stage for the second time. Lin W is the newcomer to this team. What does he bring that YJ didn't?
I mean, finally some aggression on the side of Q9. They're not just sitting around on the map until like 30 seconds and then they go for a setup, because that is not really how the game is played, especially in the big 2026. Big 2026, it rewards the proactivity, rewards the aggression, and since they had the lack of that with YJ on the team, they needed like a spark plug for their offense. And I feel like Lin W, despite his statistics, is actually one of the reasons why they have gotten a lot faster and a lot stronger as a team.
Lin W, the spark plug for the side of Q9. I like that. We're going to coin that and make that official. Lin W, the newcomer to the Q9 roster, but is it going to pay off? Well, Salvatore is ready to find out.
Playoff aspirations are on the line as we are yet having another CFPL fiasco. I'm joined here with Lin W for some insights about the upcoming match of Evolution Power Gaming versus Q9. Thank you so much, Lin W, for your time. So knowing your teammates, do you and your team are facing any pressure right now, and how does it affect the team?
那林伟，感谢你接受我们这次的赛前采访。那你们即将要打一个相当于是一个淘汰赛了，那你们现在战队和你自己有感受到什么压力呢？
我们觉得就是压力一定是有的，但是我们肯定还是会放松我们自己，然后打好这一场关键的比赛。
Well, it is an important match, so there's definitely a lot of pressure, and pressure is always existent in the competition, but it's something that we are very used to dealing with, so we're just here to focus on keeping ourselves calm and facing the pressure without letting it affect us.
And you did, guys, manage to beat out Evolution Power in the playoffs of CFPL, so I'm guessing pressure did turn into diamonds for Q9. So with that, how confident is the team leading up to the match against Evolution Power?
那现在下一场打 EP 战队，你们能跟我们说一下你们大概有多少信心呢？
信心是我们已经做好，就是说我们自己团队的准备了，然后就接下来好好放松心态，打好这一场淘汰赛。
Well, we are very confident because we have already completed the preparations that's needed for this match. So we are definitely feeling ourselves, and all we need to do is focus on, again, keeping ourselves calm and executing all the strategies we've prepared.
And we do hope those preparations bear fruit for Q9. But if you do, guys, manage to win, you will eliminate your brother's Evolution Power from playoff contention. So I'm going to ask you, Lin W, what is your message to EP once you do eliminate Evolution Power?
确实也听说你们非常有信心，而且你们也做出很充分的准备。但是如果你们战胜 EP 的话，也相当于是把 EP 给从这比赛当中淘汰掉了。那如果这件事情发生的话，你有什么话想跟他们说的吗？
当然是说，因为我们都是中国队嘛，然后因为淘汰了一个，我们内战淘汰了一个，就是还是非常可惜的嘛，只能说，然后还是抱歉嘛。
Well, I mean, we're all Chinese teams, and you know, eliminating one of our brothers would be definitely something of a shame. So, if that were to happen, then all I can say is I'm sorry about that.
Okay, Lin W, thank you so much for your time. It's going to be guns blazing here at EWC Crossfire as we are seeing one team go home here in EWC. Thank you so much, Lin W, for your time. We'll be sending it back to the analyst desk.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Thank Thank you, Salvatore, as always, for the great interviews. Lynn W., what a sweetheart, right? He's like, hey, if we got to eliminate our brothers, we're sorry for that.
Yeah, you know, it's nice to, but at the end of the day, you do have to still put your foot down, and they have already proven that they can do that, right? We've heard it, you know, we already know that they won out the last time these two teams battled, but they've battled a lot this year, right? 7 times they've faced. It's a 5-2 record for Evolution Power, and a really interesting storyline throughout it is this player, 2WW, right? The new addition, right? Previously comes from his opponent's team, so it's been a bit of a swap around. He knows what it's like to be on both sides.
Yeah, even though the series, speaking in regards to Evolution Power Gaming, was really rough against Vitality, they've got a lot of issues that we might not even get to disclose, at least when it comes to who is IGLing. But 2WW, the new addition, replacing Mino, he had incredible stats yesterday. And in fact, even in their worst map number 3 that they ended up losing, he drops 13 kills. He's highly reliable, it seems, but the rest of the team needs to join him.
Yeah, it kind of just felt like the entire team was disconnected. It felt like 2WW was playing an entirely different game in Crossfire, and the rest of the boys are kind of just moving on their own in the map. So I would want to see them kind of try to play around 2WW since Zay is not performing that well, since YH is not performing that well. They need to rely upon him, maybe, you know, kind of turn him into the more support-ish role on the team since he's very proactive when it comes to the comms, as I hear. So yeah, I would like to see them actually playing around their best player right now instead of, you know, whatever they're doing now.
Well, speaking of playing around, Q9 has to find a way to play around XQQ. He's got the sniping lanes locked down.
He has been really impressive so far. It's basically been him and 2WW that they've been relying on, you know, in where they've been able to close out. Obviously going to still be needing a little bit more, but at least you can rely on that piece here.
Yeah, he's got the sniper. He's going to be locking down the lanes. XQQ, a very talented player. But the question is, how will he be doing today? Yesterday's stats was really good despite taking the loss. They're going to need him now more than ever. Salvatore had a chance to catch up with XQQ before the matchup.
As we say it in the business, go big or go home. This is going to be the elimination game for Evolution Power versus Q9, and I'm graced here by Evolution Power's marksman XQQ. Thank you so much for your time, my friend. Your team has faced a loss yesterday up against Vitality, so I'm going to ask, what are your measures your team took to recover and be ready for this upcoming battle?
XQ 感谢你参加我们这次采访。然后昨天呢，你们对战Vitality战对手失利了。然后今天你们能跟我们说一下做出了哪些调整，做出了哪些就是赛后的应对的措施呢？
就我们大多数就是沟通，做得不够好嘛，然后就加强沟通吧。
I'll say that the main reason for our loss yesterday was a lack of communication within the team. Definitely is something that needs to be worked on, and we have definitely practice a lot in that manner as well.
After all, communication is the key here, especially for a tournament like EWC. So in this matchup, XQQ, what makes Evolution Power the stronger team in your opinion?
下个战队你们要对战就是秦9战队了，那能不能跟我们说一下，为什么你们将会是胜出的战队呢？
没有说将是胜出吧，就尽全力。
Well, I'll say that we're just simply here to do our best, and we'll see who wins out in the end.
Oh, well, let's see it in this upcoming match. So I'll leave it to you, XQQ. Is there anything you'd like to say to your opponent or to Q9?
那你有什么话想跟秦9战队说的吗？
为大家奉献一场精彩的比赛吧。
Well, Q9, let's just put on a good show for all the audiences and all the fans watching.
Well, definitely best of luck here for Evolution Power Gaming up against Q9. It's the elimination game. Go big or go home. We'll take it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Salvatore and Jen, as always, for the great interviews. Nice to hear from XQQ, but also getting a bit of insights when it comes to EP. Team chemistry is off. Question is, who's IGLing and who's willing to bow the knee in order for someone else to take the reins? But the chat believes in them. EWC play results are in. Evolution Power is 80-20 over Q9. Will that be the outcome? Well, we will have to find all that out and more as we head into the series. Now, the big question is, what maps are we going to be seeing with them playing each other in CFPL? I'm so ready to see if we get any repeats from before. Black Widow gone out of the way. That's going to be Q9 saying we don't want to play on that one. New Mexico for the side of EP. But Lucy, what do we get for map 1?
Yeah, the New Mexico ban doesn't surprise me here, right? That's the map that I think Q9 could have really stopped them out on. We go for the sub base instead. I think this was the next best choice they could have gone if the New Mexico wasn't available.
Yeah, I was like wondering, like, okay, Q9 is gonna pick sub base, but EP also plays that, and at the same time, I'm surprised that they kept Eagle Eye open for Evolution Power. Granted, they've had their struggles when it comes to the synergy and everything, but Evolution Power is the reason why Eagle Eye is meta right now, so I'm just surprised.
Yeah, Eagle Eye not played before, at least between these two, when it came down to CFPL Season 28. Subbase was. Lucy made a great point. Evolution Power did win that 10-5. That was the one they get. We go to Port. Now, Port would have been map number 5, but Lucy, we didn't get that far during their regular season.
It's come up once in the entire 7 series that they've played. They've actually had the rep on it, so it has not been a very common map here at all. Even, I mean, the Eagle Eye 2.0, you mentioned, like, that one's a little bit surprised it's been let through, because each time it has been played during the group stage of CFPL, it was a win coming through for Evolution Power. So, yeah, this is a really interesting veto, I think, especially that Port decider.
Yeah, for sure, right? 2 fresh maps between these two, and one that is kind of, as we know, not a lot of history. Port, if it does go to map number 3. But things get scary, especially if Q9 can right the wrongs from regular season and beat EP on sub-base. Where does EP go from there? Does map number 2 go their way? Who knows? Either way, Q9 is going in probably with a ton of confidence. Because Evolution Power Gaming has already been defeated by them before in a convincing 3-1. But again, Sneaky, this is a decider match. The loser will have their key crushed. Their run in this tournament is officially over.
Yeah, and it's not just the keys being crushed as well, right? The expectations of the region back home. Obviously, you come from China, the best region in the world in the name of Crossfire. So, you know, there is that pressure to perform, that pressure to represent. And if you drop down now, especially at the very first game of the lower bracket, it is gonna bring a bit of shame for them.
That's it. Well, keys are on the line, and both Evolution Power Gaming and Q9 are trying to stay alive. Hollywood, Rob TV, and Damascus, what's at stake?
All right, we had qualifying matches, but now it is time for elimination matches. Rob, tournament life on the line as we are in front of the one and only, the Key Crusher.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You know, here at the Esports World Cup, we have a special tradition where a player's key represents their tournament lives, and once they lose, their opponent who defeated them will crush it right in front of the world.
Absolutely. The winning team gets to get the loser's trophy, the loser's key, bring it to the Key Crusher and hear these key pop. And listen, we've been here for 6 weeks of keys being destroyed, and some of them are very loud.
And this is, of course, our first lower bracket match of the day. And of course, on both of their sides, on one side we have Q9, who lost to the defending champions, AGAL. So you can't feel too down on yourself or on that side. But on the other side, they actually lost to Team Vitality, which was looked at as an upset. So the question is, were they able to bounce back mentally?
Listen, it is time to bounce back. We've seen the interview before. We need the confidence in the team, because last year they had an outstanding placement. Now they need to at least do as good as last year, but that goes through beating fellow countrymen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is officially showtime. Our first lower bracket match. Only one of these teams will move on the tournament. It is time for Evolution Power versus Q9.
Thank you very much, guys, as we are getting ready to jump into the matches straight away. I'm Valdez, with me is Laz, and we're getting ready for, of course, the CFPL head-to-head. Evolution Power up against Q9 Club. And the fans certainly already spoke. They made their their favorite clear in EP, whereas Q9, I think, might win the hearts of some of the analysts here. What are your thoughts on this one, Laz?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like, you know, the fact that I feel like EP are just not really performing the way that we normally have seen, right? I think now the biggest question, and I agree with everybody, is that confidence going to be shaken a little bit? They took that loss against Vitality last night that we were able to capture. You know, again, we do call that a bit of an upset, right? Like it was like EP is theoretically the better team. So the fact that they've already been bested by Vitality, now they have to play, you know, either opponents of Q9, which they've done in CFPL. This is not like it's an easy stake. And I definitely think that in a world like Q9, I would argue is definitely the heavy favorite in this, because, I mean, they've been able to prove it before in history books.
Yeah, they definitely have in recent matches gotten the best of them. And Q9, of course, did have to go up against AGAL. Not a very fun time in that. One of the tournament favorites here. And we'll have to wait and see what the gameplay looks like, what the form is, you know, the mental state, as is always very important, especially in Crossfire. As we were just talking about, how does EP bounce back? What is Q9 feeling like? Who is going to get their key crush tonight? It has to be one of these two teams, as we do see Evolution Power starting off here on the Blacklist side of Subbase. Always a very fun and action-packed map, of course, for us, as we're getting ready right from the top, right from the computers. We already have the first kill going over to you, as a lot of grenades, and they're really stopping the push in its tracks with flying colors.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of talking about yesterday, right? We mentioned about EP and their BL side. It looks like it's kind of disjointed. Like even this attack, when they're trying to go for the A site, it's not the most clean. Like you can see they're trying to rush it. They had a good lineup for a bit of a pop flash, but they couldn't capitalize on it, right? And that's where I think, you know, Q9, they did a great job just putting up a barrier of a wall, and it just made it impossible for EP to get any sort of ground movement in this. So again, this is where Q9, like, let's not forget, they had to play, you know, AGAL, and I mean, that was a tough task, but they were still able to make some interesting score lines considering they were playing the defending champs.
Yeah, and it was 10-5 and 10-7, Eagle Eye and New Mexico, that did go the way of AGAL, so relatively close, you know, getting 7 rounds on New Mexico, not half bad for that team. And this time around, it does look like Q9, after a successful defense here on the first round, they go out into woods and look to challenge through the smoke here, but XQQ has got the lineup. And we do have maybe a bit of a challenge, as XQQ, like I said, he's got the lineup, and Koi finds out real quick.
Yeah, and I think the thing that was really important that the desk brought up is like saying, like, look, XQQ has to get activated. He has to be able to find these duels and feel a little bit better. It looks like he is trying to take matters into his own hands here and now. These pop flashes are going to make it a little bit difficult, so he actually is going to reconvene and kind of reposition himself. But I do like the attempt, right? He finds a kill on stairs, then he's trying to capitalize on it. 2WW does try to make a little bit of a cheeky play, but, you know, XJ is just waiting for him in the back here. So it was kind of a gamble. I don't know if it was worth it there.
Very disjointed on Blacklist. I think we're already seeing it a little bit here as XQQ tries to go by himself. That's fine, but then pushing vents by yourself, not going to work out. As he was here, he is going to trade one back, but still advantage to the side of EP, and they're clearing out the A site. You have XMY trying to move on over and get the defense going. He spots the gun, doesn't quite land the shot. And that just means that, you know, they know exactly where he is. Low health bar here on YZK. But YZK is going to stay safe for now. Ooh, nice shot here, nice flick from XMY. I suppose there is still a small chance.
There's a chance, and I mean, XMY does actually switch up out of the sniper. He's got the rifle in hand now, so ZAY goes for this peek. I was going to say he's going to have to be really careful on this, and again, playing these one-on-ones, but okay, EP will be able to bounce back. It was looking like it wasn't going to be great. It looked like a bit of a miscommunication, and that's kind of the things that we saw yesterday, right? We keep talking about being disjointed, and that was a quick little bit of a recap on it, but at least they can bounce back in this. And I like the fact that they did play behind missile. They were just kind of waiting things out as much as they could, but ZAY went for a bit of an aggressive swing for my liking, but it does pan out well.
Yeah, as long as the results are good,
then it's fine. Then
we're
it's
not
all
gonna,
good.
we're not gonna pull it apart too much. And this time, he was going to be up in the vent and actually challenging forward just a little bit. We did see that 2WW pushed in by himself through the vent, got shot down for really not much value. If nobody's looking, then maybe he gets a nice jump, but a very risky play. So not going to go for it this time, at least not yet. And we'll see where they do want to attack this time around. It looks like the A site once again. Really no attention given over to the B site just yet. XQQ was pushed in here pretty close, but is not able to do any damage.
Yeah, we're definitely noticing that EP, it feels like they're definitely sending like a player by themselves, especially XQQ, to try to be the playmaker, like try to find that opening duel, try to just create the space. But in this round alone, you see he already gets taken down. Koi's able to find himself this great frag. And now, again, we're in this situation where Q9, they're just picking them apart one by one here. So EP don't have any sort of a response on this, and 2WW is gone. He gets dunked by the nade, leaving it all just down to one player of YZK here for the 1-on-5. Not a speck of damage against Q9 at all, but let's not forget he does have the C4 on his back, so that's something to work with, but this lack of utility, it's just going to make this almost feel like mission impossible.
Yeah, not an easy place for him, and this is kind of like what happened in round one, where he was the last person alive. does a little speck of damage, so at least he's got that. But now they know where he is. They're swarming in from every angle. Nate is good, but he gets flashed up here, and the pistols are enough with all 5 members. So Q9 to take the lead once again. And yeah, just chopping down XQQ right from the get-go, and from there, just able to get the man advantage. They read the fact that they were pushing down the A stairs once again, and that made it easy defense for Koi and the rest of his squad.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're seeing a difference in the playstyle right now from Q9, because I think yesterday, you know, you and I were both kind of talking about it didn't feel like they were playing the way they normally do. It felt like they were a little uncomfortable or just maybe being nervous, like you are on the big stage, right? So let's not forget that. But now that they got that first match done, now they're here. You're starting to see the communication is looking a lot more crisp, and everything just seems to be dialed in. Like, these setups are perfect. Nobody's overextending. Nobody's doing anything, you know, too risky. They played that well. Like, even a 1-on-5, like, you don't want to give up any 1v1s. I thought they did a great job just reacting to it. So Q9, so far, it's been looking really clean. I mean, we know it's only up by 1 round, but so far, their GR side has looked impressive just because it still has been really tight here for EP to get any sort of, you know, footing into a bomb site.
Yeah, and it looks like EP maybe just grouping outside of A Woods once again. I mean, this has been a pretty consistent strategy from them, not really mixing it up at all. We do see maybe gonna go through the double doors here as just guns are blazing, pushing through smoke, and they don't really get anyone. I mean, they do a bit of damage to you, and then they back away. YH takes some himself as the entry man. And maybe now finally here in round 4, we will see some pressure into the B site.
Yeah, I'm going to change up their setup a little bit on this, and I do like it because it does feel like they were just trying to take A over and over again, right? So the fact they're in control room here, I think this is not a bad idea. The smokes here from Q9, though, will block things off here for Locker. So this is going to make it a little bit tough, but they still have some time to work with. He's still got about 45 seconds remaining on this, but they could try to attempt this 3-2 split if they choose to. But it looks like 2WW is going to be the one that's just kind of pulling back a little bit, maybe just going to try to find somebody in the back lines if possible. But Lin W has to be really careful because he just needs to stay alive. This is great. Finds the duel, falls back, allows his teammates to be able to help him. There's Koi just bouncing right back with him here. So this is great. Just kind of doing the bait and switch as much as possible. And look at that. EP, they just fall right into this mousetrap. And all of a sudden, we're talking about XQQ by himself. And Q9, they pick up, again, a very coordinated round.
Yeah, I think for the side of EP, they made it a little bit obvious once again. There were 4 people in the machine room. They were making some noise. There were some smokes thrown in their face. A bit of fighting back and forth, and you know, they get that initial pick off. The timing from Koi was fantastic to pop out of the vents and get another pick off. And from there, that late in the round, EP were just forced to push into the B site and got picked off one by one. So again, not really the coordination that we're used to. We haven't really seen it in its entirety for the side of Evolution Power Gaming. Whereas Q9, I feel like things have been made pretty easy for them. They're not really doing anything specific or out of the box just yet. Just kind of playing defensively and getting some nice pickoffs, getting some leads in terms of man advantages and going from there for the win. So 3-1, and it looks like maybe we have a little pause, and we'll have to see if EP can bounce back after this.
Yeah, and I think the good thing that the desk really brought up and is the fact about, you know, that even like last month, these guys did play each other in the CFPL. And I mean, EP were the ones that were able to, you know, take this with a pretty convincing win with a 10-5. So the fact that we're starting to see already now that Q9 have been able to get themselves a bit of a lead, it feels like they're playing a lot better Crossfire right now, in my opinion. Like everything seems to be connecting properly. Again, the communication just seems to be on the exact same level. This is where EP, it almost, the way they're playing, it almost kind of feels like there's multiple, you know, chefs in the kitchen, right? Like everybody's just contributing a thought. Everybody's just trying to say something. And like that's where this, you know, tanglement of like how they're playing could happen. Don't know. That's just total speculation, but it just, you can sometimes see when people are making plays by themselves or just like these timings are off. That's what makes me wonder about how many voices are really speaking into this. So for EP's sake, I'm hoping now with this timeout, they can kind of cool things down a little bit, kind of get back into relaxation and get back to the way they were. So, and let's not forget, they were the ones that were able to pull back in that first game yesterday. So they didn't get the win, but they were able to get some rounds. But it just looks like Q9, yeah, they are still locked in right now. They are not missing a shot. They are just perfectly landing everything. And EP, they are just on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, once again, I feel like a bit forced through the double doors. They go straight into double crosshairs of the side of Q9. They at least make it onto the A site, so it did look like Q9, while they were distracted with that fight, which they're fine to be distracted. They get 3 kills and lose nobody, but at least EP have the A site. You see that XJ and Koi have a pretty good inkling that this is what is going on. So EP looks like Q9's just going to wait for them to plant the bomb and then go for the retake there, allowing them to, you know, rotate out if they'd like to. As we can see, they're not going for it. 2WW goes in, gets sniped down by Koi, who was waiting for it, and might just be a 5-for-0 at this point, unless XQQ gets something going.
Yeah, it's tough because I feel like for 2WW, like he had to either decide like, okay, do I make a play here and try to find the timing of a duel? But it would have been nice for XQQ to maybe like just try to make some shots and make some sort of a distraction, maybe just to see if those, you know, GR players would move. But yeah, they just weren't able to make that happen together. But nice shot from him. It's a sliver of a peek, and LinW actually gets caught here in the box. I mean, XQQ, I was thinking he's getting some opportunities here to make some shots happen, but no, Q9 right back into it. Now we're talking about a 3-round lead. These guys are looking dominant, honestly. There's not a lot of mistakes they're making. They're playing this very patiently, and they're just waiting back, and EP are really having to fight for any sort of control of this game, and it's just been, you know, just gasping for air, really, at this point.
Yeah. We have so many teams that are very strong on Blacklist side of sub-base, and we have a lot of tape, right, of how you're supposed to play this map from the Blacklist side and how you're supposed to win a lot of rounds. I'm not seeing that, really.
Yeah.
You know, rotations have to be crisp. If you're going to go for them, they have to be fast, kind of catch your opponents off guard. Or if you are going to hit a site, everybody needs to be on the same page. I feel like a lot of the pushes from EP are like, well, 1 or 2 people are going to push through the double doors, and then after that, we're going to go down the stairs. And they're not winning these firefights where they feel a little bit forced either. So if they were, you know, going in, winning the firefights, and winning the rounds off of that, then sure. But if you're not having a lot of confidence in your aim at the moment, then maybe you got to find another scenario. And as I said before, I think Q9 is just doing a really good job, you know, really no notes, which is why I'm not mentioning them all too much. It just feels like sit back, play your game, and allow EP to continue making some mistakes.
Yeah, it's really just going to be about EP just trying to figure out how they get out of this rut, essentially, right? Because it just feels like everything they're trying is just not working, and then like that coordination just doesn't really seem to be there. But again, I think Q9, like you said, have definitely shown a lot of improvement from the last time these guys have played so far, and that was the biggest question we were going into day number 2 is like, okay, who's going to show up out of this matchup, just because both these guys did lose. But finally now EP are able to get themselves these opening duels. So that's big because Koi is one of the top fraggers right now. Now you're taking down you. So this is a huge man advantage right now that we haven't seen for EP, I think, in all this entire game. So this is a great opportunity. Bomb's already making its way into this site. You have a couple players that are just lurking here, but now you're just picking up another one. XQQ is really playing this lurk position as much as possible. So Q9 got to be careful. XMY, an easy shot, but now they have to isolate and take down 2WW. But he's hanging out in the vents, so this is all about timing for him.
Yeah, we'll see when he does pop out. Looks like XMY wants to try to clear this out. He is not going to be able to, as 2WW, of course, was waiting for that one, and a nice headshot here from YZK. Finishes it off for EP, so they do get on the board once again. Not a big celebration from them. I think they can also feel that there's a lot of work to do still. And, you know, if they pick up 3 rounds in a row from here, I'd say, you know, I'm beginning to feel some confidence as well. But I think they still have some more to prove here. So let's see what they have going. Is this time Q9 going to push up into Woods? YH in the corner. Does get some nice coverage, and the flash is perfect, actually. The timing here on Woods is great from Evolution Power Gaming. And they do get in, and that's man advantage for them.
Yeah, and this is the second time now we're seeing that EP have been able to put themselves in the opening duel situation and getting themselves, you know, the man advantage right away. But now I like the fact that Q9 are trying to make a bit of a counterplay on this, where, you know, XJ is just trying to fight for some good control of the map, just trying to see if he can recreate some space. Not really going to matter too much as EP is going the other direction, but nonetheless, Q9, they're not just kind of turtling, they're not just playing hard defense on this, they're actually still trying to, you know, create a little bit of space for themselves as much as possible, which now allows these players to be on the other side. You can see on the mini-map. So this is decent. Perfect timing on this. Now you can just pull back. EP have to make a decision. Do we want to contest for this wood control again, or do we want to give this up go a different direction. But seems like they're still a little bit mixed on this. You still have a player in Vent. He's going to get spotted right now. 2WW, he's been playing this position countless times. So now for Q9, you can see that XJ is just trying to make sure his positioning is a little bit different, so he's not going to overextend as much as possible. So a little bit of a cat and mouse here from both these teams.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like this is a bit better from EP, really trying to pull them apart. Obviously, the trade back from Q9 was good from XJ, but now trying to push out once again, and XJ just going so big in this round. I mean, 3 kills already for him, and a huge amount of information, too. I mean, he sees the push. They're over by Woods. It allows Q9 to reposition, but they're not ready for the XQQ lurk. Not this time around. And he picks off Lin W. It is going to make this a 2-on-2 position, as coming right through the hallway, YZK should be able to get this plant.
Yeah, so the plant's going to go down, but again, this 2v2, XMY in an interesting position too, so he's going to go all the way around. Should be able to go through jail if he wants to, so it looks like he will. So him and Koi now could at least play a little bit slightly different angles. Koi, though, is locked up in jail. Should be able to slip it through the side. XMY, look at this space he just gets for free. So XQQ, a little bit of a misspotting on this bot. He does take them both down. My goodness, I didn't think he was going to be able to find the 2, but he does.
I don't know how he managed to line that up. Like, that looks like a collide. I don't know how that's even possible. One guy was in jail and the other was really close. So I'd love to see that shot again, and let's see it. I mean, that's just like, I don't even know how he lined that up. Like, it's just crazy. But it worked. It worked, and that's round number 3. XQQ going pretty big at the very end and allowing his team to stick in this game. And now a quick fight over in Machine Room, it looks like, and we're right back into the action. Bit of a 2-on-2 situation here as they are rotating quickly through the vents, trying to go towards the A site.
Oh, this could be good, though, too, because, I mean, Koi does look like he's kind of hesitating or kind of debating that they could be there, but now look at the space he's given up. He's kind of decided, look, I'm going to push through wood control. They've actually been able to slip behind the enemy lines, so now they're going to have themselves essentially this free plant, and then all of a sudden it's just, we're talking a retake situation for Q9 and even XMY, like not any idea at all. So these guys are going to be kind of scratching their head like, okay, well, they did kind of get through the vent control. But now it's a question, does Koi want to swing this or not? That smoke is going to be problematic. So it's going to buy a lot of time here for EP. But this nade has to be good. It's got to do some damage. Not going to find anything at all. And now you can see Koi has to make the play. He drops down. He's already posted up, but there's XMY, and there it is! The snipers will prevail, and Q9 get themselves a 5th right back on the board.
Yeah, it was very nicely handled from Q9 on the retake. They just waited until both of them were in position, and you could see that Koi challenged first down the stairs and forced the guy out of position and into the sniper's line of sight, which allows XMY to get the first kill. The second kill was just, you know, the cherry on top. That was a very nice shot and a very nice reaction from XMY, because we saw he was trying to react from behind the missile after his teammate got taken out, but just a quick reaction from XMY to reposition, hit the shot, and secure the round for Q9. So already 5 rounds here from the GR side, feeling pretty good for them. And we do have a bit of a full-on push here from Evolution Power Gaming.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different take from them, too, because even for Q9, you could look at the setup that they're doing. They're going to almost play essentially this full retake, and they're going to allow it. Koi might just try to, you know, spot this if he can on the sidewalk here. He's actually going to aggressively put himself in a different position, so he's pretty exposed, and he gets caught in the crosshairs, so that's not going to be good right now. But Q9, they can put all their attention onto this now. Nades galore, they're just flying everywhere. Plant's going to get done quickly. That plant came down at like, what, 142, so it was really quick. And now Q9, this is not an easy one because this is a bit of a choke point, right? I mean, you have a really tough corridor you have to get through. And EP, they're just grouped up on missile here. Look at how much they're just looking for these fights.
And look at the position of XQQ on the minimap. Like, he's all the way back in spawn. If they do decide to go through woods at all, he's going to have eyes on them, and that's a really difficult position to go for. They're just going to run down the stairs. Only you is alive, and yeah, it just doesn't look good for him as he's backing away, just trying to take a 1v1 with XQQ because he might as well. But this round is going the way of Evolution Power Gaming, and I do like how they were able to mix up the strategy. They just go for a slow push down the stairs. It catches them off guard, maybe reading that there wasn't great defense over by the A site, and that just allowed them to get great position onto that site before Q9 could respond. So, to be honest, I mean, Evolution Power, they started off very weak, but they really came back, and this is now anybody's map from here. I mean, Q9 were doing a good job when things weren't looking solid, but now it looks like a very even map.
Yeah, this is where, again, we just get to see EP demonstrate, you know, we talk a lot about them and what they were doing, like always being in that like number 3, number 4 position and always contending for a top placement for CFPL. And they're a team that proved yesterday, right? I was talking about it with Vitality, where it didn't matter the scoreline, they were still making a comeback. They were able to go down, what was the first map? Like a 9-4, and then I think we went all the way to golden round. So like that's what I mean. Like EP have been through the thick and thin of everything. So that's where a team like that, where they started very weak, this is a great scoreline for them. Like they should be ecstatic of how this is, because even though they didn't win it, this is still very positive. Now they get to go on the GR side. This is where they've been a little bit more efficient that we've seen so far in the tournament. So I feel like this is a really strong note for EP fans right now.
Yeah, especially because it feels like the onus is on Q9 to really try to pull this map apart. I feel like if you play very obvious on this map, it's just easy pickings for the GR side. So yeah, Q9 need to pull out the strategy book potentially with some of these pushes. So far it's been some passivity to start. They just go into machine room, a bit of poking and prodding, but no full commit anywhere. A little bit of Koi trying to see if he can find anyone, but EP not challenging over there either. ZAY did, you know, poke his head in a little bit, but there was smoke in the way, and now they're just sitting back waiting for the push of Q9, which still hasn't come through. 50 seconds. And to me, this looks like a B push with maybe late pressure through the double doors as they take over the lockers. They're making their way in, but again, very consolidated defense here for EP.
It is, yeah. You can just see how much EP are really turtling up here, and they're just kind of waiting for these fights to happen, which is not a bad thing. And XQQ does find the opening duel, and now Lin W is trying so hard to find this kill, but just cannot. But thankfully, his teammates right there to bounce back. But XMY, this is getting chaotic, and man, oh man, XQQ has been playing a phenomenal game. What a turn of events from yesterday, already looking like an entirely different person, performing lights out and really saving EP in a lot of different situations. Like we talked about him being the lurk, but look what he's been able to do. He's creating so much space for his team.
Yeah, he absolutely has. I mean, he's been having a great sub base so far, and as you said it there in your commentary, it's very chaotic on that push. Like we saw Lin W go through the hallway, and it looked like nobody knew on EP. They're like, wait, where did this guy come from? Everybody's spinning around trying to deal with a lot of pressure, as it can get very chaotic on this map when it's a 5v5 push. But EP still cleared out, and they still were able to clutch it at the very end. So props to them, as now they've really made this map theirs. It's 5-5, but it feels like big time momentum swinging in favor of Evolution Power Gaming. And we'll have to wait and see what Q9 have in store for us strategically. Once again, I mean, that was kind of a standard B push, nothing crazy, but it definitely did not break the backs of EP.
Yeah, and I do like this play from EP too. Like, again, like we always can give a little bit of criticism for teams that just kind of, again, just play very close in the site like this, where like you do want teams to kind of expand at times, but I do like it because on the B site, you can really put a lot of a lean on this, and I think Q9 has been making their plays pretty obvious. That's what they did yesterday. Like, you could tell when they were like throwing some nades and kind of putting some noise somewhere, like that was typically where they were going. They didn't do a lot of fakes yesterday. They weren't really giving a lot of, you know, guessing games really for their opponents. So I think EP probably know this. Like, the bomb is still in the back of mid right now, but you still have 3 players from Q9 that are committed to an area here, and they're still really exploring it. But now maybe they're going to make me eat my own words. They're realizing, okay, look, let's just make a distraction as much as possible, possibly. And now EP, they barely have to move a muscle. You just have YH. He's kind of making his lean now.
Yeah, it looks like a very similar push to what we had in the last round, as we do have lockers control for them. Interesting that EP keeps giving that up. XJ going to push through the hallway, gets 1 kill, but it is taken now by 2WW. You on the follow-up here as they move in onto the B sites. Still playing this a little bit passively is EP. They're going for the rotations. 2WW just going to wait in jail for his teammates to wrap around. But XMY is waiting. He's not going to hit the shot. YH just better on the 1v1. And all of a sudden, now Lin W in an awkward spot, and he's just not looking the right way. I mean, your teammate just died at lockers. You got to know that they're going to push through there, especially with not much time on the bomb.
Yeah, and I was scratching my head. I was just like, I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, why are you playing this position? Like, you should know for sure that your teammate just went down there. Like, the calm should be that quickly, right? And we were giving a lot of praise for Q9 where we were saying, look, like, everything seems to be, you know, the stars are aligning, everything looks really good. Now this is where you're starting to see that disconnection a little bit, because even that post plant, it just looked like they had no sort of a plan in it. There was so much disorganization. EP, like, didn't really do anything that, you know, crazy to really cause that much disruption, but it seems like it did. So Q9 kind of showing a little bit of weakness here in these post plant situations, but could be a little bit of a blip. But nonetheless, I mean, that's a big take here for EP. Now they're in the lead. Like, we were talking where Q9 were starting off really hot, and all of a sudden now EP have put themselves back into winning ways.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, these two teams must know each other so well, and maybe a lot of mind games that we can't quite feel compared to the teams, you know, facing off against each other for the nth time from the CFPL. And, you know, one team getting the better of the other to start, but then EP immediately pulling it back in terms of momentum, as we do have a timeout called for after this round. So we'll see if that can kind of shore this one up. Q9 definitely still in a position to make things happen, but it's worrying when you lose the first couple of Blacklist rounds in that manner, where, you know, lockers is being given up, you have a very short push to make, and you're just not able to execute on those sites. So I think there's a lot for the coach to go off of, and a good timing to go for the timeout. Q9 also, they're playing the beginning of these rounds very slowly. I think that I would love to see a round where they go a little bit quicker, especially a push on the A or something. You see there's 3 people from EP on A, and I think they were expecting what I kind of wanted to see. But we are not seeing that just yet. And Q9 are taking their time, and it looks like a bit of a split push because they're going into lockers, but the bomb is not going to be.
Yeah, now it seems like they're kind of pulling back on this plan, right? So they're just going to have these 2 players that are going to push towards B, and then you have the remaining with that bomb looking like it's going to be an A split. So it's kind of putting a little bit of risk. But now even though they're going to reposition one more time, so they're even going to go right through mid, and they're going to try to pinch this if they can. But YH, strong position here, and he's hot on the heels. This makes it problematic here for Q9. You could already tell they're dropping like flies, and EP, what a perfect read on that. I love the reaction from them. They're like, okay, look, you need to go for the flank. This is going to make them just get crunched in, and just so quickly. It was a one-bite sandwich.
Yeah, I mean, again, the execution, the timing's so important. They try to go for a push on the B, and we've seen this before. It's definitely a bit of a trickier kind of push you can do from Blacklist, but it's almost like an A fake into, okay, we just take over the computers and we just go straight into B. But it wasn't fast enough. Like, they got caught off guard. They were red very early. The rotations came in from ZAY and ZYK, and that just allowed them to respond and get a lot of kills from behind. So, again, I think there's a lot for the coach to go ahead and say, wow, we got to do this better, that better. Let me get out my list of all the things I've jotted down here. I didn't want to say that because he doesn't actually have a notebook, but
yeah,
maybe in his head he jotted them down.
Mentally there, yeah.
And STF has a lot of work to do, but I mean, I said before, Q9 are not out of it, but we haven't seen anything that have really given us confidence as commentators, as viewers, from their Blacklist side to really say they've got it in the tank. But hopefully this attack pause can help them out.
All right, make sure those 2 extra zeros that we discussed. Thank you all so much for watching the EWC Hardcore Trivia.
Appreciate it, y'all.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Hey, here. So, we're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat. And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real name, if that's okay.
Oscar?
Yeah, Oscar Canellis Coloch. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Mixwell.
Okay.
Listen, I know that you auto-dub a lot of your content into English. Are you planning on doing that for this interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in English. Also, you're a highly respected journalist, Avali.
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
I actually have a lot of friends, but it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you, like rude.
It's kind of personal. Did you ever think that maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem? Was it hard for you to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant? Or does being from Catalonia make the idea of separation come easily?
No, it was really easy. It was really easy because I was tired of playing Counter-Strike already and I wanted something new.
Because you aged out of it?
No. How old are you?
That's a very weird question to ask a woman.
No.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
I think women and men are the same.
In what way?
I can ask you anything that you can ask me because we're the same.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up, hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man
okay,
and woman.
I'm gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your shirt.
Yes.
Is that because being over 30, drinking it is the only way that you could stay awake?
I'm not gonna get rage baited by that.
It's fine. Why do you think that's a rage bait?
Your attitude.
My attitude?
Yes.
This is just the way my face looks. Now, Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the esports scene. By majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
It does mean what?
Sorry, I didn't auto-dub it. Red Bull says that you were, quote, considered by the vast majority of fans to be one of the most charismatic professional players in the scene. But by majority of fans, did they just mean your mom?
Oh. That's a lame one.
Your mom is lame?
No, my mom is not
That's
lame.
incredibly rude. She gave life to you.
Yes. But no. I mean, it's a lame question. It's a very lame question.
I'll be sure
you can do better.
I'll be sure to let our writers know.
Yeah. Do it because
Look straight into the camera and tell our writer that you just don't think he's doing a very good job.
you probably chat GPT the question or something. You need to, I don't know, do your research.
You're the owner of Club Otakar. I'm glad that you could come to EWC, but why didn't you bring your club with you?
Because we're starting, we're new. We have only a Valorant team and we need more to compete in the rankings and everything.
Is that just your way of saying that you're broke?
Yeah.
Did you turn to team ownership in the hopes of being less unsuccessful?
Less unsuccessful?
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one. You did your research there.
Thank you.
We can. We've done it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit more about you.
Okay.
Right? When you retired from gaming to go into streaming, was it tough to transition from a job playing video games all day to a job playing video games all day poorly?
No, it wasn't.
A challenge frightens you?
No.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final serious question for you, if that's okay. When you eat oatmeal, do you prefer it to be lumpy or do you mix well?
I don't eat oatmeal. I just eat tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah, it's like
I live in California. It's like we almost invented tortillas.
No, but not that kind. I lived in California as well, but you're talking about something else.
I'm talking about like Taco Bell, right?
No. You mix
Chalupa.
the eggs.
No, you get this from the supermarket. It's flat. It looks like a frisbee. You could chuck it.
No. That's the Mexican tortilla. It's not the Spanish one.
Who came first?
Yo, I'm done. Can I leave or no?
Yeah. Well, hold up. We still have a couple more. Still, this isn't even your floor. Guess he doesn't mix well with others.
Welcome to another edition of Chicken in the Box, here with Astralis. I'm here with Stair, player 1, Ryu, player 2. Stair coming in very confident to this one. He's obviously going to get to look inside his box and discern whether there is no chicken. Ryu, you want the chicken. That's the goal. Yep. You've got to get it out of his hands. Or maybe you already have it. Who knows? We're going to have to find out. Let's open the box.
I'll open the box. I'll see. I'll have a look. Okay.
What's your initial reaction?
I did tell you the script already, so you should be able to win. But what do you want to know?
But he's trying to throw me off right now. You know, he's speaking a lot. So you got the chicken?
No.
You don't have the chicken?
No.
Really? You sure?
Yeah, I was wrong.
So what's in the box then, if it's not a chicken?
Nothing in the box.
You sure?
I think so. Should I look again or?
Interesting. Yeah, you can check it out. Let me just make sure. That was a quick look. That was like you don't want to show anything. You know, it's as if you have the chicken. You feel me?
I don't feel
like that was a really quick look. You know,
I didn't understand that.
It's if you don't want to look. You know, you don't want to give anything away.
I saw it already. I have to double check. Like, is it there? Is it not there? You know?
No, I really think it was very fast one. Like, you don't want me to see anything. You feel me?
Should I check again or?
Yeah, check again.
Okay.
You sure? No chicken?
No chicken.
Nah, I don't know. Something's throwing me off here.
I didn't see
You've been speaking a lot from the beginning, you know? It's weird.
He's quite quiet. I think he was louder earlier.
At the beginning, he was a little bit, you know, like he was trying to throw me off. Now he's confused, you know, because I know what he's doing.
He's walking it back.
Yeah,
I didn't see any chicken in the box.
What if he's telling the truth, though? Have you considered both options?
I'm an honest man, you know? I'm a very honest man.
That is a lie, and that's why I'm going with, I want to swap. I think he has the chicken. Yeah.
Please open your
Are you sure?
I am very sure.
Stair, you were correct. You bluffed him out properly. You swapped boxes. You had the chicken the whole time.
You know me.
That's a good game.
I was confident.
We'll come back better next time.
Good game, I guess. Shake hands and good luck in the tournament.
Have a nice one.
Chickens in the box.
Yep.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais film, trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas, j'arrive. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Vite encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est.
Today, only 16 remain, each hoping to claim the title of EWC champions.
We witnessed giants being shaken and wounded. We saw underdogs rise up to the challenge. It's time to find out which team will be the last one standing. The safety net is gone. There are no second chances for those who fumble. This is the moment we've been waiting for. This is Counter-Strike. Welcome to the playoffs.
Standing over 300 meters tall, the Eiffel Tower is an icon of the Parisian skyline, and we have some icons entering the server today. That is because it is time to kick off the Counter-Strike 2 playoffs at the Esports World Cup 2026. My name is Ferris Beers, joined to open up the show in this spectacular location by Yanko and Dupree. Good memories for you, Dupree, here in Paris?
Not gonna lie, the last time I was in Paris, that was when we won the major trophy in 23. So a lot of good memories from this one. So yeah, I can't really be complaining.
Can't relate really with that one, but I am excited to see some actual Tier 1 Counter-Strike in the A-Core arena for once, Freya.
I will just let that dig sink in right there, because we do need to take a look at how the draw show went down, because that is how our bracket was determined for the 16-team playoff. One of these sides of the bracket, Yanko, is not like the other, is it?
Yeah, we thought after the Cologne major, you know, there's no way we'll get a super one-sided bracket again, right, guys? Even with 2 times the teams in the playoffs, but it did happen again. A couple of teams messed up in the group stages, you know, the likes of Spirit, the likes of Vitality being in that lower bracket. So yeah, very top-heavy down there. You got Falcon, Spirit, Vitality, Na'Vi, 4 main contenders, all on the same side of the bracket.
And it really feels like Fury dodged a bit of a bullet here when you look at the brackets, and also together with Mouse, you know, a team that started the season out very well. So both these teams need to be looked out as favored as the top side.
Well, we did give a little bit of an opportunity for the viewers to be making some predictions before the tournament started. 50% of you guys at home voted over at esportsworldcup.com for Vitality to actually be lifting the trophy here. 22% for Falcons, 15% for Spirit as well. I feel like the 50% for Vitality, obviously hindsight's 2020, but they haven't been starting the season as strong as maybe we've seen some other beginnings, right?
It's true. Maybe they want their vote back now, but there's good reason why they voted for Vitality, right? I mean, let's not forget a French organization, tournament in Paris, a lot on the line, right? They're going to have stand-ins at different tournaments in the season. So this is really where they want to peak. And then later on, obviously, at the major. So this is like a lot of focus for them in this event, but they've already stumbled, losing to Bait out of all teams in the group stage.
I'm actually going to put it like that. I think Vitality's fine, you know. I think they are looking at this tournament right now as that's along the line, but it's also about finding their way back to, you know, being competitive and fighting for these trophies as they've done. And if you go back just 3 months, we looked at a team that didn't really lose anything, and now they're bleeding, and now it's about trying to find a way to stop that bleeding. And I think, you know, Vitality is just such a solid team that they can find a way back.
Okay, do you think the sentiment is being a little bit overinflated at the moment, that the Vitality era, rather, is kind of over and done with?
it's a little bit of both, I'd say. I mean, it's always easy to get to the top, but staying there, that's the hard part. And that's where I really feel like they've probably been studied a lot, and a lot of teams have tried to figure out how do we actually beat these guys. And then you also have, Falcons winning the major, trying to challenge for that top one spot.
I imagine you'd be pretty happy, though, with Apex no longer having 5 major trophies.
If I have to look at it like on a personal note, I'm pretty happy, yeah.
Sorry,
to be fair to Vitality, a lot of teams have still not figured that out. Falcons did.
They did, apparently.
That's the one problem for them, and obviously Navi that one time in Atlanta, right? So I think that's why it's fine that we give them some leeway, but that's why also this tournament is super important for Vitality to prove to us that they're still around here. Their time is not done yet.
Yeah, obviously the Comp Championships as well. We're looking at that from both sides of the Vitality and Falcons equation. Hugely important for both of them. For Falcons, though, I'm relieved, I guess, that it wasn't just a major fluke. I know they haven't gone and lifted a trophy yet, but they have looked damn good. Probably one of the strongest teams to come out of the group stage.
Yeah, they looked the most clean out of all the contenders, it feels like, and who knows, they might have just unlocked a sort of new level because, for Nico, winning that major was, such a huge relief to finally get that done, and now with that pressure not there anymore, right? Like, are these Falcons going to be even more dangerous moving forward?
Obviously, a huge amount of pressure, as we're already talking about, down in that lower side of the bracket. But let's transition to our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is who's going to get the job done from the upper side of the bracket to Pri.
Oh, like looks on Fury, obviously, in the mouse. I think Fury is still a team that is, trying to, I wouldn't say recover from Fallen's announcement that he was going to be retiring, but it's a team with so much depth, right? And we've already seen what they can do at these elite tournaments. So Fury is obviously the clear favorite looking at that top side bracket, but I can't really count out Mouse. I think they've had a fantastic start to the season. They had their win in Bounty, and this new look squad, the big question for me is like, is this the best Mouse that we've seen, regardless of how good of a season they had back in 25?
I can definitely count out Mouse.
Okay.
Because Spinks had a live game against Spirit in that grand final to kick off the season, right? Like, now we're talking about going up against tier 1 teams. Now we're talking about an event that everyone is trying to peak at, and they've made significant roster changes in the last couple of months. They can become good. I think there's more to root for with this team than any other lineup of Maus, but it's too soon to have high expectations of them.
So much excitement coming our way, and it might be starting sooner than you think, as we have a very special announcement waiting for you.
How long have you been doing this?
17 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
17 years of victory, 4 majors, 2-time IGL of the Year, 2 Grand Slams.
Bedrot of defeat as well.
What was your worst loss?
Maybe Cologne.
And your greatest win?
Maybe Paris. All my family was there, all my friends, and the energy there was unreal. So. Almost fell with that one. That's a nice set of play there.
And a nice set of gold. Heavy trophies in this room. We built it together. Starting 8 years ago.
When do you think it will end?
I don't know.
But not now.
Name a more iconic French duo.
Dive Plank, Justice, like Dembele, Mbappé, Penne.
Ta gueule.
And truly, no place more perfect than Paris for this announcement to become official. Congratulations, Apex. I will be seeing you for at least another 2 years on the side of Vitality. I mean, that video was just perfect, right? You've achieved so much on this squad. If you were to go back to 2018 Apex and think just how much has happened, would you believe yourself?
Not really, not really. Even though at that time I already accomplished a bit. I won a few trophies already with like the past teams. I won a major before that. But yeah, I never expected, first of all, to play in an international team into Vitality, but have such a great success within the year, so yeah.
And for you, Zyro, I mean, it was kind of your debut on the big stage. We'll forget about the one that happened at the Face It London Major. That was before the Vitality time, right?
No, I don't remember this one.
But for you, like, you were a name that was on the tip of everybody's tongue. Everyone was so excited for you to join Vitality. Can you believe what you've achieved as well?
I mean, at this time, no one could believe what we done, like with this team, obviously. I mean, when I was playing Face It and you interviewed me, I was really scared at this time. I was like a really shy guy, but at this time I didn't know like we gonna become maybe one of the most iconic duo and maybe one of the best team with Vitality as well. So obviously at this time no one could know that.
It's crazy, right? Because you started, Apex wasn't even leading the charge. At that point you had to go through a couple of in-game leaders before this duo kind of really was established. For you, Apex, why did you decide to extend your contract with Vitality?
I want to know that it's where I want to finish my career so far, but I can't quit now. I can't quit when I feel I still have so much to give. Even though next year will be my 20 years anniversary of playing Counter-Strike and giving everything for that game, I still have a few to give, and I still have the hunger to win more, even though I won a lot, more than anyone else. But I still have so hunger to win trophies and just trying to put Vitality at the top of the world again and again. And I don't know if we're gonna do again 2025 or even like what we've done at the beginning of the year, but I'm gonna give my best to be sure that we're gonna bring trophies home.
It's been such an incredible run for you guys. As you mentioned, the past year and a half has been exceptional from the Vitality squad. Zyro, it's kind of obvious why Apex would want to stick with someone like you, but why have you stuck with him?
Why not? I mean, like you said, I think we won almost everything, and I think with the team we have right now, we shouldn't have regrets. I think we should keep going with the feeling of winning. And even though, like you said, he still have under the shoes to go forward, and I think we just need to, like Apex, we want like to still build something with Vitality. And even though like maybe he start to be old and have some back pain, he still has some, like he's still hungry to win anything, and even though like we still managed to like find the way to win together, and we're gonna find out. Yeah.
Just one more question. I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I didn't ask this to you, Apex. Obviously, we're all talking about the retirement of Fallen because he's announced it's his final season. For you, extending until 2028, will Vitality be the final org that you play for?
I believe so, and I hope so. That for me, that's the goal. That's the goal, to finish here. Almost, it's been 8 years I'm in Vitality, so with the 2 more years, it will be more than 10. Yeah, that would be like the best thing to do. I've done my best here in Vitality. I've become who I am today thanks to Vitality, thanks to this game. So I didn't see myself finish anywhere else. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I could have get offers, maybe stuff like that, but that's not the goal. That's my goal. At the end of this contract, I will be almost 36. So it might be the time to stop at that time, but yeah, I still have the hunger to win and to give my best on a daily basis. So I'm tired a bit of everything, but I can't leave CS yet.
I mean, that hunger is incredibly clear. Congratulations, guys. Once again, it's been such a privilege to get to share this news with you here in Paris. I know you've got a few fans waiting behind the camera to get some signatures, so I think it's about time that we recap exactly what went down in the group stage.
Huasso makes it a 1v1 instantaneously. 18 frags already from Huasso. Piri is low. He has to acknowledge the potential for the defuse, but on the low HP calls the bluff. He's hunting him down. There's so much time. A clutch from Huasso. Peak now a 1 versus 2. Boom. And the AWP miss. Sword's gone. 30 seconds out. They swing on into him. Time's the problem, though. Got to be real swift. Needs the double. Spot on Jimmy, but has to chase him down right now. The time might decide it. Kill comes in. This is down to the wire. 7 with an out-of-the-box reroute. Is there time? He's just done it. Chomping at the bit to get involved in all of the Falcons, and Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turnaround.
He's lost his teammate. It's falling through the cracks. He's in jeopardy now. Has to hit that, and he has one-on-one, and Jimmy jumps into his jaws. Sin on the sniper for 4.
Donk's been left in a 1v3. He's won one of these in the game thus far, and he's looking for another. Donk closing in. Spam comes up short. Donk is on to a blinder, and he knows Azuu's feeling the pressure. They know where Grix is. Oh no! Don't go giving him this, and he knows he's on for it. Oh, Grix, what is that?
Sickening shot, 2 more on the corner, swing together, jumping cork, and Chiro's got 1 more, but reload is a problem. It goes both ways. Grix turns around and taps out 2 more. This kid is nuts. 3 headshots, and Big take the pistol.
It's a massive gap. He's actually going to use it. Rek can push forward. Rek has done everything so far. 3 kills to his name. Time taking. Rek's got it all. Big Uzera against 4. It's got to be massive for Big Uzera here from behind the bat. It's the first and the second. Okay, it's on now. Big Uzera suddenly has a chance. This would be unbelievable. This would be unstoppable. And Big Uzera looking to knock them for 6. That is an unreal clutch coming in from Big Uzera. He stood no chance, no right in winning it, but he absolutely devastates Wildcard.
Okay, Serato got to try and swing to win. Onto Huaso and Mayan, he's pulling it off. This would be one hell of a clutch. Keep Furia in their winning ways. He steps up.
Right, no, they don't know.
No, hold on, he's timing this. Waiting for that 10-second defuse to be nearly done, and then runs off through the smoke and denies. It's actually round winning. That's a stylish clutch from Mr. Merriman. Commits to the plant here. They start their walk, start their crawl. On the uncrouch, does get the info, gets a dig though. Saiwu with a 1-tap. That's stunning. Starry seeing stars, and his name is Saiwu.
Pain can have a great timing with a swing here. It's going to rely off the call of Big Uzera. Who's absolutely clinical. 5-7. 3 kills immediately. 9-10 trades back, but it's no use. The master of puppets pulls at the strings of Mongols. What a play for Big Uzera.
Club Championship update here with Chris, Trav, and Lauren. I mean, look, it's a massive, massive week. We've got AGL and Falcons very much at the top of things after the first 6 weeks. And what have we got going on? Well, everybody going up against each other, of course, in every single game. It seems there is a storyline across every single stage. Lauren, we'll start with you over in Fortnite. Big hitters in that game for both these 2 squads.
Yeah. Which is kind of crazy if you think about it too, because we have been talking about what was going to happen in this last week, who's going to be able to kind of get those additional points. When it comes to Fortnite, they're actually both very much in that discussion. Falcons, potentially a top team, AGAL, potentially a top team, even Vitality are in this discussion. Aurora are there and also in the discussion. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. We're just starting today into groups, so very beginning of the competition. But I think once we get through the group stage, it'll actually give us a little bit of a better indication of where things are going to start to shake out.
Yeah, and it's kind of the same on our side of things as well, but Trav, Crossfire as well. I mean, look, both teams competing. You're already into day 2, though. There's already been some development along there, hasn't there?
I'll say we're literally flying through. AGL are the reigning champions, looking to go back-to-back, and they've just guaranteed themselves top 8 as well. So they'll be able to skip tomorrow, come back on the 4th day with 200 points guaranteed, which puts them close to Falcons already. So that's a great place for them to be in. They're just out here trying to defend the title. Falcons knocked to the lower bracket instantly and didn't look too convincing, to be honest with you. So this might be the stage that kind of levels the playing field, knocks them out early, and puts all of these teams in 3 games. Vitality have just been beaten by AGL as well, and Na'Vi looking pretty solid too. They were the team who beat Falcons yesterday.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting in CS as well, because, I mean, that's the one that Falcons really have to make count. It is their free hit, and the expectation for them is that they could go all of the way. As far as Trackmania is concerned, that is maybe the case as well. We got Carl Jr. in there. He is the undisputed GOAT of Trackmania, but there are so many different people who are going to compete up against him as well. It's going to be really interesting when we do get towards the latter stages of the week. I can't call it. Didn't know I was going to do this, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Which way does it go, Lauren? Oh.
I am really rooting for AGAL.
Yeah. I mean, I would love that to happen, to be honest with you. Just have a bit of a mix-up. Trav, what are we saying?
I think it's Falcons. Yeah. Listen, as much as I want this to be close, come down to the wire, I think Falcons have got the upper hand.
It
feels that way. It feels that way, doesn't it? When we do get into the last stages of the week, though, we'll be seeing how it does go down. But let's head over to Hugo and Harry for low price pickups.
Hugo and Harry here at the Esports World Cup ahead of the CS2 playoffs. We're backstage, Harry, building our fantasy teams on the EWC app. There's a round of 16. There's a lot of squads still left in, so I want to hear where you're hedging your bets for fantasy.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking lower half of the bracket to kind of start things off. There's a lot of heavy hitters in there. So I'm backing the Falcons. They look the most solid out of all the favorites in those group stage games. So I went with the boys, Nico and Monesi. I love that. And then on the top end, I think we're bound for a Cologne rematch.
Okay.
I think Fury are kind of the big boys on the top side of the bracket. So went with Molidoy and Yakindar. And then my fifth man, my fifth dude, I got Jukes. I think he's been putting up solid numbers for a long time, and I'm a bit of a fan of this Foot team.
I think we can agree there. I've actually got double Foot. I'm kind of holding out that the top side of the bracket might be upset heavy. We've got Mouse, we've got Foot, we've got some big underdogs there. So I'm going for double Foot with Jukes and Xfloud, the latest edition. But I've also gone for Zelex because he was a cheap guy over on the side of Mouse. All of this is just a money-saving expert guarantee to get myself a Zaiwu and Kiyosuke.
Oh, that's where the money went.
You got to have the heavy hitters in there. This is fantasy after all. I'm trying to make some points. So I want to know, what do you really back in Fury? Do you think that top side of the bracket is scary, or what are you leaning towards?
I mean, it's certainly scary. Like there's a lot of squads who I think can punch up there. Like Fury may be the end of this that I feel the least sure in. But yeah, you know, on the bottom side of things, I understand why you're still backing Vitality. You can never really write them off, even if they showed a bit of worry, you know, a bit of reason to be concerned in those group stages. We're in France. I'm never going to judge backing Vitality.
Well, I think this one's bound to be a bit of a scary group, scary playoff. 16 teams going into the A-Court Arena come that final day for a BO5 to decide EWC. And you too can play the fantasy, so get on it quick. EWC app, esportsworldcup.com, and lock in your team before it closes ahead of the first match. But for now, back to the studio.
And here we go. It is time to meet your players for the first match of the day. G2 taking on Astralis. It's Chris Bucket alongside Dupree and Yanko in the studio. And gentlemen, this is a great matchup to open up our playoffs here at EWC. Dupree, what should I know about this team rolling in right now?
Oh, it's my former team. That's one thing, right? You know, it's an organization that I represent for long, but it's a new look Astralis. They, you know, decided to go away from the whole Danish court, moving into being an international team. It's been going better than people have expected, but it's still a team that seems to be lacking that edge to take them even further in playoffs.
Dupree, of course, our five-time major champion, the only one to do it in Counter-Strike history. And to his left, we have the Serbian assassin, the man who's been all over the world, dominating the Counter-Strike analytics. Talk me through this tournament. How big is this opening matchup for both these squads, G2 and Astralis?
I think it's absolutely massive, even more so for G2, right? They made the roster change during the offseason, bringing in Wrinkle. We heard their coach say in an interview, you know, they felt they reached the ceiling with the previous lineup. They saw what it can do in Cologne, and they felt they needed someone who's a bit more aggressive, right? Who can open the space for some of the riflers to play in the late round. And obviously you're going to give them a little bit of leeway, first LAN tournament with Wrinkle being in there, but making the playoffs was an absolute minimum, and they are a favorite in this match.
Now, this was a 2-1 victory over Big. If you're looking at your power rankings, Dupree, where's G2 at amongst your top 16 teams?
I think G2 is just still like a big question to me, and as Yanko just pounded out, I think they needed to make that change to take it to higher. They haven't really reached a semifinals, but since they won that, you know, blowout of tournament in London, so it's still a team that, you know, that have a lot of good quality. They have a lot of good players that we can look out for, but as a team, they haven't really been, you know, punching the pack into the playoffs and making semifinals. So there's still a lot for them to gain here.
All right, Yanko, for anyone new to Counter-Strike, we let our players and coaches choose where they are going to compete. Let's walk through our map vetoes and tell me, who do you think might have the statistical advantage after looking at what made it through?
I think for Astralis, it's interesting, where do they go? And they do go for Ancient, right? G2 recently struggled a little bit on the map, but it's one of their most successful maps with this core. The bans are standard, Nuke and Anubis for the two teams. G2 goes for that punish in Dust 2, right, which hasn't been going great for Astralis ever since they went international. Inferno is the decider. I really wanted Astralis to pick Cash, but we don't get to see it today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is ready. Are you ready? It is time for some Counter-Strike live from EWC.
After weeks of elite competition across multiple titles featuring the greatest players in the world, we've witnessed triumph on the highest level, shattered dreams, and it's hard to believe that we've now reached the final week of the Esports World Cup.
It is our last week at the STC Arena, and some could see it as a heartbreak, but how can you be heartbroken in a city of love when you finish on one of esports' finest? The cherry on the top, the prestigious CS2 at the Esports World Cup. And if you're a true esports fan, doesn't matter the game, you love watching Counter-Strike. And I am no exception, Ian.
Everybody loves CS and everybody loves millions of dollars, and we've got 2 million up for grabs for CS2 this week. On top of that, of course, the chance to raise this trophy and cement your legacy as part of the Esports World Cup history. But on top of that, the club championship has reached boiling point, and it is all coming down to the wire here in Paris.
Absolutely. We have several organizations that are desperate to getting those points on the final week, and whether it's about asserting dominance or overtaking one of your final rivals in the final turn, it is time to shine for our organizations here.
It is indeed. Hold on a second. Bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde?
Ian, your French got better over the weeks. I'm super proud. but I feel like it's enough yapping for us, guys. You are here for a reason, and so are we. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, please welcome Foot Esports! Crowned in PGR Bucharest, they are built on belief and passion, and they are entering this tournament with a lot of courage.
Up next, it's Magic! They entered the year outside of the established order, then started knocking down the names inside it. There might just be something in the name.
Our third team is Gamer Legion! And this organization already knows what it feels like to shock Paris, and it's major. But this new Legion is forged from almost nothing but belief, trust, and skill.
Please welcome Legacy! A nice reaction from the crowd here. Brazilian giant killers with very little interest in reputation put a favourite in front of them, and they tend to see opportunity.
And this is one of esports' most recognizable badges, G2 Esports! Rebuilt again and carrying the kind of expectation that never disappears. G2 arrive in Paris carrying those expectations from them and all their fans across the world.
Up next, it's Astralis! Danish Counter-Strike royalty. The lineup may have evolved over time, but this name will always be judged against the highest standard, and they've got an opportunity to live up to it here in Paris.
Mesdames et messieurs, les méchants de l'histoire, vos personnages principaux, Team Vitality! 5 consecutive trophies earlier this year, 2 consecutive ESL Grand Slams. They come to Paris with the entire capital behind them. Paris, this one belongs to you.
Talk about a reception for Vitality. Up next is Team Falcons! Cologne conquered. Major champions crowned. They come to Paris with proof that this project can reach the very top. And here they arrive, looking to break expectations and raise more silverware.
And from the top of the VRS rankings, they look down on everyone else. Team Spirits! Playing against them feels like waking a nightmare in the City of Light. Explosive, ruthless, and built around some of the most frightening individuals the game has ever known.
So many superstars on stage. Let's welcome the next lot. It's Aurora Gaming! Last year's EWC finalists, now reshaped around an international lineup while keeping the firepower that took them so close.
One of the most decorated names this game is known. Welcome, Navi! They were the very first team to ever lift the Esports World Cup trophy in 2024. 2 years later, they are back in Paris to prove that that crown still belongs to them.
Up next, please welcome onto the stage, Mouse! Mixed response here. They won't mind, they are structured, disciplined, and coming in with silverware already secured this month. A team whose ceiling just keeps on getting higher.
And Brazil rarely does quiet. It is Furia! With legend, fallen on his final EWC run, and a major final just behind them. They carry belief and the hopes of an entire nation behind them.
Please welcome next, FaZe Clan! Push them behind, put them on match point, write them off if you dare. Counter-Strike has learned that lesson with FaZe more than once.
And resilience has become part of the reputation of this Ukrainian roster. Welcome, Bates! They have spent the entire year proving no position is far too gone, and they are ready for what Paris has to offer.
It's time to welcome onto the stage the EWC title defenders. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Mongols! 12 months ago, they entered the Esports World Cup as challengers, but they left as champions. Until someone takes it from them, the crown remains theirs.
Be great once, and the world calls it a nice story, but do it twice, and the world calls you a legend. And this week, the Mongols will find out which one they are, with all eyes on them.
A star-studded stage here in Paris with Counter-Strike's finest. It's the final week of EWC. Let's begin.
Lose, he crushed. You're out of the Esports World Cup. Let's go, guys. Keep it up.
Like I said, try to go into the flow state, like round by round.
Be as loud as them. Let's go. Let's celebrate today.
For us, there is no room for relaxation. We want to make sure that we stay at the top.
We really want to show that we are still the best team this year again.
We are a family, we can come back from any game.
I don't think we're afraid of any team right now. We have better mindset that we used to have in the last roster.
Pull it back. No way. Slow down.
This is not over. This is just the beginning.
Final week of play, EWC, the Counter-Strike tournament heating up as we have cut down from 32 to just 16 teams. This is where things level up. Single elimination, we've got Astralis on the stage versus G2 to start off our playoffs. What do you reckon, Chatty B? Could we have a three-map affair?
Oh, it's tough to call on this one. G2, for me, they are the favourites. Astralis on the other side coming through the lower bracket, having to take down NIP in a three-map affair. That puts a couple more questions, and so does the map pool. Going into Ancient, first one of the series. It's somewhere that if you look at the history of recent results, not looking too good for G2, but one of their home maps, one of the maps where these players really thrive. You get Mattis, you get Nerds, you get Heavy God around these smokes. That's where they're going to do their absolute best work. But Huddle finished, taking our seats, and Astralis looking ready to push this one.
During the groups, Astralis played Falcons in a Group B upper bracket game, and one of the conditions you gave for a competitive game was the Swedish sniper Fozy taking over. In your opinion, is his presence today compulsory as well?
It's him alongside a Stare, right?
Okay.
These are the two that are going to be necessary. That match you're highlighting, we were focusing on when he's getting the AWP, what type of spawns he's getting, what type of picks he's able to find. And talking to Orbs, we've got the new boy on the other side. That's Wrinkle. He joins G2 just this season. 9 maps of play. Still very green, and you go back to his time on NIP. He was there for 2 years. He played with over 11 different players, and none of them the caliber that G2 have in the server today. So can Wrinkle show the world that he isn't just a weird pickup, but actually a worthy piece of the G2 roster?
He's one of those players that has had these incredible clips. You know, he'll have a moment, he'll have a round where he can just take over the game. The question is in his volatility, in his consistency, especially in that AWPing role. There's a lot of money, a lot of resources put towards that sniper. You need to be able to find traction and output. Looks like we're getting this one started, ready for battle indeed. How are you doing, STC Arena? You ready for some Counter-Strike? That's what I like to hear. CT start for G2, and Astralis going to be on the attack.
See what Hooksy's able to call here. Hooksy up against his old organization, took him to the highest heights they've ever seen. Hunter on the other side, the only man remaining. He's taken that leadership. And we've got two Berettas on Nerds and Heavy got into this. Two for Hooksy. Fozzy being donated as they are turning their attention towards A early. That says the Julie's up to Tree. This is a lot of stopping power. Matters to take first contact on the Jiggle in the big box.
I'm curious if they go any further. Heavy God and Wrinkle starting Cave. Will they get any answers before this A hit comes through? Mattis going to be that beacon.
They're not worried about middle at all. Very sight-centering is the defense.
See what that util from Fozzy's going to be. Just a little pop flash. He's flubbed it. No splash, no problem. Stair takes Nertz's head off first. Mattis with empty hands as well. Astralis breached the A site successful. Smokes are up, and the bomb is down. Heavy God down by Hooksy. Just survival, the name of the game now for Hooksy. Hunter coming in from Temple. Ryu caught off guard, but lives to tell the tale. Finds him eventually as well. Wrinkle crawling through, overlooked the corner.
Beautiful start. It's exactly what you need to see for Astralis, picking up this T-side pistol. Heavy God going to do his best just to hold on to the Berettas and the Kev. That's the tone you want to set on your map choice. A couple of bullets left. Can he do any damage? Can he take Fozzy with him? The answer is yes there. Another kill for Heavy God. It could equal a Silent Stem 4 into the next round of play. Looks like they're going to leave him be. Now it's going to be about dealing with this force by G2.
Not how you want to start off round one.
Yeah, missing some util, but you convert the round anyway, right? So it all works out in the wash. G2 are one of these teams who, especially on this map, have been impressed with their force buy setups, the way that they are going to use the smokes to block and corral you. So we'll see how Foxy wants to call around that. I'm going to operate for something a little bit more direct. Okay, cool.
Let's go!
That's a big roar from Hooksy, leader. Have the energy early. On the B lane control, you can see the doors smoke. They've thrown that molly. They've actually dropped back. They don't want to get popped on by a flash by some util and a clamp down the west. I need to see unfold.
Yeah, it's just that one rifle on Heavy God, supported by the sidearms and Kevlar. Smoke fades. Lane clear.
You have to know retake util as possible if you're that of Heavy God. So this is going to be tough. He's going to have to dodge flashes. Multiple bodies likely to swing through this door. He's aware.
He is ready to deliver on that fan massive. Hooksy's nailed it. The one rifle you had, and Heavy got the first to fall. Good contribution from Astralis' captain, looking to convert upon this pistol win.
I'm just going to give this one a look. Fozzy at the ready. Has the bomb. And that's loose now. Some problems. Rotation starting to make its way over. Remember, Wrinkle's been in A main this whole time.
Starting his flank now as well. Those mid players could be susceptible to him. Timing, though, not on his side. Bomb retrieved now as they regroup and are actually going to path towards Hooksy on that cave side. He gets some info, will back away.
They're not to know what lies over towards Donut or
Wrinkle's getting close.
Yeah, he is.
He's being diligent on the clears, but you're about to lose that bomb again. A backstab and just a missed shot. Yabi gets cover. The penny drops, but you've got 28 to find that bomb plant.
Now you're parked away.
Hello.
The gap has to be that A side. The rotation trying to beat them there. Stair is noted too, but they're going to continue.
Go on, Hunter. Trying to get across the sideline. Yabi rounds the corner in time. That's one back. Rifle for Nerds. You get the bomb planted. You've smoked off the Donut Avenue, but they're both coming through CT. A smoke for Wrinkle. You'd have to overstep. You'd have to give Nerds something. Otherwise, it looks like they might just be bringing that rifle through to the next.
Yeah, Wrinkle's just going to go see if he can find himself another gun, a bit of an upgrade available. Young man, 21, right, playing in NIP. That's not the team that people might remember if they were watching Counter-Strike a decade ago. This is a squad that had a whole lot of work to do. And Wrinkle, yeah, he was brought in to kind of be a difference maker on the AWP. And what he was offered, he was unable to make a name for himself. I think a lot of people were surprised to see him on this G2 jersey, and some nerves on display there on what could have been a very important kill in the back.
No one's saying it's an easy kill as well.
He rushed it.
Yes.
He did. And look, this is another factor with Wrinkle. Stage games are something which are pretty new to him as well. We've seen plenty of other players at the top level of Counter-Strike make the same mistake. Wait too long. Not long enough. Well, They get that Famous, they have the AK, they can have another dip into this with those upgraded pistols. The 5.7s will be dropped across. Mattis will give himself a P250 and away we go again. Kind of condition A against this, I won't call it a force, but the residual saves. They hit it on the pistol, now they're looking to do the same to round number 3. Hunter playing to block. No, it's on the line. They're going to be out of position, and they don't have any flashes to try and breach through to cause any issues towards this A side.
It's Hunter's smoke I'm curious about. He's going to scuttle it forward, and it's going to change the dynamic. He can play close, he can play through. And he's just gone down to Stair comfortably. They'll use the nade as well to explode it open. Exposed Nerds on the rifle, only able to post the one headshot onto Stair. Astralis for that third consecutive round. Heavy God trying to be disruptive, has slipped the net and now reveals himself. A missed shot whistles past Ryu Zir. And there's another where that came from. Mattis trying the same strategy, but no rush here from Astralis. There's the fight Hooksy was waiting for.
Really like the restraint there from Astralis. On these A executes can get really tricky if you just go for the objective. Just try and punch that bomb in. So they made sure there was no leaks, and now Wrinkle. Polar opposite side of the map as the last time. Let's see if he can make good on it. One would be, he's getting him off the goose egg. And there it is. So a little bit of damage is all they're looking for in this. G2 will bring the guns out into the next. And we'll get to see what approach Astralis are hoping to find themselves on their T side. That Falcons game, it was 6-6 in the first half, but it was their CT side that let them down, and understandable when you're up against the likes of Monesi, Nico, Kiyasuke. All of them hit very hard. All right, they'll evade, they'll hold on to their guns, and Wrinkle will be able to drop that Galil into the next. That'll be that as we get to the 3-0 start. So flawless in the conversions for Astralis. That's what you'd be hoping for if you're newly appointed coach Neo. Now we get into the meat and potatoes. Curious to see if Bozy wants to bring out the EWP in the early stages, or if they're going to operate with something a little bit more rifle-centric. They can keep the pace in that case. But heads-up Counter-Strike is something that G2 can respond to. Wrinkle gets his AWP. The lurk smoke comes into place. That's going to keep the question mark for Mattis and Heavy God as the B defense. Standard util exchange over towards B lane, and they're going to posture for a hit quite early into this one.
Yeah, throwing out that lurk smoke has forced a block on the ramp immediately.
That's shooting over. That means they're going to be 3 strong. Util's in the air, but is there follow-through?
Yeah, it hasn't deterred them. The block smoke, you're facing it, you're getting the spam through it. Heavy God's connecting, so is Nerds. Actually finds Yabi's head on his advancement of this site. For that plant, Nerds catches the flashbang, but Stair susceptible to spam. Ryu catching flak. There's Bozy through the smoke, pulls us back to an even keel. Is it going to continue to be smooth sailing, though? 2 in K for the post plant. Stair adopts this ramp position. Powerful. Ryu caught with a nade in his hand. He's getting the advantage back. G2 trying to get on the board. Kit's a present. No longer is Mattis. Hunter will scoop up the kit. Wrinkle doesn't want to overcommit with that AWP. You've got Stair to get past. Heavy God anticipating that ramp presence. Swings it, finds it. Should be good to convert. They have to be on that defuse, and Stair in that power position. Wrinkle trying to hold on to his AWP, but run down. Fozy, 3 kills and a free AWP.
Oh, they're losing it all. That's tough for G2. They had the smokes, they had the kits on the retake, just unable to piece it together. A bit clunky, and that one's going to be disappointing, starting 0-4 down into partial buy territory. And it didn't start well, did it? They lost that opening kill. They still breach in. The U2 was good and just taken off domes. Got a G2 timeout. Saw to get on the mic early, and understandably so. Things seeming a little bit chaotic in these early stages. They've had opportunities, they've just squandered them for one reason or the other. So with that save Galil in the previous, they're actually able to bring out a hero M4. Wrinkle's going to make sure he has enough with the max loss bonus for the AWP again into the next. You've got 2 MP9s and a 5.7 for Mattis. Similar scenes as the early stages of this game. Plenty of smokes to try and force the positioning, but so far so good. Obviously calling them into a strong T side early. We'll see how long this can continue before they stop the streak. Big control, but B lane taken on the other side. They have to worry about this heaven play.
Yeah, this is the setup though. Nerds are just going to go for this kind of jump scare. Mantles up. MP9 doesn't find the dink they were looking for, but stare through the smoke. Ryu spotted as well. Is he going to commit to this? Yeah, the supportive flashes, but a messy spray. Easy pickup for Yabi though. They know they've got one cornered. Hunter cowering in the corner, scuttles a smoke and hopes to delay the inevitable.
Yeah, need support from Wrinkle. Trying to chip in from Donut.
Smoke now. Wrinkle plays ahead of it, but there's the frag Yabi provides. They'll have the info on one. They know Heavy God's cave. It's Wrinkle that's the unknown entity, and he did just slip back into the cubby. Are you going to overlook that now? You might. You do. Beautiful. Positionally sound Counter-Strike out of Wrinkle. Posts his third frag and pulls us into a 2-on-2. B is open, Chad.
Yeah, Hooksy low on HP. Fozy with the AWP, and Wrinkle tracking them down quite quickly.
Hooksy's so low.
Well, Heavy God's a B player, right? So they're going to be wary. This is a free kill. Yeah, not messing that one up. 1v2 for Fozy.
All right. Molly did this. Facilitates a safe plant. Heavy heading ramp. Wrinkle, cave. Fozy wants to isolate here against Wrinkle, and he's nailed it. All bullet to the ribcage pulls us into the 1v1. He's got a good feeling about Heavy God's angle of approach here. 1 versus 2 for the Swedish sniper. Keeps this ball rolling for Astralis.
All right, the closest one, yeah, but that's 5 straight now. Again, it was just the partial bite. Still, the rounds are stacking up, and that one, the divide and conquer approach, not paying off. Thought Wrinkle found a bit of impact there. Gets isolated, and that's tough for Heavy God. So both AWPers with what they desire into this. We've got hits, we've got smokes, we've got everything that G2 need. Just need to get some rounds going.
Yeah, we still haven't had that early biff middle. It's been last round perhaps the most chaotic.
AWP's on A, set up well for this.
Wrinkle. He's safe from this boost they've erected here, A May. You can see Fozy set up by Ryu to have a peek big box. Wrinkle on the line. Will they bait him? Is Hooksy going to go for a little jump spot? Is a boost. Wrinkle plays close. Blind spot. Blind spot. Wasn't ready. His eye was pressed to the scope. Caught on the peripheral vision. There's Hunter. Back of the site begging for backup. Forced by the flame in towards Donut. Still has cover. Still ready with backup. Nert through Temple finds damage. Both ways. Hooksy finds his headshot.
Very important kills so far from Hooksy in these first 6 rounds.
Still playing to disrupt his Heavy God. You can see just playing on the edge of that smoke. Stare investigating. We talked about the risks when it comes to the plant on this A site. Smoke spams, but a Molly facilitates. You can see Hunter unable to put bullets down range. Heavy God looking for Stare. Clear comes through. Ooh, and an Angel one pulls us into the 3-on-3. Trying to bait that AWP shot. They're aware he's on the line. Yo, the patience, it prevails. Fozy's AWP finds Heavy God. That time is ticking, but that frag is everything. Finding Hooksy off the big box. Is it another back-to-back 1v2 from Fozy? Or will G2 just get this party started? Mattis running, no time. Pistol out, see you later. Astralis 6, G2 0.
Passing it right now. Looking casual, isn't it? And you can see there G2 within that round. Wrinkle changing position. It tells you they're trying to rejig the setup. They want to put him in Donut so he can cover the mid-cross, then they can put the rifle over towards A, and they just get caught in transition. So not a very good understanding of the situation right now, G2, as we need to find ourselves at a bit of a tech. But Fozy starting very strong. 7 kills, sure, but it's these clutches, right? Back-to-back 1v2s, just looking like he's putting it in. And this is already enough on the T side for Astralis, I'd say, if I wasn't bringing into account that Falcons game just the other day. Mattis is on the board now at least, so everybody with a frag in the server.
Yeah, the G2 engine, it's coughing and spluttering and struggling to get going. Looks like it is going to be that tech pause. Nerds has just left the server.
Yeah, just to talk through that round, right? They didn't have B lane control. They set up with the AWP. They're expecting something a little bit faster, so they secure mid. They were actually very passive over towards B, so they were lacking info. They go to rotate in the early stages, and that's where they get caught off guard. So wouldn't be surprised if we get a Another sore tactical timeout, whether that's going into this partial or the next full. So we'll hold off while we have the headsets off. Players not allowed to communicate during the tech timeouts, so they'll have to sit and stew in this one while we sort out Nertz's issue.
Eye contact is allowed and the smart glass is open, so you can have a look. You can be a nosy Nelly if you want.
Fozie's taken a little bit of a look out. Right, go earlier in the year with Astralis. You take EPL and in Stockholm. Had a decent performance, coming third overall. Rivals in Fort Worth, another one in the venue with a 5th, 6th placement. For G2 on the other side of things, you've got Krakow 5th, 6th, Cologne 5th to 8th, Astana 5th to 8th, Rivals 5th to 6th.
Not hearing a lot of podiums.
No, and well, they haven't won a playoff game in a Tier 1 event in 2026.
Well.
Right, so Astralis have been able to manage that. But, G2 have not. Problem solved, back underway, and another partial. You're in the washing machine right now, G2. This is a horrible play. You're not saving any guns, or if you are, it's not enough to the full buys behind. This is a miserable start. This is one of those anti-force or force rounds from G2 I'm talking about, right? The tree boost, the jiggle from Hunter, they do the same over towards Cave with a jiggle and a smoke, the same towards ramp. They're just looking to block, and they will get company with the setup. So 3 heavy to defend this.
I know they're on the partial investment, but this favors them. This looks promising, really promising when you find 2 on a P250. Wrinkle's signature weapon of choice, aside from the orb, it is that classic $300 pistol. He's put it to fantastic use, and now Astralis, you're up the creek without the paddle. You need
a couple more of those.
Shot like that, I guess.
They've still got plenty of time, and I think Hooksy's had some important kills within these mid-round scenarios. I know this is against the lighter buy, but the in-game leader still wants to force the issue over towards A. No secret about this, making steps. That'll be heard from Nertz. B lane being clear, so they have a good idea. This is the finish. Heavy God's push securing that. Rotation, Mattis leaving the site as well. And here they come.
This is not a fantastic angle at range with an MP9. Hunter's going to be hard-pressed to find output. Especially with that Molotov at his toes. He's buying time, swings on out, gets away with it.
Blocks the donut smoke, that's nice.
An interception on the donut smoke gives him more angles to work with, and that Heavy God flank, this looks great for G2 to close it out, but Yami finds Mattis. Heavy God reveals his flank, 12 seconds. Surely no chance, absolutely nothing for Hooksy. They could just run at him, and they will, peppering him down. SMGs, 5-7s, G2 break through on the partial investment.
All right, it's about time, and thanks to Wrinkle with that double kill, that completely stalls it. I still really like the approach of Astralis that we're seeing. That they stayed in A main, the util usage there was great, but they were always up against it. So hopefully that helps Wrinkle get his stage legs. Here it is again. That flash, he's playing anti, so very well done from the young man.
Boost, don't close.
No need to show the frustrations yet, but the finances already whittled away. Astralis, those clutches for Fozy left you in a bit of financial ruin. Sure, you've got those rounds, but now you're operating with pistols around these Galils and singular AKs. They want to try the A site once more.
Yeah, you have that sniper supremacy as well. Just, what, Galil, AK?
Hunter's on his own. Rotation will be through Donut.
Okay, Ryu down easy for Hunter, but bell rung and dumping Q-tilt, trying to delay. He's done well, he's done exceptional. 3 out of Hunter, buys time. He's down the law. 1 from Stare in Temple keeps us interested. Hard to see much more come of this for Stare and Fozy.
Have to take a risk, have to make a play.
It's that risk, chat, because Wrinkle's blind spot. Fortunate that Mattis adjusts. The orb removed and a 1v2 for Stare. Now, it's in his wheelhouse. 20 HP, though, and Bomb lost towards that elbow.
Yeah, rerouting to join Mattis is Nerd, so he's going to give up Donut. He's going to silently rotate over to play off of each other. Likely let Mattis play first, then Nerds plays for the trade. They're hoping they want to take the fight and overstep the mark. As you said, in his wheelhouse, sure. With an AK, he's just got to hit the headshot. With this M4, it's going to be a whole lot tougher.
Oh, he actually connected the AG. Finds Mattis on 18. No, it is the contingency plan. Make no mistake. Mattis, does it on his own. No worries. Double out of him. Triple in defensive A from Hunter.
Yeah, beautiful work. The flash came in to support Hunter there, but still, he was in a very, very tough position. And what was costing them early, rotating out of position, he just made it into the side box in time. So well done. This is the course correction of the half.
Yeah, and stubborn on A or Astralis.
Yeah, that earlier conditioning, right? I can understand doing it on the pistols or on the anti-ecos, anti-forces. You want to keep them honest. You want to make sure somebody starts over towards A. They can't just be 3-2, whether that's middle or B. But now they're down to eco. So the clutches were good. Got you a nice bed of rounds, but momentum could swing the other way. We've been talking about this all EWC long. A lot of the Counter-Strike events, they have these 2.5-minute ab breaks. Around here, it's 30 seconds, you're back underway, so the momentum can mean a lot.
So can a couple of confidence-boosting eco frags. There's only one from Mattis, though.
Yeah, he's quite animated as Mattis. They're in, they're planting. They were.
Denied. Yeah, good find. Good read of the situation from Heavy God, knowing that lurk smoke is just to try and get something out of the eco. They don't get the extra cash. Bomb plant denied. Third round secured.
Some firepower missions in the buy for Astralis. It's 2 Galils for Yabi and Hooksy. The rest of the AKs, no Fozy AWP. Mid-harass util. Just want to soften up that of Nerds and Hunter, and
out.
Done.
He is out. Oh, gets caught. Doesn't matter. White screen still manages to put the crosshair onto Hunter's head. Heavy got back. Finds Ryu. Knows he's committed behind his box and trying to find the angle around the edge of that donut smoke. Mid-flying the Astralis flag for now. Action on the extremities. You can see movement on Hooksy. Worming out, as is Nerd, surrounded. 2 of them in the donut smoke. Are they going to go for a walk push?
There they are. Off Mattis's contact. I think they push through this and take the fight.
On the reload, isn't that tempting? You just heard that audible reload, and you will start to slink further in.
Fake on B.
Ooh, overlooked that. He was preparing his crosshair for something else.
Bomb
Double
loose.
Back. That's the end of the round, surely. Fully committed with the bomb, now surrounded by all 3 of the remaining CTs, and it even gets better. Hooksy trying to pit that gap cross temple.
They will know this came from B, right? Yabi was throwing B fake utility right there, so you're worried about Heaven, and you're going to backpedal into him towards T-spawn. Nerds with a massive round, 3 for him. That's 4 straight, and the recovery well underway. See Mattis, right? He has to worry about B. He's coming over. They did want to push through that donut smoke on contact. His mind gets drawn to the B site, not so focused on the crosshair, still wants to play for the info. This is very well done from Nerds. Right, bomb down in this position, essentially the round-winning maneuver.
Yeah, and good spray control considering the evasive maneuvers adopted by his opponent there.
Get broken after... There was a couple of hype clutches from Fozy. Has, again, just left them in financial ruin here. It's going to have to be a partial and then a full gun round for the final. Going to get that 3,400. So this allows them to bring out some pistol upgrades. So we're starting to see it take shape. There's plenty of deagles, and that's telling us something a little bit slower, right? If they had the Tech 9s, the smokes, right, we could see something a bit more in your face, a bit more direct. With the Deags, I think they are just going to have to take their time and allow these pistols to search.
You can't brave the mid protocols there. Incendiary, elbow smoke. Ryu with flashes, perhaps there is a second timing they're trying to hit.
So B fake, then mid will work.
Yeah, they come. Nerds communicating a lot. 3 from Astralis. Slink out middle, and Nerds strikes. Whoa, that second bullet magnetizes to Ryu's face. Clean shut down so far, and it only gets better. Wrinkle catches Hooksy, poking his nose out Heaven. Another headshot for Nerds. The multi-kills keep flowing.
Conversation will need to become as Fozy.
Something.
Yeah, another Mattis. You see,
He's
the
having a
cam's up the
game.
whole time. He's definitely wears his heart on his sleeve. If you're Astralis, just looking to get that 7th to stop this momentum. 6-6, considering how this started. No pistol round. G2 will be happy to... they converted it on the trot, but this one is just going to be slow and steady. Fozy hoping more frags come his way. This is really just for the stats. There's more than enough money for G2 to buy into the next for everybody, right? So Even if he shaved off another kill or two, it's really not going to mean an awful lot. Wrinkle will finish off the deal. We've got 1 round left of the half.
So yeah, I guess the question is about that momentum. Can you stop it? In response to 6 on the drop from Astralis, G2 responding with 5, and that's 6th available.
I think it's just the frustrations as well that if you're Astralis, you want to stay away from. You get 7, it's like, okay, but 6-6, we had such a good start. We let it slip, we had those chances, and then you know that Fozy had to get you across the line with a couple of clutches, so how convincing was it?
Valid. Speaking of Fozy, he is playing around the edge of that smoke, just tantalizingly close to the flames. Doesn't announce his presence and clearing through. Nuts was not ready for that. Aggressive Orpa opens up. Heavy God finding Yavi, running into Wrinkle, blows the boots off a stair. 2 main, and he's going to be disruptive force. He's playing up close, he's ready. Oh, and pops out to the dig. A golden opportunity for the 1-2. 3-on-3. Swinging through, Hunter. Overlooked stair, they just ran straight past each other. Ships in a night. And now round 12, it's going to be one hell of a fight. There's no reason not to fight for this. Tooth and nail. Mattis and Heavy God to try and forge a path back into A. An approach from A main from Heavy God.
Yeah, Mattis needs to make some noise, right? That incendiary throne means they know there's a play towards CT or Temple.
Here we go. Oh, Hooksy just started to consider that. Stand that trade attempt, and it's instantaneous. Good luck, Mattis. Have fun. Not going to be easy, but still time on that bomb. In the blind spot. Just utters it, going for a cheeky stick. Fair play. Nothing else has been working for him in the half. And talk of stopping momentum, Astralis do. They managed to post just that 7th in the last chance saloon.
Yeah. They get this pistol, they can run away with it here. If you take a look at the half in terms of opening kills, we're tied up 6-6. Scoreline, the 7-5. It's the pistol and the clutches that are real difference makers for Astralis within that half. Wrinkle could have been heating up there. He was the man that got the impact on the P250 to get things going.
Yeah, and I have to say, Chad, you know, a personal bias of mine is an AWP swapping after the first AWP shot into the Deagle headshot. There's very few things are stylish. I got a little excited, whistled it past Hooksy, a nice try. But regardless, yeah, Astralis do have the edge, especially if they can convert this pistol. Looks like there's a very clear plan from Hunter and the squad. Already investing quite heavily into utility.
We've had a few conversations about Astralis and their Dust 2. That's the map we're heading into next, the choice of G2. It's a map that they played 23 times this year. They've only won at 6. So getting Ancient feels mandatory if they want to take the series today.
Ryu's got his work cut out for him, but he has got the whole squad with him. 4B start for the CTs, and Yabi forced away from Cave. Ryu goes looking. That's what Wrinkle's waiting for. He's supposed to be covering. Hunter was lining up nades, and Ryu racks up 2. Stair stops. Another onto Mattis, and already, whatever your plan was, G2, Astralis have crumpled it up into a ball and set it alight.
A bad goosh there from Nerds, but still, this one is looking impossible now. They'd have to be given these fights.
It's a frustrating one for Wrinkle.
Have you got trying to set up Nerds there with that flash? Hey, I'll flash, you swing, we take this together.
Fozy, it's not the weapon you want at range, and he actually hits a bullet there onto Heavy God.
He can just block them with this smoke and call cancel on the chase. He's actually denied Donut, so A feels safe. 45, get a couple of kills, get the bomb down. That'll be a success for G2 right now. Winning this round, it's all on Nerds.
Tough angles to break here for Heavy God and Nerds. And has managed to profit off of the distraction, but it is just that one. Clean from Astralis to start.
See G2, they feel like they're playing behind. I'm just talking about the scoreline. I'm talking about the tone of the game, right? I think Astralis have done well to set the tone, and they'll be able to keep that up. G2, they are going to force, but they didn't get the bomb down, so that means we're just going to have some Tech 9s and light util behind it. No Galils. Nothing punchy. As we get back underway, red smoke out from Nerds. So they are just all in rushing this A site, so pressure will be on the Swedish sniper with an M4. It's backed off, he's out of position. They should be able to get in and get the bomb down.
Feels like it's going to be a certainty now. Sure, a couple of bullets do connect onto Mattis, and Wrinkle softened up, but that bomb plant is a certainty.
They only have smokes, there's no HEs to break, and I don't see a kit.
Oh, wow, damage both ways, but Wrinkle's found lethality.
The smoke, this gets awkward now.
It does.
Don't forget what they're working with, though, Chad. It is just the pistols. But with the bomb now down and close range fights, and a Deagle headshot into Stare. Hunter tucked. Favorable with the Tech 9 up close. Ryu struggles, but finds it. Trade from Mattis, low HP. Got a 2 on 3, and they're backing away, accepting defeat. An open A site. I bet they couldn't believe their eyes as G2 emerged onto the A site, and there's 0 resistance.
Yeah, that one's tough. They didn't really have the util to try and breach back in there, and no kit meant they were always on the clock. So G2 will get themselves something to start into this game. It's a 2-round gap, 8-6, in favor of the Danish organization. This is where the game can start to slip away. We will have the Force by Wars back from Astralis, right? They save a couple of guns. They're going to upgrade again with their light loss bonus coming in. But G2 win this. It's going to have to be an eco, and we can tie up the scoreline 8-8. So how quick the tides can turn. Now he's cooled off a bit, but still early stages. He wants to take the fight close mid.
Ryu's got his work cut out for him here. It's Heavy got Mac 10, and it's easy for the FD9. Great output. With Hooksy finding Mattis cave side as well. They are in such hot water.
Just trying to bully this A side again, and they are the ones who are struggling now. 2v4 situation. The bodies aren't there to push through the smokes for Astralis. They will have to respect it. So just going to spam.
Got Stare low through the smoke.
They cancelled the plant.
Disrupted the plant. Yeah, those smokes aren't going to last. They're fading now.
Gabby's on the flank as well. He's a little bit late to this, but he is making a move.
Hunter in a 2-on-4. Knows he has to find some equalizing frags here, and now gets in for 1-2. 2 CT up close. Yabi finding Nerds, puts it all onto the shoulders of Captain Hunter, and that's Fozy. Quick to adjust as Hunter takes the engagement. It's clean. It's a quick response.
So they go back to more of the same, but it's going to be worse with the buy this time for G2.
Fair play to Ryu. Sure, you expect one, but the second is what I'm most impressed by. This one here.
That's more than the output you'd expect from him there, and the fact they shave another one off in cave, it means there's no options to reroute. Committed to that, and again, they were given the good graces to get that bomb down, but just a light bit of spam caused the cancel. Feigning, it's a B lane and mid control round, but they're just going to try and wall tight into A. Ryu up close.
Just enough of a gap to spot Nerds. Proceeding forward, A site is theirs.
Mattis is late to this, and here's the bomb.
Yabi has Donut, and yeah, they're going to take Hunter out easy. Safe plant from the Donut angle, held by Heavy Gods. Deagle, and it's deadly once more. Ring down. Oh, quick from Yabi. Finds it necessary. Now just Wrinkle and...
Good luck, man.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. Tech 9 versus 4. And they know where you are in the flames. Still delivers the headshot. Flank from Fozy secures. Astralis up to double digits.
Yeah, just what I was talking about, this could be tied up for G2. Now they're in a bit of a hole, right? Their loss bonus 1900 plus the bomb going down. There's an extra 600 for everybody. But will have to be an eco unless Saw wants to take a timeout and call them into a force to find some life. Otherwise, you're essentially giving over 11 for free. Yeah, so Ryu being the bane of their existence with this MP9 in a couple of straight rounds. The plant does allow a couple of upgrades. Looking a little bit flat at G2. It's all about hoping that the Pistols can find something on their own volition, and upstairs. In the crosshairs, that'll be the opening kill, and the rest should really start to follow. Heavy God's the only one who's shown proficiency on the Deagle so far. It's Mattis. Every time.
He's having a game.
He's having one of those. All right, well, just 3 more to sweep this under the rug.
Like, if you guys want to ever feel better about your, rough games,
yeah, watch Mattis.
Watch this demo. Watch Ancient. For G2 Astralis here at EWC, watch that demo and just see it all from his POV. X-ray off, really, feel it.
Yeah, him and Yabi are having some of those games, right? The two lagging behind on the scoreboard, but thank Fozy for those clutches in the first half. Astralis, they are making good on his hard work. Last man alive. Look like they'll be able to do any damage in this one, and there's no point overstepping. He has to make the move, and will. For you. kills for him there. 18 frags deep. Starting to find some impact. That's now or never for G2 on map number 1. Question will become, is there enough signs of life for G2 in this for them to be able to pull through the punish on Dust 2? It hasn't been for G2 in recent times either. But Astralis...
yeah, you gave us the stats. It was brutal.
6 out of 23.
Yeah, ugly. Okay, so like you said, ancient a necessity, and they're very close to making it reality.
Yeah, this has been pretty quick.
But is it going to be cut and dry?
I just think because you haven't been able to establish any rhythm on the T side, any rhythm at all, really, this is your first full gun round for G2 on the second half of a map that is quickly slipping away. Europa doesn't have his AWP. Hunter has a Galil. They have to hope that they can break in. Something 3 strong in mid are Astralis.
That's a good nade. Whoa, 69 for Nerds. Anti-flash, good awareness of the possibility for this path, but Stairfall blind, but that's what you want, that 1-2. Just a massacre in middle.
And pack this one up. You can see from Astralis there, right? Let's take stage 1. Let's get to Donut, let's get to Pocket, let's see what they're throwing. Once that's secure, once we know that it's not all out wall, we're going to drop the next wave of utility. And we'll stuff Elbow. And it just looks way too easy. That's what you want to see, right? That's exactly what you're hoping for when you're talking about the protocols, the way you want to approach these rounds and make it look... they're up against dry runs right now, Astralis. It's just heavy God. 2900 loss bonus going into what will be the last and final. The bomb down in middle, 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, he's not good for Ryu.
And another kill for Ryu, up to 19 now. Sitting top of the tables. A strong start in the early stage of these halves. Looking to close it right now. Just one more rounds, as the last 2 have been flawless. One of them was an eco, this was a gun round, and you get nothing done. So G2's frustrations palpable right now. And a CT side with 5 AK-47, so that's going to feel pretty damn nice going up against 4 Galils, an MP7, and very limited util.
Yeah, 5 AKs, but not a single one on the T side. Rough.
Looking to pipe out mid. They do have the space. They are undetected, but it is noted that this is open. Sharks are aware that they are giving middle right now.
Okay, Stair, how do you approach this? Now it's on that grab walk, and it's a good trade from Mattis. Yavi's feeling that pressure. Dumps his util and takes cover in the smoke. He's going to play right next to Heavy God. He knows it's a possibility for that walkthrough, but he's bought himself time.
Flash!
Flash! It was from Ryu. They were doing the dance. There's Heavy God at least out main. Now Ryu confirms his position. A nice find onto the Temple player. Hunter, Fate draws out the incendiary. It's this clash between Wrinkle and Hooksy that will determine, just how in trouble G2 are.
They have to back off. They have to reset. I don't think they can plant towards A. They're hanging around, but they're worried about the possibility of a flank, but we should know where both players are. Hooksy just parked the bus in Donut.
Yeah, the loss of Donut really does change the dynamic, doesn't it? You got Fozy investigating CT, and the absence of a plant has them questioning, where are they off to?
Yeah, they'd have to be noisy if they wanted to make this move, so Sharks are aware that this will be the A finish.
But giving them enough rope, letting them play this one out. 25 seconds, confirmed it has to be on the A site. You can see Hooksy is paranoid about the potential through mid. And that's a turn! They just line up for him! That's one hell of a finish! Hooksy double, and a 13-6 smashing to start us off.
Simple stuff for Astralis on this one. Both pistols, some clutches from Fozy, and they make light work of G2. In round of 16, single elimination. This one was quick. G2 yet to connect the mouse and keyboard. You want a different look for them going into Dust 2 coming up next.
from Fuser early on really gave Astralis, that leeway into the match where they just, felt very confident. Once they turned their attention to the CD side, wasn't really much that G2 could do, and overall a team that looked very solid. And it's good to see that finally something, alongside Ster can, bring up a little bit of a firepower to bring Astralis to have these comfortable wins.
Now, Yanko, I saw a crucial moment in this game. It was round 5 and round 6, and we saw the sniper pulled out. Fuzi was really impressing me. Is the Hairless Wonder the player to watch on this Astralis team, or who do you have eyes on as this match continues?
Not at all, Puckett. He's the last guy you would probably look towards, but he's been struggling the last few months. That's the reason why. But he had a ton of impact in this game. Those early rounds on T side, I think that gave him some confidence. And yeah, him in addition to Ryu, who came in at the start of the year, right, to make this Astralis lineup international, are two of the guys that have been quiet recently. So for them both to have a good game went a long way in Astralis being able to secure a very clean win here on Ancient.
Now it's 13 rounds to win. Let's take a look at some of those crucial ones early on, and talk to me while we take a look at the clutches. What is the economy right now in this CS meta? What are we looking at? Are we going to see a bunch of underdogs pulling off upset rounds, or is it expected the bigger Arsenal is always going to walk?
No, I mean, it is what it comes down to in these given rounds. Winning clutches is so important, not only to score points, right, but also keeping your economy at bay. And Fust in this given situation gives himself over to isolates the fast really well, does catch a bullet to his head, right, but isolates the fact that he's unaware where his last opponent is going to be coming from, and wins out a very important one to just set him up for success. And then even in this round coming in, a 3v3 situation where also Fuzi is going to be a bit of this main character. So all in all, the force buy wars really paid into what it was really important for this game. I think it's good to see Fuzi with a bit of impact in these rounds. Finds the first guy going for the fuse, then backs off, knows there's no more time on the clock, and just rightfully goes back into aim in. And at this point, he just wins out the round to set up Astralis for success going into the rest of the match.
Big brain. It was a 6-0 start for Astralis. They are the first on the board in the best of 3. We apologize for whatever audio that is if it's going over the stream. Yanko, though, if you're looking at G2 to bounce back, is there a star? Hunter had a few 3K rounds.
You're going to look towards as to be the one that's going to carry the team, right? Nerds has been instrumental lately for them as one of those more aggressive riflers, more playmakers. Heavy God, I mean, anchor of the year, right? And one of those guys that's really been the player to watch for G2. Coincidentally, he's the one that Fuzi was able to take out in the 1v1 in the end, and he was the first kill in that second 1v2. So I wouldn't write off G2 just yet. We said Ancient historically has been good for them, but lately it's been a pretty big struggle. So we're going to move on into Dust 2, which has been their pick, and I think here you're going to see more of what they're capable of.
Dust 2, a fan favorite. It's something we have seen since the beginning of CS. What are your expectations now in 2026? How is this match?
Really been looking good on the side of Astralis. Like, they've played it 23 times and only won it 6. So it kind of paints the picture of a team that's been struggling in this map. And recently they have also haven't really picked on the last couple of months. So it's a map that they had their struggles on, right? They did put pressure on Falcons where they played them in the group stage, but as a map, it's a map that's relatively simple, and I think it just speaks into also just the way that G2 approaches the game. So, rightfully so, I think it's a punish pick in some sense when you look at the G2 that they want to be playing Dust 2 against Astralis. But I mean, at this point with what Astralis has showed, I'm not even sure if I can count on Astralis regardless of their recent history.
It's going to be a fun match either way. And reminder, we are live on 2 different streams. This woman is all over the venue. Freya, where are you at right now?
Thank you so much for taking the time to join me. It's the first time I've got to see you since you officially joined Astralis. So firstly, congratulations. What prompted the move from Na'Vi to Astralis?
I mean, I think it's the need of growth, the need of change a little bit. It's been 3 years in Na'Vi, and I feel like it's like fantastic org, but it's an org that I need to be very hands-on, and there is not much time to like focus on different ideas, different growth patterns for me. And Astralis, when I got approached by them, for me was like first thing, it's a different position. It's a position where I actually oversee the whole growth of the org and literally reset everything from the scratch. As you know, everything is rebuilding there.
Yes.
So we're trying to do our best to, get it as much functional and as much, I would say, big and, you know, reclaim the name of it as it used to be.
Okay, so as VP of Performance, what kind of resources do you have at your disposal?
I mean, resources, it's a big, so I'm actually re-establishing everything. So we just rebuilding the structure, we just rebuilding the ideas, we just bring the culture, like that's the most important thing. When I join a team, for me, what's important is how players feel, what they need, what is there to be done. And I feel like my main role is to build that competitive culture, and then whatever tools I need, there's basically everything available for me there. So yeah.
Okay, interesting. So I imagine different teams require different things, right? Astralis are kind of a little bit earlier, I guess, in this rebuilding stage of going international as well. The first time they've kind of stepped away from having that Danish core. In terms of what's been your first focus with the CS division? What's been like the #1 priority?
Reclaiming the hunger into the game, and the belief that they can actually do something. And they're very skilled players. They're very hungry, but I feel like the end of the previous season just, you know, slowed them down and brought those thoughts of like negativity and are we actually capable of more? And being there with the new coach next to me, I think our main task is to make them believe that actually you have what it takes to compete with the best. And right now we're just trying to rebuild it, rebuild the strat book from the coach and the IGL point of view. And at this point, it's also changing the atmosphere. It's a lot about making it more, not necessarily like competitive, but like believing and hungry, you know, like you build that identity. That's the good word, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they're already taking steps in the right direction, making top 16 here at the Esports World Cup. You're a person that loves to be watching the games as well. You're always getting so hyped up for your team.
For next games, and then usually it's like a full reset, new map, new ideas, new energy. And working on mentality is not like just saying things in between the maps, but it's all like how you program yourself to be ready for the game. And I'm always like, even today I was talking to the players saying like, you know, we're different than everyone else and the job is different. If everyone would be literally, if this job would be easy, everyone would be doing it. So at some point we need that fighting spirit, we need that, you know, ability to reset back. I was like, guys, we reset now, what's our next focus, what do we do next? And that's the question I would be always repeating to any team member, what do you want to do next?
Well, Ursula, your insight is unmatched as always, and the guys are busy on stage playing G2, so I won't keep you a moment longer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Best of luck.
I can't believe it only took me 20 years to get on the same show as Freya, but you are very familiar with this Astralis organization. Does the performance coach have an impact going into a Dust 2 map, or is this something that maybe they come back into before map 3?
Well, of course it's going to have an impact, right? You know, not that I've worked with Ursula before, but, you know, I know what it is to work with a performance coach.
Right.
It is an important aspect of professional Counter-Strike that you go in and you talk about how you feel it, you talk about how you want to approach the game. And I think she had some really good words to say that, you know, if everyone was doing it right, you know, and doing it easy, then that's what everyone would be doing, right? So I think as a whole, sure, she's going to be looking at teams saying, we've done really good, we need to keep up the momentum we just built on Ancient.
One player that was doing really well, doing everything that they manifested in their brain was Ryu. Let's take a look here at some of the X's and O's. Yanko, walk me through this clip and some of the numbers he's been putting out today.
Yeah, definitely. We mentioned him as one of the newer members coming in this year, a younger guy over from Monty, and he's shown flashes here and there, most of his sort of mechanical prowess, but struggled to find consistency, you know, maybe exploited a little bit in those anchor positions down the line, and he's had a great tournament so far. It feels like his performance has been one of the main reasons why Astralis are in the playoffs.
He is definitely one of the stars to watch on Astralis, but let's turn our attention to G2, because G2, they won Warzone. They got 1,000 points towards the club championship, but you don't score anything unless you get top 8 in 2 games. Yanko, this is their last chance. They need to win this match, which means you need to win Dust 2 and map number 3. So let's talk stars, Dupree. Who is your player player to watch? Who do we need to turn eyes on for the rest of this matchup?
Obviously, you've got to be turning your eyes towards both Nerds and Heavy God, but since those two such an up-heavy map, I want to be seeing something new out of Wrinkle. I want to see why he was brought to this team, bring some of that aggressiveness that Saul talked about so much.
Reminder, this is day one of the playoffs here at EWC. We are live on 2 different streams. Open up both tabs, enjoy all of the action. We'll be right back with the first match in just a moment.
Low.
Let's fucking go, man.
Nice!
Bro, but they are split. One is... Bro, they're playing 2A, one is default, and one is Xbox. Fucking idiots, man. Nice, good job, boys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It is time for another Club Champions check-in, this time at the Allianz Vault, because we've got a Crossfire tournament going on, and I've got Trav to get us up to speed with all the happenings over here. So give us an overview of what's been going on so far.
Well, it's all AGL, to be honest with you. They kind of coming in as the reigning champions, looking to go back-to-back, and, you know, not just for themselves, but for their organization as well. They're sitting second at the moment in the Club Championship, trying to catch up to Falcons, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Already secured themselves top 8, so that's 200 points, and it puts them now just 100 behind Team Falcons. So they're really closing that gap. As I said, they're expected to win here, get that 1,000 points, and put some pressure on Falcons. And the pressure's already on Falcons, to be honest with you, because they did drop to the lower bracket yesterday against Na'Vi, who are another one of those top 4 teams pushing for the title. It's unlikely that Na'Vi are going to be able to get it done. It's like a 0.22% chance that they win the Club Championship, but there's a little bit of something there.
Okay, interesting. There's a lot of pressure on Falcons over on the CS stage as well, understandably so, just winning the Counter-Strike Major and hopefully looking to get another Club Championship trophy in their cabinet too. In terms of any unexpected results, is everybody going to par at the moment, or is there anything crazy happening?
Yeah, most things are kind of going as planned for the teams. You know, Vitality coming into this one, we've seen a lot of their Twitter game complaining about the group that they've been thrown into. Coming in as the top seed from their region, they've been put against 2 of the strongest teams from other regions. They were thrown into a group with AGL, so they were knocked down to the low bracket by AGL. They're trying to claw their way back up because, as I said, with Na'Vi, it's unlikely they're going to be able to get the Club Championship win, but every place you move up is huge amounts of money when it comes to the Club
Very similar for Vitality when you're looking at CS as well. When we're looking at the bottom side of the bracket, you don't really want to be situated in there, and unfortunately for Vitality, that's exactly where they find themselves. Thank you, Trav, so much for the update. We'll be coming back at you with more Club Championships news. I'm joined by Alban, the G2 CEO.
of characteristic and personalities. So most of the time I ask questions about that and the financial aspect of it. So that's the two dimensions where I get in and I have to approve everything. So blame me, hate me if you want. At the end, I have to say yes or no, and that's what I did this time.
Well, I imagine you have an eye on the CS team right now for more than one reason, right? Obviously, you want to be making a deep run, but not least because of the club championship, right? At the moment, you're kind of teetering on the edge of actually being going home with any prize money. Does that add more pressure on the guys today?
No, I mean, it should not. Like, I think the best way for them to perform is to be supported by their staff with their protocol, and they played football earlier, they had lunch, they look at the map and work on the strats, and that's what they should do, you know? I have a bit more pressure, probably, but that's fine because I think winning or losing matters a lot. At G2, we don't like to be controlled by the results. That's why sometimes we make jokes about no refund and things like that. But I think it's important, yeah. I mean, we had bad results in our key games of Valorant and League of Legends. Rainbow Six didn't qualify. And then we had a miracle run on Warzone. So now it's time to transform it into a success. And for that, we need one more win.
Yeah.
So one win with Astralis and we're in the ranking. If we don't win today, we're out with 0.
Damn. Okay, that sounds like a lot of pressure. It's good that the guys aren't feeling it. Just touch upon the Warzone side of the conversation. I'm not too familiar with kind of, you know, the favorites, the underdogs in that, but you guys ended up winning it. Was that a surprise to you?
Yeah, in your eyes, they were the best from the beginning, but, you know, they were a challenger. I think they ended up last year. We picked them at the start of the season. I think they were not like the favorites, but we saw that in the early stage of the competition or season, they're always qualifying, always going into playoffs. So it's like, we really think they have a potential to go top 8, maybe top 4. And that was the goal. And then, yeah, miracle run, Falcons, Twisted Mind, everybody insulting each other and us winning in the middle of that. So it was great.
Anything you want to say to all the G2 supporters out there to end things off?
Yeah, sorry for all the medical leave you have to take after all games. We love it. For us, it's important. We don't want to be any other esports club. We are an esports club with an attitude, and we'll keep doing it. Sorry.
Thank you so much for your time, Albon. Yeah, good luck heading into the Counter-Strike match.
Time, they're chasing him down. Get him in the face, quickly with the turn. What a sequence! Abati, now they burst through. This can go rock gun in a 1v1, and down goes Kersey. Has to hit that, and he has one-on-one, and Jimmy jumps into his draw. Sin on the sniper for 4. We're ready to get this one started. It is 5 straight losses on Dust 2 for Astralis. However, a dominant start on their pick of Ancient. For G2 on the other side of the stage, it is their pick, and it's a good...
Door smoke lands. Short molly will follow. But the smoke is going to be tough to clip off heads in this one.
In fact, you've got a second one. I don't think they'll be ready for that. No one exposed by it, though, and already first blood is drawn. It's Wrinkle. Lays down the law. Long-range Glock headshot for 2. Heavy advantage to start.
Well, they know it's not the upper tunnels. That push from Fozy has given them the information. So as they look to continue over towards A, the defense should know what's coming.
Actually, Mattis was perfectly positioned to receive Fozy there. Does manage to hit the goosh.
Do you want to chase him down? No, they just want to
drop
okay, they're turning into a B split. All right. Let's talk up the rotations. They know that Fozy's gooshed. He's actually playing towards T spawn, so completely out of position now.
Yeah, and now if you want to rotate through, you'd be having to run through a smoke into Nerds. So mission accomplished and keeping it risk averse.
Okay, so a pistol round. There's a change for G2. I think that there's going to be a... Hold on a second. We'll see how quick that they can get rid of Hooksy and Fozy, both extremely low. 6 points of health between the two of them. Fozy has the armor to hold on to. Hooksy has the kit, so at least they're signed to carry through to the next round. That's if they're allowed. But I think if you're Astralis, after being one map to the good, and with how dominant you were, obviously the clutches came in, the pistols going your way, and you took care of business, I think you can take a lot more risks on the CT side. We saw it there on the pistol, right? The fact that they've run up middle, they didn't get what they were looking for. It wasn't a biff. They weren't able to cause it to be a brawl. But you can push into lower tunnels. I want to see more risks taken. I want to see them take some chances because, yeah, you have lost this map 5 times in a row. You've only won it 6 times out of 23 times played this year. You can't play it the same way you do every time. So you need to see something with a little bit more aggression, at least in my opinion, out of the Astralis CT side. But Wrinkle does very well. You want to get this man the AWP as quickly as you can here on the T side. Force buy for Astralis taking shape.
Yeah, I mean, backing your statement up is Wrinkle. He refunded the AK, went back for a scout just to keep the extra cash in the coffers. It's a scout standoff in middle.
I think it's fortunate as well that Ryu had a very good first map. And he's been having a decent event overall, but as the Bianca, at times I can see this man get overwhelmed. So juggling some use.
Spam through the smoke from the Fozy scout.
Trying to channel them in towards A with this, so they're going to reblock the mid doors. Ryu is able to block upper tunnels if he's pressured.
I don't fancy Hooksy's chances. Minimal support. Fozy's scout's on its way, but hardly committing to it. Just going to be playing cart. Hooksy, a chance on the flying Mag 10. It's hard to track. Heavy God's head. First blood drawn, round 2, map 2. In the opening game of our playoffs here at EWC. Fozy falls. Nice find at range. No output from that scout. A couple of bullets from the Deagle did damage, but Yabi just caught looking the wrong way. He thought Stair was still on the angle. He just dismounted. Oh, and they're keeping it clean. They don't lose anyone. So Dreamstar, pistol, conversion, and economical from Astralis anticipated. Call it 3.
We'll see if Mattis can have a less frustrating game of Counter-Strike coming up.
Yeah, Ancient's one he wants to forget.
There's a couple of flashes in this eco. Krypton Hooksy is really, they're just hoping to gamble correctly right now. But quicker to get this map control. RG2 already in through lower. That's all clear. Now, Hunter going to take the space over towards short. Set up by Wrinkle with the flash. Bounds around the corner. Sector clear.
They did manage to hold on to Hooksy's flashes at the very least. Something better than nothing.
Just in the wrong place for this, right? Can't really set up his teammates when they're the ones over towards long. So Hunter calling this clear for now. He's about to get a little bit of company.
Letting the Mag 10 make the space.
And just dodging his flashes. He will catch that one. Still deals with his equal on the other side of Hooksy. And Hunter on the Mag 10 could farm up a bit more cash. The SMG, 2 for his troubles. Nertzel with Ryu and Fozy. And then you just have the one man of Yabi. Wrinkle. Spot him there on the jump, but it's Nertz with another. And there you have it. Pistol with the conversions. Now, does Wrinkle want to upgrade into the AWP? He can just wield this scout. It's going to depend on the spawn. It's going to depend on the calls. I just want to carry this through and see if he can find some tags on the cross. But that was the simple stuff. Into the business as Fozy will bring out his orb. Now, let's see. Do the CTs want to come in with an inkling of aggression, pushing into lower, forcing the issue? But will not upgrade. Takes the first shot, then brings it into the boost. They will get the long control. A lot of pressure on the mid to be early, trying to force a rotation. They know that Stair is the A rotating rifler. You got Hooksy anchoring long, and that last man supporting A will be Fozy the AWPer. So Stair has to make a decision. Do I help Fozy to one short, or do I deal with the mid to B? Well, he's picked his poison and he's cleared middle, but Fozy's been flashed off.
Yeah, good util from Hunter. Secures short safely.
And this is great right now for Hunter to be able to call with, right? You've got your short control. Your players still have a decent amount of util. You've taken no damage whatsoever.
Stair is playing to disrupt if they do commit for a mid to B. And here they come. Overlook the corner, did Nerds. Lazy clear, 3 far from Heavy God. That's the bomb delivered. Hunter through, finds the necessary trade, recovers the bomb.
You wouldn't go to the mid to B, surely. They must know that there's still the 2 B defenders alive, Ryu and Yabi.
So what's the answer?
Time's going to become the problem, and they're so split up. They need to try and breach in.
The pressure on the shoulders of those two. You mentioned Yabi. Tucked on sight. Ryu bricks. That's the headshot you needed. Hunter's giving you the way in. Pressure onto the shoulders of just one man as Yabi precise headshot tracks, but only the one. You've got a 2v2 retake, and it looks like there's an early collision course set, and they weren't ready. Hooksy had his knife out. Mattis, proactive, gives him the advantage, and there's no reason for Fozy to throw his AWP into this impossible retake.
Yeah, if they give him something, sure, but he's great on the clutch as you were looking at Ancient, but that was the T-side, that was with the bomb down. And now he's just going to have to hold on to this. So streaky map so far. This is 4 straight for G2. No real resistance for Astralis just yet.
I mean, that's going to be the one they feel like they should have started, right?
Now, the fact that Stair gets you 2 coming out the mid doors, you read the situation correctly. Nice trade from Hunter. And that'll be that as the 4th now notched on the board. But you have to keep in mind that Fozy's alive. You know the AWP's in play. He needs to insert himself into this next round. Fortunately for him, he even kept a HE for good trouble. So, see if he wants to go for a couple of breaks in this phase. So this is great from Stair. This is really all you can ask for, because when he gets traded, it's door spam, which looks nuts in the replay.
It's that one I think is going to be annoying and haunt Ryu a little bit, knowing that they had still this crossfire, and yeah, facepalm for Ryu after conceding to Hunter for that second frag. Big clawback from Hunter in that one to keep this streak rolling.
This is the map where I see Ryu having quite a few troubles as a B anchor, right? There's a lot of B pops you have to deal with. It's not an easy sight. We'll see if he's able to keep up some of that Ancient form. As Neo will take his first tactical timeout, get on the mic, and obviously they're going to work out how they can wood this AWP, right? This is where you need some creativity, you need some aggression.
He's got both. Let's see what Fozy chooses to do with that.
B-rush.
Early B-rush. This is just door smoke go. Fozy's at least here, but what's he supposed to do with an AWP? Up against a rush, still pulls the trigger onto Wrinkle. Ryu, anything's great, a bit of damage, you'd love lethality. Fozy a second onto Mattis. He's edging the smoke. Hunter might not be anticipating him to have this line. He'll stay on it. Stair will walk on through. Hunter, anti-flash. Unaware that they're farming forward off of this lovely lurk smoke outdoors. Gives them options. Flash from Fozy and go. Here comes Chaos. Pandemonium on the B site. Astralis just won a round. Hunter and Nerds deny. Good find. Fozy, despite his output, doesn't want to overcook. Doesn't want to give that AWP away for no reason. And he, gets a third onto Nerds. All for naught.
Yeah, decent damage, right? But there's still lots of money to work with if you're G2. Hunter and Heavy God look to get out. Be 5-0.
Looks like Astralis' weaknesses on Dust 2 haven't gone anywhere.
Yeah, well, we'll get into their second gun round now, so... As mentioned, I really feel they can take a couple more chances with the map in the back pocket, right? They selected to be on this CT side. You'd hate for this just to go like normal and not feel like you tried anything out of the box. But to be fair, G2 have started pretty default heavy, right? They're getting that lower tunnels, they're taking all that mid space. Away we go again. So Wrinkle posted up on the cross. Out long for Matters. Flashed off the line. They'll give over the space.
That's exactly what Wrinkle was positioned for. You can see this boost. It's to try and catch the smoke break AWP. His counterpart, however, positioned on short side. Diligent flash work from G2. Nullifies Fozzy's opening gambit.
Been a lot of the same with this.
Fluff Molly. Still will dismount.
Yeah, Fozzy will respect the flashes. Doesn't want to hang around for a bar of that.
Really going fishing for something on this mid-cross. Prior to that commitment, 50 seconds for G2 to find their finish. Fozzy might go for a sweep here. If Wrinkle's on the line, it's a hard fight. It doesn't favor the Swede. This is the sweep. That's the tag. Wrinkle, low. Hunter maneuvers forward, but he's not with the squad. He's kind of doing a bit of a lone venture. They'll drop CT. A little bit of a gap in the smoke leads to some damage, but the B site falls. Just Yabi to go. Way too many men on his screen. And even a nice pick up top mid. Hooksy from long gets caught towards top palm.
Yeah, this is very, very comfortable right now for G2. They're going to try and take this away from Fozzy this time round because it's been saved in consecutive rounds. He's got lots of cash. The loss bonus is there. He will be able to bring it out again, but maybe not into the next as he assessed the finances. It should be in Astral's half buy. So Fozzy, not long for this world, the Shadow. They do a lot on that angle, but still takes down Heavy God. You can see defense mode now as the bodies are coming his way, and he knows the hunt is on. Can he retain this? Wrinkle jumping, gets caught, but the trade should be there. Hunter will confirm. The board wiped. So Fozzy has a stack of cash. I think take a timeout, talk about this type of a buy, because Stair can get himself, Fozzy can drop one and still get the AWP. Yabi can buy himself. They can work this out. He's opting for the Famus. Even without that saved AWP, they're still able to get close to fully equipped. It's one kit. Oh, look at this, Alex. This is punishment right now. B rushing again.
It's just Ryu. The entire Astralis squad disconnected. He's just got to do it all on his own. Not bad output. 1.5. Heavy got down to 14 from the spam.
And now they're playing retake. There's 3 smokes remaining. There's a molly in the mix, so they can continue to replenish the smokes towards the doors. It's going to be about a CT lurk on the way in, and, well, the flashes, there's only a handful of those. But there is the kit, so they can give this one a crack. It is just going to be tough.
Nert's trying to address this potential for the walk through that smoke. Nice timing on the molly here from Heavy God. He's even got another smoke.
Yeah, 2 more.
Breaching this, not going to be easy. Flash at the ready. Stair the first. He's making his move. Wrinkle back at the site on the plat. Heavy God still removes Stair's aggressive venture. Ooh, there's Fozzy removing Wrinkle. Hang on, time sensitive, no defuse. Ryu would have to be on it now, and he is, but jumping from the heavens, it's the Heavy God.
He's got a big smile on his face right there. He was so low on HP after that initial skirmish. The fact he gets so much value, good stuff for the big man.
Seriously good output on a MAC-10, no less. But they are abusing this B site.
The fact that they've run B rushes twice now.
Maybe your matchmaking teammates were right.
He's really just setting the tone.
Fucking mucked it, I swear.
All right, Alex, they're doing it again.
Well, if it ain't broke, Chad, don't fix it.
Coming through the grey screen.
Ryu would like some help. MP9, it's nothing. Some damage, sure, but Yabi with a 5-7, a prayer, and a peanut in his pocket. Good luck, have fun. Pushing through, little bit of Yabi. There's some action. Heavy got easy tracking. Finds Fozzy. It's comfortable for G2, just zipping up for an 8th.
A couple of players are low, so Hooksy might be able to get a kill or 2 for the stat line, but otherwise this would need to be the biggest rounds of the man's career. Okay, Mattis will deal with that, and this is abuse right now.
If you're the B anchor right now, if you're Ryu, how do you not take this personally?
Well, when they're getting those spawns, the fact that they're still calling that right, being able to get away with B rushes at this level of Counter-Strike is pretty silly. But if they keep getting those spawns, and They keep carrying him with those Mac 10s. Why the hell not? But this is already a great half for G2.
And also, if you're Astralis, you don't want to overreact, do you? You don't want to start heavy B and suddenly, oh, they're out long.
This is it, right? So they're probably going to just go for another. They started 4-1 a couple of rounds ago. Look at this, a bit of a wry smile there.
Felt like you just said, you want to do it again? Look at the spawns, though. Yeah,
I think Wrinkle might give Long a go, right?
Sure.
He might be able to post up on the line. They can get him a bit of space, get someone out towards blue bin. But, Astralis needs something. Posey at the top of the scoreboard with 6, but the resistance has always come too little too late. So standard start. Posey blocks Long, and Hooksy knows not to pick before that smoke is up.
We'll fire off a shot. So audible to Astralis, the AWP started long side.
You'd love a flash right now.
Ooh, Fosey's in such a forward position. The flash, oh, and the AWP connect.
He just got a glance there of the arm. Gave him the info. They're turning this quickly into mid to B pressure.
Yeah, you got that first blood, but how much does that advantage help you with Yabi now gone? They know one of the 2 names that plays B is removed.
Scrambling Astralis.
Understandably. They know their vulnerable bomb site is once again all on the shoulders of Ryu. Outside of the bomb site, playing to disrupt from the mid side. That's a good find. Removes Hunter and nothing else to report.
Door smoke's very awkward.
Dodgy.
Yeah, that's not good.
Could be punishable. Just on the edge of that, Wrinkle's AWP was poised to collect. Now already look at this play. Ryu trying to be disruptive. They'll go off the flash. It connects. So do the bullets. 3 in defense of B from Ryu. A little bit of something back, a little bit of redemption to get the Astralis rounds started.
And Wrinkle just trying to shave one off here. Thinks there's play through tunnel, but no, it's not planted for him. They're going to swing out and confirm it. I think for good measure, and that defuse will come through. So Astralis are on the board. And Ryu's the man to stand up and deliver, so good stuff from him. It's hard to see this being much of a half at all.
Justin Bieber in the building.
Very well done there from Fosey. Right, I thought the Nerds would have had him every day of the week. A good tempo to this, right? Not letting them establish themselves in the post plan.
Nice, guys. Sick!
All right, AWP is boosted in Suicide at Wrinkle. Can't see much on the cross. A boost on boost as Fosey takes the pick in towards lower. Where are this scaling? Nerds has been quick to it.
Ooh, missed shot. Nate should find a little bit of damage. I say a little, how about a lot? 25 for Mattis to work with, has to stomach the double HE. Fosey turns that flash, Nerds taking this space away. The Incendiary, though, in this rock, paper, scissors game has maintained control.
Starting to get a bit more pace in these rounds, other than these B rushes I was talking about, but when we saw them go for map control, it was a bit more of a slow roll. Minute 10 on the clock. On the fade of this, there would love a flash from Fosey over towards the ramp, so setting that up now.
Deep HE, destined for damage. Look at that, right between the wickets. Nerds and Wrinkle, flash now. Stead does go on the second. Oh, perfect. Dips in, removes Nerds, falls back and maintains that advantage for the CT side.
Hooksy needs to get something towards Long. This is a 2-2 split right now. If he goes down with nothing, A side's in a box.
Yeah, and it gets awkward for the AWP. Missed shot. Pressure onto Hooksy's shoulders here. Oh, and he's done very well. Catches both of them just walking around the corner. The off angle pays dividends. Just Hunter and Wrinkle. Trying to find a little something like that. With Stair gone, Fosey's AWP, good onto Wrinkle. Hunter, the first 2.
Do they let him plan?
He's gone on up. He's trying to isolate a third frag, and this one's starting to go from impossible to improbable. Hunter 9 HP has his back turned. Hooksy ensures things don't go awry.
It was always tough going out long there for G2. You have the low HP of Mattis from the early nades. If Heavy God goes down and it's not wide spacing, then Hooksy just sweeps them both under the rug, and well, 2 straight rounds.
Is this just a cosmetic comeback?
Well, it has to be rifle round after rifle round. There's still money for G2 going into next round, even if they lose this one. So this is the hardest way to get back into things for Astralis.
A little search from Mattis, and oh, more than a search. He has found the treasure that is an opening kill, removing Hooksy.
And you can see the gamble out
Look
of
at this
Astralis.
call. Immediately after showing face long, they all pivoted towards T-spawn, and it's a rejig.
And they're not to know it was a three-man beast stack, and I like this from Yabi. Staying active, see if he can find the gap.
It's kind of what you were asking for, more of this.
Just very late in the piece.
Already across the sideline of that smoke break or play. Nerds anticipating this aggression from Yabi. Oh, the comms were a little slow. Yabi still goes down, though. It's Hunter that finds him. 13 frags for their captain. And that B site looking rather unmanned. Unguarded, but just the sniper in that nest. Misses one from the window position. Second, good for it.
Has to keep repicking.
And that's what that flash is supposed to facilitate. They're all congregated in the tons. One has made it out. Ryu, an opportunity. So much damage eventually. Finding Mattis in that war of attrition through the doors. There's Stare onto Heavy. Got Astralis defending their site valiantly. Onto the backside. Wrinkle gone. Hunter low HP. 8 bullets versus 3. It shouldn't be possible. How are they allowing him to get the reload? Now he's got the ammo. Hasn't got the head. Good to Astralis.
It's good to see them being a little bit jarring, right? It might seem a little bit too late in the piece, but let's say 4 straight plus the pistol plus the conversions, we can start having that conversation. So they're not just rolling over right now, they're still putting up a bit of a fight. So that one should have been Yabi's. Hunter does well.
He's alone and one dark.
But doing well considering how easy that opening kill came onto Hooksy towards long from Mattis. So final round of the half. As mentioned, G2 were going to have the finances.
Hooksy G'ing up Fozy. He knows he's going to be an integral component if they want to try and end this in 2. Nerds is forward pathing, already slips under the sight line.
And he got a whiff there. Nerds is talking a lot.
Yabi started here, and Hooksy, they've got a crossfire established, so util will be required for Nerds. Fozy forward. Just runs through the flames down to half health.
Playing ahead of the mid-to-B smoke.
Oh, Hooksy's got his nades out, goes walkabout. Easy for Yabi. Oh, doesn't matter if he's flashed. Fozy throws one of his own. There's 2 back from G2.
Do they want to reset? They no reuse B, Stare A.
Yeah, and you know where he was. He's just scuttled a smoke from CT.
Piecing this one together now. Jumping up short, trying to hold on to this rotation right now is Wrinkle with the AWP.
Yeah, you got proactive Ryu as well, knowing he wants to be close to Stare, and he is playing for the fight. He needs to find them both, and it's instantaneous out of Hunter's AK. Clean with it. Oh, and a clean close too. Call it 9-3. G2's pick. Astralis, that loss streak on this map may very well be extended to 6. Conclusion of this one.
Yeah, it's a tough record. So this is more like it from G2, looking a bit limp, a bit lifeless in map number 1. Still some of those frustrations on display with a few of these deaths, even though it was pretty simple stuff. Obviously giving away the opening in 2 consecutive rounds in this, but only 1 really matters. That 3rd map of Inferno right around the corner if this one continues.
Third door.
Goodbye taking shape for Astralis. P250 for Fozy. He's dropped some utility as well. See buying the other belt. So 2 smokes, couple of flashes in the mix. The defense, we've got U2 on Hunter. The rest with Kevlar. 2-3 split of the defense. Ready to react towards long with these flashes on Hunter. It's going to be a mid-door smoke. It looks like they're just going to scuttle up Cat. Those protocols ready for the aggression, ready to flash them out. He sets them up to take that short fight. As we can see, no action for a while. B defense has been called over. They're going to try and clamp down, fight mid and short together. You can see those blue dots on the radar.
On Mattis's cue, Hunter provides the flash.
I feel like it'll be too late.
They are very close, closer than he may be ready for here. Flash is good, connects. Finds Stare's head, no trade, and oh, plucked from the skies. Ryu was trying to make forward space. 1 back on that flank. You need Hooksy to somehow find another. Can't do it. Denied by Wrinkle's USP. 1v3. Yabi can't find the headshot.
All right, Mattis, 3 kills in that one. Thought he was going to get caught off guard there with that timing. Rounds the corner, the flash is there. They're in his face. You can see Ryu just blind trying to make the space. You can credit him from the player perspective, but looks like too simple of a kill as the second. Here it is. So the flash, and they're already ahead of it. Drops down. Ryu's running out, trying to get this territory. And they close things down for double digits. Well, Astralis are going to take fullest of ecos. This will be a slow one. Nice downboard with Hooksy. You can see the in-game leader doing a bit of talking there. Want to keep that never give up mentality, but when you were losing to, I think, 3 B rushes, or at least 2 of the 3.
Oh, soul crushing for sure.
That's not how these rounds are meant to go down. So 5 Glocks up against what is 3 rifles and 2 SMGs. Remember, this is the first time we are seeing this iteration of G2 on Dust 2. That's Wrinkle's addition, and well, he's going to mow them down on Cat. Stair takes down Hooksy. Wrinkle 3, Hunter with 1, and that'll be 11 rounds now confirmed. Just one more. Overtime secured at a minimum. And this has been rapid map. We're running away with this one. Plenty of Counter-Strike coming your way today and all week long. Foot versus Magic going down on that secondary stream. Coming up later today, Furiate versus Aurora and Gamer Legion versus Mouse. And the third map in this one, very, very likely now. Okay, double mid smokes. Xbox and doors.
Wow, this is aggressive from the CT side. What a weird one for Fozy to explain.
That's at least going to slow down this mid util that was just thrown from Astralis. Hooksy calls the bluff. I like this.
Straight through. This is quick. Occupying short at 1 minute 30 gives you so many options. I say options. Look at Hunter. He's got a nice cache of grenades on that ramp side.
And Wrinkle's got more as well, so between the two of them, they should be able to bludgeon this short play. It's back towards long into Mattis.
Interesting angle. Rather unorthodox, but very susceptible to the flash. They're not looking at him, though. Ryu's pathing forward.
Would love some support.
He's begging for it. Flash connects, delay. Important. Hunter's here. Supported flash, perfect. Still, Ryu and Fozy sees an advantage, a necessary one for Astralis. Wrinkle, empty-handed. Smoke threatens for CTs to disrupt this plant, but it's going to go down uncontested.
They can take this slow. I think they should take a look, go fishing, see if you can do some damage, make the buy a whole lot harder for Astralis into the next round, regardless of the outcome. And I think these are the bonus weapons as well. I hope to see them play with a little bit of attitude, considering how they've been rolling over Astralis so far. Looking to play the long game, not going to give any of it a go. No, it's going to be 4 AKs carried through. And this is where you start to talk about the recipe for the comeback. It's a long ways away. Heavy God. All right, thought maybe you want to give a bit of a spam, but no. Okay, Famas saved, MP7 in the mix. Wrinkle's got enough for the AWP. And this almost goes wrong, right? You see the timing here as they attempt to deal with this long play. But as soon as Wrinkle is left alone, they're starting to path out short and out long. You're screwed, right? You're not in a good position to do anything whatsoever. The money can get humbled here, G2, if they lose this, and then that comeback can be on.
This is
into lower.
Very early collision.
With Molly behind him. They won't expect this, surely.
Stash.
Yes.
Yeah, completely overlooks it. Nerds with some trigger discipline. The barrel betrays him. Ryu, the savior, and a frustrating opening death for Nerds.
Stair doesn't know how close he was.
Crazy. You've seen a lot of those failed trigger discipline throughout here at EWC.
They missed the mid-door Molly. They don't know that it's close. It's clear at least, but Wrinkle searches, and if you jump up Xbox, you could be a dead man.
Stair doesn't know how close he could come to being denied access to shore. He'll just have to remain tucked on Xbox. You can see that bomb on the back of Fozy maneuvering. But Wrinkle's on such a forward position. He's in a opportunity now.
I'd start pathing short now. The fact that you know the all middle. Right, you put pressure on short now.
Yeah,
the
here
out
it
of
is.
position.
He's going to try and take the fights. Hooksy is as well. Bit of chip damage.
It's forced the rotation. This is nice.
Evico can disrupt this, and they're going to overlook it completely.
The Soundcue fakes them in. Look at the output. Heavy got a bit of damage on the MP7 past the first. That's the Yabby double. B-side's open for business. Astralis a 5th round. A sigh from Hunter knowing this one a lost cause.
I wouldn't mind a hunt right now from Astralis. I think they're in a situation where if they can remove the landmines going into the next, it's the AWP, it's the M4. Going to make their life a whole lot easier. The loss bonus is only 1900. Starting to spread out. Ryu's over towards backyard, but they're not just holding W, so I think they are going to allow them to hold on to these. But that's Ryu, a massive save there onto Stair, right? Considering how this round could have gone, you can see the trick that G2 are hoping for. That incendiary from short baits the expectation. Just that silence then for that longer barrel, giving away Nerds in lower tunnels.
Terrorists win.
It's a long way back into this. Here it is again.
It's crazy to say it, but like if he had, the nuance of that is if he'd remained with his barrel burrowed into the wall, there's a great chance he gets the double there. He just wanted to, understandably, get the crosshair in the rough direction for that first. Didn't know Ryu was so delayed.
4-man A-star right now. Looks like they're going to search over towards B.
Yeah, not in the same punchy way we saw in that first half. Uxie knows what's up.
The fact that they've actually just started with a B upper tunnels block has completely removed what could have been a punchy B pop, right? If the AWP posts up on platform, the rifles can start to scale in and focus side knowing no one's on your left. That's now allowed time for the CTs to rotate, right? We've got long control, we've got that AWP posted short. So you have a decent amount of territory, and you're essentially calling the bluff saying, okay, well, we had long, we're not expecting them to go out there without any tells, right? They're going to give us something, a sound cue, some util. That's exactly what Hooksie's doing. So Wrinkle called over to deal with this, but it still looks to be the B play. That's where the stack for G2 resides. Hunter Kart, Nertz, close left, back plant, Heavy God to take contact, and then Mattis.
And Heavy God's deal is always good for one.
Did a couple of good shots.
And he can get another one in this crucial round. Ryu swings on out, multiple bodies now spotted, and Stair does go down. Fozy
Fool's gold,
at least finds the trade, and there's so many more where that came from. Mattis, perfect position, nails it on the pre-aim. Down to Yabby, but are you ready for another? Yes, absolutely. Oh, no! He took too long with it. Nuts, gone, watches. As Yabby finds another, it's going to fall to the 1v1. It's Wrinkle. First game on Dust 2 with G2 and a clutch to essentially seal the deal. This is for 12. He's so low. It's a guarantee for Wrinkle. Easy pickup and the 12th on the board.
Well, Hunter knows he should have won the round right there and then. The fact that that got so close, that never should have happened. The stack was perfect. The way that they played that round, the blocking of the B to deny that pop. They get the long control. Hooksy even has to make it look like they are taking that space. But this is what I mean about Fool's Gold, right? It's Nertz and Heavy God who showed themselves over towards B initially, and that's the 2B defenders. They get the kill. They think, okay, we're just going to continue forward with this. And
Yabby got him.
Hunter is where it could have all gone wrong.
This fucking idiot from mid, he's dead.
G2 happy with that one. You can see the Org there celebrating what is the 12th round. One more. And we'll make it 2 drubbings. Back-to-back Ancient and now Dust 2.
Seven consecutive feels like a tall order. Looks like Fozy is going to throw some caution to the wind on an aggressive mid-line. As is Ryu, straight towards the long side. And look at him go through the incendiary. He's just laughing at it. Was that supposed to stop me? Heavy God's gone, and a necessary trade provided by Hunter. Good find. Plucks the head off the shoulders of Ryu. It is only Nerds on this side of the map. And they are starting to forge their path.
He has no support. Has to do this completely alone.
Just a one-man army. What have you got? Util at the back of the side for that exact position. The mantle up from Hooksy. A diligent clear.
Should just save. Play the long game here. G2 are in no rush. Sure, they'd love the game to be over now, but Hold on to these weapons, give it another go into the next round. They got 1,400 loss bonus, so holding on to these is going to be important. Wrinkle, first test, and passes it. And he holds on to this orb. He will be able to drop across the rifle into the next. So, okay, is this a question of a potential double orb set up for the CT side into the next, or just making sure that Astralis can't get it? That win bonus, they're going to be out of reach for a Fozy AWP. Okay, it does look like they want to carry the double orbs through, so Hunter brings a secondary orb through. That's going to be for either Heavy God or Nerds over towards B for sure.
I do love this as well when you have got so many opportunities for G2 to take us to the third. The second orb can give you that opening.
And the thing is, Fozy, he won't be able to get one down. Whether or not G2 have been able to understand the finances to know that's the case, they still will have that advantage as weapons are being juggled by Astralis. Saw on the mic. It's down to just a Famus. Or is it? I'm seeing the juggle going on, the back and forth as the final complexion of the buy. Spawns for Astralis. I can see Yabi lining up a corner smoke insta immediately. Do they want to try and be punchy on this?
It would appear so. Talking of punchy, look at Wrinkle straight up the guts of mid, going to try and find this sight line, and does provide fast blood onto Astralis' captain. Hooksy sidelined. Forward position from Stair, but they're so likely to see a flash.
This is quick.
Maybe quicker than they're ready for. Already going across. Look at this. The flash play. Sure. Oh, Stairs already slipped the net. Mattis unable to profit, loses control of the spray. It's Wrinkle from the short side, pulls us into an advantage for G2. They want Inferno, and they want it now. Yabi and Fozy fighting tooth and nail. Bomb can be planted. CT's a mile away. One disadvantage of those two orbs. He's trying to get back into a bomb site with them. Two from the long side, Wrinkle short. Yabi's molly will force Wrinkle to make a decision, will delay proceedings. Goes through it. No, that's a quick one. Long range single scope, just Yabi and Wrinkle should have this. Just as easy as that, a third map secured.
Yeah, nice map here from Wrinkle, 19 and 8. The defuse will come through, and some similarities. Both teams showing comfort on their pick. Both pistols for G2 in this one. The same for Astralis back on Ancient, but this one will be decided on Inferno. Let's hope we can get the best of both teams clashing horns, as right now it's looking very one-sided on these picks. The third and decider, that's where we want to see the fireworks, because one team will march on in this round of 16. Now quarterfinals await. It'll be Furia or Aurora playing later today to be their opponent. But this is what you need to see from G2. Shrugging off a poor Ancient. Hunter 21 top of the table. Wrinkle right behind at 19.
It's good for a debut, you know, seeing Wrinkle perform in the way he did, closing rounds as well, but it will be determined on that third and deciding map. And for Astralis, that B site needs work.
As we take a look back at some of the highlights, G2 able to finish with a score of 13 rounds to 6. Dupree, this was the expected outcome. What did you see, though, from G2?
I think so far in this series, we've just seen two teams that are exposing each other's map a little bit here, with Ancient going the likes of Astralis and now D2 going the likes of D2. I think it's teams that are now, you know, moving into territory in third map where both teams are looking very equal. So far, I mean, like, looking at G2 in this one, they recovered very well from that Ancient. I think they looked very well in this one. I think Hunter had a lot of impact. That B side was, like, you know, constantly being bombarded. We had some rushes in there. We had Yeah, I think he's been looking really, really solid. And as Yanko just pointed out, he's probably not supposed to be an in-game leader you're going to be comparing to Glaive and Apex and Kerrigan. But his firepower is there, and he's always been a big game player. And I think that is what he also brings to the table. He's always going to be so reliant in these games, and he always shows up in the most crucial moment. So it's also a good way of having a guy a captain that stands up and can deliver these kind of performances.
It's been such a fun matchup so far. This is G2's turn of striking back, and it's been one-sided affairs. As we take a look at some of the digits, Yanko, what is most impressive on the screen?
I'd say the 7 multi-kills, maybe, right? Like, because out of 21 kills, that's not a lot of kills for that many multi-kills, and just when you get those, you pretty much end rounds on your own.
And that's the beauty of him, right? You know, he just delivers frags and frags time and time again. And it's not that he's one of those guys that will go out and do all the entry job alone, but he can also just capable of closing out the rounds and doing some really good mid-round scores for the entire team.
Now, this is the first week where you fans in the audience can hear me in English. I love it. If you have signs and you want them to come on the screen, feel free to come up and party with us. It's Dupree, it's Yanko, it's Puckett, and we've got some great rounds of Counter-Strike to revisit. Dupree, you asked for this one in particular. What happened in round number 4?
Round number 4 is the first Byron we do get to see on Dust 2, and I think it was a really good mid-round call. We do see a little bit of a sloppy clear coming out of mid. You can tell that Stair has already positioned himself close to close out this piece, but Nurse doesn't actually clear the angle properly, and that lets Stair a double kill here. But what I really think is important in this one is what they do afterwards. Instead of re-smoking into the CT spawn, they keep it quiet, they keep sneaking towards B, and that forces Rio to try and find a timing because he's already in a very good position. As you can tell, Honda nails him to the wall here, and from here on, Wrinkle catches the guy on bottom side. 2v2, we know how difficult the B bomb side retaking B. We do see Matches walking back into tunnels, catching Hooks completely off guard with his knife out, and from here on, there's not much to do, and I just wanted to highlight how important a detail it is that they actually walk out mid and keep it quiet, because it forces Rio to play from that power position. If he would have just stuck down and kept his head low, he would probably have found the timing, but he was forced to check because of the no sound.
Guys, spread the word. We have an excellent matchup here on the main stage on our main stream. But over on our Bravo stream, we have more action. Yanko, let's take a look at what's going on. It's Magic up 1-0 over Foot.
So Magic, I think they're a bit further ahead in their development, but obviously we were keeping an eye on the A stream, but I'm sure this was an explosive game, right? These are two teams, they're full of young, exciting players, and probably a lot of action going on over there.
Now, this is our first day working together, so gentlemen, would you like to spend the next 3 minutes talking about map 3, or do you want to do a live look at what's going on over on Bravo?
I mean, we can do both, but I just want to touch on how Inferno is going to be, panning out. I think both teams looking to that map as being their favorite, so it's also neither of the teams wanted to give that over to the opponent, so it's a map that we hopefully will get a little bit more close on compared to the first two ones, and a map that will be a lot of a brawling on Banana, and Inferno as a whole is always about figuring out the stacks, playing those late round situations.
And Freya did a great interview with Astralis' new performance coach Ursula, right? And she's going to have her hands full with Hooksy. Like, he's a guy whose emotions run high, right, and have ups and downs. And that was a really frustrating map for him individually too. I mean, B bomb site on Dust 2, maybe the hardest one to retake in the game. Still not as hard as Astralis made it look, right? So there was a lot of rounds there that didn't go the way they were supposed to for them, and being able to mentally reset is going to be crucial going into that decider.
It is massive for G2. Reminder, they've already won a tournament. They did that in Warzone. They earned 1,000 club championship points. But if you want to make money in the club championship, you have to have at least 2 top 8 placements. They need this match win to secure top 8 in Counter-Strike. Meanwhile, over on Bravo, I'm told it is now 10-6. Let's take a live look at what is going on here, because we could see another game 3. Gentlemen, what are we seeing in this one? Walk me through, as it's a 2v3 for Foot.
I mean, we still can't really count on Foot. I think they've also shown on Anubis that they can play that at a high level, also being, their map pick. So it's good to see the fact that now it's a 2v2 situation. Demon finds himself in this given position and actually finds both players come out of cave, and we're going to go down to a 1v2 in this situation.
Yeah, Foot, I think, still going to be able to take this into a third, and once you get, even though they lose this clutch, so extends the game a little bit longer, but Mirage, if these two teams get to it, that just feels like a high elo face-it pug at that point, like there's so much individual prowess, so much mechanical skill on the server, that should really be a barn burner.
Awesome matchups across the board here in Counter-Strike. This is day one, and at the end of the day, we'll be sending our first 4 teams packing. In the meantime, let's take a look at who could be facing elimination on our main stage. G2 just won map number 2, but it was Astralis that punched first. We're going to Inferno. Talk to me about the expectations for both squads. Who needs to have a faster start, Dupree?
I think it's all about the mental reset for this one. Both maps were just, went in their respective ways.
Nice!
Nice, boy, sick.
Bro, what
Fucking
the fuck is
Master, I swear.
It was full force. Mirash again, look at this part.
I am down at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where I've managed to grab Chris to give me a few words about Trackmania, because a little birdie may have told me that there's some heavy implications potentially for the club championships.
Yeah, I mean, everywhere across the board is like going mental this week as far as the club championship goes. It's coming down to the wire, and 2 of our main competitors are very much competing here in Trackmania. So we've got Falcons and Carl Jr., who is the favorite. He's the undisputed GOAT of Trackmania. So for him, look, I don't want to say it's his to lose in Trackmania. It can kind of be a case of 3 or 4 players going against each other when we do get down that final. It's our very first day, so we're still just tempering expectations there, but he is the favorite heading into this tournament. And there's Binks from AGAL. He is the guy that is going to kind of try and bring a bit of hope here for AGAL. They're still in a good position, I would say, but for them, this is not the game they'll be counting on to find some wins on. They're just hoping Falcons probably don't do as well as they're expected to.
Okay, I do want to ask just a little bit, because we're in France, of course, and we've been talking a lot about Team Vitality over on the CS stream. What is Team Vitality doing over here?
They have a very good competitor and a world champion in Deck as well. He has a really good opportunity to take the win as well. I think that's a good conversation to have, because the top 3, 4 is still being quite heavily fought over. Vitality are in a really good position for that. A 3rd place finish for them in EWC, it's not what they would have wanted, but they have a good opportunity to pick up some good points here as well.
Well, thank you so much for your updates. We'll be coming back at you with more club championship updates.
I'm here at EWC Paris, and the crowd is already looking good for day one, but I want to find out, what elo do our fans of different teams have? We're going to be starting with G2. Let's see if they're any good.
7,000. Yeah.
Okay, it's not too bad. How does you guys then Premier do?
In Premier, I got to my 10k promotion match the other day. Didn't get there, yeah, lost it, done. Yeah, next time.
And what about for you?
10,300. Yeah.
So actually, you're the best of the bunch on the Premier side. So there you go. Spirit Guy's winning on Premier. There he's making it work. Let's see what the other fans have got. How long have you been playing Counter-Strike, and how long have you been a G2 fan?
I've been playing for half a year now.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm new, yeah. Thanks. No, it's not thanks. It's because of a friend. Yeah, so, and because of that, I started to watch actually Counter-Strike. And it's been a blast since literally the very first tournament of the year, like in 2025. And now and then I watch G2 because they have some greatest, very talented players.
Yes.
And you can see now and then very insane in shots here and there. So that's why I watch them, and I hope today they win.
Hopefully they do. Thank you very much for that. And also, welcome to the community, man. You've only been playing for 6 months. You're more than welcome here. We're a lovely bunch. Most of us, I would say. So tell me this, though. When you're playing Counter-Strike right now in Premier, what is your elo?
5,000.
5,000 is not bad. We all got to start somewhere and grind on up. I appreciate that. But what is your aim? Do you have a goal of what elo you want to get to?
I'm more of a utility player, you know? I'm a support player, and I'm proud of that.
Good.
So, yes, I try my best to shoot, but usually I throw utils.
Hey, you can join my games anytime. We'll take the support players all day long. But there we go, 5K for him. Let's see what everyone else has got. You've got a very old school G2 jersey on. How long have you been a fan of the team?
I'm a fan since Kenyas and Shocks, so it's been like 2015 now.
Okay. And you supported them the whole way through. I respect that a lot. But tell me, I want to understand, how good are some of the G2 fans at playing Counter-Strike? What is your Premier elo, man?
15,000 now. Yeah.
All right, we'll take that. 15,000 is a good lead. Do you have a goal which you try to aim for? You want to hit a certain elo?
20 maybe?
20?
Maybe.
I believe he can get 20. He's a loyal fan of the game. He's a loyal fan of G2. Let's see if he can do it. My man, what is your name?
My name is Pierre-Alexandre.
Well, welcome. And how long have you been a G2 fan?
How long? From 2017.
Wow, okay, so a long time through all the changes.
Yeah, from French team. Yes.
So there's no French players left on G2 now, but who is your favorite current G2 player?
Hunter.
Yeah. The legacy player, the longest standing one now left on it. Now tell me, what is your Premier elo, please?
25K.
Oh, 25. Okay, that's a big one. And do you have a goal to try and go further? Are you dealing with many cheaters? How hard are these games?
I just play for fun. Yeah, sometimes play for fun, yeah.
Playing for fun, still 25K. That's a strong yet. They're in the front row. A ton of G2 fans. Let's find out what their Premier elo is. Give me reload.
10K.
10K?
I got on ranks.
Oh.
12K.
Okay.
It, and I'm moving forward to play Counter-Strike for a living.
I would like to say my parents were mostly always supportive of me being at the computer, but they had no idea what esports was. For me, I was watching Cologne 2014. I think my mom saw me watching it. We were just talking, and I told her that I can make it there as long as I keep playing. I think when I was playing FPL, I was on a semi-professional team with like X1.6 players, and they were well connected in the scene, and they kind of got me an invite to FPL with the rest of the players. And I think when I started playing there, that's kind of when I felt like it's super possible. Not like it was like cocky, but I was like feeling that if I'm not already better, I will be better than them. And the rest is history, I think.
So I think there's multiple steps in realizing what Counter-Strike could do for me. I think the first event, probably when I was 15, I came home with cash, put it on the table and said to my parents, it was 100 euros or something, 150 euros. Now I'm earning my own money. They ask, how did I get that money? They started asking questions. I said, from playing over those next few years, when I was 15, 16, 17, I got a very small salary. But I think once I was in university, so that's probably around 2008-9. I started getting really good in the game, joined Fnatic and Mouse and some of these organizations that was really big in 1.6. I realized I could earn something next to my studies, but the moment I joined TSM and we got that salary, because in that period of time, Counter-Strike exploded every year with 200-300% in salary increases every year. At that moment, I realized this is going to be big, and I kept pursuing that dream because I was very close to stopping in TSM, or right before I joined TSM, because of, you're getting older. So that must have been 2015 that you realize how big CSGO is actually becoming, because 1.6 was not big enough for people to live off the game, especially when you're doing a degree as well.
Imagine if I had not taken those risks and not really jumped in Counter-Strike one more time, and then I see how big Counter-Strike is now, and I could be now electrical engineering, and I would be thinking, hey, I could be one of those guys, and that was kind of my dream. You just gotta go with what your guts are saying, give it a try, because then if it doesn't work, you can always jump to something else, making sacrifice part of the process, if you're a gamer or not. Everything in life is gonna be like that, I guess.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turn. What a sequence! Apathy, now they burst through. This can go rock gun in a 1v1, and down goes Kersey. Has to hear that, and he has one-on-one, and Jimmy jumps into his draw. Sin on the sniper for 4.
And if you haven't watched an Inferno before, this is all about the util. So we'll see at what pace this one follows through with. The pistol was fast. Once we get into the guns, I don't expect the same. Really a combo of Nerds and Hunter to get banana control. And they've got a bit more company this time, right? On these 4 spy rounds. Let's be more pack heavy. They're ready to scuttle into a very, very quick B execute. Watch them just start parting through this as soon as the util's in the sky.
Stair thinks twice about this. I think HooXi calls him back. They are going. Stair trying to be anti-flash, maintain vision. They are chaining them together, though. Still stands his ground. Just the one. Is that enough? Not really. HooXi's gone. Bombs across. Post-plant. Recovered rifles. 2 banana. Responsibility of Wrinkle on the Galil. Is that bomb now ticking? Posing, walking, unawares, didn't diligently clear that corner. At least enables Ryu to provide that trade, though. And for G2, is the hard work done? Feels like it's still to come.
Ryu and Yabi clearing their corners. Yabi so convinced about the new box, but that's that heavy God Deagle guarantee. There is a kit present, but just the patience. Yabi has no idea. Hunter was hiding there the whole time. G2 immediately wrestle back control after conceding pistol.
It's not baiting if you win the round. Hunter there just hiding in plain sight. That's beautiful from the in-game leader. He had a massive dust too. Yanko there asked for a hot take, just said, okay, well, Hunter just got bully Hooksy in this one. Click on the in-game leader on the other side. Former teammates lifting the likes of Katowice and Cologne together, now enemies. Elimination on the line, that one. Simple stuff from Hunter. Want to force by this series. They did the same on Ancient, but they couldn't find consecutive. G2 break the funds.
It's a good map for 5-7s to find impact. 4 of which Astralis wheel, just Yabi on the hand cannon.
I'm gonna make a move on down Banana there.
Chunky
really
nades.
take a fight through this smoke on the fade, maybe even before.
But at range, though, I say that, Nerds actually closes the gap. His MP7, he's fully blind. They've got him trapped. No, they haven't. Hunter, 3 in quick succession, deals with it. One back from Hooksy, but they know where he is, and you can see his helplessness in his gameplay, just spamming, unloading into the smoke, hoping for a little something extra. Mattis can't catch a break.
And considering Hunter and Wrinkle are low, they need to be careful not to give away too much more. Hooksy might want to carry something through into the next, but still just looking to do a bit of damage as the bomb is being punched on the other side of the map. That 40 seconds now confirmed, and he's hanging around. He's got company. Heavy God coming down Banana. The 2 top mid and spammed away from Hunter for 4 within the round. It's a little bit frustrating there for Astralis because I like the idea. The flash was even good. It's just Hunter, the support network, was ready and raring to go. I wonder if there's a bit of organizational pressure for G2 in this game as well, knowing here that it's not just the Counter-Strike tournament, it's not just the progression through the easier side of the bracket. No point mincing words about that, is it? Okay, Hunter. It is going to be the Eco back. So they have won out the war of attrition, and we should see a 3-1, and they can do something with these very light investments. We're talking a flash of smoke at 5-7.
We actually learned something from Puckett there on the desk as well about the Orgs needing 2 top 8s to be eligible for that club championship. So for G2, you get to that quarter, you win this game, you win that, what is it? Your first playoff game in a Tier 1 event this year. You not only do that, you also make your org happy. It's good to keep the boss happy.
We'll see how far they can push the issue, right? Obviously, you win Counter-Strike, you get 1,000 points, but there's some other teams that will be talking a bit more about that. Your Vitalities, your Falcons, maybe even your Navis.
Counting on their CS squad.
This one, another stack on the pistols, and you just have to hope that you've called this one correctly. You've gambled correctly if you're Hooksy. And you just want to do a bit more damage. You took a few rifles with you. A few upgrades with you, excuse me, in the last. Doesn't look like it's going to happen this time round. You can send Nerds in as a bit of a beacon. They're going to flash and pick top middle, but look at the range right now. Very deep. Mattis playing chicken pit. A lot of range on this. Could be classic Mattis for the series if he gets caught off guard by this one.
Yeah. I think the guy is due a little break. A couple of ecos might soften the blow.
And B is open, right? They've been able to send the SMG of Nerds in, clear it out, make sure no one is home, and he's even taken down Stair on rotation. So at this point, Astralis are just looking to not give away too many more casualties to Nerds to farm up some cash, but this one is done. 3-1. Start to settle into this. Let's take a quick look at what's going on that secondary stream. Foot versus Magic. Looks like they're going to be heading to their 3rd map of Mirage very shortly, so you can whack that one on. As Nerds, he does want to get stuck in with the SMG. The man to take the liberties. There's just 2 more to find. Nico Bash ace, everybody's favorite, as Hunter's gonna steal it.
How rude.
That's all right. I think those ones, it's better. Right? I don't want this. I don't want the ace on the stat line of an Eco Bash. Right? It's fine. I'll save it for the gun rounds. So Nerds has gotten himself 4 there, gets himself up to 5 kills, and we'll get into Astralis's bind. No Fozy AWP available. Relatively limited of util as well. Lacking HEs, we see players like Apex, right, which is what you're going to hope Hooksy can do with the B defense, landing devastating grenades down Banana. They are extinguished. Okay, it's half wall immediately. We're going for the extinguisher, the car molly. That would be telling of a fight. They are playing a little bit more forward with their A defense on this bracket setup, but Banana's where the action is on Stair.
Yeah, he's ready for this. The whole G2 squad on the other side of the screen. No one's seen him. Finally, Mattis puts him down, and just Hooksy.
Good luck, mate.
He's been spotted and executed.
Another one there from Hunter. Just clears out the site. 7-1 for the boss man.
It doesn't get more cut and dry than that.
And it'll have to be the save.
This B duo just bowled over.
Ryu's probably pretty happy it's not him.
That's true.
All right, I took the hiding over there on Dust too. Someone else for a change. It's a good opportunity right now to talk through the CT setup. So there will be the combination of Hooksy and Stair with your banana control. Hooksy's going to be setting up Stair to take those fights. And then it's going to be either Fozy or Yabi. Right? That's your AWPer or your rotating rifler to assist if they want to go for 3-man setups. And then Ryu has to anchor down towards A.
It's going to get some credit as well for Wrinkle and his flash. Ensured they find that frag onto Stair cleanly.
Tough way to find yourself down 4-1. You win the pistol, you lose the force, and now there's a bit of a landslide.
You know what that sound means?
Yeah, tactical timeout from Neo in the early stages, and it does look silly when you catch from this angle, doesn't it? But Mattis able to catch him before he can pop back up and mow them down. Stair knows he had an opportunity.
It was actually Heavy God's flash. It was Wrinkle on the second for Hooksy. Team play on display. Everything going to plan.
I'm liking this decision we're seeing from Astralis on the buy, and likely ushered in by Neo as well, taking the timeout. Your loss bonus is maxed out. Let's get that Fozy AWP out.
Yeah.
Let's take the eco behind the saves right now. I say eco. Right? They're obviously going to invest a little bit more knowing that 3,400, but it's not the full shove. Right? They haven't dropped rifles, they haven't fully invested in util. Everyone's left enough that they will be able to buy properly into the next. Bigger concerns in a round like this, and yet to leave spawn, it could change, but there's no kit. So if a site falls as easily as it just did, it's been a bit of bludgeoning on B, and it's going to be hard to see that retake once more. Same half-wall block smoke again. Seems to be the game plan for Astralis in this one, as a nade lands at the doorstep of 2. Nerds and Hunter brought down. And Hooksy trying to seem bigger than he is right now. His teammates to do a 4-man A stack to lock down Bracket's control.
Mattis flashed in for his apartment's control.
If they get shut down in mid here, G2, it's about their immediate reaction off of the info.
Feels like Stairs 5-7 could be very disruptive in this position. With the boost set up, it's a nice distraction. Already working out this partial investment.
They're coming back. They want more of this.
And Stair, equipped with the rifle, will profit. No trade attempt out of that. Ooh, the boiler player who is now alone as Stair doubles up on mid. Look at that minimap. Just the battlefield laden with G2 bodies.
25 seconds. Heavy go try and do some damage. Sure, remember, this was just the partial. We're going to be buying into the next. This one's a feel-good moment for Astralis as Heavy God backpedals and looks for the save.
Yeah, always a good look for Coach as well. Off the back of a timeout, you find yourselves a little bit of a momentum breaker.
You wonder what the thought process there, right? They established that it is a bit of a mid-stack. They know that the boost is in play, and then they still want to pipe up middle. So I think in that moment, they're assuming with all that info, G2 start to race up Banana and try and isolate that solo defender. Instead, Astralis flash, they take the fight, and they stifle this one to get their second round, 2-round gap.
Yeah, Stair as well. You give him an inch, he is capable of taking the mile.
To note, though, in the spree of 4 rounds for G2, had a lot of bodies stay alive, especially in the 2 prior to this. Flawless rounds mean they have a lot of cash to splash. And a round like this, if it would devastate the finances and you had that 1,400 loss, it's a tough position to call yourself out of. Fortunately for them, they've got all the cash that they would hope for, and they can go again. But Fozy will get the orb. Can't say the same about Wrinkle. They want to keep him operating on this AK. And that's something that Saw noted with HLTV, right? They wanted someone a little bit more aggressive. He's not going to be that on Inferno, especially not on the T side. And they didn't need the extra voice of Sampaius. And you've got that in Nerds. It's akin to a Yakinda style player. Likes to take space, likes to control the macro. And then you've got Hunter, the in-game leader. Those two and Saw, with enough people to make the calls. Wrinkle just needs to get out there and hit some shots.
Let's get this party started. Then round 7, 3rd map. Not fast to the round of 16 playoffs.
They continually find this opening utility damage.
That must have been team utility there.
It must have been.
I don't think I saw
anything.
it.
You're right.
Yeah. So 4 strong on A.
Awkward.
Stair left to his own devices on B.
They're trying again. This bracket's control. They want to fight for it. They want to demonstrate they can take it away. You got the Fozy Orb short side, and Yabi's got a nice cache of these HEs. He's just going to keep just chaining them together. That one's a big one. Right between both Hunter and Mattis. Now forward positions on the long side. Smoke won't last forever. There's a flash on the fade, and Yabi's just going to worm his way into library to acknowledge the potential slip CT.
A lot to concern himself with.
Locked. Throws out a Moto Smoke. Interesting improvisation.
You wonder if that's an invitation to creep through.
Looks like
he
it
might
is.
get blindsided by this.
Ryu's responsible for the housekeeping of this spot. They're boosting over. Could be an awkward angle. You're not ready for Fozy's vulnerable. Brought down by Hunter. Ryu, what have you got? Multiple bodies flood the site. Clash from Mattis connects.
You can see what Yabi was thinking, but he stitches up Fozy there, doesn't he, right? With that 3/4 smoke, you have to worry about the potential for them going arch side. So respects it, drops back, tries to ward them away with some block utility of his own design, and well, that's the way in. Hunter treats it as an invitation.
Well, looks like Hunter's got a gift for Wrinkle into the next.
Yeah, I'm curious, though, because he could have bought it, so it's telling that, all right, they want to start changing it up because they weren't expecting this AWP. Nah, he's dropped it. So it's just the housekeeping and making sure that they can't get that for Fozy. They do have money on the CT side, though, so that won't be too much of a concern. Stair will be able to drop it as Wrinkle will get it. So we do juggle it around, and it is carried through after all.
Yeah, he likes the sound of it after all, you know, like if you don't have to spend the money, you're allowed to play. With your signature AWP, sure, as you've highlighted, T-Side Inferno is not the one when it comes to inserting yourself into the play. Yes, there was some Poltracide start of the T-Side round.
Looks like they've woken up from Ancient, though, G2.
Oh, we had a good innings as well.
He had a name.
Yeah, you should never do that. Especially in this skirmish of a third map. Big util dump from the CT side, and it works out. Yeah, no, it's down. Stair using that AK-47 to great effect. There are 3 T-side weapons on that CT side. That one-shot headshot potential, not just a T-side exclusive. Hooksy's got to play this dangerous game where he plays for info, but also doesn't give it up to an AWP on Wrinkle. The longer he holds on to that util, the better, as the backup brigade in Stair is starting to maneuver back. Rather quiet. The calm before the storm. A block smoke thrown at the 52nd mark.
They've just played for info top middle. They're behind that incendiary, so they have a good idea this is going to be the B play. Where's the rotation?
Yabi's even getting proactive. He's going to be making that move for a rather fast flank. They're still congregated top banana. 30 seconds as the util dump comes through. Smoke fading. Flank connecting. Wrinkle still lining up nades, and he's gone. Backstab there. Mattis with one back.
25. You
have
gotta
to
go
commit.
big.
Surely you have to commit. At least that's what they think. A pivot on its way. Does Ryu completely leave the site? He's saying, I'm not so sold on this. Starts now to depart. They're going to round the corner, and it's an open runway for the plant. That is cheeky. He's even used the last couple of seconds to try and go for the safest of plants.
Okay, well, now good luck with the retake. Moto's just been smoked.
Okay. Ryu really wants this bomb site back. He can't believe they've stolen it away from him. The moment he departs. Difficult smoke to broach. The time ticking. You've got that HE break. Mattis tucks. Hit by the wallbang from Fozy's Orb. Softened down to 40 as he unloads his mag, just trying to keep him at bay. The time is ticking away. 2 frags is good. Heavy God lingers. Someone has to get on that defuse, and it is not planted for Heavy God. They could just sit it. They could just sit it time. Whoa. Just in time. Astralis do regain control of that A site and will put that 3rd on the board.
All right, down to the wire there. The fact that G2 are even able to maneuver into a plant is impressive. Keeping Astralis on notice with this one. I wonder where the rotation is. They turn it into a flank instead. So proactive in the mid-round from Astralis, and Hooksy likes the way that one feels. So keeping it to a 2-round gap. No issues in the buy department, and so much extra cash stacked. Heavy God has 10k. So there'll be plenty more gun rounds. This one, Abbas showing a bit of attitude. Straight through the mid-smoke. So he suppressed the ability for them to go aggressive. They wanted to linger around to have those questions. Mattis has denied it immediately. Molly instead can get out. He wants to go back in for this. Another nade lands on his toes.
Yeah, it's all about this fight for half-wall control. Block smoke will buy time.
And in rotation between the two of them is Yabi. Is he just going to donate this util? Head back over towards A. It's like a minute on the clock, and he will give over the nades, but he's going to posture forward. Stair wants support. It's the Danes over towards B.
Okay, Danish duo. Stair anti-flash, overlooked. Oh, still nuts, pivots, he finds them both. What a dream. Giving his team a gift of a 2-man advantage. They do still need to find Hooksy, and with their connections, we've equalized. Hooksy on B, Fozy on A, and Ryu overlooked in pit side. That's the bomb, that's the kill. Wrinkle empty-handed. Hunter in the clutch, winnable. Certainly now, beheads Ryu, gets the time. He knows Hooksy last seen B's sight. He knows he's got the time to set this one up and use time as his great ally. Hooksy, head-to-head, he's held his nerve. Wins it out in that captain's 1v1.
Oh, interesting call there from G2, right? You killed 2 players top banana, you know there's a third shore, you're expecting that rotation away from the A defense, but they've just parked the bus. You walk into it, you're also getting blindsided, so... Is Hooksy looking over the fence there? Maybe, yeah, he is. He's definitely giving him a little bit of summon, a wave to Hunter.
Okay.
Rubbing a bit of salt in the wound with this. As mentioned, once upon a time, teammates lifting trophies together. Hooksy got cast aside. No, we don't want you anymore, mate. Trying to build back up to what was the successes of G2 once upon a time, but...
Nice shot as well from Hooksy.
This is the thing, if Hunter gets into Boiler...
Hello, brother!
He gets into Boiler, that's round, right? So Hooksy's chasing Ghost at that point.
Ooh, Orb sounded off a shot there, so info on Fozy's coordinates.
I think they're turning this quite quickly into... At least they were something A-centric. Now on Inferno, it's not about the finishes, it's about this battle for banana control and top mid. You don't have to take banana first, you can go get Boiler and Halls, then get your bracket, vice versa. It doesn't matter, just as long as you are taking the space, forcing the CTs to rifle through this util.
Wow, right in his top pocket. Half health for Nerds, worming their way through though. This is a great gap. Hunter gonna play the fade side by side with Mattis, and there's no one home. Some serious real estate now for G2.
Making it look like an app spot, but they're just gonna walk long.
Yeah, with all the attention drawn. There is that rotation from CT. Stair and Hooksy are on their way. Cognizant of the possibility of this gap. And then they'll use their own Moto smoke to be hoping to be overlooked. Yep, that's it. Stair had his nades out. Good find. First blood drawn. With Mattis in combination with Hunter makes life miserable for Yabi, standing and banging, finding 2. Now's not the time for an inspect and no scope onto Yabi. The only way to bring him down. 3, decent output, but Fozy not in a position to really play for this. And Orp on the way back in, never comfortable.
And lost bonus only 1,400 into the next, so he should hold on to this. At least we're getting more of a back and forth affair than the last 2 maps.
I really like that calling from Hunter.
I think it could have gone wrong because they're assuming they were starting 3A anyway, right? They wanted to draw the attention for the app spot, but the attention was already there. They didn't know they had that gap. How they meant to know they had that gap.
And fair play to Yabi, that's some serious output. He just needed a little chip in from anyone else. Well, we are getting that closer affair, Jack.
Yes. I think down the stretch is where it gets a little bit more difficult for Astralis because of the seesaw, right? Fozy can drop an M4. That's the opening incision. It's nice when Mattis gets to make his play. The interview with Saw over at HLTV talking about they don't really have a natural entry. They have these players who like to take their timings.
They're rotating from B2, guys.
So it means you need to be a little bit more creative with how you go about these things. It's not just run on in, get the job done. I like to be tricky with it. Also have quite a few players who have a similar profile. G2 is one of these teams to me that feels like a jack-of-all-trades team. You've got Heavy God, who one of the absolute best anchors in the world, but I feel like this man could play any role. Right now, he's not really having to do too much in the fragging department, just 4 kills deep. On the CT side, I'm sure that will have to change as that pit anchor. Charles have shoved behind the save door. Fozzy's dropped a rifle. Sarah's in with a FAMAS. 5-7 for Hooksy and an MP9 for Yabby. They're buying next round. If they don't save anything, if they don't get anything done right now, it's 1900 loss.
They've pulled one of these out of the hat already on their CT side. Is it asking too much to pull it off twice? An off-angle adopted. This is a unusual setup to have Fozzy responsible for the right side and Ryu mantles the radiator for the off-angle. It's very unlikely the crosshair is pre-aimed by Heavy God, but then again, you were just speaking about his individual ability. We'll get to see it on display if he does proceed abs.
So he just threw a flash into Boiler, which normally would tell of a player jumping up and starting to search for space there, but Heavy God isn't. So I think Astralis believe there's a bit more coming their way, as it is 4 over towards Banana, taking control past half wall now. And the setup dismounted. A lot to concern themselves with.
Yeah, re-sweep from the AWP. Course brackets clear for now. 50 seconds for G2 to try and find their finish. CT smoke lands. Does look like Hooksy plans to go for a 5-7 underhand 5-7 mag dump.
There's going to be multiple flashes. Yabby and Hooksy can both flash against this execute.
Oh, they actually mollied stare out of position. That makes life a bit uncomfortable. The flash connected. You could see the whole squad. And, oh, he's done well. He's done very well. Hooksy set up to succeed.
Have to go
flash
big.
From Yabby
Time.
connected. 20 seconds. Got to fight your way back into this site. Fozzy relays the information. He's ready for this. That's the bomb. Now on the floor, spews out of Wrinkle, and that is 5. Astralis, 2 rounds of the 5 they now boast off the back of these 5-7s. And Hooksy, the one to find output here, a double kill. Heavy God after time, 4,000 in the bank, no problem.
It would have been nice if he could have kept that. It'd be a drop for Nerds or Mattis, so it does actually make a difference. You can see the multiple layering of the flash. Good call from Hooksy to have 3 strong over towards B. They had that top mid info. And it's just the layering of flash is going to catch them. How many can you possibly be ready for? Nobody playing anti there to get the job done, as we can tie things up 6-6.
Execute, and that's it.
I might want to focus on a good execute. Limited resources to do so.
Especially if you concede an opener, you can see Fozzy's going for some rather audacious forward position. Ooh, there's a little bit of a kerfuffle. They're down to 64. Already very early amps presence from Heavy God.
Come down to the restraint on Util from Astralis. How much pressure G2 can apply to force out these nades. So Fozzy with top mid control. It's hard for Heavy God just to swing into this.
And Fozzy's quick, but clearly not quick enough. Heavy God beheads it. Oh, and the pre-fire. Yeah, Mattis knew what was up. The flash pops. He immediately nails it. Just Hooksy. Rotation has come through. You needed to find something, though. Empty hands for Hooks. Yabby needed a 3rd. And it's Ryu. They know he's the A anchor. Heavy God has cut the rotation, so looking to at least leave with the lead. The swap at the sides. A clean close from Heavy God.
And a really impressive opener there on that final round. They've been the ones who've been playing on the front foot over towards A, right? That Incendiary comes in top mid. He just takes a swing of Boiler off of that. The only thing you have to worry about if you're Fozzy in that moment is that Boiler swing. So Heavy God, great opener. But as we recount that first half of play, it's a pistol. Then you lost against the Force. You had a Hooksy 1v1 clutch against Hunter. And you had 2 rounds where you're on the lighter buys with saved guns cobbled together. So gun rounds is what seems to be eluding Astralis as far as their CT side is concerned. Good moments from G2 in the calling department, some well pieced together rounds. And Hunter continues to stay towards the top of the scoreboard on 11, leading the way for G2 again. It's Yabby on the other side, who's had some moments, but not all of which that have been converted upon. Now the pistols at this point, 5 have been played, 3 are to Astralis, 2 are to G2. Let's see if we can level the field there. CT side now for G2. Hunter with a couple of flashes, smoke for Wrinkle on the block.
Wrinkle. Not scared to take these long-range fights on that USP advantage, but this is a horrible opening death for Ryu. Spotted, Heavy God got the early warning. There's a nice one as well. Fozy loses his head to a Nerds P2000. Oh, it's clean. It's far too clean. The second shot out of Nerds just as good as the first. Astralis, they just can't hit a bullet onto Nerds. 3 kills deep. Anyone else? Nerds welcomes it. Let's do it. Yabby says okay.
He's got plenty of time, and now he's got the bomb, but still we need to get into one of these 2 sides. So how confident are you, G2? How much do you want to overstep the mark? These type of setups, you just want to play for information so you can rejig, right? As soon as you know exactly where he is, you're able to plan for your teammates, box him in, and secure what should be the 8th round. With his up-down setup, feels impossible to break, right? He's going to worry about Coffin's backside.
Yeah, even the smoke won't save him with that boost. Impending doom for Yabby. Mattis makes it so. Sharp shots out of Nerds there. Really enjoyed that. We can spin that one back on the replay.
I was worried for Heavy God in that moment, right? Because sure, he has the information, but Ryu's still going to come in prepared for a fight, just not up this close. And Heavy God, if you feel like you just missed your timing and then you start to flub your lines, it can fall apart, but this one converted upon for Nerds. Remember that double kill he had top banana, which they were unable to make good on. No bomb going down. Astralis, this is going to be weaker looking force buy than you would have hoped for. And well, in the first half, G2 converted theirs. Tech 9s, Deagles.
Yeah, they set the bar high.
Sentry. Looks like they want to give it over. You're worried at this point if they are behind that half-wall smoke that they're setting up for one of those pop plays and you could get caught out of position in the open. But on the other side of the map, they play for info. So helping, I suppose, reinforce the worry over towards B by noting it's not an apps pop, but it could still be through mid. Hunter playing a block. Info playing very passive on long side over towards Arch. And that's all a fake. They're going to try and play through this long smoke.
Yeah, Wrinkle ready. MP7 feasts. 2 down, rather casual.
And they just have to run in.
And that's exactly what they'll do. Mattis is going to just push with that MP9 to finish the job. Nerds has started here. Charges in. Good shot. Wow, good tracking. Single bullet to the dome.
You'll take the plant.
You will. Even if that nade really leaves a mark. Hooksy just gets the code punch, but his chances of a 1v4 on 13 HP are close to 0. They'll group up, ensuring that trade potential, using that low HP Nerds to draw crosshairs. And so G2 will weather the storm of the Astralis force.
The kill there on the SMG from Hooksy does make things a little bit more interesting, because if he wants to try and keep financial pressure on, he could drop an AK right now. It does mean come the first gun round, he's going to be in a tougher position, but that's good. That's making an assumption of how this next round will go. So if he wants to drop an AK and give it over to... He has dropped an AK. I would imagine it ends up with Stare. He's your map control player, right? He's the guy who's going to be in the thick of it around all of these smokes. So Hero AK, some light upgrades. Oh, is it light? And it has worked out in the wash. 2,900 into the next. So how much damage can you do? Action on Stare. You've been set up by the leader. You need to find some output. This is not your round to win, but one where you can definitely keep the pressure on G2. Wrinkle's AWP sounding off early. That's going to limit a lot of your options.
Nuts is going to go for this jump spot. If he dared do it again, yeah, gets his info safely. Risk averse. And then on the reaggress, looks like they want to go for this. Not playing scared whatsoever. Stare. In hot pursuit. 2 on his screen, and he feasts. Matt is punching monitors. He can't handle that. A single rifle, they weren't anticipating it.
You're not risking an AWP on a retake in a round like this, right? This is where the finances can get out of control. You need to just go, all right, we got unlucky, we picked a bad timing. Stare has absolutely pummeled us right there, and you have to concede this.
Wow.
So another one of these rounds for Astralis in Inferno that it's not the full gun rounds, it's the lighter investments. And
that MP9 frag seemed like nothing, and it's transpired into one hell of a round for Astralis.
It's going to keep them in it for sure, right? They get a couple of extra rifles. They were hedging their bets anyway, so they're going to get this loss bonus and be sitting pretty with the buys. You know, if you can win the next against G2 and wipe the board, your opportunity to force them down to the eco. In fact, an AWP retained. You know that fired off. Yabby is going to try and strip something else away. Has a little bit of a timing available here. Bomb goes off. Does he want to be noisy on this pursuit? Spots out, takes his shot, and that'll be that. So 2 M4s, the AK carried across, and now the buys to complement exactly that. It's the other side of the server where the questions are. Look at this. Just absolutely no idea. Right, there was still some level of awareness here, but they're just assuming they haven't parked up close. You can't be making assumptions like this. Lefty Lucy as we get 3 rounds the difference now. Neo knowing with a round like that, you start to destabilize some of these personalities on G2, especially if you can make it consecutive. So Wrinkle with the AWP, you want to take a look at his spawn. Is it good for mid, right? Does he have a good banana spawn? Are we going to extinguish? Look for a fight. I can tell you it's middle of the pack.
I think there's certainly players on G2 you can tilt. I just don't think Hunter is one of them. No. I think that man is tilt-proof.
He's said to me before, he does get emotional, he just doesn't show it.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Which is, you know, stoicism in a captain can prove very valuable.
It's interesting when you contrast Hooksy to Hunter.
Yeah, true.
See wearing his heart on his sleeve. Once upon a time, very negative about himself, but trying to rebuild this Astralis.
He's got good pieces around him. He put Stare to good use in the previous.
Posey trying his best Zyro aggression.
Oh, an opportunity. Just the pointy elbow of Nertz on his jiggles. Doesn't manage to quite connect the bullet.
And a similar setup right now that we saw in that first half. Wrinkle doing his best Fozy impression alongside of Heavy God.
Yeah, a tempered approach from Yabby as well. He's not rushing his apartment control. He's doing it alone as well.
Nertz is going to be calling his own shots here in Banana. There's an Incendiary landing half wall. A flash over as well. When he catches the nade. Does he feel that he can get out of there?
I think they're going to clear him out. Ooh, Heavy got onto Yabby.
Not expecting that was
the
Yabby.
The bailout smoke's great from Mattis, and oh, it's all falling into place. Everything collapses for Astralis. Even better from Wrinkle. Finds Fozy 4 and 10, quiet from the Swede.
And Heavy got into the upgrade, ready for this step. Completely known and noted. Hunter not going to overplay his hand. And they want to keep this one spotless to make up for the mare that was the last.
Very quick to rectify, and in a dominant fashion as well.
I think fortunately for Astralis, right, winning that lighter buy round does leave you with extra cash on 3 of your 5 members. It's Yabby and Stare who are the ones that are lacking. But double digits now for G2.
Maybe it was just a blip on the radar. Like you said, just a well-found timing from Stare in the previous. But very quickly, falls straight back under G2's control. And they're getting dangerously close to the magic number here. Elimination at stake for Astralis. And an opportunity getting ever closer for G2 to find themselves not only in the quarterfinals, but to win a playoff game at a Tier 1 event this year.
Yeah, that's going to feel good. I'm not even sure if they'd be too privy to that, right? You're the ones who are playing these tournaments, but okay, hold up. This is very fast towards apps. Wrinkle's forward. He's going to get blindsided.
Hang on. Cognizant of the possibility. Double HE doesn't find its mark. He's done well to get away.
I thought there he was going to get caught, but aware of his timings. Now the Orb's going to search. If he can post up and look towards Moto, he might be able to catch a player in transition. So this is Fozy hoping to catch Hunter. Denied by the smoke, and he'll have to go fishing elsewhere now.
What's this standoff from Banana? They're next to each other. Yeah, Stare completely unprepared for Nertz to have been burrowed into that smoke towards logs.
And no ability to react right now for Astralis.
Easy. I thought it was easy. Wrinkle has the angle held. Fozy peeks in and finds his counterpart down. Still not looking good for Astralis. Look at Yabby's armored Deagle, going to do whatever he can. The bomb's still loose. They've got 50 seconds out to fight. And that's a dead Ryu.
The game slips away from you right now. You only have 2,400 into the next round. G2 will have 11. That's why Fozy probably is considering a save of some variety, but you need to start posting rounds on the board, so it's a terrible decision either way.
Nerds can just have these rounds where he just gives you a round for free.
Yeah, it's important, right, with a player like Nerds that he does have a good read on the game, right? He needs to be finding these timings, catching these moments. He's a playmaker through and through.
I think he's a bit of a mind reader as well when it comes to his opponents. He can really, when he hits his stride, be plugged into the mainframe, have a good idea of what you're thinking.
But that's why he's so volatile, right? Because you make those plays, you need to continue to do so. And if you're really just having one of those games where timing is against you, you can get nothing done. It will be the save. They retain an AWP, they retain an M4, they give them something around the 2400 loss, but sailing away with this one, G2 now.
So we are going to have a technical pause. Ryu just going to have to make some adjustments. Has been, as you saw from the stats, a quiet couple of rounds from him. And this was a funny one, actually. You can see on the replay, Nerds' position, fair play. You know, I don't blame Steph for not overlooking that possibility. Nerds playing it cheeky. Little smile on his face as they are just 2 rounds away from the quarters.
We'll find out their opponent later today. We've got Furia versus Aurora coming up next on the mainstream. Foot versus Magic raging on, and then, well, they'll be playing the winner of the Gamer Legion Mao's game. So concluding the upper half of this bracket, and this is where you feel an opportunity for any of the teams on this side of the bracket for a deep run here at EWC 2026. The big names, your Falcons, your Vitalities, your Spirits, your Na'Vis, they're all in the lower half. Sure, Furia are here. Mao's as well, just off of that bounty win. There's no doubt which side of this bracket is easier as Wrinkle posts up aggressively again. Internal time up. Allows him to backpedal before Yabi can get there. Someone might go out with a whimper for Astralis. Can Fozy catch anything on the jump?
They're just clinging on, aren't they? Wow. Leg shot.
Unconfirmed. Oh, the blood on the wall might be telling.
Mattis will pull back into that B side, so space conceded.
You used a lot of utility to get that control. You are going to need a rotation. Hunter silently cheating over. He knows he can be heard from top banana if he runs.
You don't see this boost all too often, but once a half, it can be overlooked. Stare, how's your clears? And Ryu, can you trade? Okay, info. Drops off. Oh, and then Mattis onto Ryu. They've done well. Fozy and Yabi, though, with Hunter now arriving just in the nick of time. Oh, Hoopsy's in trouble. They're so low, 29 HP. Going for that double dip off the flash. He's got Yabi booked, and it's easy for Hunter. Out with a whimper indeed, Chad, because 12 on the board for G2.
Well, good opportunity for Hunter to maybe throw some words back at the fence the other way after that clutch early in the first half of play. Looks like we could be ending with 3 maps in this series being 13-6. Ancient made it seem like Astralis are not to be overlooked. Dust 2, real thorn in their side. Another map added to that loss streak.
I knew it's gonna happen.
6-24 for the year now. It is just a clear weakness in their map pool.
It's not something you can afford to when you get to these later stages in tournaments. They will find that weakness and exploit it.
Especially when some of the best teams in the world are great on Dust 2. Your Vitalities, your Spirits, right, your Falcons. Those are the top 3 big dogs. All very, very good Dust 2 teams. But Inferno's where this one feels like it's going to fall apart for Neo. One more round, 5 more kills. That's all Hunter and the boys need.
Yeah, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. For Astralis now, an uphill struggle on Galils to defend their honor. 6 straight rounds. Asking an awful lot.
Wrinkle's got a good spawn for mid right now. Let's see how aggressive this man wants to be.
He's definitely playing it his way. Likes to go for these aggressive lines. And just on the edge of that smoke, he's actually going to poke his nose forward. Knows there's no rival AWP, or can expect so. They're progressing. This fight is to and fro for some top banana control, and they have won it out. They have their space. Retake util onto the half wall. Wrinkle wants to take this fight head on, and he's actually going to go for a sweep. There's only one man here trying to hold these rotates. It's passive from Yabi. Anticipates this clear. Ooh, Wrinkle doesn't pull the trigger, and Yabi can run him down. That's going to lead to some rotations. Look at this, though, burrowing into the smoke. They're right next to each other. A freebie for Stair. Oh, and he gets a second. Bomb was committing A. That's Heavy God's domain. Understandably, calling B site clear now is Stair. What do you do with that information? You move the bomb back, but Hunter's already there. He's being flanked by Hooksy.
Have to know this is a possibility. They're just trying to deal with the rotation of Heavy God. Surely they know Hunter could have slipped into Ruins.
Yeah, Stair did just have a glance, but he's gotten across undetected. Fozy? Yeah, just exposed. Thanks for the denial. Oh, that's a quick trade out of Stair. Fair play. He's had another one of these rounds where he just gives Astralis the round they so desperately need.
That can get very out of control. I think Hooksy's probably the safety net. They're coming through CT. Hunter, unlikely to expect that. But Stair was very low after the kerfuffle in Banana. So the fact he's able to get one more.
It does feel like it's unrealistic to ask him to keep doing that. I mean, the 2 rounds they have on this T side are thanks to Stair's output on B.
But that's one where we asked to, point out pressure points for these teams. It is about key players making moves, right?
Yes.
Nerds on the CT side, the same for Stair now on the T side, and it's about how do they interact, how well do they read each other, as Heavy God is going to be Hunter. They want to take this away, and they will. AK denied. So, this is a very difficult comeback. Hooksy trying to keep the energy there. Third and final tactical timeout called from Saw. They won't have any issues in the buy. Hunter, before investing, still has 11k, so drops are available. Rinku, you thought that was going to be his every day of the week. Wasn't expecting someone up close and personal, so very good time for Yabi to find his first opening kill of the map. I'll keep him in it for now. Need to win this one, and then we can talk about a G2 eco. We wonder if this is Saw wanting to call the complexion of the round or just hoping to keep the mental in check. It's all right, boys. We've still got a big lead right now. Let's just stay locked in. We'll find out with the opening there. I'm going to start 3 over towards B. It's not the AWP. It's going to be Hunter joining this and setting up Nerds and Matters for some Banana aggression. Big nade.
Good connection. Ooh, what? Wrinkle! His aggressive AWPing has finally paid dividends on that boiler room.
Bomb down T stairs. Banana pressure now.
Yeah, and they're all doing the dance now in the smoke. It's panic stations for Astralis. Is this the last round? It absolutely has to be.
Line them up, knock them down. Nerds is here. 21 kills deep. One more to find, and Astralis are getting their key crushed.
That is a strike if ever I saw one.
You don't even get to play the round. You don't even get to see the opponent. You're behind a smoke. You're running away, and the map is almost done.
Astralis just skittles. And they look to Yabi, head in hands, watching as their chances of seeing those quarterfinals dwindle. No chance to breach this one. Into the AWP. New boy Wrinkle misses his shot, but it's Hunter to close it down. A convincing series from G2. 13-7 to close it out. The quarters are theirs. And a win at a Tier 1 event as well in those playoffs.
It's eluding them all year long up until this point. Astralis fall by the wayside, and we know for G2, from the organizational perspective, this is an important victory to pick up for the club championship. They do
the crowd was really cheering for you. Donc première question, est-ce qu'on peut parler d'une IGL div? C'est pas la première fois que tu bats ton ancien IGL Uxi là-dessus. Bah effectivement, être IGL c'est pas facile. J'identifie forcément, je sais ce qu'il aime call, je sais ce qu'il aime faire, mais j'essaie surtout de rester focus sur notre jeu et je suis très content aussi. Merci au public de nous avoir hype parce que je pense qu'on était la deuxième équipe la plus hypée après Vita, donc merci pour ça. And it's often said that IGLs need to be carried by their teammates in order to win. Yet you've been playing amazing so far in the EWC, and when we look at you, it seems easy. So how do you do both?
I mean, yeah, with experience, I'm trying to do both. I am trying my best. Obviously, my goal is not to be top fragger, but of course, if I have a chance to do it, I will shoot and I will try to kill as many as I can. But yeah, it's not easy, as I already said, but it's a pleasure for me. I like the role. I'm just sorry that I didn't take this role earlier.
Oh, wow. Okay, beautiful words from you. And you were top fracking on D2 still, so you're showing that you can do both at the same time. Donc, deuxième question. On dit souvent que les IGL doivent se faire carry pour pouvoir gagner des games, mais pourtant, il joue très bien depuis le début de l'EWC. Donc, comment il arrive à gérer les deux? Bah, comme je le disais, évidemment, c'est pas facile. Moi, mon rôle, c'est pas de top frag, mais forcément, j'essaie d'aider mes teammates et je suis content quand j'arrive à avoir de bonnes games, évidemment. And I wanted also to ask you, because of Wrinkle, it's your first big LAN with him, if I'm not mistaken. You're a young Hopper, so how has it been, you know, having him, welcoming him to the team, and were there any adaptations needed on your side?
I think it's super important for him, this experience, especially playing in front of the crowd. We are just getting used to each other. We are getting used to him, and he's getting used to us, to see how we work and how we prep the games, how we deal with everything on LAN events. So I think it's super great experience for all of us, especially him, and I just hope that he'll continue playing amazing.
And you guys seem to be having fun on stage, and I think that's important as well, of course. Donc ouais, cette dernière question, plutôt, c'est votre première grande LAN avec votre nouvel Hopper, Wrinkle. Comment ça se passe, l'adaptation, etc. Bah, en vrai, oui, c'est important de prendre de l'expérience aussi, de voir un petit peu comment il s'adapte à nous, comment lui s'adapte et comment nous on s'adapte à lui, évidemment, comment on prépare ces grands événements en LAN aussi et comment il réagit là-dessus. Et c'est évidemment un plaisir d'être ici avec le public. And last but not least, before we get to the key crusher, I feel like a lot of analysts and a lot of fans don't agree on this one. So who better than a player who knows very well these teams and the teammates to tell me about it? Who is the biggest threat in the lower, you know, the lower part of the bracket? We think of the best teams in the world. I've heard Falcons, I've heard Vitality, Navi, Spirit. Who do you think is the most dangerous team here at the EWC?
I think it's hard to say because it's the beginning of the season. I don't think anybody showed yet the best CS like it was for Major Cologne. But I would say Falcons because they won the Major, and but anybody can surprise, to be honest, Vitality, Spirit. So yeah, I will give it to Falcons, but they are not that stronger comparing to other teams.
Do you think you're biased, or is it because of the Major performance?
Sorry?
Do you think you're biased a little bit because of Monesi and Nico?
Nah. No, it's all good. I'm happy for them, and I just hope we'll meet in the finals.
Of course, and we hope that too, évidemment. Donc, qui est la meilleure équipe du monde actuellement selon toi? C'est dur à dire. Je pense qu'il n'y a pas une équipe qui montre un CS parfait en ce début de saison. Mais si je dois choisir une équipe, je dirais quand même Falcons. Et je ne suis pas biaisée, mais j'espère évidemment rejoindre Monesi et Nico en finale. And now it's time for the key crusher. Hunter, I'm very glad to welcome you to that EWC signature moment. Anything you want to tell Hooksy before you break his key?
I'm sorry, brother.
I'm sorry, brother, says him with a smile as our key master shows the way to Hunter at the STC Arena. Our first key crush on this stage for CS. And Astralis are out of the competition. G2 move on, and they could do good. And the club championship as well. Hunter shows it in Paris. That was actually pretty good. That was really good, actually. I've got to welcome you back in front of your fans for one last question. Hunter, you've been a part of G2 for, what, almost 7 years now. And no matter the roster, no matter the teammates, you've always had fans chanting for you and cheering for you. So I would like to know, because you played with legends, why do you believe in that roster specifically? Why do you think these boys can do good at the EWC?
I think we are capable of doing good things. We didn't show our A game yet on this event, but we are improving and we are trying to be better and better, and I think that's what we are showing so far. Now we'll be playing against real good teams. I don't disrespect the teams that we played against, but now we can play Furia and some other teams, so yeah. We'll see. We just need to keep going, keep grinding, and that's it. And merci les gars.
Oh, merci les gars, and I'm sure that you're going to be ready for it, of course. Thank you very much for joining me. Hunter, effectivement, on va être prêt pour ces grands moments avec cette équipe. On se prépare, là on va arriver face aux plus grandes équipes et aux plus grands joueurs, avec tout le respect pour ceux qu'on a déjà affrontés. Mais on sera là, on sera au rendez-vous, and make sure to join us for our next game, Aurora versus Furia, after a short break.
After 3 games, G2 is powering into your quarterfinals, and that, of course, is going to earn them some serious points towards the club championship. They will earn money if they continue on in the tournament. As for Astralis, Neo, please do not leave Paris before I get to say hi to you. It is a bummer to see them exit after a great game 1. We've got Dupree and Yanko to break it all down for me. Gentlemen, what did we witness here in the studio? What did you see in that game 3? Dupree, I want to start with you on Inferno.
I think turning our attention to Inferno, it was suspected to be a little bit closer, right? The scoreline was still 13-7 for G2, and I think overall the best team also just won this series. I think when it came to closing out the rounds and playing the situation correctly, G2 just had the upper hand in most of them, and it came down to the fact of Nerds playing well, and again Hunter continue his good form from Dust 2. Good to see that G2, despite fumbling some of the rounds that we are going to be breaking down, still managed to close out the game, and moving into the playoffs where they once again find them in a position where they can potentially make top 4, which they have been hunting for so long.
I think it's also, Chris, who did we talk about on the first map for Astralis? Fuzi and Ryu, right? And you could see them at the bottom of the scoreboard on this last map. I'm not putting in just on them. It was hard for them, especially on the CT side, because G2 was going a lot towards B, and then they were just saving, so they didn't see a ton of action. But, it's usually at these deciders where the stars kind of get to shine and get to prove their worth, and the G2 guys definitely did that.
Now, I'm kind of a noob here. I haven't been able to work on your guys' game in the last few months or a few years. Let's take a look, though, at a star that I asked production to put a little montage for. He dropped 21 kills in this game, 15 deaths. As we take a look at Nerds, what does he bring to the table, and what should I expect to see from this young man from G2?
I think it's good to see that Nerds finally getting some of that credit that he was so good at back in ends. His time in Liquid was something that we look at and maybe want to consider not counting it, because it's just good to see that he's back in a team that gets his playstyle to function. He's a very vocal player. He is that second voice in the team. He likes to go for these players, and you can just tell with the majority of the fights that he took on Banana, he sets himself up for success. Like even that last round where he catches 3 guys shooting through the smoke, right? So he's a very important piece to this lineup. He's one of those guys that creates the space, creates the rounds, and puts Hunter into favorable situations.
You get to see a playmaker, Chris. That's who you get to see. And I know that last time you were doing CS, Liquid was in major finals. And
Simple is playing for America.
They were doing really well, right? But nowadays, it's where great players go to die. And that's what you're seeing now. Nerds found the joy of the game again, and he's just been a menace on this in Inferno, and generally on Inferno for G2 in that banana area on the CT side. He's just a multi-kill machine.
Shout out to my old director, Corey Dunn, and the rest of the Banana Boys. We love to see it finish the way we play it, to spray through the smoke, get a 3K for Nerds. We got to take a look, though, at one of the big rounds in this one. You called it out to production. You said, we got to revisit round 2. Why was this so important for G2?
Well, 2 reasons. First, I told you Hunter was going to target Hooksy. I told you he was going to go B. And second, you see some of the prep which G2 is really good at. So here, first, the setup is a little bit strange because Hooksy with the MP9 is playing far and supporting, but Stair is playing close with the M4. You can see G2 did this a couple of times. They just timed the B execute behind the half-wall smoke to sort of break the counter utility from the CTs. And then when the execute comes in, you see Stair here just gets 1 kill, gets traded. Hooksy does the same, right? You're wondering, okay, I know it's Stair and you want the M4 on him, but if he's going to play this angle and this is going to be the setup, perhaps it makes more sense to just give him the MP9 or at least swap roles, put Hooksy to play close and Stair to support him to util so he could maybe multi-kill pushing through that smoke. From that point on in the 3v3, it's again a hard retake for the side of Astralis. Hunter does it with his brain in this one and just outplays Yabi in the 1v1.
It's almost like you saw it coming and it played out exactly that way. Shout out to this man, the big brain. In the middle, though, we've got the 5-time major champion. You've got to play for us. Let's take a look at round 8. What did you witness?
Yeah, it's actually an Astralis win round, and it's just wanted to showcase some of
course it is.
It's one of the rounds that we see G2 also throw away that I mentioned, right? But you see it's a 4v5 situation, and G2, they tend their attention onto Banana. Yavi with a very fast flank. Does a little bit of a mistake here for not just playing to contain the thing, but it's the rotation back onto the A bombs. And this is one of the most classic mistakes you can make as a player. Look at the time, it's 15 seconds, and Ryu decides to rotate off. He would not have a chance to make a difference of B regardless, but it's the late presence of Heavy God that actually forces him to rotate. Heavy God goes back, still have that smoke to smoke off Moto. And as you can tell, it's a 3v3 situation. And I'm a little bit disappointed in G2 here because they break their own crossfire by going for the fights, giving Astralis a chance back in. And it's like Heavy God does not have the overview of the situation, so he decides to go for a long flank when the bomb is planted in the corner. And it's just disappointing to see that with how G2 approached this round and how they bounced back, losing these type of situations, it works, and you will still survive against a team like Astralis. But if this would have been against Furia, you know, Spirit or Vitality, you would probably have punished a lot more later in the game.
Yeah, a bit of lack of situational awareness maybe from Mattis. You know, why is you just spamming through that smoke entirely? It's like, bro, just chill. Like, they need to come to you. You're in a 3v3. You have the crossfire, like you pointed out. So yeah, a bit fortunate for G2 that it didn't come back to bite them losing this one round.
And a good reminder, G2 will be able to take some time out tonight, watch that VOD, and revisit some of their mistakes. Unfortunately, for the other side of this matchup, HooXi is going to have way more time to think about today's games.
See, I know these moments are never easy, it goes without saying, so thank you so much for joining me. When we spoke after you qualified through the group stage, you said, you know, you felt like you had it in you to go deeper than top 16. It just depended on whether good Astralis or bad Astralis showed up today. What's your takeaways from this performance versus G2?
Yeah, then both Astralis showed up, you know. The good Astralis showed up map 1 and the bad Astralis shows up map 2. I think, I don't know, it was a bit sloppy on the third map. It's too easy of rounds they get for a team like G2. They will just eat you if you let them do these things that they did. So yeah, I'm a bit disappointed. I feel like the game kind of slipped out of our hands, but I mean, kind of same story as against Mouse last tournament. We had a really good first map, and at least we can take that with us.
When we're looking at that second map in Dust 2, it felt like G2 just had that game plan to be kind of bullying you towards the B side. Was that something that you anticipated but weren't able to handle? Was it catching you a bit off guard? Like, what was the tale there?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of ready for them to just play this default style where they get the control and then either bully me or bully the B side. And I mean, even though we were ready for it, it still worked. So we obviously need to go back and check like how that happened. It's hard from my position on long to know exactly what went wrong when they go so much towards the middle of the map. But I think when they went on me, at least I should have. I was in a decent position.
was the one who picked them up. They're one of the more exciting teams to watch now in the scene. They play with a lot of pace. They're super aggressive on the CT side. Had to make a roster change during the off-season. Longs went to search for greener pastures. Didn't find them yet, but xFloud fits like a glove in this team. You know, a loud, aggressive player, and I'm happy to see them move forward. I think they're a team that you don't necessarily want to go up against in these playoffs.
Great call out there. And what does it mean for the rest of the bracket? Well, we have our first teams moving into your quarters. It's going to be G2 and Foot Esports. Both of these squads staying around in the venue, I'm told, because they are scouting out their future opponent. Dupree, it only makes sense that G2 will be playing the winner of our next matchup here on the main stage. And I have a feeling you're going to see Foot over on Bravo watching that Gamer Legion versus Mouse matchup.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, Foot moving forward, also now looking at the next game coming up against Gamer Legion and Mouse. I think Mouse is the heavy favorite heading into them. They had a really good start to the season, so that would be a little bit of a brawl, and obviously to the likes of Fury and Aurora, I think it's too early for Aurora to go up against a caliber of Fury, so I would be looking out. If I was you, I would be looking out for Fury already.
Yanko, I want to talk a little bit about big picture. Tomorrow we see Na'Vi, Legacy, Falcons, and of course Mongols all here on the A stream. FaZe, Vitality, B8, and Spirit will be on Bravo. Expectations, though, who has the harder side of the bracket? The teams that we just witnessed or the teams that are playing on day two?
I think the day two teams for sure, right? And I'll have to say, though, a lot of those round of 16 matches should be pretty straightforward. I think FaZe versus Vitality is obviously the highlight round of 16 game in that lower side of the bracket. I think we're pretty, there's a high probability of seeing Vitality have to play Cash, right? FaZe Clan early on seem to be the best team in the world on the map. And yeah, goes without saying for Vitality, a super important tournament to make a deep run. You know, I'm sure they want to be in that Acor arena on Sunday, but it has to be one step at a time.
Furia has been making noise all over EWC across all of the stages. When we come back, we get to hear from them for a first time as they take on Aurora in our top 16.
Two more, three.
Two. Up flare. One more have flash in 5 seconds, Tema. I'm flashing above you.
Flash. Planting now.
Boom.
Second and planter, last planter, bottom.
Nice! Oi, Matush, we did the best.
We are live from the Kadia City Grid, where there's a little bit of Fortnite action going on behind me, and I've got Glitter to explain all the implications of what is going to be going forward for the club championships. First of all, what's been going on? What's the status over here? All right, so we're in day one of our groups. We have a 2-day-long group stage. Group A plays today, Group B plays tomorrow. So that means at the end of today, we're sending 3 teams home already. There will be Keys Crush at the end of the day, and we are now officially halfway through our series for the day. So what does that mean for the club championship teams? Right now, if we look at the standings, Aurora Gaming is actually in second overall, so they're looking pretty strong. We were waiting for Falcons to wake up a little bit because they are playing here today, and they've started to. They're now moving themselves up the ranks just inside that top 8 where they need to be in order to move through to finals. And then we also have Vitality in this lobby left to go today, so some time for our teams to still pick up some points and figure out whether or not they qualify for survival or for finals directly. But obviously, one of the other big storylines that we're following across all of our stages is AGAL. We have AGAL in Fortnite as well, but they don't play till tomorrow, so we'll have to wait to get some updates on that. I'm curious about that because we obviously don't have an AGAL representative over on the Counter-Strike stage, so are we looking at them as potential favorites? Like, who should be getting a victory here? Right now, honestly, or heading into it, it was Falcons as a big favorite and AGAL as one of the favorites. Aurora Gaming also expected to do well, so if everything plays out the way that it's supposed to, we should see them all in finals.
Navi who's gonna take them 2-0. In like matter of prediction, I would actually choose Navi to win a 2-1 at least.
Navi, I go 2-0 Legacy, obviously. For the camera back, I need to be wrong here, you know?
FaZe Clan and Team Vitality. This can go be like 2-1. Also FaZe Clan having like a promising kind of lineup with the new players they picked up.
I'm actually not sure because I don't want to jinx it and put 2-0 for us or 2-1, but I will just say 2-1. I'm not gonna say more. I don't want to risk it. Yeah, 2-1 for us.
Spirit against B8. I will take Spirit in a 2-0 fashion. I think Donk is hungry for some kills, so he will get them.
Since it's the playoffs now, they're gonna play on stage, and I feel like they're gonna be in their comfort zone and all with the crowd and all. So I think Spirit is gonna take his home anyway. A 2-0 for Spirit. That's it. Thank you guys for watching. That's my prediction for the playoffs.
We book Esports World Cup.
Ginny here, and I'm joined with Aurora Gaming for a classic fill in the blanks, who is most likely to, whatever you want to call it. The game rules are pretty simple. Just name a few scenarios. You can write down the name of whichever player you think it applies to, hold up the whiteboard, and we can discuss. Hopefully you guys' synergy off the server is good. Who is most likely to sing first at karaoke? Everyone's going for the same.
I changed. It's me. I vote for myself. I like to sing under some circumstances.
Why did you pick Waksik?
I know him only for a month, but I could see from the first day that he is this kind of a guy.
Who is most likely to forget something in the hotel room after checkout?
3, 2, 1.
No, bro, it's not me. He does forget stuff all the time.
Actually, he forgot his headphones this time. So.
Yes, that's why.
I forgot about that.
I was in between.
Has it happened many times before?
Yeah, not so many times, but a couple of times.
For the record, I never forget something in hotel room.
Who is most likely to become an influencer? Unanimous agreement?
Yes.
Why is that the case?
Yeah, everyone's same.
I don't know, every day I open Instagram and I see him posting something.
He's posting
and
a lot.
I've never seen this guy post something or that guy, for example. So.
Bro, I wasn't like this, but I just said, why not?
Yeah.
I just changed my mindset.
I'm just saying the reason, you know?
Yeah.
What's the mindset change?
You know, we're going to events and we're not sharing anything from the events, only the pictures that people are taking for us and stuff. That's only like after the some tournament, we posting something like we achieved this. This was a great country. Thanks for your support. Thanks. But you know, in the end, they deserve to get more information about the area and everything, how things works.
Who spends the most time on their phone? Bonus points for saying Wish app. At least it's the same guy. Why?
Every time he has break or anything, he's always on the phone.
We had like few minutes break in one of the practice games and he was like, I'm gonna watch some YouTube shorts.
Who is most likely to tilt after one bad round? Unanimous agreement.
Usually I do like these things often.
Who inspires the team the most?
I will go for boxing.
He's a humble guy, that's
He's
why.
humble, but
Furia has to be 5th. They are the major finalists, and I think with the talent that they have on the roster, anything but a grand final appearance would be a massive failure for Furia. They've been together for a long time, over a year with this 5-man roster. It's Fallen's last season. There's no more time to waste, no more excuses. So they have an opportunity to be in another battle for a trophy after falling one step short over at the Cologne Major. They need to take every opportunity they can.
Now, one thing I learned in Counter-Strike is the players get plenty of time to warm up before every single match, and using the best equipment in the game is always important. We checked in with a great Yuri setup. Legion gear, check it out, and make sure if you want to play like a pro, you got to have some of the best in the business.
The fact that he's still around, you know, it just also talks to his experience and also what he brings to the team.
There's been a lot of hype around Brazilian esports, especially in Counter-Strike, and we have an excellent co-streamer. Are you there, Gullis?
Hello.
Hello.
Are you listening?
I'm listening. I'm loving it. Welcome to the mainstream. Welcome into the venue. I know you've been co-streaming since minute one here today.
Yes.
What has been the highlight so far?
For me, it's the Brazilian party right now they are doing. I'm very happy to be part of EWC one more time. I love this. That it's very important for clubs around the world be part of this, and being Paris one more time, it's a big pleasure. I'm cheering for the Brazilian teams, but I'm already happy to be part of this. So thank you so much, guys.
I gotta say, I also am cheering for the Brazilian teams. I was an original fan of Fallen. Coldzera had a monster moment at the major that was immortalized. But right now, how do you rank the Brazilian squads left in the tournament?
I think that Fúria, it's the top one Brazilian team right now, but Legacy, it's a very strong team, young talents. So I hope that both goes advanced today and tomorrow, but both have good chance to be at least at semi-final and final. I think that at least one Brazilian team will be in the semi-final.
Carlos, I'm a little bit curious to hear from your side, with all the fans coming to cheer for Fúria. Is that the same type of people? Is it the same squad that keeps traveling around with them? Because it seems like the support at the major was massive. Now we can feel that the support here is also massive. Is it the same squad?
Yes, I think that's the same squad. The Brazilian guys who travel around the world for cheer for Fúria. They are. We know each other, and it's a very good guys. The Brazilian fans are very passionate, and they are in the Counter-Strike and another tournament, so they are a very good guys.
Final question for you guys. If you were to call out one star in Brazil right now for all the fans around the world, it's Fallen?
Fallen.
Why?
Why? Because he's the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike. He's the guy. So you didn't need to finish the question. It's always be Fallen.
Thank you so much for joining us. For anyone who doesn't know, where can I watch your stream?
Thank you.
Oh, it's over on the page. We'll get that for you guys. Thank you guys very much. We got to go to a check-in right now. I got Lou and I got Ian, and apparently a very loud group of Fúria fans.
There's nothing like Brazilian esports fans, and we can prove it right now. There is nothing like Brazilian esports fans. Vamos fazer barulho! Iago, Fúria, this has got to feel like a dream to be here in Paris with your fans, cheering them on. There's nothing like Brazilian passion.
That's true. We are the best crowd in the world. We bring this whole energy from Brazil to have a good party with all and support our team. That's Fúria. And we're gonna win this with our passion, our energy, and our love.
Where does all of that energy come from? You guys never stop.
We never stop because that's our blood, the Brazilian blood, Brazilian juice, and we have the sauce to make the party happen and show everything to the world.
Speaking of which, where's Lou? Lou?
Yes, you want to show me?
Sou furioso e o sentimento não pode parar. Olê, 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 olá. Fúria, olê, olê, olê. A cada dia te quero mais. I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother. What's your name? Who are you here to see? Are you a Fallen fan?
Yeah, for sure. Fallen is a reference for us Brazilian players. For me, it's really special to be here, seeing Fallen play. So I'm really happy to be here.
Do you think that Fúria can win the Esports World Cup?
For sure. For sure. For me, we will get revenge like Fúria versus Falcons in the final. I hope so. We will win this tournament. I hope so.
All right, one more time. Fúria fans, vamos fazer barulho. Make some noise. These guys are up next.
Lou and Ian, I will trade you jobs right now. It looks like a party out there in the audience, but we got to talk about the team that is going to have to deal with all of the noise. Aurora is coming in as the underdog tonight. Yanko, they did walk away, though, with a 2-0 victory to get into this matchup.
Yeah, Aurora is exactly where they want to be. No one's talking about it, right? All eyes are on Fúria. They're the main favorite on that side of the bracket. And yes, this is a rematch of the semi-final of the major, but a completely different Aurora this time around. From a full Turkish squad to an international team, bringing in Kiksan and Jimpat. And, you know, after a rocky start in the best of one, they were able to come back in the best of threes and book a playoff spot.
And looking at this matchup specifically, I think if you're taking the side of Aurora, this is maybe one of those matches where you want to be seeing a little bit of the potential this lineup can have in the future, right? But looking at the fact that they've only been together for a couple of weeks, it's too early to take on a beast like Fúria in this regard. And I think it's also, you know, they know that themselves, right? It will require a hell of a match from the Aurora players to take in. There's a lot of talent in this given matchup, right? But in the end, I think Fúria they have things settled for themselves already. I think they are too drilled together, and it's going to be a difficult one for Aurora.
This is very interesting, Chris, because for Aurora, right, last year and a half, always making the playoffs, choking the playoffs, right, with that squad. Like, they're level would always fall off. They'll still have the Turkish core, right? But they bring in Kixan and Jimmy. Is that going to change the complexity of the squad? Is it going to bring us something else? Because the thing with Furia on the other side is, if they're on their good game, they show a good face, it's going to be a 2-0 for them. But if they've been very inconsistent this year. Now, they can very easily lose this game if they don't show up ready to play.
I love that you called out that this is a team of new countrymen. You've got 3 Turkish still on the lineup. Dupree, you played alongside all 4 Danes in the past. What is it like, though, when you bring in new blood?
It's always, it's always going to bring a little bit of, honeymoon period, hopefully, but also creates a little bit more belief in the team. But it's always going to be difficult when you turn into becoming an international team because communication and everything needs to be worked out, and it's not just something you work out in a couple of days.
One of the new stars added to the roster is Kixan, and he joined us behind the scenes.
We are down in the Aurora booth where I just so happened to bump into Kixan ahead of his matchup versus Furia. Let's reflect a bit on the group stage, first of all, though. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being absolutely horrible, 10 being the best you've ever seen, how would you rate Aurora's form so far here?
I would say maybe 6. I think we can do much better. I mean, we won enough games to qualify to the playoffs, but it was not some of the top 5 teams in the world, let's say. We played a bit lower teams, and also I think there's a lot of things to improve, especially because we're a new team. So I'm happy with the wins, but I think we can do much better.
I was reading the interview that Woksik did with, I believe, HLTV the other day, where he was saying himself, you and Ash, very similar mindset. So I just wanted to ask of some examples that you've seen of you guys kind of being on the same page.
I think Woksik is an operator that wants to be active, he wants to be aggressive, and he wants to do things. And I'm not sure how much he did it in the past. Maybe for a while he was a bit more passive for some reason, but I instantly understood what kind of player he is, and I think he is really happy to be doing these things. So that's definitely one of the things that we have the same mindset about.
When we're comparing the Aurora roster to your previous Falcons roster, I think it's fair to say that there's maybe some less vocal players in this Aurora versus Falcons. How does that affect your calling?
Well, maybe it's a bit easier in a way now because I have bigger voice. There's still some other voices in the team, like Santares is obviously an experienced player and he has a strong opinion about some things, but it's definitely less voices than Falcons. So in a way it's a bit easier for me because now I can do my thing in an easier way, let's say.
When we're looking at your matchup today, first of all, we were obviously all watching that bracket draw show. Tell me your reaction to being on the upper side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to dodge all the top teams. I'm joking. I think Furia is a top team, obviously. They're top 3 right now, I think, and I played them a lot when I was in Falcons. Last year, I think they won against us every time, and this year, I think we won every time when I was in Falcons. So it's been some mixed results and always close games. So I definitely expect a good game today and a close one, and I think small details will decide the winner.
Just one final question, if I may, touching upon that. You faced them 3 times this year with Falcons, beat them all 3 times. How different is it going to be, though, with this composition of players?
I'm not sure. I haven't played against Furia with this team, but I know that in the past they struggled, so Furia has won many times against the old Aurora. So hopefully we change it today.
Thank you so much for your time, Kixan. That is Aurora ready to take to the stage.
Furia could be an apex predator, but this is an unpredictable foe. Let's take a look at our vetoes, what made it through, and expectations. Gentlemen, we are less than a minute to the stage.
We have a shocker in the veto. Both teams used to veto Ancient, Aurora. This time, Pixet, they both tried to gamble with it. No Inferno, no Anubis, so that's going to be a huge sort of gamble from the side of Aurora.
Okay.
They need to capitalize on that if they want to win this series.
Dupree?
Yeah, I think they feel the pressure, and that's why they feel like they're the underdog. They have to take it somewhere where they can make Furia feel uncomfortable. So, yeah, Ancient is a gamble, but maybe it will pay off.
Are we getting to a game 3, Yanko? Yes or no?
No.
Not getting to a game 3. He's calling a 2-0 for the Brazilians. Let us know how you see this one playing out in the chat. It is time for your second round of the 16 battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the STC Arena and things are about to get crazy. But Ian, what have you stolen again?
This is the crushed, shattered key of Astralis. Now, every team that comes here to the Esports World Cup gets a key, and they want to slot it in the center of this trophy and hoist it in the air at the Accor Arena on Sunday night. But unfortunately, that can't be the case for everybody. Who's going to lose next?
Well, I don't know for which team is going to lose, but what I am sure about is that there's a team that is going to be walking to that stage with an entire nation behind them. So it's going to be hard for their opponents to beat them, Ian.
Absolutely. Let's welcome our next team looking to punch their ticket into the quarterfinals. Please welcome Furia! In case you didn't notice, they have got the crowd support behind them. A nation of passion. And they have been unbeaten on their road to the playoffs and fresh from the first major grand final in this organization's history. With Fallen in his final season, Brazil's Giants are fighting to make this run last all the way to the trophy.
And to a great team, there needs to be a great opponent. Aurora Gaming! They were one series from the EWC crown last year in Riyadh, but now rebuilt, reloaded, and back with unfinished business. The Turkish firepower meets a new international core, and Aurora are here to finish what this badge started last year, and they are not afraid of the Brazilian crowd.
It's Furia versus Aurora. Only one spot in the playoffs is available. The other will see their key shattered.
A refreshed Aurora looking for a rematch, looking for revenge here in the playoffs. And a Furia with all eyes on them and an open side of the bracket where anything can truly happen. The gloves are off tonight here at EWC. Ancient insta-ban in the highest stakes match yet. And I'm here with Chad Birchall. Ancient Chad, did you see that coming?
I love it from Aurora. Retooled, ready to go. Kixon and Jimmy, they know how this map functions. For Aurora, the core, they've played it a handful of times. And for Furia on the other side, a total of 3. 2 of them, they've tried to pull it out against Vitality. Once it worked, once it didn't. Chengdu and Rio. And today, to see that as the first map of the series, I agree with the desk. Furia, if they can take this away from Aurora, they might just be able to run away with the series 2-0.
But isn't that still an if, right? Furia's form, not exactly certified coming into this season. We don't know what to expect, right? Just a couple of weeks ago, they were losing online matches, and now they're here in the playoffs, and everyone's saying, like Cologne, they've got to go all the way.
Yeah, well, win of a wild card and then a 2-1 series against 9Z to get them here to the round of 16. For Aurora, on the other hand, a loss to Big on Cash, and then 2 2-0s, M80 and GG How. You'd say that's a relatively easy run. So I take a look at this Aurora team, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. The earlier stages of the tournament, I covered off the M80 game, and Zentaris, Woxit, Wakadia, the Turkish core, extremely aggressive. Jimmy's been playing great, and Kixon in a position where, well, you remember 2023, you remember Apex, you remember Paris. This is where Kixon, as the in-game leader, kind of made a little bit of a name for himself, at least as far as my book. So let's see how he gets off to the calling today.
That's a good point, Chad. Underdogs and upsets here in Paris, and maybe a playoff bracket with more in store. But we're going to have to see if Furia can do what everyone expects them to do. For me, I still can't get away from this Ancient, right? You mentioned Furia playing it twice, both against Vitality, and of course the old Aurora roster doing it. They managed to take it to Vitality into multiple overtimes, a Zywoo 50 bomb. We had Wakadia looking really good on that map, but the fact that they now have a new in-game leader, new ideas, and a reliable piece in Jimmy who's been stepping up, I think this one's going to be a little more than Furia are ready for today.
Yeah, and I think this with Furia, as you take a look at the side of the bracket, the favorite once again, but we already know who they have to take on it. It's G2, right? And they're no joke. I think seeing Wrinkle a little bit more in the team today, getting to see him across a few more maps, you can see what they're looking for in that balance of voices that Saw was hoping to achieve, but that is for later stages. Right now, we've got the teams, they're completing their huddles, they're taking their seats, and we are getting ready to get this one underway. I'm also curious to see if there's going to be changes, right? Because if you're Aurora, you know that you have this option. You're such a green team that taking a risk like this, you're already doing a lot more on the fly than you would be. So I'm curious to see the complexion once we get to their CT side, but it's all eyes on Kixon to facilitate these aggressive rifles of Zentaras and Wakadia on this T side.
Well, we're getting ready here. Ancient coming down the pipeline for our first map of the day. We're live in Paris. We've got the fans going crazy on the Furia side of things. Are we ready, Paris? Oh, we'll warm them up. We'll warm in.
If Fury is winning, I'm sure they'll be making some noise.
The drums aren't stopping, that's for sure.
The buy for Furia. We've got a smoke and a kit for Yuri. Smoke and a flash for Fallen. Dual Berettas for Molodoid. This looks like very... Oh, look at the CT setup. Nobody B. Oh, KK Serrano.
What a gamble, and they're going straight into it.
Water's warm.
Gindo waiting, the jump does put him off, but gets one at least, and that will send them further into the belly of the beast. 2 kills come through here from Aurora, but in the sight is the bomb, committed, it needs the kill, and it will find one. Molodoy dropped from Wakadia with a triple kill, and suddenly, despite the well-placed pistol start, Furia are left to just Yuri.
Cutting off the rotation right now. Wakadia, he's going to take the bomb and land over towards B. Woxic has this covered. You'd think.
He's heard the steps. He knows Yuri hasn't crossed out yet, but ooh, a little shadow shown, and Yuri gets a chance to take his 1v1.
And
hit available. Where's Wakadia gotten to? He hasn't moved a muscle with this cave plant. He stands in the sight.
Cheeky.
Yuri takes his time. Uncertain, peeking out. Wakadia, a shot from death, and Yuri is patient. He will wait for that kill to come to him. Shaky Wakadia needs the instant kill, and he'll find it. 4 kills in the round for Wakadia, and Aurora somehow win that pistol.
Now this man doing the heavy lifting coming into today. He's the lowest rated player of this Turkish roster, or Turkish corp at EWC so far.
Well, in that one game we mentioned against Vitality, he was the top performer by quite a mile as well. So maybe feeling some comfort here on Ancient, more so than the other Turks on his team.
It felt like Woxic may have fumbled that one right there. But Wakadia makes good, and the Brazilian fans not happy with that. CT side force buy, and the stack in the right place again.
Oh, will that work this time? SMGs and 5.7s. 4 players in this site. It doesn't look like Aurora want to do too much first. They're just going to pop in. It's heavy cave, though. Trapped inside by the Molotov. They force the kill, but they lose the sight. Back behind Long, still a player waiting, but Aurora have taken space right back. There's a lot of chaos here with these smokes down. Even Xantaras runs into his teammate's nade, but they do get in a post plant.
Woxic should have this, shouldn't he?
2 players back turn. Easy stuff, but only one and then done. Molodoy moves in as well. 3v2, and the clock is nowhere near ticked. Aurora need to battle their way out of this post bomb. Wakadia once again trying to save the day, and I think he just might. 2 kills deep, plays that plant, runs away with the nade, but Molodoy doesn't have a kit. He needs to force this kill. Wakadia on the other side this time, and with the bomb almost gone, Molodoy feels like his chance is up, his time is up, and Wakadia back-to-back clutches put Aurora in position.
7-1 right now for Wakadia, and a smile on the face tells the story. He's been put under pressure in those rounds. 2 moments from Woxic where it feels like he should have done more, but Wakadia will bail them out, and there's actually going to be a Hero M4 coming into this next round. In the few games we have actually seen of Furia on this map, I'm curious to see if the CT side setup is going to change at all. Yuri over towards B-Long, Yakinder and Cave. Fallen and Caserado middle with the support of Molodoy.
Well, we certainly don't know much yet with 2 full stacks. And the gun round, not now. As Aurora go back to the same thing, all 5 players together.
Caserado's been in some of his best form here. He's fouled Furia out in a couple of the games with some big performances. Rotation migrating over. Fallen has flashes. Eyes on that.
Aurora's doing a lot of pops now, just getting into this B site for free. Furia might come through this smoke with those aforementioned flashes, and nades do that. Not bad. 2 players on half, but I mean, we're talking rifles with pistols. Serato considering a save, but he's going to need his men to run on in off those flashes. They didn't even go. It's too little, it's too late. Locked down behind the smokes. Serato may as well get out of dodge.
You want to keep as many bodies alive as you can if you're Aurora. A couple of kills, but this one isn't going to get out of control. A shooting gallery, round over, 3-0 start for Aurora.
Clinical, not too much shown, just full set pieces off the rip here from Aurora, put them on 3.
Lots of damage done, so finances aren't built yet. Ash is probably aware that this is a little bit rocky.
When I spoke to Fallen about the last time they played Ancient back at Rio, you know, I mentioned the missed nades against Vitality a lot of times, missed nades, and he said, hey, not from us. They were the ones missing the smokes.
Well, keep your eyes on that. Elbow straight lands. That's a good start.
I mean, you're not pulling it out in a playoff unless you've got some prep time here. And Aurora bringing quite a pace, punching up heaven in this gun round.
Hot hand on Wakadia right now, not missing a beat.
Doing it all.
Opening and closing.
No kits, no nades, and no control here for Furia.
Molodoi Orb, however, is going to have to try and insert himself in the play somehow.
Oh, they would have loved to reclaim middle there, but smoke comes at the best time for Aurora. Fallen looking for a fight. This is Santares with an AK. Looking good for the peak, but Fallen forces it first. So equalize now, and Furia are going to gamble. Question is it the right one?
There was a block smoke that came top of B ramp, and then Kixon just started mid-round, and he pulled this rotation, pulled the bomb back over towards A. Fallen is still close by. Wakadia, low on HP, will patrol the rotations for any sound cues on the B ramp push, but through cave they investigate. It's going to be action on the Professor, and he's tasked to deal with red right now.
So much on his plate. And nades will give it away, but as that smoke comes down, you've lost your line. It's going to have to be quick donut flank. Wakadia won't shoot them in the back. He is a really late round player at this point. It's feeling like a 3v4 for Aurora, but that bomb can be the extra man. Putting it down now. Fallen holds the line. Dinks come through smokes. 2 players put low. Aurora backing up. They have no room to work with, and even Wakadia is still extremely late to this round. Fury just need to get a move on. No kit themselves. Another big kill from Molodoi. And Jimmy, how much time can he buy? Might even just have a full stick here in this 4-on-2. Tap, they don't bite, and it seems like Aurora are just walking away, accepting their fate in this gun round.
Fury don't know, but they can defuse with ease. I realize now there's no pressure, and a very nice round there from Fallen. A couple of important kills to steady this, and damage done through the smoke on the way in. That'll be the first round for the Brazilian core.
Felt super winnable for Aurora. They had the smoke down, they had the sight. It's just that Fallen kill from Temple that really puts Aurora down. And damage through smoke. They had no response.
I suppose the finances educating this save, right? The fact that we knew that they were already walking a little bit wonky. Those guns carried across.
2 kills for Papa.
Calling himself Papa, all right, well.
Molodoi did say he was like a father figure. The son he never had. Serato inside of a smoke. They're popping mid. Counter flash from CT side works well, and they swing back in. Nowhere to go. Just kicks in heaven. Is it late, or is it right on time? 2 kills from above, and then out elbow. Woxic compounds the issue here for Furia. That was a 2v5 down to 2v2 in seconds.
Careful now with the rotations. Yuri pushing into T side of the B doors. If he keeps on searching, this is Woxic with the bomb, and you know exactly where Kixon was. They foregone the cave control. Molodoi's trying to cover off mid, and right now, Woxic, a huge shot. Now you just need to get past the AWP, and Kixon has all this util.
Molodoi's making a read.
Because the bomb is actually transitioning back towards elbow.
But Kixon's going B. Is he just selling with nades? And will that work for Molodoi, or is he already thinking about the save? Well, he does. They might walk into him. Got to care heaven. See something, grabs that shot as well, but now the bomb's already committed. It's either do or die on this A site. Molodoi holding down the line. Seems convinced, and he might be onto something. Woxic's creeping in. This is a round right there for the taking, but Molodoi turns back. Sixth sense, you could say. Molodoi given away. I think he knows at this point timing he missed. Woxic's walked in. Bomb plant going to come down. Molodoi shifts into position. Quick shots in your face.
Oh, the crowd surge is going to help there, isn't it? Felt like he had the read regardless, but
I mean, that timing might have walked away.
We're never to know.
Furia will take it, that's for sure.
This is a great shot.
Yeah.
But that's twice that Aurora have doubted this B side of the map, right? And they've tried to navigate back towards A. It's cost them twice. It's going to be a timeout called by Ash, so he can get on the mic. Really important coach there over in Aurora. Team's turned international. and they still have money to chip in with something a little bit aggressive. You know that the money on the other side of the server can't be too great with a 1v2 situation unfolding. So as these buys take shape, we can take a look. A couple of AKs, there's a MAC-10 in the hands of Kixon, one for Wakadia as well. So is this get B lane control and then pop? Is this try and put the pedal to the metal, see if you can exploit some of these mid spawns, catch them out of position? Kixon has a decent mid spawn. So they smoke red, get the flashes going for them, but because they're limited on nades, they're not going to be able to keep these flashes coming.
He's going quick. Given the room too. First timing into the donut smoke, and I think if you walk here, there's no way Furia would know. Even if you're familiar with the map, are you familiar with this? Kixon behind enemy lines. They wanted to go B, but I feel like he's got to be calling. He has all this room. Slow down, boys.
Should be hearing some steps now.
I think the plan's been cancelled until this happens. Fallen holding on. Gets a bit of a spot. Furia starts to rotate, but this bomb is still committed here outside of B. This is a long rotation for Aurora to make at this point in the round.
With no nades. Fallen's just going to find Kixon here in a moment, and the Professor keeps making moves. Now you're not going towards A, so this is where communication mid-rounding is going to be costing the Turkish core as, yeah, this is tough now.
They had their window when players were pulled out of that B site, but now they're back in position. Furia with eyes on ramp. That bomb stuck in a corner. The rest of Aurora walking in through the cave, and rotation is here. Third man in position. The map is too quiet. They've just re-cleared middle. It's all feeling a bit obvious now. And Aurora have no nades to block any sight lines. These rifles are going to wreak havoc. Flash comes in. Brief dodge, but got to get past this line. The K-Serato's on, and you said it yourself, he's been reliable in this tournament. He's going to keep that up here. Will not let them get in easy. Re-peek off the back is punished. MAC-10 is pressure that Wakadia jumps on. 10 and 2 on this player. Holodoy doesn't know where to look, and he can't get away with that. Wakadia another multi-kill, and Aurora another round, surely.
Horn's picked up this AWP and is just going to back off to put that in the hands of Molodoy. So the Force, after the 1v2 loss, it will pay off, and that is a great round to win in a number disadvantage situation with no utility. Wakadia is putting in an absolute shift right now. In 3 of the 4 rounds they've won, he's been the man.
Yeah, what a relief after, you know, losing that, having that round kind of robbed from you back on the A site into this weird Kixon timing that got room but wasn't played off. Aurora still shoot their way out of this situation.
He's done some quick maths here. Fallen will be able to drop the AWP. He can get himself an M4. Molodoy can drop one. I imagine Fallen will take something like a 5.7 or an SMG, and someone else will get that, but that's if they want to try and wrestle this back. They get the 2400 loss into the next.
2 M4s and an AWP. It sounds like a full buy, Chad.
But just curious to see what the approach is, because they don't even know that they lost A through middle. Right, Fallen, he could assume that, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So they don't know that that was the gap. I'm not sure it'll be open again.
It's weird to not see Furia play it at all, just sit behind that smoke with 0 pressure, but they're going to do it again.
Especially a team that doesn't play this.
K-Serato is HEing this smoke, and Molodoy's in donuts. They still want to make some sort of play for middle here. Later in the round, break comes in. Xantares on the lip of the smoke, looking for a headshot. Yet to get going. This could be one way to do it, but put down half. It's going to reset off middle, back to B, where Aurora have laid their hat most of these rounds.
Yeah, full information from Molodoy still, so staunch play, flash over, and really want to clear this. But with Molodoy's position, not hearing any steps or more U2, you'd think they should be safe as houses with this one. A couple of smokes to block, that's on K-Serato and Yakinda. Settle into this, 60 seconds left on the clock. 3-man B set up. Molodoy still with the mid control, Fallen tasked with A.
A focus, rifle uncleared, flash does nothing for you, but Wakadia is the one guy who keeps delivering. Another double entry, and that trade is guaranteed, as is the round again. Quick, explosive hits here for Aurora is putting them on the board.
13 and 3, we'll just keep counting.
How many double kill entries can this guy find? And he's got 2 clutches to his pocket. Nothing worth saving, but a round Fallen can't win.
I did say before, Wakadia lowest rated coming into this for the team. Well, I think he's going to turn that on its head pretty quickly. You had Woxy putting in a shift and Tara as well. Jimmy with some magic moments. The in-game leader, you're allowed a sub-1 rating. We give it to you. But Wakadia, I think he's the man who I said would have had the most issues with this language adjustment. Right? And Zantara's, I suppose. But we know he's played internationally before. Apparently they tried to teach him German. But so far, so good. 5 rounds, they wipe the board, Fallen goes down, and it will have to be an eco. So this is looking good for a 6-round half, unless they trip over their own shoelaces.
Can't see that happening, even when Fury have had stacks in the right place, been unable to convert these rounds.
That's a good point. A lot of the rounds we've seen from Fury, especially in the early stages, their opening gambit was the right call, just unable to connect the dots, and that's because of this Wakadia firepower.
Yeah, 2 triple stacks on B that Aurora have gone through in rifle rounds. The first 2 rounds going into 4 players. All of these rounds in Aurora's pocket. And Kixon again, fearless move. With that kill through the red smoke, he could walk through. Woxy's also been boosted, picking Molodoy on B. And Aurora are suffering from success. Kills all over the map. Kixon's not going to overcook. He wants to play numbers. Back to B with all 5 again, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I think if you're going to play this game in the Veto Furia, you need to be ready for this, and you have to keep the mental tight, right? It's going to be very frustrating, but you allowed it to come through. You didn't need to, right? You banned Anubis. I know that's the comfort, but still, you put yourself in a tough spot.
What do you make of this mid control, though, that Fury are doing? It seems like they're not really playing it. They took it 1 round, they got the triple kill, and then they went down to the 2v2 and won it off Molodoy's clutch. But for the most part, Fury aren't fighting middle.
Yeah, and that could be limited resources, or also the fact that you don't play this map, so you don't have so much comfort. The fact that they were setting up protocols for a 2nd or 3rd wave, that takes a lot of coordination.
And they also weren't doing it. We just saw nades in the red smoke, Molodoy holding a line. It's not like Fury were being too active, even in late round on middle. Something that Aurora are exploiting now, coming in from heaven. Continual B hits, Kixon just going wherever he wants.
I think the fun factor right now is there's not a lot of maps on record for this new Aurora roster in general, and now you get to play a map that you as Kixon were pretty good at as an in-game leader, I'd say. So you get to play the quote-unquote your game, right? What are you doing in terms of prep? Oh, they played it a couple of times against Vitality. These are the rough positions, right? Otherwise, it's not that you're countering anything. You're just going to know that you feel more comfortable than them in this situation.
And insta-ban or not, there's no shame losing to Vitality, especially when you look at the margins that all these games we talk about have been played. Overtime, 13-10, 13-11. Not exactly clean victories.
It's funny, right? Because normally once we get to these stages of the tournament, right, top 8, top 6, depending on the format, and you have an Aurora, you have a Vitality, and you have a Furia, Ancient is hardly played. Right? So to see it sneak through in the head-to-heads between these teams, it's nice to see each other pressuring and trying to play games in the Veto. Probably not if you're a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan right now, 4 rounds down.
Yeah, no.
Look at the gamble. This is a full shove. They're going to run out cave.
Have to play aggressive. This is a lot of players in one position, but they sit back on their site again. Furia with some scary setups here. Does a
scary
kill
for who?
The kill might just come to them, but Woxic pulls nades. Nobody's looking. Nobody. Yinkinder's walked right underneath this player, and Woxic still gets something done. Yinkinder's waiting to strike in the smoke, but he needs all of them here. Double kill before Woxic hits a wrist breaker. 3-on-3. Honestly, it could have gone worse. But it also could have gone better. Aurora now gets a mid-round.
So many nades to finish this as well. And a couple of rounds they've overcooked the push. They've walked into an A stack. It's fallen in donut again.
Oh, not the smoke you want to see. Will fall and call the bluff as they go back up top. Keserato versus Zantares. A fight worth waiting for. And Zantares nails it. First time of asking. At B site, feeling ripe.
All those nades just group up and finish together.
Here we go. Ooh, careful, Xantar is very low, but you know B's got max 1 player. They're still going to try and hunt this kill. High flash, it's perfect. Xantares chases down Fallen, and Molodoy, they don't know whether or not it's an orb, but they surely know he's at the B site.
Oh, that's nasty there. We know where one is. Let's hunt him. That's beautiful. Xantares gets himself a double. Molodoy. Well, you need rounds, but you also need guns. You got the max loss bonus in play, sure. This one looking like a 7th for Aurora.
Just been clinical, but also very calm, right? They're walking into a lot of heavy site setups and not having a problem. Xantares and Wakardia, multi-kills aplenty, and Woxic, that was a big save down on ramp as Yakinda walks right under him.
Fortunately, he found the opening before Yakinda got a chance to activate as well.
True. Would have gone very wrong. I mean, Yakinda didn't even know he'd walked past Molodoi. Woxic.
Just taking a look at the opening kills, Kixon's 0-4 in that department. The opening frags are actually falling in favor of Furia, and they're still ending up losing these rounds. So
that makes sense.
Out of their comfort zone right now. And I think this is a great option to keep if you're Aurora. Now, we don't know if this was something they were actually working on to bring into their map pool. Again, this is something that if they wanted, now they've gone international, they can pivot in, they can drop another map, they can try and play a 7-map pool. We know how that normally goes. Here we go, they're fighting mid.
Nades go in and Aurora say, no thank you, not interested, but up heaven, Kixon's caught back turn. And it's these positions, maybe they're not ready for. No one able to help out, offer any compromise in middle.
Kixon's spending a lot of time dead, 0-5 in the opening death department. 2 kills to his name, but he at least gets to be the puppet master.
Even the rounds where he's running out middle, it's not like he's finding kills, even if he is finding space. Feeling like a selfless game, but his team are dragging him through these man-down rounds. 4v5, and Wakardia, my eyes are attuned. Could be brutal entries here if he plays before his team on this execute. Wakardia goes searching. Oh, careful though, SMG up close might just jump on that Molotov. Yuri doesn't choose to do so. They block him and it's drawing a third player over towards his B bomb site. Good spam for Wakardia, sets this up nicely, and Fallen once again is left alone.
A-main fading. 35.
How far do they walk? Fallen's going to take a little jiggle. Didn't get that spot from afar. Keserato drops the bomb, and they still don't know. Fallen's here. Surprise, surprise, Woxic can't hit that flick. And through the smoke, Keserato comes running. Offers assistance. Another multi-kill for Wakardia, but this time in vain as Fallen and Keserato lock down A.
Well, he's going to hold on to this AK. There is cash for everybody bar Kixon, and that makes sense. He's constantly the dead man walking.
Funny to see, in all these rounds that Furia have their players in the right place, they lose, but in the one time that Aurora walk into the understacked site, Furia get back on the board. Very important rotation from Keserato there.
Can they salvage this, right? 5 rounds, it's still going to be so tough to see Furia turning this around. Even in that moment, it didn't feel like they had a great understanding of the situation. But at least they've got everything they need right now.
This could be a neck breaker. If Aurora win this gun round, Furia have nothing for the last round of the half.
Yeah, they get 2,900 as the loss. There's a little bit of residual cash in the likes of Yakinda here, sure.
4 players will be struggling. Feels like it's a kind of buy. We just see them throw Molodoi and Orb and say, go do something, but he's been relatively tame in the CT side. Hasn't really made any moves.
Not looking to fight heavy middle again on the CT side.
No longer scared of these B rushes at least. Straight out mid for Xantares. Look at him go. Spotted behind the box. Does Fallen really want the smoke? Xantares takes that headshot. It's been a back and forth affair in middle. Cardio once more as well, but he won't clear his corner. Yakinda converts the spray, but escaping is a different challenge, one he can't amount to. 4v3, and Aurora have been great in these positions.
The real cutthroat nature about the Turkish core that I've seen in the international jersey, right? They're always willing to take these fights, and they're much more aggressive than at least I'm used to.
Jimmy going to play here. It's locked in A main, but nowhere near him is that bomb.
That's one of the tough lurks, because you walk out, there's someone on a deep line, you die, you get nothing for it. So, be pressure.
I hope he finds his timing here, and Molodoi has begun that rotation, so this could be the perfect remedy. Or is it again just this backstab that is so reliant on the site hit? The bomb is reconsidering. And so Aurora have pulled the wool over Furia's eyes in round 11.
Right now, though, Keserato has played forward through the smokes. So he's calling B clear. There's nothing here, no sound cue, no bodies, rotations on the way.
How deep have they gotten? That's a question Furia don't have the answer to. Although they can win this round with a bomb drop at 20 seconds. Woxic wants the line, but he has not got it. Molodoy boost up and over, tag connects and they know his position. 15 seconds, still got to get this bomb in play. Woxic puts his life on the line and Molodoy can't escape. 4v2, just enough time to put that bomb down, but Chad, even though they got that info, no one else rotated. Furia are locked in place on this B site and Aurora still want to take away these guns.
Zentara's low. This is going to be tough on him for the hunt. He might just have to hit the brakes and allow the rest of his teammates to make the move, but I say that, back turn, Zentara's grabs one. It's Quesarado in the side, and we know how much harm this is going to do. The finances in the mud.
So weird to not see them rotate off that re-clear on B, right? Sure, you put the orb in play, but you could see how tentative Molodoy was. They didn't know how deep Aurora were.
It could be in the back of their mind a couple of these earlier rounds where they went for that late rotation back towards everything, and they're not going to do that again because they fumbled with it multiple times. But all in all, it's 8 rounds, T-half. And they are running away with Ancient right now.
Furia just felt in the dark this entire game. No information. Reclears have been punished. Lurks have been mostly successful, at least in getting position for Aurora.
It does help when Wakadia wins those back-to-back clutches to set the tone. Those rounds really could have gone either way.
And he didn't slow down either. He kept up with a couple more 3 and 4Ks. Now Aurora feel like mid is theirs, and that's because they're right. Molodoy on the line does finally connect an opening kill. 5v4 here. Furia want a bit more, but on that flash, they come swinging out. Jimmy, it's ugly. Bailed by Kixon, but not lasting long here. Jimmy's not either. Woxic throws himself through the smoke. This is just a mad dash for middle, and Furia have finally won it.
All right, Wakadia, let's do something special.
Why not?
You got plenty of time. A decent amount of space. They will be clocking this eventually.
Hello, Yuri. On that fade, don't mind if I do. This could be the start of something, but a knife pulled back and gun in the face. Wakadia has started his clutch. 1v2.
Lots of nades for this.
Would he go around the world? Wow. I like it. The bomb is elbow. It's very grabbable here.
He has just smoked himself off towards heaven, though.
You don't want to look away from the smoke. I'll keep Molodoy for a few more seconds at least. I think Furia just conceding this bomb anyway.
Yeah, Fallen's considering the B push. Come back through red, so Wakadia will be able to pick this up, but time's going to be the problem. 35 and sound made.
Giving it away. 17 and 5 on Wakadia. He's just going to trust his aim and give them every bit of information they need. Running a main now. Molodoy goes back, looking to play the post bomb.
I bet he wishes he still had that smoke.
Yeah, Wakadia, too many lines open and Fallen ready to pounce here on the temple. Wakadia's just going to cross into the AWP, and Molodoy will connect a triple kill in that last round of the half. It's not pretty for Furia. It doesn't feel like enough.
Now we get to see what the CT side setup is going to look like from Aurora. That's where you're going to have to identify early this nameplate Counter-Strike. Do they want to run with what they had before with the core of the Turks and then just plug Kixon and Jimmy into the holes?
One thing that has been really good for Aurora is just Jimpat in this team, right? In the 20 maps played, only 2 in the red. Has been really reliable, even in the lost games. Has had some nice site holds. So slow in this game for sure, but I'm optimistic about Jimpat in the Aurora jersey.
Just doing some quick homework here. It was Wakadia and Zentara as the mid-jaw on the CT side previously, and then it would have been Soulfly and Madger as your cave and long players. But Jimmy, if I'm remembering rightly, was an A defender for Mouse. So I'm curious to see if they want to change that up or just allow them to run the similar setup that they were previously.
Any gimmicks in this pistol? Got a 2-3. Furia going for something on this A site. Quick grab. Jimmy knows what's up. Slips out. Furia still look like they want to commit. Only one smoke on this play.
Team flash.
Easy dodge. Can't dodge death though. Smoke misses.
Yeah,
it's
that's
begun.
one they missed.
That was not Vitality. Put it down in the smoke. 5v. Ooh, careful. 4. Kicks and moves in. There's no kit right now. You're in a strong position. He's got crossfires as well to hold down this site. I don't think Aurora are getting back in here. Backside spotted, dealt with, and done in this pistol. 3 from Yuri.
All right, well, that's the recipe for success if we want to see a comeback on the cards. Just 3-round gap now. The question is, does Aurora force or do they take the eco? Yeah, you could see them not quite confident with the util there. The Molotov impromptu, right? It's not the set one, it's not the one that bounces and pops up or anything, but they still stick the landing. And it will be the save, so just a flash for Kixon.
Yeah, Furia forcing that first half, it didn't get them too far.
That one was Furia as well, Hugo. Is he sure it wasn't them as well?
This is definitely worse. Look, you're going to leave it open. Got to be ready.
Maybe it's all part of the plan. Just like Mirage, the missed window smokes, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's a good get out.
Has the deep donut worked at least?
They hit the harder one. What did they mean by this?
Well, it's an A fake. Like the bomb down, I think they're just investigating to see what they can find. Kixon will throw this flash and they will pipe through the smoke.
Kills available, but back in main, Kid not on the chopping block, fallen head off. Go to Temple, get out of there. Both players low, but putting up resistance. Fallen playing his life, so no threat for the round, but Aurora would love to grab a gun. What a passing from Fallen.
Wow.
How's he done that?
Doesn't know how lucky he is. He's... Oh, again?
Again?
Come
No,
on!
They've got to check this, right? This smoke is too suspect. And Fallen just walks away. The master at work.
The 6 is all but confirmed right now. They just want to make sure they take everybody with them. So let a Woxic.
Not flawless, surely. They give away nothing. Simply done here from Furia. That was a bit of a masterclass in the A site.
Okay, making up for the rocky start to the first half. They're back in it now, 2 straight rounds.
But jokes aside, Chad, I mean, if you're missing your Insta smokes, if you're missing your CT smokes on A, once we hit gun rounds, these are going to cost you.
And that's the thing, they wouldn't have even been aware that they missed the red smoke there. So we'll see if it comes back to bite them.
Let's pay extra attention to that.
So 4 and 4s in a Famis, no kit, limited util. Jimmy towards A.
Oh, Red and Donut do land. Xantara is right in the middle. Pre-smoke, but no molly. Furia get that heaven control. Going for middle as well. Aurora locked out, fine to concede, and Keserato just walks in the guts.
Good amount of room.
And there's a big gap here. How long is it open? Woxic reconsiders. This kill would relieve a lot of pressure, and so Keserato stable finds that 5v4. Time to go is now.
He's about to get more contact.
But he's got cover. Up from heaven. Xantares turns to the shots and Keserato repeats. So bomb out A and Jimmy has no idea. Aurora just get pulled around the map in this round as Furia's contact play wins this gun.
Good luck saving. Yakinder, if he'd like, can throw his body on the line. He's just picked up an M4, so maybe not as enticed now. Lost bonus 2,900 going into the next, and well, it's a slow hunt. Looks like the setup is Wakadia Cave, then Kixon B long. I think the Falcons roster had lots of changing of position as Wakadia. He's in the open, but hasn't been cleared, means he doesn't get anything. It's Kixon snatching them away. He'd love to get an upgrade away from the Famis, but this will be round number 7 for Furia, a 1-round gap. And they're bringing this one back.
For all the fakery and foolery of that first half, that one looks pretty good here for Furia on this T side. Terrorists win. Obviously reliant on Keserato getting that entry. Pulled all of Aurora out of position. So drop guns and cross your fingers, or eco till next.
That's the problem, right? I think this is a situation where you partial buy behind the saves and everybody gets a gun out to the next. You can bring out Woxic's AWP with the max loss bonus. So this isn't a gimme for Furia, but it's definitely one of the easier rounds.
2 rifles on B. Do Furia know that, given the kills they found last round? Wakadia aggressive again. Fine, more time.
Surprising not to see a gamble of some variety, or at least some coordinated move. They're just treating this kind of like a gun round.
So they're announcing both the rifles on B. Doing a lot of spam. You wouldn't expect a solo player here. Ricardo's going to fall back. That's Molly misses. And a high-low with these guns. As Furia wander in. Wondering what's around this corner. Oh, Molly. Aurora don't care. They say the fight is coming. We're ready for it. We'll go wide here. Oh, rifle spotted. Both fire off. So Fury can pull this one away. Don't need to run into these guns.
Still, 2 players over towards A to deal with. Locked.
Oh. Re-aggression.
I think they're going to pivot back to B off of that frag. So Kixon overstepping the mark, gives away one of the 2 guns. And it looks like they're going to pivot into the open bomb site now, so they've done enough to force the hand of Aurora.
I think Fury will be shocked at how empty this site truly is.
They accidentally smoked cave instead of, yep, short. So, well, look, it's not perfect. It doesn't matter. It's still their round.
That's so funny. The amount of missed nades in like 4 rounds of play. This is... Give it to Aurora. They didn't miss anything.
You'll have to have another conversation with Fallen, I think.
I say, hey, times are changing. Like, you're surely ready for Aurora to pick this map if you leave it open.
If you're taking the risk against a newly compiled roster, you're either making the assumption that there's no way they're going to touch this, they're going to stay what was comfortable with the core, or, all right, yeah, they're new, we've at least played this a couple of times. It's, good way. About to be a tight game. Now getting activated so that sweep against the pistols. Centaro's looking to get away with the rifle. Fallen says no. And we're all tied up A to piece. Okay.
Lovely stuff.
4 straight so far on this T side. Not a single hit from the CTs just yet. And Ash on the mic. Another tactical timeout from him. Sid straight talking to Molodoy.
Very direct. He's saying Molodoy, 3rd pixel to the right. No, not that leaf.
You wonder what it is when it's that direct, right? Because it's T-side ancient. The AWP, it only has a few options available, so...
AWP for now. Moxic did say for his, though, as we remember. Molodoy CT side just kind of sat back in donut a lot of the time, rotated around A with Fallen, being that extra piece of B if needed, but Woxic, wonder what he's got in store. I feel like this is the kind of guy who's going to be peeking down ramp.
Missed their red smoke again. That one's gone off in T-spawn.
You're joking.
Nope. Okay, Serrano's having a B-rush right now, and an opener's going to do it. That's a whole lot of convincing.
Side of the smoke, but they break it open. He sees 2 more players, and maybe Cotton's onto a 3rd, so Furia better run. They better go right now.
So much util to start blocking.
Oh, this is a lockout. Doors are shut on this round. Bomb open, but Santaros doesn't get that kill off. Flash buys the couple of seconds needed to put the numbers in. And Molodoy is just min-maxing here with the Molotov, not letting them through on any ground. There are still more nades in play.
Oh, where that came from, huh?
The Molly, they're pushing Temple, Aurora.
You have to call it off.
Yeah, there's just no time. Re-smoked in CT, you're not winning this. Hits on Woxic. Kicks in as well, but he's actually hanging out for something sneaky. Careful, buddy. He's going to let them go. Surely not. They're all still here, going for maximum damage. Good double from Kixon, but everybody in the site, they might be dead to bomb.
Now they can live just here. This is all good in the hood. They've been doing their homework, and, well, Furia will take the lead.
Some of it. Can't believe it. Well,
no way they can live with the bomb, but we can't let a red smoke. All right.
How are we missing red smokes?
They're clearly not playing pugs on it either, are they? Great from Queserado.
Have they hit a red smoke? I think 1.
1? Well, actually, that might be charitable. I'm not sure.
I think 1 out of 5.
So the saves, the loss bonus, another gun round for Aurora.
Okay, Molodoy got that one in. 4 on B. Aurora are making the play. Ramp announced with 2 flashes as well. All very close. Aurora, after putting pressure on, pulled back to B. Rest of Furia walking down middle.
If they can get the AWP in red and he can control... Ooh, okay.
Which AWP? This one, gone. Caesarato hits his yet again on this line.
He's doing his best Wicardio impression right now, 20 kills deep.
He was a solo carrier of that first half. It just didn't feel like enough to do anything. Now it is. Wicardio, though. You said get the AWP in red. That was meant to be why. Wicardio is able to dodge back to the B side, and Yakinda can block. Bombs in A main. Wicardio is out of commission. He's got to rely on luck as these players cross in. That nade goes in deep, and Yakinda spams him through the smoke. So consider this one done. It's Jimmy, 4 and 10 in Donut against all of Furia. He's not been able to find fights in the CT side. It's looking like his worst map yet.
And just be the save again. The max loss bonus, sure, there'll be another gun round. Don't you worry about that, but this is getting away from them quick. What a landslide of rounds. A flash, oh, just missed the mark, and that'll give Jimmy a kill, so he can start adding more to that tally. There's his 5th. I think we're talking about how the opening kills were going in the favor of Furia in the first half, and they weren't converting rounds. Well, they continue to go in their favor now into the second half, and they are. Jimmy trying to hold on to this, going to get chased down. Oh, losing 2 guns. Kixon removed from the piece as well.
It feels unnecessary for Kixon to be hanging around as well. Look at the money. It's really not in a great place.
Because Xantares can drop. Wakati can buy himself. Jimmy the same. So could have had full rifles and the util if he had held on to that one.
We're 6 rounds deep into this second half, and Aurora have nothing to show for it. This was an 8-4 lead.
It's funny seeing Caesarato as the most aggressive piece on this T side. Normally it's your Kinders of the world, but Caesarato's just being thrown in. A bit of freedom, showing that he's got some diversity to the playbook as well.
Fury just walking into Red Room. Middle has not really been a factor of this map. A lot of respect on these donut smokes. Xantares spams Caesarato. That's through elbow. Caesarato tries to get activated in middle, and now Aurora sit back with a 5-on-4 for once. A must-win round. And he's back in his aim, just staying in middle.
Only around where it feels like they actually have a bit of a read on the situation. They're not just being outmaneuvered or faked out by one man and an entry kill.
That's it. That's a short smoke. They walk it all the way back. Furia have been doing a lot of shifting around the map on this T side, and so trying to regain lost ground.
I ask myself how this can go wrong.
Missed shot for Woxic.
Jimmy has the smoke to block.
I think Woxic is missing this, though. Unless he can't see a thing. Making it difficult on this A site. That donut smoke as well. It's going to block Furia, and with no entry out A, they're kind of locked out here. That kill might change things.
Bomb's loose.
Yeah, he's still got a kill before he departed. Wicardio puts us in a 4-on-2. I think Furia, I mean, they don't need to save. They've got the money, but where's the easy way in? That donut smoke fading, reconsidering now. Into Jimmy they go. Are they even going to try and put this down? 10 seconds. They've got to get this kill instantaneously. No noise made, no position revealed. Smoke on the bomb. And it will come in. Yuri gets that frag. I think he's just got it. Oh, nice shot for Woxic. Yuri surely too much to handle. A 1v3, 4 health, and nowhere to hide. Aurora taking this one low and slow. But in the open, that fade will come out of nowhere, and that's a mid-air shot for Woxic with the P2K.
Smile on his face there as well. A couple of important ones for him. Doubles up in that round, and finally we get an Aurora CT side round on the board.
Ridiculous shot.
We draw it back to just that 1-round game, but there's no issues. You were pointing out the finances there. Furia have more than enough to buy. They have multiple buys available. This is the opening kill. Put a leash on Caesarato, who's 6-3 in that department. This one here, if it wasn't Wicardio getting that kill and then traded, I think that round's on.
Yeah. They cooled off here in Cave.
Aurora know they need to win multiple rifle rounds to humble the finances of Furia, and fortunately for them, if they can do that, we're at the tail end of this. That red smoke landed.
We're getting there. Cave as well. Furia, something more gung-ho, up the ramp. Orb covers the line. Kixon locked in the corner. Not looking like he wants to give this away, but Yakinda's come hunting into B. Look how deep he's gotten. Kixon just swings out. Surprise, surprise. Yakinda caught unawares. Kixon surely no more than one. But there's the support. Rotation in. Jimmy gets almost a double. It's Molodoi, thank you very much. And a 2v3. With that smoke down, Molodoi is going to put the bomb in. Got more util. Do not count Molodoi and Keserato out of this 2v3. Antares' smoke feels necessary to keep the pressure on. Molodoi, big block. Santaris is just going to go through. He didn't even tick. They don't even know. Molodoi still hits his shot. Bacardi also ahead of this fire. And Keserato in a clutch. This time is very low. They don't have a smoke for the bomb. A well-placed headshot on one of these players could be a problem. He's looking for the fight. Smoke picked off Santaris' body. They're sticking it in the open. There is no cover, no problem, no allo.
The nail biter there. I think they found that smoke off Santaris' corpse, able to get that on the bomb just in time, and that was necessary. So just getting by with consecutive rounds now on the CT side, but if one man staying alive, the bomb going down, the pressure there. Furia still in the driver's seat with the buys.
Terrifying that Wicardia almost led to Oxig. Take that final bullet. That is as close as they come. 10-10 and back-to-back rounds. You said it yourself, they need to break the money with multiple buy rounds. Aurora are looking to do just that. Looking for a late resurgence here on this CT side.
It could even be buy rounds down the stretch. Right, we're looking at 2,400 loss bonus either way. If they keep getting into sides, getting the bomb down, they might be able to buy out the remainder of this, but you need to break Aurora the other way. Donut smoke, red smoke, cave smoke, everything you want to show we're fighting for mid control. Oh, they're giving this up. Look at the amount of flashes thrown in for mid space.
So much control here. It's fair that Aurora don't want the fight.
When you use so much utility to get this space, if you're not going to do anything with it, are you hoping they come back for a re-clear? Walk into A, Woxig's orb. Trained on the line from Temple. We'll have the support of Jimmy from Donut. As Yuri tries to sell something over towards B.
Piano will give Woxig a brief warning. Still needs to nail this 5v4 as they get ready to swing out of this main position. Woxig dialed in on the line. Oh, right under the crosshair. Now they've got the sight. Jimmy at times has been extremely passive, and he's going to need to be because they're coming for him, looking for this clear. Keserato converts that spray by the skin of his teeth, and there is nothing in this sight until Zantares comes through the smoke. Molodoi does not let him get away with it. And with Woxig locked out at Temple and bomb down, man up, I don't know how Aurora get back in.
Might have to be the save, right? The finances aren't there, just a 1v1 in the last, and it came down to the defuse. You're going to need these guns going forward. Looks like they're going to relent and give this one over. Not going to risk the man disadvantage on the retake. Woxig said if he can take something with him. Risky move. The money's not really there. If he had gone down and lost that orb, very unlikely he gets an opportunity to wield it into the next. So what felt like a decent setup for Aurora there was just Jimmy getting isolated towards Donut and no help available.
And like, yeah, there's been times where Jimmy's just kind of locked out of these rounds, but he also just hasn't put up kills when he needs to. The only way they can maintain a foothold is with Donut there. But a nice late mid-lug from Keserato. His 22nd kill. Shooting higher than Wicardia now. Taken back for Furia.
Nuke up next. That's Furia's map pick. How many twisted turns we got left in this one?
Shocking to imagine Furia could win this map off the back of that CT side and off of some of the missed utility in this second half. But they are in the prime position, and this is the perfect time to call this hit. Look at the smokes. Down they go into this site. It is empty. playing ahead of the smoke. Aurora, 2 players, 4 flash, getting run down, and there is nowhere to hide here in the donut. Jimmy calling for support in the form of Kixon through spawn, and break on the smoke keeps the round alive. More than they bargained for sure, as Woxic connects the dots. And Aurora are still here on Ancients.
Yeah, good response time and selflessness there, Rad. They play ahead of that donut smoke, but the CT slip comes through. An important double there from Kixon.
I think realizing that they can't just sit back anymore on their laurels. They can't save any more rounds on the CT side. They've got to just go for it. Hero play from Kixon.
I think Yukinda should have that first one dead to rights with how flashed they were, but this is a big move from the leader, and then the AWP just punishes them.
And what felt like arguably the best set piece Furia have shown in this map falls flat on its face. Holodoy's AWP, Fallen's Tech 9, all in the same round, and more pace behind this push. Yukinda does not miss this time around.
That's the Na'Vi move. He used that earlier in this tournament.
Straight through cave, connecting for Woxic, who is keeping this game alive in this second half.
Bloodlust there from Yukinda.
Xantares, it's got to be tempting to go back up heaven. Position known. Good nade, but they're in elbow smoke as well. Oh, he pulls the pistol. Yikes. 4v3 now. Desperate play, but Jimmy is just not having a good day. Fallen rips his head off. And Woxic, he may want to save this round, but it feels unsalvageable. No smoke down. Brief chance. Woxic dancing with death, taking Fallen out with a break as well. Keserato's in the open. Woxic will not miss.
Holodoy's on his own.
3 kills deep. He's scared of the flank. He's got kicks and backing him up now. Late in middle is Yuri. Woxic needs a new mag. Yuri wants to find that timing, but him v Kixon clearing. And Yuri has timed it to perfection. Sneaking in, Aurora trying to drag back an unwinnable round, and Kixon falling on his own. Smoke kit, no chance. Holodoy hits his. And despite Woxic's best efforts, that is Furia taking that point.
You just look at that Xantares moment, right? That has to just be a miss click on the keyboard there. You're quick changing away in a fight like that.
Makes me think of the shot from Roof on Nuke in the major playoffs, but in the worst way.
This was great from Woxic. He knows he has to make a play. He's able to make that so difficult. And Yuri, he could have definitely continued into that fight, but wants to play out the numbers, and respectfully so.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Can they close it in regulation? Sid hopes so. Takes the tactical timeout, has the conversation, knows that they should have the better of the buy with the back and forth nature of this one down the stretch. A couple of SMGs, an AWP, and 2 M4s, limited on the util. So whatever the opening move is from Aurora, if they want to go aggressive, they need to capitalize on the block. Having 1 flash to try and set yourself up for swings, this is not going to be easy to defend against. Do Furia take it slow? Do they let you bleed out all these nades first and then turn the screws, or do they want to try and head it with pace once more?
Big nade, and Holodoy, even bigger flick. Finds that first kill. Keserato's still out in the middle, but Holodoy is just throwing his life on the line. Double entry. The whole time, Jimmy's baiting in this corner, but Furia don't have middle. His position right now, not giving Aurora anything. Really hoped that they would overheat off those entries and keep pushing up middle, but instead, it's just left him locked in place. Woxic has had some round-saving shots on this map. Might need to come up again. Jimmy has a cross. Yukinda giving it a little peek, but Woxic still finds that trade. This round is still alive. Skin of their teeth. Kicks on an SMG.
This is the bomb. Going in first.
Yeah, Fallen will not worry. And that feels like that's enough. A 3-on-1, Holodoy running back, Woxic shifting in, no kit, smoke in your face. And despite an 8-4 lead for Aurora off their T side, it is Furia who come up clutch. They close it out. all the way back from the brink of defeat on this surprise ancient Furious Steel.
And this is where the conversation about the veto shifts. Now it seems desperate. Now it seems like a risk taken because you didn't feel like you were in the series. It's Nuke up next. You have Kei Serrato off the leash, a beast in the openers. The man went 7-3 in that department. Form was having his way as well. But it was Ricardia versus Kei Serrato as far as the T-halves were concerned. Woxic doing his best to try and claw back into some of these rounds with the AWP. He had 7 multi-kills throughout that map, but it was not enough. 13-11, they will fall. And now the task gets tougher. At least you get that CT side start on Nuke.
Yeah, you're holding on to anything you can get at this point. I mean, the ceiling was high for Aurora. Think of Ricardia's start to that game, but I think the floor let them down in this one. Multiple missed chances for Jimmy and Aurora, a map they will regret.
The K players, that's when Voxic with a Mac 10 shows up from Banana. Yakida probably wins that fight if he just holds the angle, is then able to play off of his teammates, but the round then falls apart, the defense falls apart for Fury, and you're thinking this might end up costing them because Aurora went on a roll on the T side from this point on.
Are we worried about the mental for the players moving? Jitters getting out of the way.
I think Aurora has bigger problems than the mental, right? Like, you know, obviously they are a new lineup, so they have a lot to work on. It's still early days for them, and you know, this was a good gamble, I think, all things considered. It just didn't pan out, couldn't find a way to win on CT side. I have to say I was impressed by Furia's mid-rounding on the T side, right? Like for a team that doesn't play Ancient, they had some really cool things in store.
We like what we're seeing early on. It's 24 rounds in, but if you're looking at stars, well, our graphics wizard said take a good look at these two gentlemen. Who had a more impressive opening round?
I think Waikedia did a lot of the heavy lifting when you looked on Aurora. You know, the rounders that he clutched out in the beginning really gave them that leeway into the game where they could build a good lead. And he's also one of those players who need to be looking out for in this squad. You know, I think he's probably the one that will have the hardest time getting used to playing international, because I think he has the worst English, right? So it's also about getting used to that. And also he's the worst player coming into the playoffs for Aurora. So it's a good time for him to wake up, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough.
I think K Serato, the stat that pops off for me is the opening kills. 7 and 3 in opening duels.
Like fights, I'll take that.
He isn't their most aggressive player. He's arguably their most passive player, and for him to find that much success early on T side, back-to-back gun rounds, really, he finds Boxic in mid, and I thought that was really huge and swapped the momentum over to the side of Fury.
As we see some of the best plays from both sides of this, what do you expect more from Waikedia? What is his role on the team for anyone less familiar with Counter-Strike?
I mean, Waikedia is this guy that we've always been praising Centaurus for as being the best Turkish player. I think Waikedia has just like overtaken that role now. So Waikedia is a guy that seems to be, he's very smart at his approaches. He has a really good aim and he gets a lot of things done just by winning out his duels, right? He's also a good clutcher, we've seen that, right? But he's not always being put in that. So he's like a multi-tool when you look on Aurora.
Let's take a look here at Woxic. Who is this guy in the matchup, and what do we need to see from him moving forward, Yanko? I'm told we've got some interesting numbers to look at here.
Yeah, I think
I got Wabi Sabi joining us here at EWC. First of all, I got to ask, where does the nickname come from? How are you? How are you enjoying the event so far?
So Wabi Sabi is actually a Japanese saying that means finding the beauty within the imperfections of art. And EWC, boy, it's been amazing. I mean, I got to meet Pierre Gasly. So that was awesome. That was awesome.
And looking at this, right? Counter-Strike for you, you stream, you play it a lot. You just said finding the imperfections. How are you with the current state of Counter-Strike and the imperfections we have?
I mean, the cheaters, I would say, are the biggest imperfection. I mean, I hope they fix it. One day, the AI anti-cheat is gonna come out. One day.
One day we believe in it all working and solving things, but also, I know you're very familiar with Mr. JT. Sadly, they did get eliminated here, so I gotta ask you, who are you cheering for?
I would say, of course, Vitality, because I'm French. And we're on the French grounds, and of course, Zaiwu and Apex are the best French players, so of course, Vitality.
In terms of that Vitality, they've had some struggles recently. Do you think this crowd, people like you in the French community, is enough to cheer them on for a victory and another trophy?
Absolutely. I think they're going to lock in on the French ground. Zaiwu's going to go crazy. He's going to have a good final. They're going to win the whole thing.
I love it, and I love the confidence, the way you said it. Also makes me believe it a little bit. Anything you want to say?
Let's go Vitality!
Let's go Vitality. We'll see how it goes. What's going on, guys? I'm on the Aurora side of the building right now. You know what that means? I need to check the Aurora fans and see how good they are at playing Counter-Strike. Let's find out what their elo is. Aurora fans, right? Turkish Counter-Strike individual players are pretty strong. So tell me, how long have you been a fan of Aurora and the guys overall?
I mean, I have been a fan of Zantares and the other guys since the Space Soldiers days. Yeah, and I'm still following them, even though they turned to an international team. We are still supporting them. Yeah.
That's very important. You stick with them. I know Woxic was saying in another interview that he wants to still feel that love from the Turkish fans, so you're one of them. But tell me, how good are you at Counter-Strike? What is your elo in Premier?
I think I'm pretty good, like decent maybe. I have 27k.
27k? Okay, that's really good. A lot of cheaters at that though?
Maybe 3 cheaters every one game.
Oh God, that's not fun. That's not fun, but you're still holding, you're doing it. Now I've got to ask though, what's your face at elo?
2500.
Okay, you're cooking. My man, good stuff. How long have you been a fan of Aurora? How long have you been following the team?
I've been a fan of Aurora team since they had the previous squad with Deca. And I mean, it was like for 3 years maybe already. Yeah.
So you're going way back with the organization itself. Tell me, how good are you at Counter-Strike? What is your Premier elo?
Premier elo, I used to be 25k elo. Now with the reset, I didn't decalibrate. But yeah, I think I'm still like 25k elo in Premier League.
That's pretty good. You can still hang as well. You want to be a pro player one day?
Nah, I will not be. I'm too old for this.
With them on that, me as well. Let's see what the other people have got. How long have you been a fan of Aurora? How long have you been supporting the team?
I've been supporting them
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turn. What a sequence! Apathy, now they burst through. This can go wrong. Gun in a 1v1, and down goes Kersey. Has to hear that, and he has one-on-one, and Jimmy jumps into his jaws. Sin on the sniper for 4.
G2 wait in a quarterfinal, and we need to find them an opponent, Aurora Furia. After that first half of action, it felt like there was a chance that Aurora could make a case, but a catastrophic crumble in that second has put Furia a map closer to the top 8. Nuke up next. What have we got, Chad?
This is the choice of Furia. Aurora, they have played this map a couple of times since coming together with Kixon and Jimmy, but it's all been online. Wins over K27, Nemesis, and Focus, but all single-digit victories, and they get to start on this CT side. This is a map where you plug in Kixon, he takes Madge's roles, you plug in down to Jimmy, he takes Soulflies, and away you go. That means Zantara is outside alongside of Woxy, you know, Volcadia is the dormant, Jimmy over towards ramp, and then Kixon anchoring down A. But let's get this one underway. Map number 1, we split the pistols. Who's going to set the tone out the gates?
Bit of pace into the ramp.
Decent amount of util, but if they're going to try and brute force ramp, Kesserado needs to sell a fake.
Yeah, look at the stack, though. There's multiple players in position. Will they panic off those nades? Gonna hear them come running. Jimmy, missed shots, needs to warm up into this game, but he's got teammates by his side, and 2 opening kills for Aurora as Furia go nowhere fast, maybe just back to spawn as Aurora shred them on ramp.
Volcadia lets out Aurora. If you missed the last map, he had an awful lot of work done in the early stages of Ancient. 2 clutches for Aurora in map number 1, both thanks to him. See if he can keep the steam, because he did cool off, but can you really expect a player to keep delivering the entire map through? It felt like he had more than enough impact, and does so again on another pistol round.
Intro to this game is a bit of a rematch, a chance for revenge. Boys. Back in the major playoffs where Furia absolutely walloped them 13-4.
And that was the end of the all 5-man Turkish roster. Well, they have been able to facilitate a Galil. That's the Galil gone.
Oh my goodness. God damn. Zantara's seen this one before.
This is too easy against the Force, isn't it? Getting absolutely nothing done with this level of investment. Not good enough for Furia.
Curious buy, you know, to buy off of no bomb, get... Oh my god. Toxic chill. Get 1 Galil and try and go behind the smokes. Well,
especially considering the game that Yakinda just had, right? It wasn't that he was a non-issue, but he was pretty quiet. The entry man was actually K-Serrado, and Yakinda's the guy who's going to have to take this outside space. He'll be set up with the smokes, the flashes, the task with helping macro for Fallen. And he gets his Galil back, but for how long Wakadia deals with him. And that is flawless. That is a beautiful start for Aurora.
Yeah, well, I've learned from Ancient not to get ahead of myself here with an Aurora lead.
That's fair. Yeah, CT side nuke, if they can get themselves up to an 8-4 or 9-3, we can start having a conversation and then pushing this one the distance. It's really important that your 2, well, it's actually your 3 rotating players, right? Woxic, Zentares, and then that Wakadia. They've been doing this together for some time, so their rotation's going to be natural. And they always have the same openers. Woxy goes outside, takes that first initial line. Zentares goes towards main. You look at the heat map. Oh, round pop, Jimmy.
Oh, nice deep with Jimmy. Only good for 1.
A little bit scattered there, wasn't he? Overrun.
Out of position for that after the nade.
How much worse can it get? Rotation down to B is Wakadia.
Okay, trading out. You'll take that. Fallen's just going to throw himself around this corner, and he still gets the kill. The nade before death. But a 2v2 ensues, and Fallen is 3 kills deep now on a scout. It's not a bad gun when you consider he's got no health to work with. Quick headshot, no. Kixon denies it.
who's heating up there. Kay Serrano, this is in his wheelhouse, though. I know there's no armor. He has this M4, kicks into Wakadia to find 60 seconds on the clock and just needs to get that bomb.
Yeah, but now they're uncovering it. Look at Wakadia go. He's about to clear this position as he realized the package is right around that corner. Kisarato's going to have to shift in. This feels too much, so Wakadia will complete it. A nice try from Fallen, but Aurora convert their pistol.
Team Ace there. That one is a little bit rockier than it needed to be. Full investment comes through for Furia. No AWP for Molodoy. And would like to see something a little bit more steady from Jimmy, especially considering the last map.
Well, the way I introed him into the series today was he's been extremely reliable. Sure, a lot of online games, but 20 maps played and has put up 2 red ratings in all of those maps. So not really been what we expect to see out of Jimmy.
Well, speaking of red, might be seeing red in a minute. Furia, only player to get frags is Fallen so far. The first gun round, you expect that to change. Nade up, shy of its mark.
Something being set up to the top side here. It's early pressure, smokes keeping Toxic outside. As Yuri falls in main and they hear it. Furia look like they're getting ready for an execute. Jimmy's playing passive on ramp. He's going to have a fast rotation. Re-smokes outside deeper, but Xantares swings out and finds Fallen, so you can have the yard. You're going to need to worry about the A site. Yakinda runs out and about. Xantares is already back in position. That bomb through the smoke somehow survives. We've got a round on our hands. 3v2. All the entries on upper, and Jimmy's got a decision to make. Back he goes. Toxic, no kills offered up, and despite the disadvantage, Furia battle their way in.
This is where the players that hemorrhaged last round make it a bit of an issue. Do they give this a go? It's a tough retake.
There is one player up for grabs. Molodoy committed. Deep nades. If he can get one, that's nice. Yuri takes them both. Furia are on the board.
Yeah, that's a bit tough from Xantares parking towards CT Vent. You expect him to get that every day of the week, especially with that swing towards Yard to find the opener, the tone setter onto Fallen. And then it was just Yakinda pathing into that A side on his own. So the fact that they're able to pull this off, this is great,
know, yeah.
but he's the only one in, and then through the smoke, you think Xantares should have that kill.
Make it look way easier than it had any right to be.
Oh, for sure. All right, well, the AWP still, MP9 for Kixon, M4s for the rest. They're batting down the hatches. Fast on this, though, is Yakinda.
Saw that from Red. They know what to expect. Xantares wants to shoot him in the back.
He might get caught.
Could go both ways. He's missed that timing. Did they see him? Wakadia finds Yakinda making a play, and Xantares is still here. Their suspect, Kisarato, spams him. It was actually all the way from the back of Silo.
Thanks combined for the equalizer. Wakadia rotates down to B. They're still loitering in yard. They have no lobby presence whatsoever.
And again, the deep smokes.
They really like this the other day as well against 9Z. A lot of players over towards Heaven and Hell, or at least that was the expectation, as the locker smoke didn't look perfect.
Fell a bit short, hit the lip. But no one checking it, so no info. Aurora actually called a bluff. But then they changed their mind. They had 2 going down ramp. Now they're coming up.
They clear out lobby. They're going to find nobody home. Kixon, he's the first in, and that info he found on his lonesome. So the fact that the ramp push keeps coming is quite curious. It's going to be Woxic down here to try and stall this. There's no smokes.
Now they know. Clearing lobby in its entirety. If it's not Heaven, it's B. Woxic is still in a decent position, but smoke window, it looks like he wants to commit, and committing is going to make it very hard. These are the kind of fights Woxic loves, but I feel like a trade is going to happen here. 20 seconds, Woxic hits his shot, trying to back up. He's got one more loaded in the chamber. Jimmy comes down on support, and they don't swing, they don't punish. How is he still here? That falls flat on its face for Furia.
Yeah, a bit sloppy. Again, returning to that 9Z game, similar things happened, right? They expected just their pressure to force these rotations, and then they enter these sites so late, but they don't actually have the info. And that right there is going to cost them. Oh, okay. Almost after time. Kixon knows he should have had that one.
Close.
Molodoy retains the AWP. That's going to be the biggest and best weapon for Furia into the next.
Yeah, I like the fake for Furia, but they just had to play off of it, right? I mean, Aurora fell for it for a moment. They went for the lobby reclear. There was a huge gap on that B site. The fact that they're not getting into B in any meaningful way here Look how far Jimmy is when Woxic gets that kill. He's still able to offer assistance. Ugly one for Furia. Maybe a bit more pace here. Straight out the molly into this top site where Cardia locks the door shut.
Shut down. Thank you very much. Cacerado gets consolation, but all in all,
this is still on. Yakinda's in position. I don't know if they hear that drop, but Woxic certainly hits his.
Good awareness there. In an AK, I'd say there's a chance.
Yeah.
But because he's got the AWP,
just waiting for a mistake.
Not his weapon of choice.
No reason to give him this. Woxic might just have this line till the end of the round. So, ooh, careful, going searching with the AWP. That could not have lined up better for Cacerado. Kixon takes a stronger position. Jimmy, no reason to give it up, but look at the nades in play. This one has legs on it, burning Jimmy out, but he doesn't believe it. Cover from Kixon, not that much damage. Why am I still giving this consideration?
That's where both are, so the reroute right now is on. Where are you off to, Cacerado?
I mean, they have the bomb.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be forcing a rotation with that at all. And now the expectation is heaven.
Trying to add some confusion.
To himself?
Yeah, maybe. 25 could just be that CT spawn save.
Okay, a bit of a limp.
Oh, why not?
All right.
You've come this far. Give it a go. He knew Kixon was top part earlier. He hasn't repositioned. Headshot comes in. Nade right below. That might be it. The money shot on Jimmy as Cacerado clutches up.
Catch that. 4 in the round. Cacerado with the AWP on the clutch. Is he safe and is he not? That one should have been done like a dog's dinner.
Oh dear. Ash will not be happy.
Bit of a meltdown. That's a force behind the saves. It's Cacerado on an AWP. It's a lobby push. You give him the first, the EVO comes through, and it's a miracle.
That's why you never give up, Chad. Rounds like that, no business winning it.
Catch this. The holy hand grenade.
On your head.
That's going to sour the ranks.
Yeah, the Woxic lobby reclear, opening up the round.
Oh dear.
And that is a despicable round to lose.
Touchdown.
That's a tilter.
Oh, that's 5 rounds, CT half, their money's in the mud. You're starting to build up a really respectable scoreline. Oh no, no.
Oh dear. Bitter pill to swallow.
Well, it can get worse if they lose this. The force, just one rifle.
Oh, they're just sending again. Yakinda on this top site, insult to injury.
Can you miss it?
Give me this site. Aurora must concede.
But you've lost the M4. You're saving what would be a Scout, an MP9, and a 5.7.
What's the alternative?
That's going to have some flow-on effects, isn't it?
I just think this puts you in the hole mentally. Losing this round into money break, you just got to sit here and soak it all in. Reboost heaven.
And that means he could take away a little bit more, Molodoi.
Oh, why not sweeten the deal?
He's the type of guy who's not going to draw the line in the sand when he gets to the top of ladder.
Woxic is done for. Ooh. Okay, unless he just runs away. Looks fine. So there's something.
Terrorists win.
It's a very hollow victory here as Furia pop that top site.
I don't think you want to burn the timeout right now. If you Ash, do it into the next round, sure, but I think your job as the coach is going to be trying to wipe away what has been a bit of a implosion.
I mean, you said it yourself, 5-1 lead, money advantage, Furia on eco. You couldn't have had a better start to this game, all whistled away.
The thing is, their buy next round is not going to be great either. Aurora are in hot water. Now they believe the glaive smoke. HE and Molly to try and deal with any close press. We can see sectors clear. It's Warehouse they have to worry about. Zantara's hoping to capture timing. He's smoked off for now. Do they play through? Kinder should be dead if they do.
Should be simple here for Yukinda. Jimmy gets into position. So actually a bit of a bait and switch here. Is Yukinda buying it? He's clearing corners, it looks like. Re-swing denied. Molodoi does get tagged, but doesn't need to fight out here in yard. Okay, just take it. Voxic throwing the nade. Couldn't finish the job. Bomb on B, 5v2. This score is evened up.
Well, that was our expectation with a round like this, so Kixon.
Hello.
Need anything for your troubles. Undetected for now, but for how long? Noted. Bit of damage done. 3 bullets left in the USP, and Fallen is there to protect Yukinda.
Just put the clowns in the car.
4 on T side. We'll be happy with that in the early stages. You've got 3 on the trot. As mentioned, the CT side buy was never going to be great with this flow-on effect of losing the absolute mare of a clutch to K Serato.
You need Voxic on his AWP, but not just on this map, but just considering how well he's played in this series as well.
Man, not only the AWP, you have 1 incendiary to block on nuke. What are you doing? Blocking deep outside, blocking door, blocking hut, blocking ramp? Well, you can only pick one. And you blocked each other up the ladder too. This is looking clunky.
Certainly a stench in the CT side. Little break, trying to get Molodoi going. Tara's back garage. It's a strong position when you consider Fury have thrown these deep yard smokes. But you have yet to play off of them. This A site is still padded up with 3 CTs. There's those smokes. Standard wall goes down. And a lurky one to get you even further. Xantares now loses all his information.
His main flash.
They're going round. In Fallen goes around the world. Xantares must be considering. Attention drawn, Jimmy. Oh, that's late. He's going to get hunted here. He's got to move quick. Voxic pushed back into Fallen, and they still don't know. He's walked past Xantares. Voxic locked in this corner. Can Fallen find him? Looks simple. He takes it. Ramp gone as well. Don't need to rush B, but there's only 30 seconds left.
You know that's the rotator. So at this point, you've isolated at least 1 man down to B. Xantares might get caught here as well.
Oh, spot goes both ways.
25.
Fury disengage, up heaven with the bomb. Kixon still on the top. Yukinda not considering, but K Serato finds that frag. Back sight, 1 more man. K Serato, this is the round on this fight. He waits for a bit of support, but Molodoi's mollied off. Spot for Ricardia, traded 7 seconds. He's got that
running
stick.
at him.
Jimmy's running him down. Bomb planted at least, but both players fall. And so Aurora in this absolute roller coaster do come out unharmed.
Yeah, odd moments. Again, I reflect on that 9Z series. It was similar for Furia. That have all the space, that have, you feel like, a good amount of information, and then they just waltz into what was the topside stack. This is great from Fallen. He's thread the needle. It was absolutely perfect. Yukinda coming up the ladder, not even wary. He's facing the wrong way. And so strung out, disconnected, not together. And Jimmy runs him down, gets the 5th for Aurora.
It feels like a situation that you're just never in, right? When are you in? When do you have ramp and hell and you've killed Rotator, but you have nothing else? Fury don't know where to go.
Well, the bank balance can get blown open again if Fury win this one.
Voxic's AWP in play again. Good sign for Aurora to return form. Wicardia, crazy re-swing in lobby, finds that AWP. Lives to tell the tale.
I like that. You're taking at least the complexity of the rotations and map control out of it.
I mean, Wicardia's just trusting himself in this game because both maps he's been the top performer.
I'm watching Molodoi. The fact we got the camera all the time, he's put up his mic up and he's had a bit to say right there, so he's really unhappy with that one.
Just a frustrating way to go down, eh?
Yeah, I thought the tilt was on the other side of the server.
Still a tense game. A-site your only option. Maybe for the best, although I say that into ramp, there's an AWP in play.
Voxic should be good for the first, then drop down, play the numbers.
He's certainly not going to concede a kill from this angle. Not for free, at least. Easy job. Yukinda even tried. Voxic's out of there like a light.
Might just be the save.
K Serato gives it a good try, but 2v5, walk away. So a stabilizing round. If they can keep all 5 up, the money that Aurora need given some of the calamities.
Pull and get that orb over towards Molidoy. They'll get the 1900 loss. It means they can get guns in Caserado and Yukida's hands very easily. The bank balance will not be blown open, at least as far as Furia is concerned. Zantares will get himself an AK, and we'll call this round number 6 for Aurora. I don't think they're going to go for the similar type of lobby gambit that we just saw Wakadia pull off. Nice to throw that in, it keeps you honest.
Yeah, a certain level of respect you expect to get. Wakadia not in that mood. And Aurora, 2 more rounds, 2 more buys. Crisis averted for now.
Very quick outside wall. Waiting for the break, see if they can catch Woxic back lobby, but he started ramp this time.
Oh, crossed. Zantares makes it. Yukinda, as that third smoke comes in, looks to do something, but he's been getting found in his garage lurks. This may be no exception. On the break, it is perfectly timed. Zantares fed that kill. Fallen does follow up. That's a big scalp to find with Cardia down. Molidoy has Zantares locked in position. Zantares not giving it away for free. I say that, that's a leg shot. Costs you something. Pays the toll. 4v4 and Furia in these positions have just often walked into A. And while that's often been met with stacks, this round is not one of those. Jimmy in heaven. Clear outside here. Aurora staying active. 3 Ts in position. Zantares just below the line. That's a great nade. 35.
It's always so late with Furia.
Yeah, time's really making them make the call here.
Where are those top rushes?
Oh, they've smoked main, but they're going to go through. They're going to walk right into this side. Kixon is out of position, locked in, clearing yard. Jimmy's been dropped in top. And 4v2 Furia, a very risky maneuver, but one that looks like it's paid off.
Come this one fine. 40 seconds on the clock now. It's a Heavenside plant.
They've got to buy no matter what.
Yeah, I can't imagine you give this one a look, but Kixon is hanging around again. He is going fishing to see if there's anything.
I think there's value in taking guns away, even just minimally at the end of this round.
The other ones who have that 1400 loss bonus coming their way for the final round of the half.
Oh. Double. They're going to just drop in, go for the Hail Mary. They've done the maths. It's going to be worth a shot, but Molidoy drops one more. And that's not happening. Never was going to. Furia onto 5. Fallen triple kill. And that is slow.
Feels a bit limp there, doesn't it? That attempt to go for the defuse like that. We had a moment with Kixon on Ancient as well, and their money wasn't fantastic. Wakadia is now having to operate with an MP9. It just seems desperate. It doesn't feel like a move. You could have a full gun round right now and get yourself 7 and be a 7-5 half, or instead you go for some silly business like that. So that one could cost Aurora the lead before we get to that break.
No kit.
Yeah, see, the emissions in this are huge.
2 incendiaries.
Such a crazy risk to take in such a low percentage moment. If you had a smoke, or you could drop a molly towards the hut door, or give it a go along those lines, sure, but I don't like that move, and I'm not sure Ash does either.
Well, we've seen Furia lose to that exact round. I think it was FaZe in Fort Worth. Dropped in heaven last second.
Who were the ones who popular? Was it Tyler or was it Lin Vision?
Oh, yeah, one of the Chinese teams definitely had like some executes for that kind of play.
Kinder's having a very tough time in terms of these openers. He's 1-5 in that department.
To be fair, the 2 times I've seen him, it's been outside into the break smoke. It's an unforgiving position.
That's a thankless job, but still able to get themselves 5 T-side rounds. Let's see, can it be all tied up?
Kevlarless orb, no kit, and Molly's burned seconds in. This is Furia's opportunity to level out the half. Again, the breaks have been successful, but not in this round. Killer gets down. And so, kills or not, he's got position. And what do Furia want to do with this? For the first time, he's actually not being met with any resistance. all this space, he just doesn't know it. Voxic and Jimmy. Aurora set up well for this play. Flashes do force the AWP off. Jimmy committed to the corner. Voxic tries to offer assistance. There's a re-flash there. He's very blind. Jimmy 1-for-1. Voxic gets one more chance, and it's only a leg, but down the vent, denied. Ikinda not ready for more. How could you be? But you've got to get this kill, my friend. Xantares runs him down. Cancel the plan. B is lost. Both CTs in position there, panicking. And Furia found the gap. Ooh, careful. He made it up. Oh, here's that. Doesn't matter if you miss. Backside nade, big problem for Yuri. And he's got no support. Keisarato's late to this one. Xantares has crept in. Backside denied. Keisarato clutch. And they've read it. Into position he goes. But Aurora, how do you fumble this one? No missed shots today. A full stick, 7 rounds. They survived their CT side.
And you think how good it could be if they didn't end up losing that clutch to Keisarato. So all in all, they're able to piece this one together, get themselves the 7, a 2-round lead as we switch sides. Some odd moments from Furia, felt that they had some good space, but run the clock down. Keisarato, when you reflect on it from the other perspective, that clutch necessary to give them a half that is competitive. Now, 5 rounds T-side nuke, you're happy with that if you're falling. You get 3, okay, you can still work with that, but 5 is a couple of extra, and that's going to put you in a bit more of a comfortable position if you lose this pistol. I say comfortable, the game can still slip away from you quick, but it doesn't all lie on this next round of play. Split the pistols on Ancient. Will we do the same on Nuke? Yuri with a smoke and a sentry, following with double flash kit. The rest with Kevlar. The other side kicks in with a molly and a smoke for Xantares.
Inside molly on pistol. Is this just a hot roof burn? Or are we doing something late? Interesting to see.
Look at the push outside as well from Ikinda.
And he's walked right under.
This is a lot of information.
Can't run at any point. They could hear this, but Xantares might make noise coming off the backside. Ikinda flicking up. Beautiful shot.
With that man so close to the screen, you wonder what he even got a glimpse of there.
Yeah, I don't know how he found that kill. And now we have a molly to stop this A play? Oh dear, this is going to go wrong. Aurora feeling like they have to go. They've got nothing else but tickled toes here from Molodoi. Puts Voxic down low. There's a bit of damage on Fallen.
Rerouting ramp.
Banded the plan. Keisarato can tuck in. Aurora lock off hell. Ooh.
Careful now.
Keisarato still needs value from this position. He is alone on this site.
Rotation down the vent.
Full sending. Not clearing, and Keisarato, don't hold your shot forever, my friend. He's going to take the kill. Double up with Fallen's assistance. Dixon cornered, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's Furia with the pistol.
Well, teammates here for Furia. All 5 contributing in that pistol round.
Glad the Keisarato doesn't hold that shot for too long. We've seen too many trigger disciplines go wrong.
Yeah, with Molodoi especially. 2 in this event alone. So we do split the pistols. The bomb doesn't go down. This.
Crazy.
It's insane. If you haven't tried sitting as close to the screen as Ikinda has, give it a go and see what he possibly could have seen. The guy strains his eyes just to look at the radar. So will be the Glock Eco. No Deagle, no flash, no nothing. So a free opportunity to tie things up. This would have to go horribly wrong for Furia to lose this type of a round. Taking a bit of air out of the room, a bit of the momentum removed. Aurora are just going to hit the brakes, take it nice and slow. I think in a round like this, there's a lot you can glean if the conversation being had. It's nice to have all the cameras here to see if there's a lot of talking going on. So looking down the line, lots of looking back and forth. Maybe even some looking at the notes, but we're at that sub 1 minute mark now. Ikinda pokes his nose out a secret. Spots 1, and I'm sure he's going to want to farm up a little bit here on this eco.
I like Fury have just wasted all their nades. You know what they're doing. Save until you have guaranteed damage.
All right, well, that's 2 Glock digs at range. I think you've seen enough, Yukindo.
I know you want more, but come on. 30 seconds.
Okay, Serrato have him. He deserves them after that clutch in the first half. Here they come into his domain, and ooh, okay. It's a bit of pressure. That's farming them up now. Lining them up, knocking them down. Just one more. This could be flawless, and is K Serrato. That's 4 more to the tally. Easiest 4 he'll get.
All of that damage. Would love to kill. Not today.
Do have a tech, so we will take a moment. Looks like Zentara is requiring a little bit of assistance here. We won't discuss the potential of the buys and what we see getting equipped until we are ready and raring to get this one back underway. If you are joining Counter-Strike and watching for the first time, players during technical timeouts cannot converse. And a reminder of the Gamer Legion versus Mouse series going on in the secondary stream. Winner of that will take on Foot, who took down Magic earlier today.
That is a fun head-to-head, right? Not just the fact that, you know, Foot, they had to really grind Magic down in that game, but the idea that Mouse and Foot could be going in for a match, I think there's potential in that one. We saw that was a Pro League game when Foot were kind of peaking last season.
They played here as well. I think the last 2 series between Foot and Mouse have gone in favor of Foot.
Ooh.
And that's some explosive Counter-Strike on display between the 2 of those teams. I think X-Flag will fit like a glove over there in that Foot camp. And Mouse off of the last bounty win. They've been playing with some confidence as well. I tuned into you and Harry the other day, and you guys were seeming smitten with the new variation of Mouse and how aggressive it in your face they look to be.
Had some good moments, that's for sure. It was Foot who knocked Mouse out of Cologne. Just another one.
Yeah, that was wavering, right? That was with Brolin coming in. It was that weird season from Mouse where they decided after Rio to make these changes. But we are back underway. Zentaris has got the support he requires. Molodoi has the AWP. SMGs for Fallen and Yukinda.
All right, a lot more players behind the smoke.
Searching.
Quick. Molodoi burning, position at reveal, but Jimmy can't jump on it. Molodoi with a big kill, but Zantares has still found space outside and space that Aurora taking right back. Crossfire in the wrong place in case Dorado, they are everywhere. Just dodging that team kill. Fallen not the gun for the job. Wakadia hitting hard.
Nice shooting from Wakadia there.
A 4v2 with Aurora rupture this A site. There is nobody home.
It's tough. Molodoi forces the fight, gets the opening kill, and now you're essentially talking about a save, right? There's a minute 10 on the clock. The bomb about to be planted. It will throw up 40. So that one got out of control very quickly.
I think that was Zantares getting the kill in heaven from outside. So even though there's questions about the new Aurora, the identity, the calling, I mean, the aim is still there. We still have some incredible players.
Yeah, they definitely pack a punch, right? I think with Aurora of the past, seeing them get to the semi-final of the major, our biggest question was them doing it in stage matches, especially a player like Zentares. Now, we have a crowd here today, not packed out just yet. I'm sure more and more will fill in as we get closer to that weekend. But it's good to see him looking himself.
And don't you just feel like, you know, given this side of the bracket, given you know the big 3 are on the lower half, what an opportunity this is. Sure, okay, you draw Furia, a team that beat you, you know, in that Cologne major, arguably the best team and the best form of anyone in this 8 teams of the bracket, but I think any roster is looking at this side and going, hey, we have a run to the final available on a good day. Aurora are no different.
Yanko's pinned it on Furia, so it's another bracket that's an open run for you, but I'm not convinced. I think Furia still leaving a lot to be desired. This slow approach, I can see it work. You're essentially decision tree checking teams, right? You're skill checking their defaults and their rotations with the slow play, hoping that they just play aggressive and play in your face. That's why when they go fast, I like that dimension to them. It activates some of their players. That's why Ancient was interesting to see K Serrato so assertive, so in your face, because they have the pieces that can do it. You just don't see it all the time. It's not the way they approach the game. The engine is Molodoi and Yukinda, and if they're having off games, you can find yourself in a bit of trouble. All right, well, the saves come through. It's all blown off, and early pressure towards Ramp. They want to test Fallen.
Straight through with a jump, aim put to the wayside. Yukinda, careful, they're coming through. Free fire, still gets a double. That MP7
Beautiful.
Shreds him. 3 versus 2, and Molodoi realizes he doesn't need this. Gives up the bomb, looks for Zantares, who still hits his headshot.
Laser beam on that one.
Keserato is re-clearing on the ramp side, so this is information. It's coming back to Furia as Yuri repositions in top site. He's getting pinched. Santares not done, but Yuri makes it so. And 2v1, Yuri realizing where Woxic is, or should be, given Santares' position. Scared of this top site. Every second wasted for Woxic allows Keserato to climb the rafters. Will he just go searching on this timing? Yes, he will. Oh, the barrel. Oh, someone called that.
Oh. All right, well, after that double from Yakinda, you wonder what happened. Did he ult tap? Right? It was like, what's Guy up to? But either way, a beautiful double from Yakinda on the MP7. Yeah, round-winning double. So Fallen gets one, good output from him, and then just unleashing the traders there eventually. That shot from Zentares, an absolute laser beam on the AK-47, but tie things up 8 apiece. Pace, not the answer. Punish Fallen, well, he's got that support.
Opportunity here for Furia. Smash Aurora's run and money into the ground.
Fallen's having a pretty good map, 13 kills just behind Keserato. He's going to start down secret immediately for answers. I think last round did a lot of convincing. You can't just come and pressure that side, it's not for free.
Smoke's going to get confirmed here. Look at Fallen's position. He's just cleared everything.
You can worry about red, you can worry about behind main, sure.
Got to make a move now, stack that top side, get a flank going. You'll hear Kixon dropping as well.
They know exactly what's up.
Uh-oh, doing a topside execute. Kixon with a Carrigan-esque play, but it's going to be the ramp pop instead. Everyone drawn into that A stack.
It's going to be awfully quiet, you have to know. It's just Wakadia with the util to find this finish. Molodoi would be a brave man to swing around this corner.
Yeah, Fallen didn't commit to the flank. They're going to rotate down secret side. Molodoi shuts the door. And I think at this point, Furia know what's happening, but they're still somewhat out of position. It's only Yakinda home. And Molly.
They're going to concede the plant.
Yeah, it's going to give a bomb part away, and we have a Molly and an HE to get back in this round. I think Aurora in a great position now, but that kill will open things up. Peppering damage on this B site. Fallen re-clearing. Molly doesn't fall too deep. Just going to run through, though. Open the door. In their face. Wakadia and Woxic trade. It's low health all across the board. Yuri might have to be the savior. He is very late down this vent. Shut down by Woxic. 2 shots from death. Wakadia can't connect. It's only Woxic now. 1v2. And 2 bullets will decide this round. Will decide the outcome. They've got to hit the stick. Covered from Molodoi. Woxic getting his time wasted as Furia somehow pull it off.
I love these surges of aggression from Fallen. It seems erratic, right? He's incendiary, it didn't look perfect. Either way, door opens up, he throws his body on the line, and the chaos ensues. The low HP, it feels winnable for Woxic, but he's not to know. He can't isolate those fights. This one looks very rough from Kixon's POV right there. The first brick to start tumbling. Once they pin Yuri's head to the back wall down that vent, you think, okay, they've done enough in this. But good cover from Molodoi, who's had a couple of frustrating moments.
Nice, guys.
Yes, stressful one indeed. I do love that from Fallen. Too many players in that B site. You feel like Aurora surely have that round.
It's funny they had all the info, but in all the wrong places. Is Molodoi a miss? A big miss, but it doesn't cost him. Can back off, plays his life.
And Smokes, they've been disrupted here. There's a gap outside. Kinder's got eyes on.
Again, they have the information yard, but it's going to be another ramp play.
Ramp away, he's got to throw a stack in position. Fallen's got B on lock. And so ramp is conceded for now. Just got to remain aware of the heaven side, so Molodoi moves in with the orb. Gaps left open, but Furia well aware. This should be an easy shot, but Zantara's peak still got it. Do they go down B where Fallen's been waiting? You've got to clear this, Aurora. There are just no excuses. Scaling up above over him. There they go. Woxic with a check and the save. Already feeling like the move. Even though Yakinda takes one with him, Wakadia has this chokehold of an angle and does not let Keserato to play.
Okay, second T-side round confirmed, and Zentares is hitting some absolute bangers in this half so far.
Yeah.
There's a team effort. It's Kixon, the tail end of this. That Turks, Woxic, Zentares and Wakadia all finding some output. And even when Furia feel like they should have the information. Their rotations look a little bit odd, and then when you're getting Molodor getting sat on his ass by those shots from Xantares, the AWP isn't finding the output it's looking for. So money, 1,400 loss going into the next, and this is them losing control of the economy. There's just been constant pressure in this half by Aurora. The bomb's going down, the close nature of some of these rounds allow them to continue to be a threat. We're tied up again, sit on the mic, second tactical timeout, and what's the solution? Look at what do I hear on the cams? If we could make a gander, he's head in hands with this one. Here's the shot. Bang.
Wow.
Nothing you can do about that.
No. I mean, that's just so broke. Like, Yuri can drop a gun, we can get 2 rifles. You feel like you're forced to force in this position.
That's the thing, the 1,400 loss, you have to. What are your choices? Take a weird save? So they've been able to manifest 3 rifles out of this.
Stressful game here. They're going to set Molodor up with a gun. Kindle's also able to buy up a 3rd with just Kevlar.
Yeah, do you do something out of the box? Do you try just a lobby aggress, a bit of a crunch, an oldie bit of goldie? Whatever your move is, it better stick the landing, because they've got the util, they got the firepower, and they might have you on the ropes financially after this one, Furia.
Now we're looking at a serious lead for Aurora down the stretch. Cannot afford to fumble this round already. Down to just a smoke, a nade, and a flash.
Ooh. Looked like more damage than it was. And that one is more damage than it should have been. Ricardia brought down to 1 HP.
Lock that in. Maybe double setup on B. B and switch. This 5-7 can be a problem. Xantares clearing though, we know that's fun. Good shot from Yakindar, takes the headshot, still recovers, and they don't prepare themselves for a second.
No idea Ricardia's low.
Oh yeah, Yuri would love to take that kill, but Ricardia's just gonna hold the line, wait for support. 4v3, but no guarantees. With Yakinda's health on notice and no ability to pass that gun off. Yuri committing. I think even 1 here is a scary position for Furia. They're going to lose the control. Can he get more than 1? Woxic with a nice repeat. Ricardi's taking the AWP. They're not certain about this B site until Woxic comes in with a clear. It is empty. It is open for business. Flank timing's good. Molodor is running as well. That's going to make Ricardia attuned to this position. Holding the vent side as K-Serato comes down. 3 players, same spot, missed shot. Ricardia's got to be fearful of ramp as well. Numbers spotted. They don't know where that last player is, but side by side, Furia walk in. And it's starting to dawn upon Aurora that ramp is not the problem. Molodor making a play as K-Serato attempts to bait the save, but there is no kit in this round. There is no way out.
That's tough right there. K-Serato off doing his own little play. I wonder if that was communicated. Hey, I'm going to try and sell this, but if you're going to sell it, then the window player should be peeking later. It just felt like...
I just didn't have the time for that kind of play, it felt like.
The fact that they walk away with that, the fact that Ricardia, I was going to say, survives, well, at least for the important part of the round.
Take the AWP out, walks in with a triple kill off the rifle as well.
He did very well. Impactful round, Woxic up to 18. Tippy top of the server right now, K-Serato 17.
Sure, Yuri temporarily puts it in that 4v2 position on B, but then he's committed. He gives up that angle.
This is a great shot.
Yeah, it's a hard shot to hit, but it just gives Aurora all the room. And it's not just the kills. The fact that Woxic runs out B there, that's the only way you win the round. If you doubt that site is empty, you give Furia time to rotate.
Got an intentional Mac 10 on Kixon. Woxic could have dropped him an AK in this. He is aware of the state of affairs that it has to be the eco from Furia, but there is a gun saved and a boost erected.
Oh my, okay. He'll take it. Can Molodor get given that AK? He also has Kevlar. Might be worth the handoff here.
Oh, catch.
Oh, or just come in.
Down secret they go. It's Yakinda just with the USP to address that, but here's the support of Fallen, who also just has a USP.
It looks like a repeat round, but with a little less for Furia. 2, now 3 on this site. Kixon Mac 10 couldn't be a better gun for the job. It's going to get sold. Molodor can't get a double, and it's the same situation with even worse results. 11 rounds up for grabs here on this. Wait a second, Yuri's dropped the bomb. There's no way. Surely not. Nade is nice, but Keisarato is nowhere near. Good dunk. Teammate has come in and Keisarato is so late. Too late. Just don't peek, don't give them a thing.
Is Keisarato go single? There's a kill available, Woxic.
Surely not. They know he's backside.
Hi.
Oh, surprise, surprise. 6 shots for Keisarato, but Yuri needs to cross in. He's been cut off. Jimmy in a 1v1 and the stick is on. Molly pushes him off. It actually falls short for Keisarato. There is no time to win that round, and he will not survive with this orb.
All right, well, they make it interesting. It's going to be 11 rounds now on the board for Aurora. As Keisarato down with the ship. Well, they've kept the money somewhat limited, but as mentioned, there was an intentional Mac 10 in that round. Woxic is swimming in cash right now. And it's Furia with their backs against the wall.
God, these rounds are extremely stressful for Aurora. You've got to be wondering.
And Molotov can't keep a lid on his frustrations either. Like, that's a round where if he gets a multi-kill on that dropped AK, maybe, just maybe, that's enough to get them across the line. And Woxic trying to G up Jimmy, who has had a relatively quiet map and series overall, but that one's important. IRL in the building. Collins as well, as I'm sure he's biting his fingernails right now, thinking this one should have been done as a 2-0. Wanting to push at the distance. Mirage, the third and deciding map of this series. Again with another Mac 10, I'm telling you. This man just trying to make space.
It would top pop, would they?
Well, why not? Furia did it to them.
Insta-smoke lands, so... Well, misses, more like. No insta-cool here. One of those cross smokes did not connect. They threw it off of the rip, so Santaris has to fight outside if he wants to make it by.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure that matters too much. Fury have had the information in a few of these rounds, and they've still looked a little bit lost in the rotations.
No late wall anyway, connect, so this feels like a bit of a fake out on the yard. Fury going to get caught. Oh, they're sending it. It does go down the vent, but Mac 10 out the door. That's and says goodbye. You're going to drop my friend, down he goes.
No rotation just yet. It's Fallen to address this.
This is weird. Keisarato wants to hunt, but 5v4, he's got teammates down B. Don't need to give them away back up. 3 players here.
Nothing to scuttle out. No smoke for scaling. It's just Molly, HE flashes.
I mean, it wouldn't count Aurora out from shooting themselves out of this situation. They've got 3 different positions all at once on this B site. About to erupt at the same time. Santaris misses that timing. Window break. Clears the corner. Commits to it. Fallen's found. Kingston follows up. That Mac 10's got legs. 4v2. Just throw in the towel. But Furia begrudgingly trying to give it one more go. Up close. Santaris oversteps. And Kits on Yakinda with awareness of the lobby lurker. Time being wasted. Yuri's followed up. There's a 1v1 in lobby when Cardia wins the key kill. And with no kit for Yuri, this one's too far gone. A 2v4, an admirable attempt, but a round for Aurora and a map point here on Furia's pick. They give Yuri nothing, not enough to win this one. 3 kills deep, he is out.
Jimmy will take another clutch in the stat line, won't he? He's not going to get the kill for his troubles. Yuri takes 4 short. But that's 12. Aurora secure it, and that's overtime at a minimum.
The vent dive in a full gun round.
You can see Molotov is not comfortable at all, right? He was tasked with dealing with the window. He starts to press into a different setup. Fallen can only really cover. Look at the awkward position that Fallen gets put in because Molotov decides to change his spot. And by doing so, it crumbles. They get the opening kill, relatively for free. The rotation is there, and that is miserable from Furia.
They knew Bomb was down B as well. They saw it on Kickson's back, so I love how Aurora do that. 2 doors and a window at the same time. Oh, careful, Fallen. Smokes again. No assurances outside for Yakinda. With money known to be low, Aurora are taking it very calmly. Molly in the hut, holding ramp push. Execute, set up, but again, it feels like a bit of foolery here on this top site. It's just fallen in position, and the map is too quiet. The penny is dropping. Fallen, a difficult position to get value from. 2 players spotted. No commitment from Molodoi. Fallen neither. Drops in after 1. They still battle their way out. It's a good try for Molodoi. A commitment from Yakinda. Cancelled by the Molly. 2v3. We've seen Furia lose worst rounds.
Juggling the guns right now. Zantara's into the yacht. Woxic with the AK. Woxic has been hitting shots. And this smoke to work with needs to be planted, but everyone's rotated in.
Triple drop. Gonna fake it out. Smoke, but you're not getting that plant for free. Pressure's on. Bomb dropped again. Woxic 1 versus 3. He's hit shots, but can he do this? This is a bridge too far. Isolates fights. Case Dorado runs him down, and that got scary. But Furia survive. That was a low money bash.
Yeah, you might have to take the eco if you're Aurora. Still, it's only 1,900 loss going into the next, so as we start to do a bit of quick maths here, they're in that hot water financially as well.
They really are screwed, aren't they?
It might just be 2 back-to-back force buys, or you take the save right now and then Kixon can go with a MAC-10 and give an AK across to Zantares. It's not an enviable position to call yourself out of right now. They will take the eco.
3 players below 2K.
This is I guess it's Galil heavy.
Woxic scout, if you want to limit him, but they've not really been fighting outside.
What is this, the second full eco we've seen them take this half? In the modern game, that's pretty rare to see 2 full ecos from one. Oh, Yakinda, there he is, close to the screen again. Here's the info off the shot. But, this one should be a guaranteed 11th.
Not really a route to a bomb plant in a map like Nuke, with no utility. Not getting down that vent.
See some looking at notes here as well, right? Zantares, he's definitely, he's got a smile on his face. All right, someone's keeping the vibes high.
Woxic's cracking jokes, I'm sure.
But may as well take the time in this one to discuss how to close this down in regulation.
Kixon's doing a lot of the talking.
Last map was 13-11. Last series had back-to-back 13-6s, so maybe on for more of the same. Symmetry on display. Looking to trade map picks this time round. Fallen, how many can you get on the fade of the smoke? Pushes forward, there's quick changing going on. Fallen's just good for 2. Molodoi's redemption on the orb. He could just putt in a couple and give himself a bit more confidence. The second will be hit. The swing out from Yuri there. 20 seconds left in this one. Shouldn't get dicey.
The fact that he gives it up is a sign of the times. That's an AK in Zantares' hands, but Kisarato's position is strong and there's no time on this clock. 10 seconds. Easy pickings, so you'd like to think.
Decent amount of damage. 2 drops will be necessary. Yuri and Yakinda both shy of that 4K mark, so they will need their teammates to hook them up. We had bigger concerns regarding the buy of Aurora. So Kixon, I'm sure he's going to drop an AK across probably to Woxic or Wakadia in this one. Take a MAC-10 for his troubles. Jimmy might have to operate on a Galil. Zantares will be able to get his own AK. Getting your money's worth in this series so far.
All the rounds and maybe all the maps here for Aurora. They need one more to take us to Mirage. The team that got bullied on the stage by Furia back at that major. This is already looking better, or are Furia looking a little bit worse?
That's the question, right? How can you rate this form?
I feel like a couple of well-played shots from Molodoi would have ended this game a while ago.
Fair. And Yakinda with another tough map. All right, well, no MAC-10. 3 Galils, 2 AKs.
Could be worse.
Yard control being taken.
Ooh, Yakinda getting in. He knows 1 round's all they need. Shuts down Zantares on that quick drop, but swinging red denied by Kixon. An important kill from the captain. Keeps us even. And it's in these late rounds where we've seen awkward rotations from Furia across this map. Even when they've had players in the right place, not been able to take enough kills with them.
You wonder if it's because they're expecting something different from Aurora or they've just outplayed themselves. Either way, back to lobby.
Oh, you have just 1 smoke. You're just going to walk it in. Main smoke, out hot they go. Caserato tries to cross through the bullet storm. Is he being covered though? Not really. His teammate sells him down the river. Yuri and Caserato not together.
They could do
on
it.
The same page. That nade is nice, but the bomb plant comes down. 2 kits and a smoke. A dream and a hope on this top side for Furia. Jimmy reswing does not connect. And Fallen decides to go back around the world, giving Kixon room. But is it the fake out here? Kixon timing as he goes back to the door, misses that entirely. Oh dear indeed. Fallen makes it in. Molodoi, no idea where Kixon's gotten to, but might need to drop that smoke on the site. It's still Fallen, a shot from death on this fake out. Molodoi caught dropping in, and Kixon can't save this one.
Is there time?
It's going to be close. But Fallen forces overtime.
All right, down to the wire. This one's got overtime, and the crowd likes the way that one feels.
I mean, Fallen's had a great map individually, but that is a show of smarts. The fake out on the retreat, hit that perfect timing, hit that necessary trade. One bullet from Kixon would have cleaned that up.
Good to see Yakinda not backing down from his post. But that is down to the wire.
I know the fucking game, bro.
Okay, Gene himself up.
Did play that to perfection. And so now Yakinda even more enthused to get involved. Oh, he had the angle there. Yakinda's going to let them go. He wants more than one.
Don't know if this is the move.
Yeah, this is scary. They can cross multiple players down secret. Yakinda, sure, he could guess, but he doesn't know.
Fallen's addressing it at least, but still, man disadvantage. You could have just evened up the score.
Extremely late. Don't die to this now. Okay, he takes...
Oh, no!
Oh, God. Close your eyes. Look away. An absolute crumble. And this one's done.
You got a big fish on the plate like that, you got to take it.
I mean, Furia and trigger discipline here in Paris has been disastrous.
Now, when does the penny drop? When do they just start taking the frags? They have guaranteed bomb.
Okay.
Loose. First of the 1v4.
They're all split up right now. Just don't give him the satisfaction. Get grouped, get your nades in. Smoke molly ramp should secure this one. Smoke for the site. They're going to get that plant at least, and that lowers the odds for Yuri dramatically. Just looking for a fight. Jimmy taking space in B. Clearable position for Yuri, and again, no trade set up.
Just not going to be enough time on the clock by the time he traverses the rafters, clears out the angles. Sure, he can make it a 1v2.
Can grab this kill untraded, easy. And so here comes Yuri dropping into the site. Kixon will give him a jiggle, doesn't want to overcommit, but Kixon's got that shot.
Okay.
Every round feeling losable for both teams
indeed.
Across this series.
Well, it's 12.5k, so lose those opening exchanges so early again, Fury. We might see them opt in for the save. This is ugly. Some of those I've seen this tournament. The snappy one on Anubis.
Oh, no, don't.
Someone start building a compilation.
Just like...
I think the hardest task for Sid right now is
mental.
Yeah, getting some impact out of Molodoi. 16 kills for him. He's tied up with Yuri Shaw, but the rotating position on this map, you'd love to be finding a bit more output, especially when you compare the pair. You can see on the screen right here, Molodoi versus Woxic. Woxic's been great.
I think Molodoi, his scoreline is deceiving.
That's fair.
I think he's had more trouble. So Aurora, okay, yeah, they conceded overtime, but it came down to money problems. Now that's not an issue. First round of the bag, they got everything they want. Fire in their belly here, looking for a third map. They are getting their experience with this new roster, round by round, game by game. Here in this single elimination bracket, it's all to play for. Two walls. Aurora refresher gets him down secret. And hey, it works. You see that first nade lands. And Aurora managed to get down relatively unscathed.
It's Caserado down towards B. It's the man you'd like to stall this. 2 towards ramp. It's going to limit their options as Woxic tries to disguise the scope. One spot's nothing. Bad information.
Now these A-nades. Furia itchy. Do they want to get going? Molodoi pushed back. 40 seconds, pressure on B as well. This bomb has to meet you in that lower site though. Time getting burned off the clock. Still too strong on ramp. Yakinda has started to hedge his bets, but Fallen is still in position. Gonna have to concede. Oh, scary angle, but Jimmy dead and Kixon low health trade. It's a good output from Fallen. They also don't know about Yakinda. Caserata can draw them in. This is a death trap on the B bomb site. And Aurora stumbling into it, 1 by 1. Caserata and Yakinda confirm. And that bomb back at ramp, there is no way out of here. Wicardia 1v3 and Furia another notch on the board.
Yeah, built their coffin there, welcomed them in and put them to bear. That was well done. Fallen, impressive output considering the level of pressure that he was under. That second dink.
MVP of this map. I mean, he won that clutch to get them into OT.
Yes, that clutch and the Caserado AWP clutch in that first half, they really stand out. Fallen's was a must-win. Caserado's was a welcome surprise in that first half. Who's going to walk away with the lead before we swap sides?
And Aurora finish what they started. Three Turkish players standing very tall in this map. Torres looking for it outside, catches Yakinda, who has just not been here today. Molodoi, same line as last round, they didn't know. Caserata throwing his life on the line. He saw a barrel there, but didn't commit to it, so Wicardia trading. Molodoi still in position. He can redeem himself somewhat with this round, but again, another missed shot. Dragged down to hell. Yuri back sight, sticking with 2. They're going to chase him here. That nade boxes him into a corner, and Wicardia makes sure there is nowhere to go.
All right, Fallen. Give us another one.
Has he got it in him? Clutch in the pocket for the captain. As that bomb gets retrieved, Fallen gets into position. Is he looking for the bomb and spawn? It's not out here. He's rerouting around the world.
This is a crazy rotation. Coming in through main, looks like you're no longer going to have any element of surprise in this. Tucked in towards CT vent is Wicardia. Backside worried about heaven right now is Woxic.
So much time expired. He could be anywhere. Aurora considering nothing safe. 1v1's available, but Woxic is quick on the trigger. Fallen clearing close. This is the kill he needs, and Wicardia won't let him have it. Another triple from Wicardia puts Aurora in the lead again.
Yeah, Wicardia having some strong form in this series. Ancient, they didn't win it, but he was definitely a force that propelled them into some powerful positions. Now it's just about closing this down and taking us to Mirage. That was the 6th opening death of Yakinda there, who has been having a tough go at things. I've been happy to see him continue the aggression towards Yard and taking those timings, at least those fights, but a couple of deaths he's going to regret.
I mean, Furia's initial T-side on this map was struggling, to say the best. It should have been a 5-1 lead to Aurora. It's a Caserata clutch that, to be honest, let them into the half. Without that, Aurora were very comfortable. Furia looking to change the pace. They went slow regulation. Now they're rushing him down. That molly not put out. Yakinda gets a double out of nowhere. Oh! Make it 3, baby! Shut down on this top site.
There he is.
Out of nowhere, but so is Jimmy. Multi-kill of his own. And Xantara is left unknown in this 1v2.
Everyone's taking their chances in the clutch. Give it a go, Xantares. Why the hell not? You got the smoke, you got the kit. You got about 30 seconds left on that bomb.
A lot to clear, but no one home.
It's a heaven plant. They both play squeaky.
Playing it. He could smoke that bomb. Careful, boys. Fiddling with nades. Xantares. Gun out. That's a kill.
Yeah, that's one that would get me cursing. The fact that they both decided to play off of the bomb in that situation. It works out, sure, but that would be a horrible way to lose the 15th round to Aurora. We're tied up again, 14 apiece.
Smoke on that bomb, and Xantares wins that round, it feels like.
This is great from Yakinda. We were just asking for more from the man. Look at that. Wind him up. Let him go.
Running and gunning. Final bullet frag. I love the pace change, right? So many rounds was Yakinda found outside behind those smokes. Breaks from Aurora. Furia say enough is enough.
Double orbs. Jimmy's brought out one. He's on a tough game as well, the young Finn.
Okay, lock down the ramp side. Let Woxic roam. And roam he shall on that lower site. No smokes in play. Furia crossing without them. Trying to make it red. Very late here. As again, 3 thrown. The fear of that cross towards hell. But no fear of B for Aurora with Woxic in position. And Furia get cheeky through these smokes. This feels like a round tailor-made for Woxic, who's been extremely reliable in this playoff match. Wide line, hits his and gets out. B is closed. Gonna have to mid-round their way out of this one. Xantara's position revealed. They come chasing. Fury banger shot. Jimmy with that second door. Got to worry about his backline. Kicks and drops into the site.
This is the bomb towards heaven and hell on its lonesome right now, Fallen. You got to be careful.
I mean, he's been reliable, but this is a risk.
And these late round moves where they've gone into the darkness of these setups, they struggled so much in that first half.
He's not going heaven, he's clearing ramp. This is an audacious play. Do they realize that Jimmy's pushed up? K-Serato's aware, but it's a crunch together. Kicks and moves in as well. Jimmy spotted, bomb loose, 18 seconds. There's no saving this package. Jimmy, careful, does get his kill, but this one is done.
You're not getting there in time.
This is map point.
Head for the hills, boys. You don't need to fight this.
Just flexing now. Jimmy getting his warm-up, but there is no winning for Wakadia. Panic ensuing, and maybe some miscommunication there. He'll swing out after the clock and take that kill as well. Did they think that there was a chance?
Maybe they didn't note the bomb, or I'm not sure. The fact that they've thrown themselves into that.
The call came at the end for sure. Wakadia deciding not to go out single. They knew at a certain point, but I feel like maybe that info came down late. Doesn't cost them a thing.
These mid to late round scenarios for Furia have been tragic.
Yeah, that's a shame.
And that's by their own design, right? The fact that the bomb is walking on its lonesome, misunderstanding. And I think these pacier moments where they've been punching in your face, or it's a K-Serrato clutch, that's really all their T-side has to rest upon.
I mean, they didn't know about what they knew about Woxic's Orb B, so even if Fallen gets past Jimmy there, he's going into an orb.
It is funny to see them so wobbly in these scenarios with so much space, considering it's their map choice. I'm thinking this is going to be a punish upper against an Aurora, who, sure, they've played it 3 times all online. They've won it every single time, single digits, but they've got some confidence here and they're playing with it.
Surely the call here for Aurora is just watch this top side, right? Another fast rush, a set call here for Furia, the thing that got them into this half of overtime. Got to be very careful indeed. Fight outside. Xantara's
doing
what he does best and putting them down, putting us onto a third map. Third headshot. Xantara's, they can't find him. They can't find anything in this map. It is Aurora. Slow but steady take nuke.
Yeah, Woxic very happy with that one. He put in a shift right there. A lot of impact from the Turkish call. Wakadia 24, Xantara's 24, Woxic 26. And this one is one that I think Furia will regret. You mentioned a couple of shots hit there from Molodoi. This one could have been done in regulation. Yakinda with a tough game, came alive in overtime with that triple kill in towards the top side. But it's the clutches of K-Serrato and Fallen that even kept them in this game. That made it a conversation. We have Mirage as the third and decider of this one coming up. But this is a close series. A 13-11, now a 16-14 overtime affair. This could be anyone's, Hugo.
Yeah, messy and stressy, and I don't know if that's going to change come Mirage. We've seen some great individual moments across this series. We've seen some terrifying late rounds as well. Fury are going to have to step up on that third.
We are going the distance. Over on Bravo, I saw they were in triple overtime. This one ended by Aurora before it gets too deep. Furia going to have to go to a game 3. We welcome back in the big brains, Yanko and Dupree. And Dupree, I want to start with you. When this game started, I asked, this is Fury finishing out 2-0. He said, I don't know. I don't know quite yet.
that's what we expected, right? And I'm a little bit disappointed in the looks of Fury on this one. I think they had a lot of good reads, and I also feel like their players had a lot of good position, but they just didn't really make it count. And this game is messy, let's just be honest, like from both sides. But, you know, in the end, Aurora just, you know, really pulling through when it matters the most. And then their individuals is definitely sharp when they need them to be. So it's a game that Fury kind of let slip out of hand. I really thought they were going to be closing it out. But I want to say that I think this is a really good looking side of Aurora.
This is great for Aurora. You went 24 rounds of map 1. Now you win this game. Just in the big picture, are you happy despite a loss tonight for this organization, a new group of guys, or do you have to win to be proud of your performance at EWC?
I think you can be proud, right? You obviously feel, especially after how Nuke went, that you can now win the series and you can progress further in the tournament. We were talking about how their communication is going to be tested on a map like Nuke, but honestly, it looked like Furia struggled more to connect themselves and be on the same page in some of these mid to late round scenarios. And I can't say they overcooked because they do that all the time, right? And it looks so good sometimes, and it looked good on Ancient. So probably just some miscommunication in those key rounds, not being on the same page, cost them the map.
One of those key rounds, I have a feeling, is round 6. You carved it out for a reason, Yanko. What am I about to witness?
I mean, this was kind of nuts. It was early on in the game, so you're thinking maybe it's going to have a bigger impact on things, but you can see that K-Serato has the op, not Molodoy, and that's due to Spawn and the call being an A-rush, and it gets shut down pretty hard by the side of Aurora. K-Serato able to get the first kill, then Roxic goes looking for him for I don't know what reason, but he gets one more, and now in the 1v2, it's like he has the X-Ray himself, manages to flush out Jimmy with a Molotov. He sees where Kixan is as well, right? But doesn't have the C4, right? So this is still an incredibly difficult situation for him. I would have liked to ask them what this smoke was for, because they obviously knew the C4 was on A. And then just in the 1v2, I mean, I don't know if I can fault Kixan for holding this angle. You know, a lot of time has passed, and then the HE to finish it off. I mean, I don't know how he won this, and you felt like without this round, Aurora was going to just stomp Fury on you.
And it's just some of the quality that K-Serato also just brings on the table for Fury. Like he uses the entirety of the round. You know, I think with the whole idea with the smoke going onto the low bombs, you know, to try and lure them out of position, he didn't really bite that kind of bait. So, you know, still finding himself in a favorable situation, and he knew that Jimfat was already low from the earlier scrimmage that he had with him at CT event. So a very well played round by K-Serato, and something that they also very much needed to bounce back.
Speaking of this man, let's take a look at some of his best plays. This was the one Yanko just broke down from round number 6, but he continues to frag out the rest of the game. Yanko, what is his role on the squad, and what do you need to see from him if he's going to win game 3?
He's just the, you know, lurker in some situations straight fragger, but he's a beast. I mean, he's a guy that you can always rely on, and it's unfortunate that Furia wasn't able to capitalize on this performance with a win.
K-Serato was dropping some huge numbers, but you heard it was the Turkish trio that was answering back on the other side. Dupree, anything that you saw from Aurora that has you exceptionally excited for our third and final map of the night?
Just their capability of closing out the rounds where you need the communication to be on point. You know, I didn't see too many of the situations where I was thinking, okay, this one was lost because they couldn't communicate or at least chime things together for them. And I think it looked very well also from the side of Voxic. I think he had a lot of impact in some of those very crucial rounds, and they kept it relatively simple. And I think Kixan also, the way that he wanted to just call out, you know, the lower bombs, that was very much their target. They used Secret a lot to just go together as a group. And then in some of the situations, he was just really good at making a small fake to then get more space on ramp and stuff to just, you know, keep Fury guessing where they're hitting. So in some sense, I'd say that I want to give Kixan a lot of credit for this victory as well.
Yeah, he found the gaps, right? Because Furia's game plan, or maybe just how it panned out, was they were leaving ramp open a lot, and Aurora was just able to punish them for that time and time again. I have to say, like, Kinder has had a couple of really bad whiffs, man. Yeah. Like, I mean, even on Ancient and on Nuke, I don't know if he's just having an off day or something, but it would be great for Fury if he can snap out of it on Mirage, because he's in that connector area. He's always aggressive, especially on the CT side. So if he goes for those plays playing like this, it's not going to be good. And if he doesn't go for these plays, then you're not getting the player that you need for Furia.
Yeah, and you know, it's true to his DNA. That's how he always plays, right? I don't think Yegina is going to be looking at the stats saying, okay, I can't play the way that I always do. Like, he's going to stick to that. But then again, also Moldor, you know, he's also the aggressor. He's also one who likes to be in your head with that AWP. And he had multiple blunders in this game, specifically going into hard, where you need to hit that shot when you get presently like an opportunity, and that's a bit of an issue as well.
And I know we have Packet over here, and he's thinking,
I'm loving it.
What are these guys talking about? They have Fallen popping off. It's fine. He's the star, right?
You said fifth best in the world, though.
Not anymore, right? But he's been doing some good work too. So they just need to connect a little bit more with some of these star players, because they are in the positions where they can, you know, make the biggest difference.
It's not the first Esport where the old man doesn't have the hottest hand in the lobby, but he did have some big clutches. When you're speaking of young talent, how old is this guy as we take a look at some more highlights? Production has been making montages behind the scenes, and the CS fans around the world are loving it. Keep sharing it all over social media. And tell me a little bit about this star on our screen.
Xantares has seemingly been here forever. Like he's one of those Turkish players that just has been standing out for so long. He had a time in Big as well where he was also the star. So he's always been considered the star rifle on whatever team he would be going to. And you know, it's incredible that he kind of keeps up with it, because I'm not sure like how exactly old he is, but I believe that he's more than 30 at this point. So I know how difficult it could be to keep up that kind of level once you turn to that age. But in hindsight, you know, he's had his issues finding the impact in playoffs. So it's still good to see that he can bite a little bit.
And Dupree said it. I mean, Vicadia most likely surpassed him as the best Turkish player at the moment.
Okay.
And, you know, there were even questions about, hey, if you're going international, do you keep Xantares, right? Like, obviously you want to keep the core for the VRS and all of that, but now that the entire English-speaking talent pool is available to you, I mean, could you upgrade in that position? So he's had a great map there on Nuke, and I think it's a great opportunity for himself to prove that he still has what it takes to be on a tier 1
Defend
team.
your seat. Do it into your deep 30s, my guy. Do it for us old guys out here. Dust 2 is an old school fan favorite, but we are not going to be seeing it. Instead, we're going to Mirage. And talking with NBK, I was asking him, what's kind of the pros' favorite map right now? And he said, well, kind of traditionally, the most fair map has always been Mirage, or even. Do you still feel that's the case, Dupree?
I feel like the map has been in the map for so long that at one point, you have to get tired of it, right? But seemingly so Valve doesn't, so we just keep sticking with it. But I mean, like, looking at the fact that it's a map that requires, you know, the individuals to be more on point, I think, you know, I'm kind of leading a little bit into that Aurora could potentially take it. I think they've shown that they are more sharp today, and it's a map that doesn't require the same kind of communication as Nuke does. And even in Nuke, they did look promising. So
And all the racers looking out. No.
He's cheating. He's cheating.
What are we at? What did it end up? I didn't see.
10-16.
10-16. I don't know if we go over or under. Either way, you're having a good time here at the foot booth. Clearly a good game to be had just to start, and there's plenty going on around here. You having a good time?
Great time.
Outstanding. Well, let's keep watching the show, shall we?
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights.
With this being the final week of With this being the final week of the Esports World Cup, there are a huge amount of implications when we're looking over at the club championships. Now, obviously, earlier today, we did indeed see G2 taking down Astralis over in CS2, which means they are finally eligible for a bit of that prize pool from the club champs. But, Glitter, I think we're looking more at, I guess we can call them the big four. That is Na'Vi, Vitality, Falcons, and AGAL, which we don't have any representation of that in Counter-Strike. So can you tell me what's been going on in some of these other games?
Absolutely. And let's go starting in with Fortnite, because we do have AGAL in our game. However, we won't see them play until Group B. We got through Group A today, and we actually do have some big news when it comes to that side of things as well, because the CC squads that were in Group A were Vitality, Team Falcons, and Aurora Gaming. All three of those CC squads made their way straight through to finals. They get to skip that survival stage, which is massive for them, so they're one step closer to guaranteeing that top 8. But if we're continuing to focus on AGAL, a big game for them is going to be Crossfire. Not only are they the defending EWC champs in Crossfire, but they've already solidified a top 8 spot for them. 200 more points on the board, closing that gap between them and Falcons on the CC leaderboard.
And to circle back to Falcons, we're looking obviously over at Trackmania as well, where they did manage to get that opening win, and I hear on good authority that they are the favourites to indeed be taking the title there, but we might have to see how exactly that goes down. Stay tuned for more.
Quinky feels like he's living on borrowed time. They're chasing him down, giving him the fights. Quinky with the turn. What a sequence! Apathy, now they burst through. This can go rock gun in a 1v1, and down goes Kersey. Has to hit that. Oh, and Jimmy jumps into his draw. Sin on the sniper for 4.
The highs have been high, the lows have been low in this series, but we play on all the rounds and all the maps here at EWC in this single elimination playoff. These two teams are soaking up every second they can get on this stage. We head to Mirage. It's our deciding map of the series. We're going to find out who's got the energy to play through the night.
Well, I'll tell you who's got the knife round. That went to Aurora. They're selecting to start on this CT side of our final map. And if you take a look at who they've taken on since they've imported some international flair, this is their biggest opponent. K27, Nemesis, Focus, Echo, Hotu, Big, M80, and GG How. Furia are in a whole different league. And they are bringing it to them. It's the Turkish core that's impressing me. Toxic, Zantares, Wakadia, all with massive moments. And Furia just trying to hold on. This one could have been done in 2 either way, but I think over the maps we've seen, Aurora have looked like the better team.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You know, Fury didn't have like the clear lead on Nuke and a clear victory in front of them, but I think they were in positions that were very winnable late in the game. It was forced into overtime. Aurora, an overtime that kind of only appeared on fact of the money. If they had 4 gun rounds, probably would have looked very different, and they were able to long it out in OT. Despite some pace changes from Furia, it all felt like it came too late.
I don't know if we're doing a lot of learning on this side of the bracket. It's starting to look a little bit weaker with these teams taking to the server. Same as Mao dropping them up to Gamer Legion.
You know what I'm learning, Chad? I'm learning that just like Cologne, I'm looking at one side of the bracket and I'm thinking there's a victor in there somewhere here for this EWC.
Well, I hope that Aurora can continue to impress right now. New coach, new in-game leader. The CT side start with an A-rush.
Let's get crazy. Woxic will. Quick tap to the face as these pistols flood out ramp. Ricardi up top, not for long, and Glocks are plenty in this site. With that smoke down, they can cross and plant. Just got to throw yourself round this corner, but Zantares denied as Yuri's triple kill may have sealed the fate of Furia in this pistol.
Yeah, Jimmy's going to come under a bit of scrutiny after this series. He's been relatively quiet. Let's see if he can win out of 1v3. Very, very unlikely, especially now that the position is noted. Yuri could be good for his 4th. We'll be making this the first round for Furia, and Molodoy will confirm it. He's the man I'm going to keep my eyes on.
Yeah.
Bit of tilt present for Molodoy in the previous.
Just didn't do anything towards the end of overtime either. Wasn't able to shake it off. New map, maybe a new opportunity for Molodoy.
Youngest man in the roster too. It's tough for these young guns to screw their heads back on tight when the frustrations start to mount, but that's what you need to do if you want to be one of the best in the world. All right, well, 4 spike for Aurora. 3 SMGs, MP9s, a 5.7 and a Deagle.
Surprising, no ramp control. So play off the spawn here for Aurora. And no stack either. Spread thin. Looking to react. Furia slow and steady to the top of middle.
Are they considering a mid clamp? Not playing in con, but Jimmy's starting to scale up to support this. Molly with light damage.
Oh, this is scary though. Looks like a fake out, at least for now, with up Cat, but that Xantara's entry has caused some commotion. Shaken up by Wakadia's double and ladder.
Look at the extremities. Yuri and Case are out of the Fangs on polar opposite sides of the map right now with 50 seconds left. They're meant to claw this one back. Best of luck, gentlemen. This is not easy.
Nothing to sink your teeth into here. Jimmy's just got that spot. It's Case Rato's position. Only good for so much. Jimmy's not handing away that kill for free. Oh, there was an angle there, but he's waiting on Yuri. 30 seconds. We don't have forever, boys.
Someone's got to make a move.
Yeah, Case Rato says after you.
No, you go first.
Okay, smoke is something, but Jimmy can come through this. The tag is heard.
There's no
Ollie's
time.
down, yeah, 15 seconds, and there's a bomb pickup, but you need frags, and you need them now, and there's just not enough. 10 on the clock, Yuri's running away.
Good luck. Yeah, take him after time, boys. Hunt this guy down. They're picking up the guns. They've got the round secure, but this is a woeful way for things to follow forward after Yuri had that. It's 3K on the pistol. He'll tuck away. He will get away with his life. Wakadia will not be able to track him down in time, but we level out the playing field, and just as we were hoping to deal with the frustrations of Furia, they're going to bounce right back.
I mean, maybe it's back to Ancient where Wakadi was popping off. Sure, he kept it going on Nuke, but remember, forced to be reckoned with at the dawn of that map. He went like 13-2.
It's funny, the extremities didn't even really play when the fight in mid happened. They only activated once everybody was dead, and at that point it's too late. Bomb committed. Will force buy back. It's just that AK carried through. Some pistol upgrades, 2 P250s, 2 Tech 9s, and a walk out onto the A side of the map.
Put this AK in the right place. Only the pistol spotted, so maybe not as much fear as Aurora should have here on ramp. Exec thrown in. Yuri still looking, dueling. Shaking for this fight, and that's a good turn. Kicks and one over commits. Flash will certainly help, or at least it should have. Does not pounce on that kill. So 5v4, he can reset. Look at the bomb as well. There are options here for Furia. Cardia stops Case Rato middle, and Jimmy cannot die for nothing. Like that, but the nade to follow. Big boom available, it misses. Furia are running wild. They're running rampant. They cancel the call.
Oh, if this is anything like Nuke, I can see them just walking into a stack with about 20 seconds left and having the round fall apart.
Dude, what was that from Jimmy, though? He has the prime position. He swings in.
Yeah, a couple of players having some off days today. Not the output we'd hoped for.
That smoke will keep you there. Time wasted by Molodoi. Gets the gun, gets out.
But this is what I mean, right? The clock's starting to tick. We're almost at the 35-second mark. You've still got to play towards ticket. You got one jungle. They're putting pressure on A, but you got to get a move on.
He's going back to B.
Oh, this is too tricky.
Back and forth we go.
If you go into B, Wakadia's there. He's playing bench.
And you can just get man walking. So now we're even, aren't we? And Wakadia ain't shuffling.
It's just so strung out. I'm having a hard time understanding what we're seeing.
This is what they call
15.
overcook. The kitchen's on fire. The pot's boiling, and Wakadia ready to strike. Shuts that rifle down. There is no bomb on in this round. Triple kill for Wakadia. Yikes.
I normally like to give the benefit of the doubt, right? We have
so many of those.
Yeah, an individual merit of a moment there from Jimmy, but the mid-round calling, it has been pretty rubbish out of Furia. From Nuke, there's a lot of rounds where they've just maneuvered themselves, what felt like out of trouble, then back into it. The same thing happening here.
And it's rounds like this, it's why the Aurora aren't adjusting. They're always going to leave a guy in the sight.
Thank you very much, Woxy.
As I was saying.
We're awake now. I think a question that I'm posing is the idea of all of this fakery, because the language barrier, right, is a barrier that Aurora are trying to deal with. Are they trying to capitalize on that? Maybe some laggy comms?
Maybe, but it's not like Aurora have ever fallen for it in this series.
Exactly.
They've been very stable and not over-rotating for the most part. So it's not like Fury have, you know, evidence that this has worked across this game. These really late round moves back on Nuke cost them the map.
There's just some scenarios where you'd prefer to see the group up and trade out. right? But there's this, okay, we're going to fake, and then we're going to run into a bomb site, and then everything has to go perfect. There can't be a sleeper agent like Wakadia playing towards bench. A couple of players will be under the microscope after this one, but up count, they crawl. It is the Glock Eco, Molido with the Deagle, P250s for Yuri and Yakinda. Trade, sure. Another into the mix. Jimmy, you need something this time round, son.
Okay, yeah, no excuses, Jimmy. You've had some mares in the series, but this is so free for you. Shut down on a double.
There you go.
He's got the conversion. That's more like it. It's only Eco, but that was a susceptible round from Furia.
Really liking the energy I'm seeing Woxic bring. Right, with this Aurora team in the past, he was one of the guys who would bring the energy, but you would see it in games like this. It would dip and no one would be screaming at the top of their lungs. It'd be Madja just trying to will the boys through once upon a time.
I mean, he's been that man before in these international rosters, right? Think of the Mal's successful days, you know, all that time ago. He was saying it was kind of weird to switch back to English after years as a 4-5. Right now, Aurora are honeymooning. And I think no matter what happens in this third map, if Aurora win, Fury are going to be kicking themselves. I feel like we shouldn't even be here. And Aurora are playing the better Counter-Strike across this game, even if they did choke that ancient lead.
And a reminder to everybody, Fallen has announced his retirement coming at the end of this year. Now, rumors around the rosters, but a conversation for another setting.
It's a fair point, though. In the back of your mind at all times.
You'd hope it gives you extra motivation, but sometimes you question if they're giving up, but with the future uncertain, let's see parking into the site. 3 through Palace. Quesarado, I guess, is going to be a late B lurk, and then to throw the util from ramp is going to be Fallen.
Just reliant on his team's success here.
So Kixon under the balcony. That's the support of Woxic towards the triple box.
Oh, we had that whiff earlier from Kixon. He does need to hold his side of the bargain here. Ramp is the right routing. Fallen holding on, but no one able to clear him yet in this position. And Fallen just one flash. They're taking too long. 20 seconds. They're trying to double fake again, but that's cleared out by Jimmy. He does die, but it's a death worth having as it keeps players in this site. Orb has rotated in. Kixon is stalling on the ramp. He's finally going to get found, but 3v2, and that bomb is not down. Hello, Molly is good. Have they got it? Just about. But the repeat from Woxic should seal the deal, and there was no time left for Furia.
Again, another late round, another very fakey move.
Throw the AX egg, go quiet, throw the BX egg, Quesarato gets cleared, then they hit A. It's all over the shop.
It's quite perplexing, to be honest with you. Well, the defuse has been started and restarted a couple of times, just making sure that they can pick up the AKs, get all the util they desire, and I think you have to take the time out if you're Sid, whether or not it's into the next or the one that follows. Well, as you can see, it's into this next round of play.
Nice kill from Jimmy, though. Keeps everyone in position. Woxic had begun to move, but because Jimmy fully clears apartments with that kill, he's already back there to stop them off the plant. So no good deed going unpunished here for Furia as the fakes continue to let them down.
Just trying to assess Furia, really. They lost to Falcons back at the Major in Cologne, 0-3 in the final, and they were very slow. It was agonizing to watch. They never really felt like they were in that game whatsoever. Online, they lose to X-Sharks, aka Dendelay, but that was a 3-map series. And remember, Fury are the ones who dictated the veto. It could have been Cash or Mirage. Now, they did lose to Dendelay on Cash, so maybe that's what kept them away.
And you know Aurora have been keen to play Cash, even if they're not going to pick it. They float it every game.
Played it against
took
Big.
it in a BO1. They lost that game and it didn't look great, but they clearly put the time in.
Half by him. And Yakinda already the walking wounded and dead. More opening death for Yakinda as Jimmy gets to activate now, and they're just going to mop this one up. This is a beautiful looking shutdown, and well, they try a bit more pace. Molidor gets a little something. That's 5 HP, and Hanade is going to... Hold up a second. Hold up a second, Molidor. You look mad.
M4 has no bullets. That nade is fine. Kicks and holds it from short side.
Got a little bit more costly than it needed to, but plenty of cash stacked right now for Aurora. 5-1. This is feeling like the quickest start yet.
Well, Jimmy is now in the server for the first time in this series. He's had 2 solid B holds, and that 1v1 against Queserato where he burns in the molly, an important round from him as well.
We won't tell people one was an eco and the other was a half buy, but
it's the positions he got them in. I'm going to give him that 3K on the eco.
I don't want to continue to rub salt in the wound here, but it's been a weak season so far from Furia. I lost to Dendelay, a win against Wildcard that was 13-10, and then a win against 9Z, 2-1.
This would be the kicker, I think, to lose this game.
Maybe a sign of things to come, especially if they continue with this style on the T sides.
I remember how Yanko kind of introed this death segment ahead of the first map of the series. It's all eyes on Furia. It's all expectations. Aurora, once again, are the underdogs, which is where they do their best work. Right, this team has struggled on stages, at least the core of it, and they felt like they definitely got over that to a large degree, but whenever they were favorites, you were never so certain. And now, storming the board.
First kill and an opener for Yakinda. That's nice.
Big shot. Heard the flash come from short.
Rerouting back towards A. Just walks it over towards Ticket. His support will be in con. We can see that with the X-ray. It is kicks in.
All right, Furia, what have you got here? I say keep it simple. 5v4, play your numbers. Look for these trades. Voxic is back on the spawn. They are out ramp, but that bomb is not. Fallen, it's a deadly cross. Deadly indeed. Voxic spammed. Kixon does get out through that smoke, but again, can concede in this 3 versus 3.
30 seconds.
Deep nades for Furia. Kixon feeling the pressure, getting hot under the collar. Bomb does go down. Look at Yakinda in all of this. He is very late to this party.
Yeah, they're searching for him in mid. Wakardia trying to track him down.
It's a suboptimal post bomb, but with no molly, no nade, suddenly it's feeling viable. Queserato can play for Yuri. You don't know where 2 of these 3 players are
Wakardia might have him. Wakardia might have him.
No way he's waiting for that. That's a crazy hold. Flash goes in backside, but first man plays. You know about the next. Yes, you do. Somehow, some way, Aurora sweep that round aside.
Oh, Ash is happy with that one.
That's a magic trick. They pulled the blanket off the table.
Oh, mate, the smiles on the faces right now telling a story. They are absolutely blowing Furia out of the water. Again, a hot start for Aurora. Same thing happened on Ancient. But this is a well put together retake. Cognizant of the lurk, and again, that Woxic energy, a 5-round gap. The lost bonus there, the bomb goes down. And Gorles, you can see how this is unfolding. That was with the Yakinda opener.
Yeah, and just a safe 3v3 post bomb, but it was so trapped in that bomb site.
B-pop.
Why not? Yakinda trying to sell the middle. Furia. Going for a big hit. Jimmy deep smoke.
Is that an invitation or do they wait?
Doing it again, but it would feel like the kind of game where Furia would not clear this corner.
They will need to shut this down. Wakardia is the only rotation point. The rest are going to be heavily over towards A.
Oh, we got smokes coming in. Kitchen smoke from Holodoy. Jimmy not overcommitting. Feels like he's going to drop back after revealing that position, but now he has nothing to stall this play out. Jump spot gets the info. They're rushing him down. Wakardia caught with his pants down and fallen double entry. If you want it done right, do it yourself. 5v3, just save your guns.
And remember, Nuke, it feels like Fallen's having to do an awful lot.
Oh, Yakinda's not that guy right now. Not in this series. He has been very quiet on these entries. A lot of whiffs, a lot of awkward timings. And so Fallen shows him how it's done.
Unfortunate there for Wakardia, right? Jimmy's obviously given the info, but this is another factor, right?
Timing was missed.
But you've also got intensity of comms as well, right? All of this comes with time.
Sounds like someone who's played with JKS.
Yeah, when they're pressing the issue like that, you're going to be screaming. It's 3 to retain as Holodoy trying to constrict the movements. I don't think he's going to have any say in this one as the bomb goes off. The second round for Furia now, and that is the first since the pistol. Remember how he got here? It was Yuri just running out A, deleting Aurora, and then a force buy that, well, it didn't even feel that well put together from Aurora. It was just a 3-man pack from Furia walking in the middle and clamped down on. Yeah, just great entry work there from Fallen, really.
His fragging has been better than his calling in this game, so it feels.
You wonder who's micro in these mid rounds, because if it is him, then yeah, but I guess at the end of the day, he is the leader.
It can be Yakinda as well. We know how vocal this guy is.
Would make sense with how out of sorts he seemed.
It's hard to know. Oh, double nade.
Big shrapnel onto Woxic. Lives to tell the tale.
So they're going contact here. Again, no bomb, so Fallen will have to come back and pick that one up. Something for the pocket of the Professor.
Stray bullet would do it.
Yeah, he saw him. He saw him. He gets that shot. Nice kill from Yakinda. His 2 kills have looked great.
Is that a team flash off of Cat there as well? It may have been.
Don't think it would have changed much. That was a hard pre-fire. Santara is caught by timing.
That's more like it.
3v5. Furia just throwing themselves together side by side into this site. And Molly won't spread. Got room back in ticket. That nade falls short. It's all gone a bit pear-shaped here. Furia plucked the round. Oh, you thought about it, Kixon. You definitely did. Takes that kill while he's got it.
Without holding the shots being going. Normally it's Furia are the ones who are seeing fumble in that degree.
At least it was already a lost round. Trying to make it a winnable one. So a couple guns to be saved here. And Furia should allow that. At this point, build up your own money. One more will leave you very comfortable.
So 1900 loss coming into the next. This is consecutive rounds. We can do a bit of quick maths. The AWP being saved is great. Kixon can drop one. Woxic is going to have enough to do the same. So the buy will be all good in the hood. You don't want to let them back in. Want to pry open that door. Fury going to work damn hard to secure themselves a sizable half. First tactical timeout called. Yuri showing well, he's one of the best at this A-side lurk.
While there were more holes in the previous maps, when it came to the fragging for those 2 international imports, they are holding their own here on this 3rd map.
Yeah, it's lucky Kixon had to play every position under the sun in the Falcons roster because they were playing musical chairs, him and Tessa, constantly chopping and changing. So Cryptim ready to play wherever is desired. Jimmy wants to be anchor in Mouse, so this is a natural fit for him.
And it's definitely felt like Kixon feels a bit more selfless in this team. You know, I think at times in the Falcons rosters, he was in very strong positions and didn't necessarily get a lot of value on, you know, especially T sides. But you know, here, happy to run in with a Mac-10.
Look,
Sacrificial lamb.
I envy getting to play with some great players like Monty and Nico. I don't envy having a call around them.
Sure.
Woxic. Whistles one by.
It's felt pretty rare in this series. Woxic has been reliable.
Well, this will be another A play. They're looking to bully Kixon again. So we were just talking about the man. We need to see some output. Just him and Woxic over here.
What's he got? Little support. One flash for Woxic available. Also, this fight missed again. Does Kixon get going with that flash, or does he just lay in wait? Gonna hear these nades coming over.
Rotation towards ticket from Woxic. Will he get there in time?
Again, another solo fake on this B side, but I don't think Aurora are buying it. Woxic has come back to spawn ahead of that Molotov. Molotov finds a shot. That's a nice repeat, but spam damage does it from Yuri.
Yeah, his insurance policy right now is Yuri. Very important frag there.
You're hoping for some luck to go your way. How about that? Xantares. Just point and click.
X-ray vision on the man.
Now they're waiting for a mistake. Do they get it? Yes. Xantares goes searching. Bacardi is still here. A position unconfirmed. Ready to strike on this tap. Yuri over the top, and they're not looking. Bacardi with one more. As Yakinda's thrust into a 1v2, he's going to need 2 very sharp shots, but not to be. Aurora managed to squeeze it through with some little help from the Turkish 2.
I think the trade from Yuri onto Woxic pinned towards the triple should have been more than enough. That is... Show us that from Xantares' POV again,
just
please.
Unlucky, that second one bullet. It's one thing to drop the bomb, it's another to one-tap K-Serato. He didn't even see him through that smoke.
That's nutty. Luck's on their side as well right now.
Molotov with a damn. And What can you do about that?
They're putting them through their paces. You got to work hard if you want this one, Furia. Elimination on the line. Round of 16, quarterfinals. G2 watching eagerly on. Someone's key will be crushed after this.
I mean, you will cast that G2 game. What do you think? Odds against either of these teams, pretty good?
I think Ancient, it felt like G2 weren't connected. A slow start, but when they woke up on Dust 2, they kind of just ran away with it. They were running 3 B rushes on Dust 2 against Ryu and just bottling against him. So I think a G2 versus Aurora game has a lot of firepower.
Would we even see an Ancient? Would Aurora do it again?
Ah, that's a good point.
I mean, their first half was great. Had some trouble closing.
Well, if you only looked at the win-loss column for G2 on that, maybe you'd consider it, but I think stay in safer turf. No doubt the crowd's still here making some noise for Furia.
Oh, good time for this AWP, but Woxic's had a couple of misses in this map so far.
He's on his own.
Really got to hit this. Santaris gets out of dodge. Woxic. Balls are coming in.
It's really just him here. No move being made. They're so worried about mid or an A play. It's all in the Southpaw Sniper.
Be a good flash. It looks quite deep though to Woxic. Lets 2 cross before he picks Molodoi. Frustrations will continue until morale improves. Woxic with a double. Rotation is succinct, and Xantares has seen something on that cross, but he is not in a hurry to waste his life. 4 versus 2, and the team are nowhere to be seen. They are so far away. Double Molly will force reposition. We're waiting for Jimpat to come up on Cat. Meanwhile, 2 shuffle in. Hello, Xantares does not wait forever. Hurry up, boys, because I'm cleaning this one up on my own.
Okay, so AWP clutch again.
Why not give it a go? They're through Cat smoke. How have they not seen him here? Jimmy can't find the line until Keserato repeats.
That's 8. That's locked in, and that's Aurora running away with his first half of play. Not the result I expected once they dropped Ancient. But that was desperation in the veto, or at least that's how it felt. And this is them in the driver's seat of the series. Woxic doing fantastic here. The second is great work. He buys so much time for that rotation. And this is that aggression that we're seeing from the Turkish core. They just take these fights. They take their chances. They're not second guessing.
Yeah.
They're backing their aim and they're making it work in a big way.
It's a lot of fun to watch this Aurora. Look at Woxic go. Every round, he has had a new starting move. And you can't say the same about Molodoi. He's not been that presence, that threat in the server today. He's not been getting many shots off.
This is it. The engine on the T side for Furia is meant to be Molodoi being suppressive with the AWP, but Yakinda making the moves. It's really been fallen in some of these, or a clutch from Keserato. Yuri in this half of play has had some impact.
It's been trades off Furia. It's been, you know, Keserato lurking the abs. It's not like Furia have the entries to let these late round players succeed. Will that change now in round 12?
Can't have an off day in Counter-Strike. We've got an awful lot of play. Round of 16, a couple of extra games in the mix.
Off day in playoffs means a one-way ticket home.
So window smoke to be deployed. Woxic has repositioned towards ticket.
Molodoi given nothing. Pressure up middle. Woxic won't commit here. He's going to go behind triple. My goodness, that's audacious. Luckily, Xantares has his back. And so these 2 Turks holding strong yet again. Woxic will fall, but Xantares, unfinished business. What's that all? Goes swinging once more. Trades are plenty. Jimmy does find Molodoi. He's now thrust into a clutch, and Jimmy wants everything. Around the world, what a rotation.
Tough to win this one.
Yeah, this is...
You've sunk, what, 10 seconds off the clock before you can get there. You can't go through Palace. There's no way, Chief. You have to go rampant. Oh, dear.
Yeah. Wait, don't give it up. Because Jimmy might have the whole round in the palm of his hand. He just has to reach out and grab it. Jimpat, miss spray. Hey! And it slips through Furia's fingers. 9 in the bag.
He's giving him a wave right there, is Jimmy. That's what we love to see.
And if you weren't dead, that will kill you, Furia. An absolute knockout.
It's a 9-3 half with the pistol. Santares opening kill, puts his body on the line. They're trading back and forth. You're thinking, okay, Fallen doing it again and not ready for this. X-Ray off in the building.
Bye-bye.
The crowd in the dark, but Jimmy says bye-bye.
Can't give that one back away. Almost whiffed that spray as well.
Pack their bags. I think we'll see him in the lobby with a couple of those faces. This one slipping away as the Aurora management loving what they're seeing.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I can't remember the last time I saw Aurora smiling this much.
Yeah, true.
They're having a good time, and
In a
understandably
playoff, Chad.
so.
In a playoff. G2 in those quarterfinals. Could this be the run? Keep in mind, grand finals last year for at least the core of Aurora. Looking for another unlikely run.
Stack's in the right place over towards B. You don't need me to tell you the pistol's mandatory. Shots need to be hit now, Furia.
Fallen pre-firing. They come running in. Keserato position unconfirmed, but he is blind. He can only take one. The trades are nice. Backside, Fallen known. Molodoy comes in through from cat side and offers some assistance. This should be too far gone, but Woxic keeps us believing. Furia finally stemmed the bleeding. Necessary ticked.
Another Fallen multi. There's at least 2 rounds that you can attribute to that man. Bomb doesn't go down. Expect the eco. How long can they hold on to this lead? Conceding what should be the 5th round to Furia now. This one becomes about damage. Can you limit what investments they can carry through? Force out a couple of rebuys. 3 Digs, 2 Glocks. Great time to talk about the CT setup that you'd hope to see a whole lot more of if you're a Brazilian Counter-Strike fan. You got Fallen anchoring B. Kinder over towards short for now. He's pumped back into the site to join the boss man. Obviously on the AWP will be Molodoy, and he needs to hit his stride.
Well, let's compare, right? Because we look at Woxic, what were his starting positions? He had some CT ticket rounds on gun rounds. He was picking ramp. He was boosted B. It's hard to know where you're going to run into this sniper. Can Molodoy be as diverse? Cardi up close with the Deagle, but Fallen in this position. Gonna give it a clear. Now ramp, nade, nice. Big bang, Yuri. Not giving over a plant. Or so you'd like to think, but there it is. Swings to stop it. Deagles connect. Why count them out with a game that Aurora are having? Santares, not the line you're expecting. Molodoy does stabilize. This one's too far gone. Furia do find 5.
All right. Well, that's going to give them a bit more cash to splash in the buy in pursuit of those double digits. So consecutive on the CT side for Furia Shaw. A couple of drops will be required for Keserato and Yuri. They will be able to hook that up. And this is where kicks in. You get to make your money. This is the T side. Can you call your boys into a winning position?
What a shot, dude.
A couple of nice ones are showing that they are really on form right now. And talking about these AWPers, right? Woxic clearly calling his shot. Looks like Molodoy a little bit scared to do the same. Sometimes you have days where you're feeling it, sometimes you aren't, and that's where you need to turn to your in-game leaders, and it gets so much tougher for the likes of Fallen to be able to call your boys out when they're not performing how they normally would. Mid-control established somewhat, exchange your util. Just selling, eh? Nobody home. Closest being jungle for Yuri, so the looks of things, they want to stall out mid-progression, but they're not clamped in to flash forward and fight when they're in the guts. They are giving them a whole lot of space right now.
Right now, Fury have no info. Sure, it feels like a limp fake, but that smoke came down, and Fury can't see what's going on A. Meanwhile, Aurora come back for it late.
You wonder if the B stack is because in the early stages of Nuke, Steve side for Aurora, they tried to hammer on Fallen at ramp.
Yeah. Well, it's fine, I think, still for Fury. They can retake this site, but it's about to get taken. Kid would love to slime one from short. 4 and 10, struggling game, struggling series. He just can't find that angle right now, but they've got to cross through, out connected. Yakinda, 1-for-1, could be worse. Smoke in the jungle, 20 seconds as this bomb gets out. They don't even know about spawn. It's completely open. High flash is perfect. Keserato jumps on him. 4v3, trying to maintain this jungle control, and Aurora go back, but with a default plant, they can't move too far. Fury are gaining space. Another frag from Fallen. A 2v4. And hard shots, but necessary ones if Aurora want to find 10. Jimmy thins the herd. Cardi's got to live. That bomb is for him. He's the only one who can play it, and Molodoi knows it, trying to force that final kill. Jimmy can't stop that defuse, and so Furia are still on this stage.
An orthodox setup there. Very worrisome setup with the way they approach that. But once you see that high flash come in, the understanding on the stairs right there, you think, okay, that's what was premeditated. That's what they were hoping to pull off. And that's where they stuck the landing. So now 3 straight, the longest streak Fury have had in this map so far.
Something, hey?
Starting to get a bit more interesting. But you have to deal with what is the partial buy of Aurora. This should be a pocket round, likely just into an execute. 3 smokes middle. Window smoke, top cat, and con. They played forward. If they go right now off the rip into a B execute, they'll be able to catch them out of position. They're the ones who are being fakey. A fake.
No. The Furia bite. Kinda's still down bottom middle. Fallen sees it coming. Everybody spotted. Rushing this site. Fallen no support. Coming through the kitchen now. Fallen holds his own for 1, but he's got teammates by his side. Stopping the scale. Nice shot from Wicardia. Could they really do this? Yakinda's managed to slip through into the back of the site. There's no ammo in this rifle. Wicardia's just spinning around, and Jimmy doesn't know. Right below is where Yakinda sits. 4 kills from the bottom performer keeps Furia from embarrassment.
I didn't think he'd get there in time. He's worried about underpass, but sweeps up short. And then surges forward. Well done from Yakinda here.
They lost track of him for sure.
But you can see this is not Aurora turning into scrim mode, but players playing, right? You could see our fake plant, there's that, dipping and diving. That's when, once you're in, that's where the creativity of the players have to come through. But was looking like quite a dominant affair, has now become a 2-round gap, 9-7. Second tactical timeout from Ash.
And this is this is where Kixon has to show his worth, right? Late in the game, he's got a couple of players performing. We're seeing some nice rounds out of Wicardi, out of Xantares, out of Jimmy. Kixon's got to call him to a close. Or Furia, slow, but 4 rounds straight, all within touching distance.
And keeping 3 alive in the last 3 rounds hasn't done wonders for the bank balance, but they're not at break point just yet, so they can concede one and then buy back in, at least for the most part. Bomb left in spawn, no clear indication of the finish. Yuri flashed forward, great opener, Molodoi, and now they're starting to get a rhythm.
Now you're getting scared. Molodoi activated, had 2 great rounds in this half already. Big cover on the AK in that post plant on A. Yakinda. Hot hands, perhaps. Has he got this timing? Oh, he doesn't call it off. He goes back for more. Careful, boys. 5v3. Kixon's wounded.
They can walk up short right now.
It's Fallen considering it. Jump spotting on this B side.
Molodoi poking shots through. I'm curious if he spotted anything over the tip of the smoke. Xantares.
Oh, he saw something. Yuri can't close it, though. Gonna swap sides. Here's the mind game now. Fallen good angle. Woxic. Oh, he gets a bit of a warning. A jiggle. A chance to disengage. Yakinda's even rotated in backside B.
I wonder if they noted 2 pieces of utility there.
change your mind, but it means you're going into the orb. And Yuri just clotheslines Antares. There is not a second player in sight.
Gonna get backstabbed.
Yeah, you could argue a save here, but it's just too threatening, too dangerous. So Kixon tries to shoot his way back in. Molodoi, does he play alone? That molly makes a decision for him. He has the cross covered. Yakindo can stop this bomb from bench. Swing out on short, nice shots. Bomb going down. Fallen and Molodoi trying to survive. Hello, he doesn't see him. There's a wallbang right there. Molodoi won't take it. A guaranteed kill. Wasted. Fallen patience pays off, and Woxic, it's an open plant. He's got a shot. Fallen rotations, he walking this. Do we really have the time to walk this rotation? Molodoi's looking desperately for info. Just got to run in. They've got to get it going. Someone's got to get on that bomb. Fallen will try. Woxic, one shot to decide this round. They are full sticking, and he can't find it. Furia with another retake.
Well, the attempt there from Aurora, considering the circumstances. They get in, they get the bomb down, they keep it threatening. That'll facilitate another buy, but their T-half starting to look just as poor that as Furia's. This is 5 straight now.
It's rough because that was a 2v4 into a very viable position. And Molodoi misses an absolute sitter. But he at least makes up for it.
Yeah, surprised to see Woxic adjust into that. Thought Yakinder had done enough to pip him at the post. But holding on, there's a 1-round gap, and we have a tech timeout, so give us a moment.
Two very different feelings, I think, going on in the sub. You've got Aurora, who are coming off of a high, dominating this game, now realizing they're choking on this T side. That's 5 rounds in a row, not found a round in the second half, versus Furia, who probably sort of mentally let go, maybe accepted their fate, now starting to get re-inspired, winning some very tricky rounds in this comeback.
Every round, it feels a bit more like relief. Right, okay, oh, we're still here, we're still in it. And well, Sid giving the Graham Messioso pit patented double thumbs up. Mission needs to be to get into the site at a minimum for Aurora again. Get that bomb down, add that 600 to the loss bonus of the 34, the kills on top, the plant bonus. Keep the money flowing so at least you can keep it somewhat threatening. Don't just get shut out. Be in the washing machine of a full buy into a half buy, excuse me. Straight into A.
All right. Mission plant. Oh, this is a good position. Yuri pauses himself, and Molodoi hits a very nice shot. Serato keeping the pressure on. Another tag from the Molodoi orb, puts Kixon on its last legs, and Yuri hasn't even had to play, but that is the surprise in this site. Woxic 1 versus 4. He knows the angle of the orb, but he can't finish the job. And Molodoi now confused, pushing back in as they come chasing him down. Careful, boys, as Woxic almost steals the round. Ooh. 1 bullet headshot on Molodoi. It is Fallen again with another clutch.
He was heating up right there. Woxic.
Oh my goodness.
This is the man in the mouse jersey. You love that spotlight. This one would have been for the ages.
That is a terrifying round there.
Nothing feels safe.
You don't feel good about it, but you do have it in the bag.
Well, Gomez manages a smile there, but he knows these rounds are too close to call.
My God. And Chad, you know, I don't want to say it, but it's in the air, you know, after Ancient into Mirage, these leads for Aurora, an 8-4 back last time, a 9-3 here off onto the T side. Trouble in paradise?
Well, you'd love another day to see if you can get at least a better tone out of your Kinders and Molodois, right? If you're Furia, if you're able to snatch this away, give yourself that quarterfinal, see if they can reset and put more of the counter-strike we're familiar with. Molodoi is starting to activate, right? He had that double with the AK, now the Orb's out, so at least looking more comfortable than Nuke. Just a partial for Aurora. I'd expect the last Ash timeout into the next round, most likely.
Okay. Been on the money on your timeouts. But let's see if this one is a gut punch. We got a hero AK on Antares, and we got a one-man B hold. This other setup, it sets you up for a post-plant, but you've still got to hold the site.
Yeah, Fallen needs some resistance here. He needs a kill and to buy time for the flank.
You can feel it. He's pulling away.
Kinder's making a move. He might get caught on an island.
Cancelled. He's walking under. Kinder pushing up, and they're going to clear this. Careful. They're
Jumped
all
off.
above you. Kinder somehow escapes. There's no nades to stall this out, so Xantares comes gunning.
Not on his watch.
What a chase from Xantares. He's going to arm his team as well. Or so he'd like to think.
That's what you need to see. Good move from Molodoi. Fills the void, finds a kill, ties it up. 4v4 now.
I mean, you've ruptured the whole plan here for Aurora. They wanted to B-pop, they changed their mind. Now they're just dead set on getting this gun.
Window smoke coming in, they're ahead of this.
Yeah, Fallen's pushed top mid, so Molodoi is insured in this position. They won't overdo it. They feel like that's a fake. It's not. Aurora. 2 rifles, don't grab extra weapons, showcase something on A, but that lurk goes nowhere.
It's not Fallen anchoring, but it's Queserato, and that's the man I'd like for the job.
Maybe bottom of the board, but this is one way to redeem it. 20 seconds in a hard to clear position. This should be guaranteed a kill, and so Queserato ensures that.
Good trade.
Nice trade. Xantares trying to save this round. Gun picked up, but Deagle out, and Kixon can't find that spam.
Has to plant.
Forcing Xantares to plant. He can't win this, surely. They take the fight together, and Fallen finishes what he started. 10 rounds to Furia from 9-3 down.
7 rounds straight now. You bang on, there's been definitely a tone shift in this one. A 9-3 half on Mirage. You take that every day of the week. That should be a scoreline you'd love to close upon if you're Aurora. So letting this one start to slip through the fingers. Still a new roster. Only just reaching 20 maps together. And not the favorite in today's series.
Sure, but you'd be kicking yourself. Ancient 8-4.
Yeah. And the
Mirage
bracket.
9-3.
You got to take these
tenacity
opportunities.
Shown on Nuke, even.
Did they take the timeout? I hear music.
That felt like a long time.
No, I didn't see the bug, but either way.
I'm going to give it to you. I mean, this is the round. This is what it comes down to here for Aurora.
Cartier on the MAC-10.
Oh, not the guy you want to hold back. He's been the standout player in this series. Would really have liked him to be on that AK. Maybe he can make it work out under. And Xantares, I mean, good round for a boost, maybe.
I'm very curious, CT block smoking under right now, which is really going to stall out the roll of this and help give away that this is the default spread. That spam through, confirming it as Consmoke deployed. Haven't taken that space just yet, Aurora, so completely awares of the timing of this. Molodoi will exchange blows over towards the B apartments, but he'll back off, rotate. Queserato will take his place.
Just like how mobile he is, you know, he shows that orb, he repositions, he's going to keep you guessing.
Kinder, excuse me.
Molodoi goes short, changes his mind. This could be well timed. Said earlier, window boost possibility. Getting closer and closer. What a play for Queserato, just spams that smoke. One way to drop Woxic in the middle. And no window boost because they're walking right up Con. Jimmy, how can you be ready for that? 5 versus 3, nowhere to go and nowhere to hide. And Furia's full run on this comeback almost complete. Desperation as Wakadia looks for a rifle. And double ramp setup. Fallen knows he's just baiting, selling this position for Yuri to succeed. Kicks some 1v5 backline. 15 seconds. Can he manage anything? Even a kill and a bomb plant would really set you up for later. He's going to hear your Kinder running away. Easy kill. Put that bomb in. So you've saved your team's bank. But is that all this is? A delay of the inevitable for Kixon. Dodges that shot. And Kixon really wants to try and force a kill here because Furia are closing the net tight around his neck. 4 players coming in together, trying not to offer up 1v1s. Kixon, patient backside, but Molodoi's got the shot, and the return to form for Molodoi absolutely must be noted in this series. Had a stinker back on Nuke, but here on the CT side of Mirage has stepped up.
8 rounds straight now. This is looking scary. This is one way to recover from a poor T half. but looking more dynamic, starting to flow, individuals making moves that count. As it's just 2 more. You mentioned that bomb plant. They get on another buy, but being blanked right now is Kixon.
Just no close rounds either. Came down to 1-1v1 in this half. That was all they've got to talk about.
Those drums getting louder now.
Furia getting feistier up the top of middle. Xantares trade. Oh, they got a ramp. Molodoi saw something. He doesn't like it.
Okay.
Not today.
The witching hour now. He's hit that flow stay. He's looking comfortable. The opposite of Nuke, and this has completely stunted anything Aurora could have hoped for.
What are you meant to do? Yuri's even getting put into this site as well.
Might not clear Tetris.
Even if he just sits default, it's such a power position with no one in Palace. Oh, he does walk in. He called it. So Molodoi's got to make up for it, and he is good for the job right now, isn't he? Just falling back off that smoke.
Get the bomb down again. Get yourself a buy for what could be the final round. Sure. That's if they'll allow it.
Not today. Molodoi sky high from bottom to the top. And Aurora get dropped here in this T side. They have not found a single round in this half.
What a hollow way for this one to go. Woxy was letting out the battle roars. They were absolutely running away with this. And okay, they lose the pistol. That's fine. Plenty of rounds to work with. Right now left with absolutely nothing.
This series was a hard watch for Furia for a lot of the game. But looking like the best half yet, right when they needed it.
10 straight rounds to close on the table.
Doesn't that taste great? Feeling good, feeling fine. 5v4 as Aurora run the gauntlet up cat. Yikinda caught off guard. A chance on this B site, only fallen in position. Spam does not connect. But again, Aurora, slow down, uncertain. Torres from high. He's got to get that reload in, giving Keserato an escape in the window.
Oh, no way out of that.
That Molly's locked him in place, and so Xantares is going to wait it. Keserato still has a chance to leave. Does he want to take it? Here's that jump up, takes the spam, puts Xantares down.
3v3.
Aurora are getting a little crazy here, and it might be too late. 2 players cemented in middle. Trusting nothing. Scared of the flank.
Time's getting away from them now.
40 seconds, they're not doing a thing.
Hurry up and wait.
And Keserato has just had enough with this game. Puts another one down. 30 seconds. A side is open. Molodoi moving in through the window. He's going to hear this, but he walked through that con smoke. Penny should drop now. It's not under, it's A. Smoke contained as Molodoi hits a blinder. And this game, this tournament run, looking to get cut down for Aurora. A chance, multiple in this 3rd map. But Furia don't give up and don't go down without a fight.
What a return to form from Molodoi here to get them across the line. That is 10 straight rounds to close, and Yuri likes the way that one feels. This was a tough game. Ancient in the mix, and they're able to take it home and set up a match against G2 in the quarterfinals. The first time G2 and Furia will face since the Budapest Major, the closeout 2025.
Called it the easy side of the bracket. Well, Aurora certainly put that in question. Furia, no free lunch here on their run for another final. But a win's a win. Ugly or pretty, they still make it happen. Looking to level up later in this tournament. Safe to say G2 might be licking their lips at the opportunity to face this team on a bad day.
Now we'll see if that carries through. Quarterfinals, we'll have one tomorrow. The rest will be taking place on Friday. And the crowd support will be here for sure. For Aurora, you can definitely see the key pieces. They've got the bite. They just need a little bit more time. We've got Fallen standing by on the stage for a post-game interview.
Yeah, let's see if we can hear each other first. This crowd has been phenomenal throughout the entire series. The legendary Fallen standing by. I mean, the key word has got to be relief right now, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Resilience as well was a difficult match. I think this Aurora has a big future ahead. They have great players. And of course, it's only the early beginnings for them. They played good. It was a very good match.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very different Aurora than the one you beat 2-0 back in Cologne. How different did it feel playing against this new lineup?
When you have a new IGL, of course, it can feel different. I think they play very good. T-side Nuke, for example, a little bit different than they played in the past. So there's good change on their side. And I'm happy that our team also played what else was necessary. We kept believing. Happy with the team performance for sure.
You made the grand final at that major. You're now top 8 here at the Esports World Cup. How much belief do you have in yourself and this roster that you could potentially go all the way here in Paris?
Every tournament we go, we believe we can win. But we know that there are like 5, 6, 7 teams with the same conditions, not to mention all the other underdogs that can actually have a dark run and do like things like that. So we believe that we can win, but we have to take step by step. We still have to play G2, I think, tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna probably chill a little bit and prepare for the game.
It'd be rude of me not to talk about your retirement tour here. I mean, every event that comes up as the calendar year rolls on, do you feel more pressure to get that silverware before you hang it up?
No, there's definitely no more pressure on my shoulders. Maybe more desire. I actually want to make sure that I'm having fun, want to make sure that I'm trying my best, and making sure that I live doing what I did best for the last 23 years.
Amazing. Would you like to come and crush a key at the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go, Fallen. Right. Another key will be crushed by a Brazilian legend here. If you just join our key master, he will show you exactly what you need to do here. It's the harsh brutality of the Esports World Cup, but it's what makes it so good. A new look Aurora came into Paris. They were trying to take this org back to an Esports World Cup final. Furia stopped them in their tracks. Fallen, just briefly, I just want to just take you over here to the fans, because I know you've experienced Brazilian fans many times in your career. There's really nothing quite like it, is there? And even you'd go down a round, you'd have a rough round, and they'd seem to get louder and louder. How much do these people mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Everyone who knows my path into Counter-Strike know that Brazilian community has always my back. So their support to Furia and now supporting me as well. And it's great to see because one day we relied on them to go for tournaments, to participate in Games Academy projects and give us money to go for tournaments, and now they can travel and watch us play on a high level. And every city we go, it's the same vibe, it's the same energy. It's great to play like that. It's the best place to play CS.
It's phenomenal. Just come a little bit closer here. In Brazilian Portuguese, what do you want to say to these people?
Valeu, pessoal. Deu nós. Grande virada, hein? Obrigado pelo suporte. Tamo junto.
For Fallen, vamos fazer barulho. Congratulations, man. As you can see, Furia lock in a spot against G2 in the quarterfinals. What a night.
What a night indeed. A long game and a show of resilience, as Fallen said. I think great answers, always a professional in those post games. They really got tested here today, Chad. Taking the distance, 3 maps, comebacks, but Furia close it.
I'd be curious to know what level they think they played to today in this series, right? Obviously, Fallen giving a nod of the hat there to the new roster, saying they have some good players in the mix and they'll be bright in the future. I think so, right? With what we are seeing, it's still very, very early days for Aurora in this one. And it was hard graft, right? 10 straight rounds for Furia to close. That is a Class CT side. It's going to probably be haunting Kixon tonight, but still, it's a new roster, it's a new project. These things can happen, but a tough one to swallow when it's the T side to call you on the way out.
Yeah, right for Aurora, it's hard to look at T sides where you get 0 rounds. Still, I think there's some positives to take away. I'm glad we still have great performances from some of these individuals, but you know, for a team that we kind of branded with the choke moniker for a while, it's not a great look to be coming into your first tournament and losing, you know, both those significant leads across this series, 8-4 on H and 9-3 on Mirage. Just doesn't really leave a nice taste in your mouth.
I think it's a tough one there, but I think we are getting an interview lined up here. Let's see who we found.
That will be in just a minute, I think.
Okay,
but,
sorry. I misheard, Hugo.
No, it's okay.
That's my apologies right there.
G2 Furia in the quarterfinal. You covered the G2 game earlier today, right?
Yes.
You know, let's judge Furia by their game today. If that Furia shows up, do you think G2 have them? I know you mentioned your hesitation on Ancient. I'm not even sure if Furia would risk showing that in the veto.
No, I don't think it'll
Cash
show
will
its
come
head.
up.
Right, I think Cash could be a bit of a possibility, but now I do believe we're ready to toss to the interview.
On the money. Let's hear from Aurora.
Ash, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Hate to see you guys in the situation, particularly with how Mirage started as well. You're leading 9-3. What happened on that T side?
I think they played really well. I think maybe as we were going with the playbook was kind of not maybe as big as it could be at this point as exploiting us. I think we didn't really have the answer. But at the same time, the double up was running around, Mordor was killing us everywhere. I just felt like our lack of practice was really kicking in here, and we just didn't really have it in the big moments towards the end of the game.
Really respected the Ancient pick into this series. I thought it was a really interesting one. Goes without saying that obviously didn't go the way that you guys planned it ongoing. From your perception of that map one, I know it was probably hours ago now, but what do you feel like were some of the issues that plagued you on that one?
I mean, it was a risk. We've been playing in practice for a while. It's going to map we're going to bring to a map pool. I think every time we've played a map for the first time, it feels like it's been very nervy and we've kind of forgotten a lot of things we've done in practice. And this was exactly the same again. So it's happened with all of our maps so far. Hopefully it's something we'll fix in the future. But I mean, there was promising signs there. I feel like we kind of let them off the hook on that one a little bit. They were there to be beaten. I think we're just more disappointed in the way that we played on Ancient rather than how we played on T-side Mirage, I feel.
I mean, you're totally right. Early days for this squad, first Tier 1 tournament on LAN. In terms of looking back at this tournament, maybe let's just take this from two sides. First of all, what would you say is the biggest thing that you're looking to improve that you kind of learned from this tournament? What's number one on the hit list?
I think that the communication, I think, has been the biggest thing. I think it's such a cliche thing to say as a coach, but we had so many problems with it. It feels like in some of the games, especially in practice, where we were just making really simple situations very difficult. And I think we've made a huge improvement with that. And that's probably the reason why we would have won today in the end, because I was very happy with that. We still obviously got a long way to go. It's just baby steps with that kind of, but that's our biggest area to improve on, which I guess is a little bit obvious. But I think it's promising, though.
Yeah, and then let's look at the flip side, because as we already said, very much early days, a huge undertaking in terms of this Aurora roster going forward. What's the biggest positive that you can take away from this? What's kind of impressed you about the guys, despite the exit?
I think we're looking pretty solid on the CT sides. Look pretty nice so far. The energy when we're playing well is very good. It's very impressive. I never realized how hyped the guys get, to be honest. It's been kind of nice. And playing for each other has been good as well. I mean, there's lots of positives. We have a whiteboard full of them, to be honest. It's just in the moments, I think we have quite a few negatives. We need to get them out of the game very slowly. That's going to come a bit more with time, more conversations and things. And when you're playing a game that's high pressure, third map, getting close, I think the more negatives came out in that moment, which also is a little bit expected.
Ash, thank you so much for your time, as always. I know it's never easy in these moments. Unfortunately, that is the end of the line for Aurora here at EWC.
The grand finalists from last year eliminated here in the rounds of 16, and we have so many more matches to show off over the next few days here in Paris. In fact, Chad, we've even got one going on right now. Gamer Legion Mouse going down the distance in the third map.
Yeah, I recommend people whack that one on the television right now. It looks like that one is going to be a nail-biter down the stretch. Tomorrow we get to kick off with the big names, right? We're going to get your Falcons versus Mongols in the server, FaZe versus Vitality. That could be match of the day. Bay versus Spirit. I think people are quite curious considering the form of Spirit so far. And Na'Vi Legacy, that could be a bit of a barn burner with the pace that Legacy like to play. Here's your tomorrow's schedule.
What's your game of the day, Chad? Is it Falcons or is it, FaZe Vitality? You got two names in great form, FaZe on an uptick. Are you out on the Mongols right now? Are you uncertain they're the reigning champions?
The only reason that Vitality FaZe is my match of the day is because I think Cash is going to come in the mix and we get to see Vitality play, and I think the audience will be packed out tomorrow, right? Vitality, we just saw earlier today, Apex and ZywOo with contracts extensions till 2028. And, well, we are in Paris, France, after all, Hugo, so I'd love to see them filling this out and making some noise for the boys.
Well, it's going to get crazy, and it's all going down tomorrow, 1 p.m. local time with our first game of the day and 3 more BO3s, plus a B-stream, plus more round of 16. So we'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time here at EWC.
This is Counter-Strike.
for Astralis. Is this the last round? It absolutely has to be.
Line them up, knock them down. Nerds is here. 21 kills deep. One more to find, and Astralis again, their key crushed.